Hi there, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Cloud computing has become the foundation of modern digital transformation, enabling organizations to build scalable applications, store vast amounts of data, automate operations, and even innovate faster than ever before. Among the leading cloud platforms driving this transformation is Microsoft Azure. One of Azure's biggest advantage is its seamless integration with Microsoft ecosystem, including Windows Server, Active Directory, Microsoft 365 Power, Platform, and enterprise business applications. In this complete Azure course, you will learn everything from cloud computing fundamentals to advanced Azure services and cloud architecture concepts. We will start with the basics of Azure and gradually move into compute services, storage, networking, security, databases, monitoring, automation, and cloud-native development. You will also explore modern technologies such as containers, Kubernetes, serverless computing, infrastructure as code, DevOps integration, and AI services available within Azure. By the end of this course, you will have a strong understanding of Microsoft Azure and practical skills required to design, deploy, manage, and optimize cloud solutions. Having said that, let's take a look at the agenda for this course. We will start off with Module 1, which is Introduction to Cloud Computing and Microsoft Azure. Module 2 is Azure Global Infrastructure and Core Services. Module 3 is Azure Identity Access Management and Microsoft Entra ID. Module 4 is Azure Virtual Machines and Compute Services. Module 5 is Azure Storage Services and Data Management. Module 6 is Azure Networking Fundamentals. Module 7 is Azure Databases and Data Services. Module 9 is Azure App Services and Cloud Native Applications. Module 9 is Monitoring and Management with Azure Monitor. Module 10 is Serverless Computing with Azure Functions. Module 11 is Containers, Dockers, and Azure Kubernetes Services. Module 12 is Infrastructure as Code and Azure Automation. Module 13 is Azure Security, Governance, and Cost Optimization. Module 14 is Real-World Azure Projects and Solution Architecture. Module 15 is Azure Interview Questions and Answers. Hope I made myself clear with that agenda. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that subscribe button with the bell icon to get notified whenever we host. Also, just so that you know, if you want to upskill yourself, master cloud computing and DevOps skills, and land your dream job or even grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various cloud computing and DevOps programs. Simplilearn offers a variety of master, certification, and postgraduate programs in collaboration with some of the world's leading universities. Through our courses, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in skills like application migration, auto-scaling, continuous integrations, BI, microservices, database management, and over a couple of dozen others. And that's not all. You'll also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects led by industry experts working in top-tier data and product companies. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into cloud computing and DevOps role as a fresher or moved on to a higher-paying job and profile. So if you're passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comments and in the description box below to find DevOps and cloud computing program that fits your experience and areas of interest. So let's get started with our Azure full course with a small quiz. Which Azure service is commonly used to host virtual machines? Is it Azure Blob Storage, Azure Virtual Machines, Azure Monitors, or is it Azure Functions? Let us know your answers in the comment section below. Now over to our training experts.
All right, so let's start with the basics of cloud computing. Now, before I start explaining the cloud computing, I want to understand from you, do you guys know what cloud computing is? Any general definition that you know, or do you know what cloud computing is? And are you right now using cloud? I just want to correct few people who have said we are not using cloud computing right now. Every one of us are using cloud computing. Okay, how it started? Started with basic services like email services. So if you say you're not using cloud, do you have email accounts, or are you using the email services like Hotmail, Gmail? Back in the days, I don't know how old are you guys. We used to have Yahoo, right? So what are these services? These are nothing but the SaaS services. These are the services using which you send your email. Are you saving those email in your laptop? How do you access Gmail? How do you access Hotmail? Or how do you access Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox? So we are using cloud in our day-to-day life. Even you're not using the cloud for your own infrastructure, but you're using cloud in a sense like email services, storage services, right? Movie on demand services. Are you using Netflix? Are you using Prime, Hotstar? So these are the movie on demand services, right? This is also pay as you go. So depends on different plans you subscribe to, you'll have to pay. If you don't want to pay for 1 month, just cancel that subscription. You won't be paying for that particular month, right? So all these services are accessible over internet. So what do you need? You just need an internet connection, whether to use from laptop or to use from your phone. You just need an internet connection. If you have an internet connection, you can use cloud, right? On-demand movies, on-demand food, Food Panda or Swiggy, right? So these are nothing but cloud services, right? So what is cloud computing in simple terms? Cloud computing is a delivery of services over internet. Now, what services are being delivered? When we specifically discuss cloud computing, it's nothing but delivery of services over the internet. Now, which services is being delivered? Services like compute, storage, databases, network. So if you are accessing those services via the internet, that means you are using cloud. So cloud computing is nothing but delivery of services. Now, the first question that most of my students ask is, why do we need these services? Compute, storage. Do you guys know why do we need these services? Let's say there's no cloud. If there's no cloud and you want to host your website or an application, where do you host it? You want to host a website or a web application, where do you host it? So if there's no cloud, we need to create a data center. Okay. We need to first have a data center. Before IIS or Windows Server, we need to have our data center. Now, what do you think? How much charge or how much cost will I have to bear as a company or as an organization if I want to have my own data center? First of all, I have to pay for the infra. I need to find a place and imagine having a big space in a city like Mumbai or Bangalore. How much you have to pay, right? Before even starting your business, you'll have to pay for that infra. You need to buy that place first. You need to put your racks, your servers there. Then you need to think about the power supply. You need to think about the redundant power supply, since I don't want to rely on single power supply, right? So this is the uh, cost that you have to bear if you do not go for cloud. But as Hari is mentioned that Hari is mentioning that we can go for colo. Yes, you can go for co-location as well. But for that as well, someone has to have a data center. You can go for colo, but someone has to have a data center, right? Someone should build a data center for you. Yeah. So that colo is like you're just renting spaces. So you're just renting the data, you're just renting one or two servers, or you're just renting entire rack in that particular data center, and you're putting your own servers there. So that is the meaning of co-location. Right? So that was also possible before cloud. But after that, not everyone can afford of creating or developing or building a data center. So what happens? The big companies like Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, and there are a lot of others, Oracles and all. Right? So this big companies, what they did, they created data centers and they started providing the computation services like compute, storage, database, networking on rent. All right. So today, when someone says that we need to move to cloud or we need to migrate to cloud or we want to use cloud computing, they're mostly mentioning that we want to use the AWS infra, GCP infra, Google infra, or Microsoft Azure's infra, or Oracle's infra, depending on which part of world you are. We need to use their infra and deploy our computation resources. All right. So why do we need these computation resources, compute resources? Like, for example, let's say you have an idea and you need to use information technology to bring that idea to life. That means you have a business. A simple example I can take is, let's say, Swiggy. So what is the idea behind this business? Deliver food delivery service. So when you use Swiggy, are you making the food? Obviously, no. Someone else is making for you. So you're ordering it from their place, right? So what is this? This is like a food as a service. So it's again a cloud service. right? So you can say that it's a cloud kitchen from where you're ordering. So let's say you have an idea and you want to build something like this, whatever your idea is, and you want to use internet to deliver services. So in order to use internet, in order to develop or in order to bring my idea to life, first of all, what I need to hire a developer. Why do we need a developer? Developer will write the application for me. So what is an application? Application is nothing but some files. So if you have ever developed a very simple HTML page or HTML website, static website, if you have developed that, you know that an application is nothing but list of files. There will be a lot of files. If you're writing application in .NET or Java or whatever, you're just coding. If you're a developer, you might know better. But you're just coding. So that code is saved in nothing but a file with some extension, right? So in order to make sure that my website is reachable to my customers or to my users who wants to deliver food or anything, whatever your idea is, I need to keep this file somewhere. And that somewhere is nothing but a server. So you need that server. Now, where will you place that server? You need to place that server in a data center. So as Hari mentioned, you can you can get a co-location place in one of the data center. You'll be paying some rent, or you can simply launch the server on a cloud company. Now tell me, what do you think? What will be the cost of buying a server from IBM or from HP? What will be the cost of buying one server? Around $1,000, right? Around 1 lakh or 2 lakh or 3 lakh rupees, depends on which company you go for and what configuration you want. Right? If you have never heard of server, what server is nothing but a computer. So if you go today to buy a new laptop, what do you see, or uh, which laptop you buy? So what do you see in that laptop? You'll see the config, right? You'll see the storage. What is the SSD given? You'll see the processor. What processor is being used or being uh, installed in this laptop, right? You'll see memory, the RAM. So these are the three most important things that we see. Similarly, server is like, you can say, a powerful computer which provides services. So, the laptop is like for commercial use. That means for us just to do a meeting or do or for entertainment purposes, like I want to watch a movie, I can watch it on my laptop. I can do some of my business things, but you cannot host your website on laptop. Technically, you can, but your laptop is not as powerful as server to provide the services. Okay. So similar to laptop, you'll have a server. And then on top of that server, you'll be having some operating system. In laptop, you have an operating system, right? You have Windows, right? So you go for Windows 11 nowadays, or if you're fond of Mac, you'll go for Mac. So Mac has their own Macintosh, Apple has their own Macintosh operating system, like, or there's another uh, variant in market which is Linux, right? So on top of that server, you'll be having an operating system. What is an operating system? Operating system is the mediator between human beings and the hardware. If I give you a hard disk, can you just see that hard disk and try to figure out what do we have in that hard disk? Just like physically seeing that hard disk like this. Can you do that? No, right? We need to connect that hard disk to the laptop. How does the laptop reads hard disk? Laptop has the operating system installed, and that operating system can detect and read the hard disk, and then we can identify what kind of files we have in that hard disk, right? So similarly, here we deploy OS on top of our server, and then we keep our files. Okay. So if I am having an idea like Swiggy and I also want to come up with a food delivery service, first of all, I need to hire a developer, or if you are a developer, you can write your own code. But in order to host that application, you need to have the server. So using that server, only you can host. right? Now, in order to buy that server, you have to spend a certain amount, let's say $1,000, and that amount is upfront cost. That is an upfront cost. When you say upfront cost, that means I have to pay it now. Even before starting my business, I have to invest like $1,000 for one server. Now tell me, you're buying one server, and if that server goes down, what happens? See, you're buying one server and you're hosting your application on top of that server. If that server goes down, will you be able to reach your application, or will your user will be able to reach the application? Obviously no, right? If Swiggy is down, you won't be able to deliver, or you won't be able to order anything from Swiggy. So I cannot rely on one server. So I need to buy another server as well. Why do I need to buy another server? Just to make sure that if one server goes down, my application is reachable from the second server. So instead of $1,000, I need to spend $2,000 for two servers. So that's an upfront cost. And this upfront cost is nothing but capital expenditure for your business, CapEx. Okay. Now, for an individual user who, or for a startup, investing this amount could be huge. So what they can do, they can simply launch portal.azure.com, cloud, create a server, deploy their website, and that's all. Their website is live. What is cloud computing? If you have a laptop and if you have an internet connection, you can get the server, the storage, the networking through the internet. That's all. That's cloud computing. Cloud computing refers to the delivery of compute services over the internet. What is compute service? Compute services are nothing but you want, in order to host a website, you would need uh, storage, you would need RAM, you would need CPU. So all these services are given to you over the internet. You don't spend this much of amount upfront. So you're saving $2,000. Right now here you deploy two servers, five servers, doesn't matter. On cloud, you deploy two servers, five servers, 10 servers. You're not paying $2,000 upfront. That means right now I'm not paying $2,000. So when I'll be paying as per my use, pay as you go. So this month, if I'm using five servers, I'll have to pay for the five servers. Next month, if I don't require five servers, I'll remove two servers and I'll pay for three servers only. Pay as you go model. What is pay as you go? It's like your electricity, right? So every month, do you get the similar bill for your electricity? Depends on your usage, right? In summer, we use air condition, coolers, and all those stuff. So we pay more in summer. But in winter, do we pay more? Totally depends on your consumption, right? So that's nothing but the pay as you go approach. Pay as you go, as much as you use, you pay for that. If you use 10 servers, 20 servers, for that month, you'll pay more. If you use only one server, you'll pay for only one server. Okay. I hope you have understood what cloud computing is and why you will be using cloud computing. Okay. All right. What are the benefits of using cloud computing? Cost optimization, as I mentioned, that if you want to use two servers, three servers, you use that. So totally depends on your requirement. You'll be using two servers, three servers, right? So it helps you to achieve the cost optimization, right? Optimize the cost. I'm not paying upfront everything. I'll be paying according to my use. Performance efficiency, very quickly you can get the performance, increase the performance of your app, right? I want two servers, I want more CPU, I can do that. I want more RAMs, I can change the amount of RAM assigned to my compute service. Right? So all those things you can do very quickly. Apart from that, accessibility. If there's no cloud and you want to come up with your IT business or business using IT, where you'll be creating or deploying your server? You will be creating or deploying your server depends on wherever you are. Let's say I stay in Mumbai and I have an idea and I want to come up with a service. So I'll be searching a place in Mumbai itself. And if my user base is in US, I need to go to US, and there I have to deploy my server in one of the data center, right? So with cloud, it has become very easy. I can deploy wherever I want, depending on, uh, let's say I want to deploy a server. So in cloud, it's known as virtual machine. So I'll click on create virtual machine. And here you see, if you want to deploy it in US, you can select US, East US, West US. If you want to deploy it in Australia, you can select Australia. So accessibility is very easy. What do you need? You just need an internet connection, and you can deploy wherever you want, wherever Azure has its presence, right? I want to deploy in Europe, I can go for Europe. I want to deploy in UK, I can go for UK, right? So these are the different, these are the benefits of using cloud computing. These benefits you cannot get when you're deploying everything on-prem. Okay. Reliability, flexibility. So cloud is reliable. Why it's reliable? Because they by default monitor it. Okay. By default monitoring, as in, it's not like that they will take actions on your behalf. Only if you configure, they can take actions on your behalf. But if you don't configure, they'll not take that action, right? So cloud is reliable, flexible. You can deploy wherever, similar to accessibility, you can deploy wherever you want, whatever size of server you want. You want more CPU, more RAM, depends totally on your requirement. And security, whatever data you are keeping on cloud, by default it is secured. You don't need to worry about security. Why? Because what I'm putting in my uh, storage account, in my storage, Microsoft is automatically encrypting that. What is the meaning of encryption? Encryption is like uh, a security algorithm which is making your data unreadable. Okay, sorry. So encrypting is a security algorithm which is making your data, whatever data you're putting on cloud, unreadable. That means when I'm putting a data in your own laptop, where do you add your data? Where do you put or save your data? Where do you store your data? We have hard disk, right? Solid state drive or hard disk. In that hard disk, we keep our data. So if you remove that hard disk from your laptop and attach it to another laptop, can you read the hard disk or no? If I remove the hard disk that I have over here, remove it from laptop number one and connect it to laptop number two, will I be able to read my data? Yes, right? I'll be able to read my data. So similarly, when I'm putting data in cloud, what cloud is doing? Cloud is nothing new. Cloud is also using hard disk drive or solid state drive to keep your data. So what happens when you keep your data in cloud? It goes to the cloud data center. Within that data center, they'll be having servers or SAN storage. And in that storage, your data is stored. So if someone goes there who has the physical access to the data center, if someone goes to that hard disk, take out the hard disk, connect it to own laptop, where's the security then? He or she will be able to read the data, right? Similar to this scenario, if someone goes to the cloud, take out the hard disk where your data is stored, connect that hard drive to his own laptop, he'll also be able to read that data, right? So to avoid this situation, what every cloud provider is doing is encrypting your data. What is the meaning of encryption? Whatever you're writing ABC, so that is stored in an encryption format. Okay. So if someone is removing that hard disk and connecting that hard disk to its own laptop, he or she won't be able to read the data unless and until that data is decrypted. Okay. So for this encrypting and decryption, we require the encryption and decryption keys. So Microsoft stores those keys. You have the option to use your own keys as well, right? So this is one of the benefit that we have in the cloud. Even if the device where your data is stored is stolen, the data is secure. No one will be able to read it unless and until they decrypt it. Okay. So by default, your data will be encrypted. Doesn't matter what cloud provider you're using. Okay. Now, what is Microsoft Azure? Microsoft Azure, as you know, is the leading cloud provider from Microsoft. So Microsoft is the owner, and Microsoft has created a lot of data centers, and those services are given to you as a service. Whenever we talk about cloud, you will be hearing something, a term known as a service. So Microsoft Azure is a cloud provider, is a leading cloud provider, which offers 200 products and cloud services to you, to the users, so that they can bring their own idea to life. Okay. All right. Sorry guys, I'm not feeling well, so you might see me going mute a lot of time. Okay. So just bear with me. Maybe tomorrow I'll feel better. All right. So what is Microsoft Azure? Microsoft Azure is a leading cloud provider available in the market, which offers around 200 products. So this is the second. I mean, if you go 5 years back, Microsoft Azure was the second leading cloud provider. But now, if you see, we have like 55-45 ratio in the market. The competitor to Microsoft Azure is AWS. Depends on which area or which part of world you are, you would see that AWS is used more or Microsoft Azure is used more, depend on which part of land. I stay in Malaysia. So in Malaysia, I see a lot of opportunities for Microsoft Azure. Whereas if you stay in Bangalore side, in India, in Bangalore side, you would see AWS requirement more. So totally depends on which part of area you are. If you're staying in Middle East, Saudi or Dubai, you would see Oracle being used for. Okay. So totally depends on which part of area you are, but it doesn't matter that which cloud you're learning. If you learn one cloud, you'll automatically understand the second cloud. Because services are same. The only difference is Microsoft might be having few different services, AWS might be having few different services. The names for those services are changed. Like in Microsoft Azure, we say virtual machine, whereas in AWS they say Elastic Cloud Compute. In Google, they say compute engine. So totally depends uh, which cloud you're using. Services are same, the names are different. Okay. All right. So whatever benefits we have discussed for cloud computing, same benefits applies here. As you can see, security, cost effective, scalability, data recovery, flexibility. So all the benefits you'll get on every cloud. Doesn't matter what cloud you're using. You're using Microsoft Azure, same benefits you have. Security, cost effective, data recovery, scalability, flexibility. But then the question arises, if all clouds have the same benefits, why should I use Azure over AWS, or why should I use AWS over Azure, or why should I use GCP? Why should I learn Azure, or why should I learn AWS? So that question only I have only one answer to that question, that if you are already familiar with Microsoft product, or let's say as a company, if I'm already using Microsoft products, which most company are, if I'm already using Microsoft product, I can crack a good deal with Microsoft if I want to use Azure. If you're using Microsoft products, it's possible that your company is already Microsoft partner. So they can crack a good deal and they can get a good discount with Microsoft if they want to use Azure, right? AWS benefits you like if you're already, I mean, Microsoft Azure started late as compared to AWS. AWS was the first cloud in the market. So that's why AWS has had lot of shares if you go 5 years back. So if you're already with Amazon and if your sales team can crack a good deal with AWS, your company might be using AWS. If your Microsoft partner and your company can crack a good deal with Microsoft Azure, they will be using Microsoft Azure. Another way is, if let's say your company is getting a new project, and in that project they will be hiring few people. So they will be hiring people, and those people are familiar with Azure. So for that particular project, your company will go with Azure. If your company is launching another project and they're hiring people and they see that, yeah, we have a lot of professionals who understand AWS. So for that project, they'll go for AWS. I've seen this in a lot of companies. For my own company, we have few services on Azure, we have few services on AWS. When I raise this question to my manager, why are we using two different services? So they said that whatever developer we have in this project, they are familiar with Azure, they're familiar with .NET, so they are familiar or more aligned towards Microsoft project. So that totally depends on your on company by company scenario, which cloud you'll see more. Okay, but AWS and Azure are the top contender. GCP is also coming up. All right, so these three are the top contenders in the market. So if you're choosing Azure, you'll definitely land a job and you'll get a good pay as well. Okay, so the two things that we didn't discuss in the benefit is scalability and data recovery. So what is scalability? Scalability is a way to add or remove the instances from your solution. So let's say I have a website. Let's say I have a website and I want to host this website. How do I decide how many servers I should be launching on Azure, and on how many servers I should be launching my website or installing my website? How do I decide that? I can't decide when the website is new. You cannot predict the amount of traffic your product is going to receive. Can you predict that? Obviously, no. So what you'll do, you'll start with less number of servers. Let's say I'll start with two servers. And suddenly my marketing team has done a quite fantastic job and promoted my website on some popular show. So as soon as my website was promoted, I saw the spike in the traffic. So in that case, if the traffic is more, can you uh, can your two servers handle all that traffic? Obviously, no. Depends on what configuration you have, right? So as soon as the traffic increases, I need to add extra servers. So that adding or removing of extra servers is known as scalability. Either adding the services or removing the services is known as scalability. All right. So there are two types of scalability, horizontal and vertical. So you can increase the configuration. That means you can scale up. Right now, let's say you have 2 GB of RAM and four virtual CPUs. So you want to increase the config. That means I want now 16 GB of RAM and eight virtual CPUs. So this kind of scaling is known as scale up or scale down from 16 to 4 GB and two virtual CPUs, right? So you're either increasing or decreasing. So that is known as scale up. If you're increasing, that is known as scale up. If you're decreasing, that is known as scale down. Similarly, if you're adding the number of instances, that means you're adding extra servers. So you're scaling out. You're decreasing the number of servers, you're scaling in. Okay. When someone says scale up, that means you're increasing the size, this configuration, amount of RAM. If someone says scale in, sorry, scale down, then you're decreasing the amount, you're decreasing the configuration. When someone says scale out, you are adding number of instances. Someone says scale in, that means you're removing the extra instances. Okay, doesn't matter if you remember scale up, scale out, not. You just need to remember scalability. Scalability means adding extra instances or increasing the configuration or decreasing the configuration. That's all. Okay. Data recovery. By default, there's no data recovery. You need to configure it. But when it comes to cloud, it's very easy to configure the data recovery. So as we progress in our Azure journey, we will have one chapter where you'll understand how you can recover your data in case there's a failure or in case there's a loss of data. how can you recover it? Okay. So data recovery is very simple when it comes to cloud. Cost effective and security we have already discussed, right? Salman is asking difference between scalability and flexibility. You are flexible to deploy in any region. So any cloud gives you option to deploy your services in different regions. Like I can deploy in India, I can deploy in US, I can deploy in Australia. So depends on my requirement, I can deploy it anywhere, wherever Azure has its presence. So that is flexibility. You're flexible enough to deploy in any region, plus you are flexible enough to deploy in any size of the server, any configuration, which is provided, right? Scalability is something where you're adding or removing the extra instances. Now, a very good example of scalability is Amazon. Do you guys use Amazon.in or the Amazon e-commerce website for shopping? So every year, 3 times or 2 times in a year, Amazon comes up with a sale, right? What that sale is known as Great Indian something, right or wrong? We have the sale or no? No. We have the sale, right? Great Indian Festival or something, right? So during that sale, what do you think? The traffic will be more towards Amazon or the traffic will be less? If there's a sale in an e-commerce platform, do you think the internet traffic will be high or will be low during the sale period? It will be high, right? So when sale is announced, you know that for 4 days we need extra servers. Since that 4 days we have sale, so we might have a lot of traffic. So we know we can predict. So if we have a lot of traffic, we can add the extra instances. And then when sale is done, after 4 days, obviously the traffic will reduce to its normal, we'll have normal traffic. So we can reduce the number of servers. Now, I don't know how old are you, but the first sale that Flipkart announced, Big Billion something, the first sale was a flop. Why? Because Flipkart didn't scale its servers and it failed for the first day. So they had to increase or add one more day there. So they will be adding the scaling. They have to add the servers when they are receiving a lot of traffics. Okay. Sorry. All right. So let me just clean my screen. Okay. So these are the Microsoft Azure benefits to the business when they are opting out for the Microsoft Azure. Surisha is asking horizontal vertical scaling means. I just explained scale up, scale out, right? So when you're scaling like this, what is this? Horizontal or vertical? This is horizontal, right? Oh, sorry, this is vertical, right? So adding, you're increasing the configuration of your server. So earlier you were using, let's say, 2 GB. Now you're using 4 GB. That means you have added 2 GB RAM extra. So that is known as vertical scaling. Whereas horizontal scaling is you're adding extra instances. You had one instance, you added two instances. So now you have total three instances. This is known as uh, horizontal scaling. Clear? Okay. All right. So what skills are we going to cover in AZ-305? Now AZ-305 has a study guide. So let me just launch. If I go to AZ-305 here, not GitHub. So whatever, if you're preparing for the exam, I would ask you, or I would encourage you to please uh, go to this website. Okay, this is the official page from Microsoft. So whenever you are sitting, before sitting for the exam, just go to this. Okay, just go to this page. So what this page is having, this page, if you go to this page, you will see the learn path. Okay, what is this learning path? The learning path is the modules, the flow, or the topics that Microsoft expects you to know before sitting for the exam. So what skills are we going to cover? Now I'm not covering the skills from the PPT. What skills I am going to cover? I will be following this Microsoft Learn path since this is up to date as per the current exam. Okay. So what are we going to cover? We are going to cover all these topics, whatever is mentioned. Like if I go for the first module, which is design, identity, governance, and monitor solution, if I click on it, this is what we are going to cover. So everything is mentioned here, topic by topic, what you should be knowing before sitting for the exam. Okay. Now, if I go one page back, and if you see here, somewhere you should see the study guide. So what is the study guide? The study guide is uh, is again a web page where Microsoft has defined what skills will be measured. Compute, network, storage, monitoring, security. If I scroll down, every skills is given certain percentage, like every module is given a certain percentage. So from identity governance and monitoring solutions, you can expect around 30% of questions. From storage, you can expect around 20-25. From business continuity, you can expect around 15 to 20, right? Similarly, from infrastructure solution, you can expect around 35%. So what you should be knowing, you should be knowing some logging solution, like routing logs, where you can keep the logs, what monitoring solutions Azure has to offer, what is an authentication solution, right? So all this topic by topic is provided in this study guide. Now same thing is for any certificate that Microsoft has to offer. So if you see, every certificate is mentioned over here. So whatever certificate you're preparing for, before sitting for an exam, make sure you glance here to see if you know this, if you know this, if you know this, right? If you do not know this, please try to see what this topic is. Where you can see it in the learn path, right? All right. So that's what these are the skills that we are going to cover. Okay, everything whatever mentioned is here, we are going to cover. Now why I ask you to visit here, because if you see, Microsoft keeps on adding or removing something from their exam every 6 months or 1 year, right? So if you read this, this note, if you read, this note says the exam will be updated on April 17, 2026. When was the April 17? Yesterday. So something is changed. What is changed? In order to see what is changed, you should review the study guide. Okay. So if let's say next time, next year, or after 6 months, if they don't want this particular topic in AZ-305, so they will remove it from the study guide. So you don't need to know that. So whatever Microsoft is making changes, they will put that in the study guide. Okay. So I went through the old study guide and the new study guide, but I don't see a lot of things have been changed. The only thing that Microsoft changed was audience profile. Okay. So it's a minor change. From the syllabus wise, nothing changed, only audience profile change. So if you see the audience profile here, you should have all the audience profile somewhere. Yeah, if you see the audience profile here. So this part is only change. Now what Microsoft added, as far as I know, Microsoft only added this. This wasn't part of the old study guide. Okay, but that's that thing which is added. Course wise, nothing is changed. Your topic wise, I have went through the old and new study guide. Nothing is changed. Everything is same from the course point of view. Okay. There were the link is shared if you see the chat box. Okay, I already shared the link. Okay, so that's what I'm going to cover now. If you see the Simplilearn syllabus, we have divided this into 15 different topics, but I'm not going to cover it topic by topic as defined here. 15. Everything I'll be covering or summarizing in 10 or 11 topics. Okay, whatever is mentioned over here, everything is summarized in 11 topics. Since we have 10 days, so I've summarized everything, whatever we have here, from identity until infra, everything I have summarized into 11 topics. Okay, since we have to do the uh, projects as well, so we need to complete everything in 10 days. Whatever Microsoft is asking me to cover, we will be covering everything which is defined in the study guide. Clear? All right. So what does this course brings to you? The course is bringing you the some projects, some co-signed projects, some assisted practices. So what these assisted practices are, assisted practices is the Word documents that I'll be adding to the LMS. So you will be having access to that. You can download it. It's like a step-by-step guide on how to do the demonstration, on how to do the hands-on. So those assisted practice I'll be adding. We will be having case studies. We will be having course and projects, ebooks. Microsoft has stopped providing ebooks. So your ebook is the Learn Path. So this is your ebook. Okay, the first link that I shared, please follow that link or simply search for AZ-305 in your search engine and you'll be landed to that page. Okay, so here you can find your Learn Path. Now, why I'm stressing on this Learn Path? Because in exam, you have access to the Learn Path. So when you sit for the exam, you can access the Learn Path from there. So if you are stuck or if you don't know the answer to any question, you can go to the Learn Path and you can try to read it there within the exam itself. You can try to find out the answer. So access is there. That's why I want you to go through the Learn Path so you know in which page what service can get me the answer. All right. So that's what you will be getting with this course. Now, when it comes to the exam, AZ-305, uh, first of all, the exam code is AZ-305. The name is Design Microsoft Azure Infrastructure Solution. You will be having around 60 to 70 multiple choice question. Totally depends on your set of paper that you're getting. So when I set for the exam, I had like for 53 questions, multiple choice question, and rest of the questions were under case studies. Okay. So total 60 to 70 questions you'll be having, including case studies. Then the time that you'll be getting is 2 hours. So you'll be getting 120 minutes to complete the exam. And then in order to pass the exam, uh, you'll have to get 700. That means 70% of passing mark. Out of 100, you'll have to get 700. And uh, there and once you click on submit, there only you'll come to know the result. You don't have to wait for the result. Okay, everything is proctored, everything is computer basis. So once you submit, it will calculate, the software will calculate your percentage and you'll have your result there. So in order to pass, you need to have 700. You need to get 700. Clear? The exam is available in different languages, English, Japanese, Chinese. So whichever language you prefer, you can book exam in that language. Now, where to book the exam from? So if you go to the 305 page, from there itself, you have the option to book the exam. Okay. So if you are in India, you select your region wherever you are. then click on schedule exam, and from there it will take you to the Pearson VUE page, and from there you can schedule, you can select the date when you want to sit for the exam. All those stuff you can do in a Pearson VUE site. All right. From Microsoft page itself, you can book the exam. So that's all about the introduction, about cloud computing, about Simplilearn, and about AZ-305. Any questions on the basics yet? How many of you know the difference between infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service? Now, this is important to understand. It's a basic cloud computing service model. Okay. Um, when you're dealing with different compute services, you'll have to understand the different between IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. All right. So what is, before going on break, let me answer this quickly. And then if I'm not able to complete this in the next 7 minutes, we'll continue this, since this is important to understand IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Now, how do I see this IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS? From For me or for you to understand IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS from AZ-305 point of view. Okay, I'm not going at the AZ-900 level, since this is something which we cover in AZ-900 and AZ-104 as well. I'm not going into that level. So I'm explaining it to you from AZ-305 point of view. Okay. The full form is quite simple: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. All right. Now, what is infrastructure as a service? So in infrastructure as a service, your responsibility is more. Your, as in you are the customer of Azure or any cloud provider. So your responsibility here is more. In PaaS, your responsibility is less as compared to infrastructure as a service. We are not saying that there's no responsibility. There is responsibility. Okay. So how does this IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS are defined? Is defined in a shared responsibility model. People people think that since we are using cloud, everything is cloud provider's responsibility. That's not correct. We are sharing responsibility with the cloud provider. Okay. So what is our responsibility? What is cloud provider's responsibility? That will be defined depending on the model, depending on the service model you are selecting. Infrastructure as a service, PaaS, platform as a service, software as a service. Now, just to explain this in a simple term, I just gave you an example of Swiggy. Let's say you have a similar idea and you want to use internet for your business. So what you need to do, you need to come up with an application first. What is an application in simple term? Application is nothing but collection of files where your developer, or if you are a developer, you will be developing the application. So how do you write? How do you code an application? You simply open a file. If you are using Visual Studio Code or whatever you are using, you simply start writing your code, and that code is written in a file. So you'll be having multiple files, or you're having single file depending on how big your application is. Now, in order to store this or save these files, I need a server. Okay. So when I'm selecting cloud, within the cloud, I have two options to select from: infrastructure as a service or platform as a service. In infrastructure as a service, the hardware server is cloud provider's responsibility. Okay. If you remember the data center model where you have to spend $1,000 or whatever the server cost is, you have to spend that upfront. We are not using on-prem model, right? So we are not going to spend this upfront. So what we are doing, we are using cloud. So even in cloud, there is a hardware server. Someone has bought the hardware server. Who has bought? In our case, it will be Azure. So if I'm using infrastructure as a service, this hardware server is cloud provider's responsibility. Now within that hardware server, the cloud provider will be deploying their own operating system. So in case of Microsoft Azure, they are deploying Hyper-V. Hyper-V is nothing but an operating system. It's a hypervisor, which allows them to create multiple machines on or multiple virtual machines on top of this hardware server. Okay. So this Hyper-V is also their responsibility. All right. Now on top of this Hyper-V, I will be creating my virtual server. This is a physical server, which is cloud provider's responsibility. The operating system, which is again cloud provider's responsibility. On top of this Hyper-V, I will be creating my server, my virtual server. Let's call it virtual machine 01. So this virtual machine 01 is my responsibility. Now within this virtual machine 01, I will be deciding whether to go for Windows operating system or Linux operating system. That's I'll have to decide. As a customer, I have to decide this. Okay. So here what Microsoft what we will do, we will select, let's say we select Windows operating system. Then on top of that Windows operating system, you have to use the runtime or the framework. So when you're writing an application, your developer will write that application in certain code, in some code, right? He might be using Java, he might be using Python, might be using .NET, whatever he's using. You need to ask your developer, or if you're a developer, you should know that there is framework. So I need to use that language. So in order to host the application, I need to have this runtime installed on the server where I want to host my application, where I want to add my files. So on top of Windows operating system, you will be deploying the .NET framework. Okay. And on top of that .NET framework, you will then host your application. That means you will add your files. So what is my responsibility as a user here? My responsibility is the operating system that I'm choosing, Windows operating system. My responsibility is the framework that I'm choosing, .NET. My responsibility is to take care of my application. That means I have to either hire a developer, or if I'm a developer, I'll have to develop the code. Now tell me, every month, Microsoft launches the update, right? You know the update, patching. If you're using your mobile phone, you receive the update for the applications that you have installed, right? Every month or every week, whatever. So since this is hosted on cloud, the Windows operating system on my virtual machine, who will be responsible to patch that? Who will be responsible to patch that? So if you're using virtual machine, it's your responsibility. You as a user, Azure will not patch it for you. Okay. Yes, there are way to ask Azure to patch, but Azure by default will not patch you to patch your operating system. So you have to patch it. Then if there is a new version available for .NET, who will be installing that new version? Again, you. So whatever above Hyper-V is our responsibility. So infrastructure as a service model requires more responsibility from the user. Whereas PaaS model is same. There will be physical hardware server. On top of it, there will be any hypervisor like Hyper-V or ESXi, whatever cloud providers is using. There will be virtual machine. There will be a framework like .NET, Java, whatever. When I'm using PaaS, all this stuff becomes the cloud provider's responsibility. What is my responsibility when I'm using PaaS? The application code is my responsibility. So if I'm a developer, PaaS is something that I'll be choosing. Why? Because I'll get more time to focus on the development. The virtual machine, whether it's Linux or operate or Windows, it's Microsoft responsibility to patch. Your responsibility reduces when you use the PaaS model, the PaaS service model. Clear? What is SaaS then? Software as a service. Entire software is given to you as a service, like M365, Microsoft 365. You're using Google Drive. So Google Drive is a software, the storage service given to you. What are your responsibility when you are using Google Drive? What is your responsibility when you're using Google Drive? Just adding data and sharing that data with whoever you want. That's all. That's your responsibility. So you're using that software entirely. Do you know where Google is hosting, where Google is saving, whether it's saving in India, Australia, US, wherever, how Google is storing that? Is that something we need to bother about as a user? Obviously not. So software as a service, what is your responsibility? Reduced. Entirely zero. Yeah, you have limitation like if you're using free version, you can store up to 15 GB. If you need more, you just subscribe for a plan. That's all. Software as a service. Netflix, software as a service. Are we paying for each movie separately? No, we are buying a plan. Do we need to keep a CD of all the movies? No. We just subscribe to a plan, we watch our content, right? Software as a service. What is the infrastructure as a platform part of Netflix? Do you know CD DVD? For CD DVD, what was required? We need the CD player or the DVD player, right? So we need to buy it. So I am responsible for the hardware. I am responsible for bringing the CD or DVD. I am responsible for placing that CD DVD within the DVD driver, DVD reader, and then I can enjoy my movie. If I don't have a CD of one particular movie, I won't be able to enjoy that because I don't have the CD, right? So CD DVD player becomes the infrastructure as a service part in case of movies and all. What could be the platform as a service part? I cannot think of any here. Okay. Yeah, the responsibility increases when you go for infrastructure as a service model. Who will do the service of CD DVD? Obviously, I have to do as a owner of that, right? In Netflix, however they are hosting it, I don't care. I just pay them. I enjoy their service. That's all. Clear? Any questions on this? We will revisit this when we are on the compute section. Okay. So let's move on to our first topic, which is authentication and authorization. So from the study guide, we are covering this topic. This module, design identity and governance and monitoring solutions. And there we are covering authentication and authorization. These are the topics that we are going to cover. Okay. And from the learn path, this is 900. Okay. So from the learn path, we are covering this one, design identity, governance, and monitor solution. So first three topic will be identity and governance. Monitoring will cover once we have done covering all the services. So at the end of at the last day, we will be covering monitor solutions. Right now, we are starting with identity and governance. Okay. Now, before I start, I need an answer from you. How many of you have worked with ADDS, Active Directory Domain Services? Or if you're from the Linux background, how many of you know what LDAP server is? What are these two services? And those who are freshers, please wait. I'll explain what this topic is about. Okay. Okay. So what is ADDS? Those who have worked with Active Directory, what is this? So what are these services? ADDS and LDAP. Okay. Never mind. Those who don't know, please pay attention. Okay. Those who haven't worked with any of these services, you might have account, right, in OTT platforms like Netflix or Amazon Prime. Do you hold the account? How many of you have account in Netflix? Okay, you have, right? So in order to access or watch any web series or a movie, what do you do first? You go to www.netflix.com, right? If you're using a laptop, you go to this website. What happens? First thing, what it asks? Does it allow directly to watch the movie, or there is something which we need to do? Log in, right? So we need to provide our credentials, log in. We need to provide our username and password. So what happens when we provide username and password? Netflix service checks your username and password. It checks whether you are providing correct username and password. If you are providing correct username and password, you are allowed. If you provide wrong username and password, it may deny you the entry and you won't be able to access those services, right? So this process of providing username and password and identifying that username and password is known as authentication. That means Netflix is authenticating me, checking me whether the credential that I have provided is correct or not. Okay, so what is authentication? Authentication is a way to check someone with a certain credential. Apart from credential, how you can check someone? You can check them with their card, smart card. If let's say you work, you go to your office. When you go to your office, there is a door. In that door, there's a reader where you have to place your smart card. Those who are working might know, right? You have to place your smart card. Without smart card, there's no entry. You cannot go in, right? Unless your company has no security. Most of the company do have security and they do provide the smart card to their employees. And in order to enter the building, you need to place that smart card. So when you place that smart card, the identity service that is deployed within that building checks whether your smart card is valid or not. If it's valid, you can go in. If it's not valid, you cannot go in. Okay. So what runs behind that authentication is this kind of services, ADDS or LDAP. They runs behind the services and they checks whether your username or password is correct or not. You use your laptop, you use your company laptop or your personal laptop, you need to provide your username and password, correct or not? We need to provide. Nowadays, Microsoft has made it compulsory to enter your Hotmail account, right? Your email address. So once you provide your email address and password, then only you can enter your laptop and do whatever changes you want. So this part of verifying the user, the application, or whatever you have, whoever needs access, is known as authentication. Authentication is a process of verifying a person. Person is nothing but a user or application to see whether the credentials provided are correct or not. Okay. So that authentication is done by these services. Then once you're inside the building, which floor you can access, which floor you cannot access, that part is known as authorization. So if I explain this in Netflix terms, when you log into Netflix, you have different plans, right? You subscribe for different plans. We have mobile plans, we have standard plan, and then we have HD plan, right? I don't know the current plans, but this was the plans we had, right? So you have a mobile plan where when you log into Netflix, you can only watch Netflix within your mobile app. Then you have standard plan where you can watch in two different screens at the same time. And then you have some plan where you can watch in four different screens. So once you log in, once Netflix authenticates you, once you're inside the application, that means you have got the access. Now it totally depends on the plan that you have subscribed to. Depends on that, you're authorized to watch either on mobile or on two screens at a time or on four screens at a time. So that part of entering into application and then checking what you're authorized to do, right? So like in cloud world, you are logging into Azure portal. So that login thing is nothing but authentication. And then once you are logged into that application, what you can do? Can you create another user? Are you authorized to create another user? Can you delete the existing users? Are you authorized to do that? So to check what you can do, what you cannot do is known as the process of checking what you can do, what you cannot do is authorization. Okay. Oh, clear? What is authentication? What is authorization? Is that clear? Now this is basic of any identity, uh, any identity and access management system. All right. So authentication and authorization, if you want to implement in your organization, you need some kind of identity and access management system. So if I want to implement authentication and authorization in my organization, I need some kind of IAM service. IAM stands for Identity and Access Management. Okay. So if I want to implement that, let's say I'm not using cloud, I'm using on-prem network. So in my on-prem data center, I can either use Active Directory domain services, or if I'm good with Linux, I'll be using LDAP services. How do you use these services? You need to have a server first, hardware server or a virtual server, whatever. If you're using on-prem, obviously you'll be having a hardware server. On top of that hardware server, depends on whether you're using virtualization or directly physical server. You'll have to have Windows OS if you want to use ADDS, or Linux OS if you want to use LDAP. Okay. On top of that, on top of Windows operating system, you'll be deploying the Active Directory domain services role. And then on top of it, you will be promoting this server to domain controller, where you'll be creating your domain. And once it's promoted and your domain is ready, then you can go ahead and create your users, groups, whatever you want. You can add computers and all. All right. So this is all the stuff you need to do when you're doing on-prem. That means your own data center. Everything you need to do. You need to bring a server. You need to install the operating system. Then you need to install the ADDS role on top of that operating system, and then you need to promote it to domain controller. Once everything is done, then only you'll be able to create users and uh, groups and add computers. Okay. Now, if you want to use Azure for IAM, Azure has Microsoft Entra ID, which is nothing but a cloud-based IAM service. When we say cloud-based IAM service, we don't need to bother about all this stuff. We don't need our own server. We don't need to install Windows operating system. We don't need to install ADDS on top of it and then promote it to domain. Everything will be handled by Microsoft. What we can do if you're using Microsoft Entra ID, as I mentioned, Microsoft Entra ID is a cloud-based IAM tool. You sign up and start using it. You just sign up for Azure service, for Azure portal, and start creating your users. Don't need to bother about all this stuff. Only if you want to do on-prem from scratch, then you are responsible for everything from scratch. If you want to go for cloud, we can sign up and we have access to Microsoft Entra ID. We can start creating users directly. Okay. Is IAM clear? It was just basic, just giving you an overview of IAM. So what is ZTM? ZTM stands for Zero Trust Model. Yeah. Now, Zero Trust Model is not a service. It's not a policy. It's just a framework based on the principle of never trust, always verify. Now, if you go back few years, like before cloud, if you go back 10 years, how do we used to consider the security? If you go back 10 years, if you go 10 years back, at that point in time, we had the perimeter network where you used to keep the firewall, IDS, IPS, all these devices we used to keep in our perimeter network. Before anyone can get into our network, the traffic was verified by these devices. And once the traffic considered as safe, then it can go inside our network. Then it can access our servers, whatever servers we had, right? So this is how we used to keep our network. I'm not saying that we are not using firewall now, we're still using firewall. But back in the days, if the security related decisions were kept in the demilitarized zone, in the perimeter zone here. But now we need to protect our identities, since if everything is cloud now, 90% of the workload is in cloud. Only the banking, the airport, the airline, those mostly are still using on-prem, but 85 to 90% traffic is already in the cloud. Now, if someone logs in and if he is authorized to do something, and if let's say the login credentials are compromised, then we are gone, right? So with the changing pattern, a new model came in, which is known as zero trust model. So what zero trust model does, it's just a framework which based on this principle, never trust, always verify. You have to always verify whatever request is coming in. Okay. So what are the key principles? We need to implement this zero trust model. And in order to implement this zero trust model, you need to have certain IAM service in place in your organization. So zero trust model based on this principles, like verify the request first. So every access request, whatever request is coming in, so if someone is entering your building, you need to verify that. You need to verify him or her. How do we verify? We use smart card, we use biometrics, whatever, right? We need to verify that. Then second principle we have is least privilege. What is least privilege? Now in an organization or in an office building, we have different areas. Like we have common areas like cafeterias, like gaming zone, right? And then we have some sensitive areas. So in IT we have data center, right? In airport, if you go to airport, we have immigration. Then before immigration, we have the check-in area. So check-in area is not sensitive area. Anyone can go there and do the check-in. So it's like a common area. So we need to provide the least privilege to the users. Like common areas, everyone can go, but sensitive areas, only authorized person should go. So when we are using smart card based authentication, we will divide the smart card into different types. Like everyone will have in whoever has the smart card, they will have access to the common areas. Whereas only authorized people will have access to the sensitive areas like data center building itself. Right? Like knock room. What is knock room? Knock room is network operation center, where you can monitor your client's network, your own network. So those areas are sensitive. Why? Because knock rooms have access to the servers, remote access to the servers. So I cannot allow everyone to go to the knock room. So we need to give the least privilege. That means only people belonging to the knock team, they can enter the knock rooms. Least privilege, right? Micro segmentation. Micro segmentation is like dividing the area or the network into smaller VLANs or smaller segments so that we can keep our monitoring continuous. We need to divide our area into smaller segment. Like here we can have certain CCTVs, here we can have certain CCTVs, here we can have certain CCTVs. So this is my one area. This is another area. This is another area, sensitive area where I can have multiple CCTVs. This is knock room. So within that room, we can have three or four different CCTVs from different angles, right? So I need to divide my, let's say, network or areas into micro segments, all right? So that I can have a continuous monitoring. So these are few principles that we have in zero trust model. Now, again, I'm saying zero trust model is not a security policy or is not a tool. It's just a framework which defines some principles. And you need to make sure when you're implementing IAM or you're designing IAM, You need to keep these things in mind. All right. Verify, make sure you're providing least privilege, divide your areas into different segments, have a team who can continuously monitor, and always assume breach. What do you mean by assume breach? We have to do continuous monitoring, and we have to assume breach and continuous monitoring works hand in hand. Assume breach as in, let's say we have applied all the zero trust model. That doesn't mean you're secure. Why it doesn't mean we are secure? It's possible that someone who has the access has lost the credential, as the credentials he or she was having was compromised, and some person who should not be having his or her credential has got the credential and now roaming freely everywhere, right? So every time we need to assume breach. Now, how do we assume breach? What is the meaning of this assume breach? How many of you uses Gmail? Gmail is a mailing service. How many of you uses? I'm sure 90% of people are using Gmail, right? So have you ever tried logging into Gmail from a different device, from a totally new device? Back in the days, we used to have cyber cafe, but I don't know if we still have the cyber cafes. But let's say you change your mobile and you log in from a new mobile. So what happens when you log into your Gmail account from a new mobile? You get a message, right? You tried from a different mobile, please approve your notification in already existing mobile or your YouTube application or wherever, right? So we get that kind of message. So what is that? Gmail is assuming that it's not you who's trying to log in. So that's why Gmail is sending you that pop-up. Please notify, please approve, please approve. So that is the meaning of assume breach. Okay. So even though you have applied all the principles of zero trust model, you need to make sure, or you need to assume breach so that wrong person or a hacker cannot get into your account. It's possible that my username is compromised, since Gmail we have used, or we have given our email ID to a lot of people. So email ID is already compromised. Now what hackers can do, they can launch different kind of attack against the username, since username is already public, right? Everyone knows my email ID. Obviously, not everyone knows, but I have shared my email ID with banks, with e-commerce application, with Netflix, with different service providers. Who knows who's selling my data, right? So if someone has sold my data, my email ID is already in public. So hackers can get my email ID and try to launch different kind of attack. So that's why we have to assume breach. If you log into your Gmail from a new location, from a new device, you would see that pop up. All right. So in order to make sure that your data is secured, your access is secured, you need to follow the zero trust model framework. So what does zero trust model says? In short, never trust, always verify. Right? Even though when you're logging in from new mobile, you're providing correct username, you're providing correct password. Still, Gmail is popping up to you to approve that login. Right? Even though you have provided correct username password, Gmail is thinking that it might be a breach. Clear? So that's what zero trust model is. Now, how to implement zero trust model? You need to have some kind of IAM service. So in Azure, we have Microsoft Entra ID. So what is identity and access management? Identity and access management is just a service which helps you to implement authentication and authorization. It also gives you a way to manage accounts. Some IAM also gives you the way to do the reporting, right? I want to fetch a report of my users, who log in when, from where. So all those stuff, identity and access management gives you. In simple, what is identity and access management? You have an identity. That identity is some object which requires the access to your resources. Okay, in simple terms, identity is an object which requires access to the resources. In basics of cloud computing, we understood what cloud computing is. What is cloud computing? I'm again going back to the basics. Cloud computing is a way to deliver the compute services over internet. Why you will be using cloud? To deploy the resources. What those resources are, you need to deploy server, you need to deploy database, you need to deploy storage. So these are your resources. Now, how are you going to deploy these resources? You are deploying these resources, so you are the object who is deploying these resources. So you are the identity. Whether you can deploy or cannot deploy, we need to first identify this guy who wants to deploy. So he needs to go to portal.azure.com and our IAM service will identify that user, will identify that identity, will identify that object who's trying to coming into our system, right? After identifying, we will authenticate. I mean, not we, the identity and access management service will authenticate that user, whether the username and password provided are correct or not. Okay. Then the authorization kicks in. Once you are inside the cloud, what you can do? Can you deploy server? Can you deploy database? Can you deploy storage? Can you do that? Authorization. Account management. You want to create few new users? You can do that using any IAM service, whatever IAM services you have deployed. Access control. What a user can do, cannot do, you can define that using access control. Okay. And then auditing and reporting. Any IAM service, most of the IAM service gives you the auditing and reporting thing. So what is IAM? Is that clear? Now in Azure, we have Microsoft Entra ID. So Microsoft Entra ID is the service, which is a cloud-based identity service. So as I mentioned earlier, you don't need to deploy a server or anything. You just sign up for Azure and you have your Microsoft Entra ID. We don't need to do anything. We just need to sign up for Azure. That means you need to create your account on Azure. And once you have created your account, you already have Microsoft Entra. So it's a cloud-based identity and access management solution. All right. So it gives you centralized identity management. If you have a single Microsoft Entra tenant, you can simply use that tenant and start creating your users, right? If someone is already using Active Directory domain services, they have an option to synchronize their users with Microsoft Entra ID. So Microsoft Entra ID, previously known as Azure Active Directory, it was launched in 2013 or 15. I'm not sure on the exact year, but during that time it was launched. Before that, Microsoft had this service, Active Directory Domain Services, which the short form for that is ADDS, which people were using on-prem. Cloud started gaining popularity after 2010 or 2011. I think 2006 or 7, AWS got launched, and 10, 11, Microsoft came in, and by 15, it was all popular, 15, 16. Okay. So before that, when cloud was not there, people were already using ADDS for their on-prem identity and access management services. So those organizations who are already having ADDS and they want to use Microsoft Entra ID, then which identity and access management service will do the authentication, will do the authorization, will do the verification. So you have ADDS, you have Microsoft Entra ID. Both are IAM service, which will do the authentication, which will, if you're resetting password, which will be considered as the having the highest control. So all those questions were arised if you use two different identity and access management services. So what Microsoft did, Microsoft created Microsoft Entra Connect. So it's a tool which you can install on your on-prem server. And using that, you can synchronize your on-prem users to Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. So if I have hundreds of users on-prem, and if I use Microsoft Entra Connect, all hundreds of users will be synchronized to Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. So whatever user you have over here, all users will be synchronized. Instead of recreating user in Microsoft Entra ID, you use this tool and synchronize your users. That's all. All right. So that option Microsoft gave to the people who were already using Microsoft Active Directory domain services. Microsoft created a tool. You deploy that tool on a server and you start synchronizing your user. If you create a new user, that new user will also get synchronized. All right. So Microsoft Entra ID, in short, is a cloud-based identity and access management solution that you can use once you sign up to the Azure. It's free of cost. Obviously, there are different plans and pricing, but when you start, it's free of cost. Okay. So how to see Microsoft Entra ID in action? If I go to Azure portal, all right. Now in Azure portal, before I show you the Microsoft Entra ID, let me just explain or give you the tour of Azure portal. Okay. So I'll do it from scratch. Let me sign out. Okay. So I've signed out now. So first thing that you need to do whenever you want to interact with Azure platform, you need to go to portal.azure.com. So this is the link where you should be going when you want to log into Azure or when you want to interact with Azure portal. When I click on, when I press enter, first thing that Microsoft Azure portal or Microsoft is doing is what it's asking. What is this process? I went to portal.azure.com and it directed me to this. What it is doing right now? Authentication. Okay. It is asking me to prove my identity. So this step that we are doing right now is authentication. All right. So authentication is the process of verifying and identifying the identities. This is my username. How do we usually authenticate? We ask for the username. So my username is already selected here, already mentioned here. If it's not mentioned, I can simply provide my email ID, whatever my email ID is, right? So this is my email ID, for example. So I'm providing that. I click on next. It will ask me for the password. I provide the password. I click on sign in. Okay. So once I click on sign in, I'm inside. If my username and password are correct, I'll be inside. So I'm in my application. All right. Now this is Azure portal. Now those who do not have access to Azure portal, what you can do is either if you want to use your own account, uh, unrestricted account, you can sign up for free tier. You search for Azure free tier and you will see the Microsoft Azure page. In Google or Bing, you just search for Azure free tier. Go to the first link that Microsoft is providing, and there you will be having a button which says Get Started with Azure. Click on it. Once you click on it, you can click on Try Azure for free. Once you click on Try Azure for free, it will ask your email ID and your password, right? So you need to provide your Microsoft email ID. If you do not have one, you can create one from here. So whatever email ID you have, you provide that. Now, in my case, I've already utilized. So if I enter my email address, it will say that I am not eligible. Why? Because I've already used it. Okay. So I've already used it. So it will say I'm not eligible. So in order to utilize Microsoft Entra ID, sorry, in order to use Azure free tier, you need to have a unique email address that you have not used before, right? Okay, sorry. You need to have unique email address that you have not used before, right? So here it says, I'm not eligible. Why? Because I've already utilized it. So I can sign up for a pay as you go pricing. I cannot sign up for a free tier. What I'll do, I'll see if I have any other email address, but I'm not signing up since apart from email address, you also need a unique credit card, right? So I don't have a credit card. I've already utilized all my credit card. So if I have any other email address, I can use that. So let me see. I don't have any email address. Send me. Okay. So I don't have any, so I won't be able to demonstrate how you can come up with but it's very basic. You just provide your email address. Once you provide the email address, you can then provide your details like your mobile number. That should also be unique. Your email address, that should also be the one that you have never used before, and the credit card which you have never used before. So Microsoft Azure has this restriction where you cannot use the same email twice to avail the free services. So you need to use new email every time, but with new email, you need to have a new credit card as well as you need to have uh, a different mobile number that you have never used before. All right. AWS, I think, doesn't have that issue. With AWS, you just need a new email address. You can use the same credit card again. Okay. So that's how you can sign up for a free tier from here. Once you have the free tier, uh, you can then sign into portal.azure.com. So once you get your free tier, you can then sign in by going to portal.azure.com, providing your email address that you used to sign up and your password. That's all. All right. Now let me introduce you or give you a tour to Azure portal. So the first thing that you see on left hand side here, where you see 9 dots. So this 9 dots is a cloud menu. Okay, what is the cloud menu? This is a uh, a new feature or new option that Microsoft has added where you can launch different Microsoft portal directly from here. So let's say I want to work with GitHub. So I click on GitHub, it will take me to the GitHub. I want to work with Intune. I click on Intune, it will take me to the Intune, right? So different portals, shortcut to that portal, Microsoft has just added here. Doesn't uh, It is helpful when you want to switch between different portals. If you want to go to GitHub from here or Intune from here, you can simply click on this shortcut and go to that, right? After the cloud menu, the second thing that you see with the three lines is known as portal menu. So if I click on it, you'll see the menu over here from where you can you create any resource. Some shortcuts are given, right? Go to home page, go to dashboard page, go to Microsoft Entra ID, go to monitor services, right? So shortcuts are given. So you can launch whichever service you want. I want to work with virtual machine. I click on this portal menu. I launch the virtual machine and I go to the virtual machine page. right? Similarly, any service that we want to use, we go there and we can use it. Okay. Next, after that, you have this Microsoft Azure mentioned there. It's the brand name. So if you click on it, you'll be landed to the home page. Whatever page you have selected, you'll be landed to there. All right. So it's just a shortcut to go to the home page or to the dashboard, whichever you have selected. Then if you go right hand side, you have the search bar. So if I want to, we will be using this search bar every time we want to work with any service. So this search bar will help me to search for different resources. Like if I just type virtual, it will list out all the services which has virtual in it. Like I want to work with virtual machine, I search for virtual machine is there. I click on virtual machine, it will be landed to the virtual machine page. From here, I can create virtual machine. I can stop existing virtual machine if I want, start, restart, whatever, right? Similarly, if I search for database, so anything related with this particular keyword will be placed over here, right? Database watcher, SAP solution, whatever. I search for SQL, all the SQL related services will be provided, right? So this is just the search bar, a shortcut you can say to search and go to any service that you want. Then if you go on again on right hand side, you have Copilot. What is Copilot, guys? So Copilot is a Gen AI tool from Microsoft, right? So if I click on Copilot within the browser itself, I will get a way to chat with the Copilot. So if I have any issue, like I want uh, Copilot to answer any of the question, like I just added hi, it gave me the response, right? I want Copilot to create an ARM template for me and enter. So what it will do, it will give me a response depending on my prompt. So the better the prompt is, the better the response will be, right? So it is now generating the template. I can use that template then, right? Apart from that, it also has few bots kind of question already created. So if you click on it, that will be the prompt for your Copilot. So Copilot option is given there. If you want to utilize it for anything, you can utilize. So nowadays Gen AI is quite smart. Okay. So if you see this, it has already created a template for me. I can now use this template. If I don't know how to deploy the template, I can again ask the Copilot, how do I deploy this template? It can help me, right? So anything I need, I can ask and it will answer. Depending on your prompt, how good your prompt is, it will give you the answer. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that it's perfect. It can make mistakes, right? So whatever you're using, use it, try it, and then if it's wrong, ask the Copilot or the Chat GPT again, right? So you see how to deploy this. It has given you the steps, right? So nowadays it has become very easy to do the hands-on by using Chat GPT or Copilot or whichever Gen AI tool you prefer, right? So it's just a simple way. Instead of launching Copilot in a different tab, Microsoft has given you that option within the portal itself. Then after Copilot, the next option or the next icon that we have is the Cloud Shell. So what is Cloud Shell? So if I click on the Cloud Shell, it will launch the command line interface within the portal itself. So within the graphical portal.azure.com, I have the option to launch the Cloud Shell directly. So what is this Cloud Shell? It will allow me to interact with the Azure platform using the commands. So if I want to interact with Azure virtual machine, I need to use certain command. What that command is, you need to uh, rely on Microsoft documentation to get the command, or you can take help as well, right? So type help to learn more, type AZ to use Azure CLI, right? AZ VM stop, and then the VM name and all. If I give, it will simply stop that VM. So these are the required field if I want to stop a VM. It's just a way to interact with the Azure portal or Azure platform, we can say, using command line. So you can use either the Bash shell, the Linux shell, or if you are familiar with PowerShell, or if you're more comfortable with PowerShell, you can switch to PowerShell as well. Okay, so now if you see, I have clicked on switch to PowerShell, this button. Right now it's showing as switch to Bash, but when you are in Bash, it will show switch to PowerShell. So I clicked on that, and now I am in PowerShell. So I can run the PowerShell commands now to interact with Azure portal. All right. Now, if you want to restart the terminal, I mean the cloud terminal, you can click on restart and it will give you a new terminal, right? As soon as I clicked on restart, it is now requesting a new cloud shell. All right. Then the next option that you have is manage files. So you can upload or download files to Cloud Shell. So if I want to work with file, I can simply click on manage file, upload. And if I want to upload any local file, I can upload it. Like for example, template.json. I want to upload it, it's uploaded, right? Where it is uploaded to this path. So if I do ls now here, which is list, you see template.json, right? So this option gives you the way to upload or download. Now, new session will simply give you a new PowerShell, a new portal, and then within that portal, you'll get new Cloud Shell session. Okay, so that's the option as well. Now, after that, we have a very basic Visual Studio editor. So if I click on editor, a Visual Studio will open. It's a very basic Visual Studio editor. Okay, so file editor. So if I want to edit my files from here, I can do that. I don't need to switch between the desktop and the portal. I can simply, if I have, obviously it's not feature rich. It's a very basic Cloud Shell that, sorry, file editor that you have. If you want to make any changes, you can do from here, right? So if you want to close, you go over here and you can close it. You have the web preview as well. So for web preview, if you, let's say, have deployed any basic application here and you want to see how it will look like when someone launch it from browser, how it will look like, you can simply use the web preview from here. Okay, then the settings, like you just want to change text size, font, or theme. You want dark theme, light theme, so all those things you can change from setting. Then there's help, like I want to see all the PowerShell command, all the CLI commands. So I click on that, it will take me to the Microsoft documentation, and here I see all the CLI related command. Okay, I want to work with virtual machine, so I search for VM, and it should give me the VM related command. So these are the VM related command. So if you scroll down, you'll see all the command that you can use for VM. Okay, so that's about Cloud Shell. After the Cloud Shell, we have a very simple notification tab. So what this notification tab does, um, let's say I'm working with, or I'm deploying anything. So I'm creating a resource group. Don't ask me what resource group is. I'll cover that in detail when we are on that topic. But I'm just explaining the notification tab right now. Okay. So if I search for resource group and I create a new resource group or delete an existing one, so a notification will trigger. Like, for example, RG02 Central India, click on review create and click on create. So once the creation is completed, you see resource group create. A notification will be triggered. So if I delete the same resource group, another notification should trigger which says resource group deleted. Okay, so another notification should come in. Like right now, it's deleting resource group. Once the deletion is completed, it will trigger delete. So whatever you are doing, uh, and if you want to monitor that, you can come over here and you can see that all the events that whatever you have in, if you have the option to dismiss as well also, everything will be cleared. There will be no notification. You cannot see the history. There's no way to see the history. Okay. Then you have settings for the portal itself. If you want to, if you are part of multiple Microsoft Entra ID, you will see all the Microsoft Entra ID over here. If you want to switch between any of the Microsoft Entra ID, you can switch from here. Right now, I'm only part of one. If you're part of multiple, I've seen people who are part of multiple directories. I can show you that in my another account. So if I go to another account and click on settings, you see I'm part of two different tenants, two different Microsoft Entra IDs. So if I want to switch between any of the Microsoft Entra ID, I can do that. How I can do that? I click on settings. Settings will land me to this page and I can click on switch. It will be switched to a new, um the other directory, right? So that you can do from settings. Apart from that, you can change the appearance. Like I want a dark theme, so a dark theme will be applied over here. I want a light theme will be applied. So it's just a normal language and region, like you want English or any other language. Your information like your email ID and all, if you want to uh, get a notification, right? Sign out and notification. If you're not doing anything and if it's idle, do you want to sign out when inactive? After 15 minutes, if you're not doing anything for 15 minutes, it will automatically sign out. All right. So all those stuff you can do from the settings tab, from the settings option. Then you have support and troubleshooting. So if you have any issue with Microsoft Azure portal, you can search for it. If they have the documentation, you will see the documentation over here. Or from here also, you can raise the ticket as well. So let's say my subscription is not allowing me to deploy any resource. I can raise a ticket and I can ask Microsoft Azure team why it's not allowing me to deploy the resource. So they will come up with an answer like maybe your subscription is not eligible or you don't have the quota, whatever, right? So you just can raise a ticket from here. Now, remember this thing where to raise a ticket from. You can either raise from support and troubleshooting option or you can raise it from your subscription itself. All right. Now, why I'm asking you to remember this? Because in interview, if you are fresher, uh, the interviewer might ask how to raise a support ticket to Microsoft Azure team. Okay. Then if you want to provide any feedback to Azure team, you can provide like I'm liking it. What you're liking, you're not liking it, what you're not liking. So this feedback will go to Microsoft team. Okay. Then the last option that you have within the portal itself is your username. So this is your username. You can switch directory or switch Microsoft Entra ID from here as well. You can view your Microsoft account from here as well. All right. So just to summarize, you have the shortcut to go to any other portal outside Azure. You have the option within Azure if you want to launch any service. There's a shortcut. If you want to go to home page from any other page, like for example, I am here in the network page. I want to go back to my home page. So I click on Microsoft Azure here. It will take me to the home page. Then you have the search bar shortcut to reach any service. For example, I want to go to health page. I want to see the health. If I have access, I will be able to see it, right? So whatever shortcut to the services, you search for it and you go to that service. Then you have Copilot, you have Cloud Shell, which is like a uh, an option to interact with Azure platform using command line. You have notifications, you have settings, your appearance, your language, and all you can select in the settings or you can change in the setting. You have uh, support and troubleshooting from where you can raise tickets related to Azure portal itself. Then you have feedback and then you have your user detail, right? The user that you have logged in from. Right, it's just a short tour to Azure portal, how which will help you to navigate from within the Azure portal itself, right? All right. So now where do I see the Microsoft Entra ID? Question for you guys. I want to go to Microsoft Entra ID page. How to go? How do I go to Microsoft Entra ID page? Right? We have the search option. We can search for Microsoft Entra ID from here and go to Microsoft Entra ID, or you have the portal menu here. From here, you can simply click on Microsoft Entra ID and you can go. Once you sign up for Azure, you have to do nothing. You'll get Microsoft Entra ID for free. You don't have to pay anything. Okay. Microsoft Entra ID is the cloud-based identity and access management system, which is free of cost. If you see here license, I have got the free license. So you have the Microsoft Entra ID free of cost. Uh, Obviously, with free of cost, you'll have less features. There are different licenses available for Microsoft Entra ID. If you're going for free, there is certain limitation. Like I think you can create 500,000 records only. That means 500,000 objects only. If you want more, if you want to go above that, you need to go for Microsoft Entra ID Premium. So if I search for Microsoft Entra ID, pricing and plan, uh, this is the page where Microsoft has mentioned different features available in different plans. So there are like 3 or 4 plans. So if you see, we have Premium P1, we have P2, and then Microsoft Entra Suite. So these are the 3 different plans. By default, it's free. You don't have to pay anything. But if you want to use certain premium plans, then you need to go for P1 or P2 or Suite, depending on what features you want. Now, if I scroll down, here you see if you want Microsoft Entra ID protection, it's available here in P2 or Microsoft Entra ID Suite. It's not available in free tier. All right. So whatever is checked over here, it's available on the on that particular plan, not on free. Okay. So here are the limitation that you see with free tier. Uh, it supports multi-factor authentication. It supports the single sign-on. It supports the basic reporting. You can manage users and groups. It also supports the self-service password reset. It can also allow you to sync your on-prem directory users with Microsoft Entra ID. So this can be done. But if I want, let's say, a verified ID, it's not mentioned here. I won't be able to use that. If I want to use identity protection, it's not mentioned there. I cannot use it with the free tier. Okay, so all these are premium plans. All these are premium features. So if you want to use those features, you need to sign up for a premium tier. All right. So in order to interact with Microsoft Entra ID, I can search for Microsoft Entra ID and I'll be landed to that page. Here, what license I have, whether it's a free license or a premium license, will you mention here under your overview page within the license section. Okay, so that's what Microsoft Entra ID is. Now, Microsoft Entra ID comes with 2 different flavors. B2B and B2C. Now, since it's 10:40 already, I have only 20 minutes. So I'll cover B2B. I'll explain B2B and then we'll stop for the question and answers. Okay. So what is Microsoft Entra ID B2B? B2B stands for business to business. B2B stands for business to business. Now, what does it mean business to business? You have your Microsoft Entra ID. So once you sign up for Azure, you'll get Microsoft Entra ID. And you have a partner company who will be developing certain products or certain softwares for you. So you have your own Entra ID. So this is your Entra ID. And you have your partner company who will be developing certain products for you. Now, when they are developing certain products, you want them to host those products. When I'm saying products, I mean websites. So when they're developing that website for you, you want them to host that website on your resources. So they will have their developer here. Now tell me, this developer who belongs to the partner company, the user account for their developer will reside where? In our Entra ID or their Entra ID? When you join a company, let's say you join XYZ company, so that XYZ company has its own IAM service, and there's another company, ABC company, they have their own IAM service. So when you are joining XYZ company, your account will be created in XYZ or ABC? XYZ, right? Since I'm joining this company, so my account should be created in XYZ. When I'm signing up for Netflix, my account will be created in Netflix. It's not going to be created in Prime Video, right? So similarly, these three developers who are employees of partner company, their user account will be created in the partner company's Entra. And this is my Entra, our Entra ID. Now, if this guys wants access to my resources, I have a virtual machine here, I have storage here, I have a database here. They want to develop an application for me, a product for me, a website for me, and they need access to my resources. So with zero trust model, how are you going to provide the access? How can you access, or let's say you want to log into your Entra ID and you want to access, what happens first? What is the first thing that is going to trigger? First thing, if I want to provide them the access, what I need? Let me explain it from the portal. Okay. So if I go to the portal, this is my Entra ID with the name Azure Training. So this is my Entra ID. Okay. If I go to the manage section here, in the manage section, you see users. So if I click on users here, I'll see all the users which are part of my tenant, which are part of my Entra ID. These are all the users who are part of my Entra ID. Okay. So this is Azure Training, which is my Entra ID, and these are the users who are part of it. I have another Entra ID of my friend, let's say my partner, and they're good in development. So I want them to develop or develop a software for me, but I want them to host that software in my resources, in my virtual machines, the virtual machine that we have. Now, in order to provide them the access, they have their account in partner Entra ID. They don't have account here. So what I need to do first? What I need to ask? What I can do, one way is to create their account. So what I'll do, let's say this is user one, this is user two, this is user three. So I'll come over here, you see new user. I click on new user, I create account user 01, user 02, user 03. So I can create an account for them. That's the one way. But now think from user point of view. Think from the user point of view. If I create additional account for them, what is going to happen? The user needs to remember two different set of credentials. They need to remember these credentials, which they are going to use to access my resources. Plus, they need to uh, remember the credentials for their own Entra ID as well. Now tell me, as a security team member or as an IAM solution or IAM team member, is it good to ask your employees or your users to remember more than one set of credential? Is it a good idea? Obviously, no. Why no? Because they can forget password. They can forget password. They can forget user ID. Since I might be using a different kind of user ID. Like if you see here, I have different kind of user ID. Some company uses first name, last name at the rate their company domain. Some uses first name and then surname and then at the rate their company name. So different companies have different ways of coming up with the user ID, right? So I don't want them to remember two set of credentials. What I can do, I can use B2B. This is my business. This is their business. So I'll use B2B here. What is B2B? Business to business. Microsoft Entra ID business to business. I can invite their user to join my tenant. I can invite their user. If you click on new user here, we have two options: create new user and invite external user. So this invitation or inviting an external user will create an account here in my tenant. They don't need to remember two set of credentials. They can use the same email ID that they are using, same user ID that they are using in their own tenant. They can use that. And once they use that, they can log into my tenant. How? When I was giving you the tour, I demonstrated this. Directories. Directories are nothing but the Entra ID. You have your one directory here. Apart from that, you can have another directory as well. So once I invite them, they will have the option to switch between the directories. Okay. So what is B2B? B2B is a way B2B is a way to invite external tenant, external identities, external object, external users to your own tenant, to your own directory. Okay. So why we have B2B here? To make things easier for the external employees. I don't want them to remember different set of password. They can use the same password and they can log in to multiple tenants. Now it's possible that the partner company is developing software for different clients like TCS. TCS develop what is TCS? TCS is a consultancy firm, right? So they develop software for multiple partners. Now imagine you're asking your developer to remember password for all the tenants. He's going to first of all forget most of the passwords, right? So to make it easier, Microsoft came up with this B2B, business to business. Now, what is business to business? How does it work? We don't have to bother about it. Why? Because we are using this as a service. What Microsoft is doing behind the scenes is not something we need to bother. Okay. But yeah, if you want to come up with your own B2B, you don't want to use Microsoft Entra ID, you're using on-prem services, you have Active Directory domain services, you need to create something known as Federation Server. So it works in the same way, but a lot of work is involved. Microsoft has made it quite simple when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID B2B. We just need to click on new user, invite external user, provide proper email address, whatever the email address is. And once the user accepts, he or she will become part of my tenant. All right. All right, guys. So that's all about B2B. Now, there are a lot of topics that we need to cover. Obviously, we cannot cover today. So we will cover it tomorrow. Now, what these topics are, just to give you an overview. Apart from B2B, we have another type of tenant in Microsoft Entra ID, which is B2C. I'll explain what B2C is tomorrow. Then we have few premium features like conditional access, identity protection, access reviews. So these are the premium features. If I go to the Microsoft Entra plans and pricing, if you see conditional access is a premium feature. It's not available with free tier. So in order to use conditional access, you need to have premium, at least premium P1. Okay. Then there is identity protection. So identity protection is also part of premium tier. Then access review, whatever we are discussing tomorrow, is falls under the premium features. In order to use that, you need to have premium in place. Then we will discuss identities for applications, so manage identities and service principles, and then we will discuss Azure keyword. So for the first half tomorrow, we will able to complete our Microsoft Entra ID, and then we will discuss the case study. Okay, so make sure you're rewatching second half of today before you're coming for the tomorrow's class, so that you know the basics of identity and access management, what is Entra ID, what is B2B. All right. All right. So what we have covered so far, Uh, Basics of cloud computing we have covered yesterday, where we understood what cloud computing is, why do we need it. In simple, cloud computing is just the delivery of compute services. What are those compute services? Those compute services are servers, like you can get CPU, RAM, storage, all those stuff. Apart from that, you can get network, you can get databases, you can get different managed services. So all of the services you get as a service from cloud provider. So we saw that in the first half. In second half, we jumped to Microsoft Entra ID, where we understood what IAM is. Why do we need IAM? IAM stands for Identity and Access Management, where if you want to manage your objects, your IDs, your identities are nothing but the users or the groups who requires access to your resources. So if you want to manage them, you have IAM, which stands for Identity and Access Management. Before seeing Identity and Access Management, we covered the module, the framework, which defines how your Identity and Access Management should be. ZTM stands for Zero Trust Model. So it's just a framework which defines how you can secure your IAM solutions. Then we saw if we want to implement identity and access management on cloud, on Azure specifically, what service we have? We have Microsoft Entra ID. So what is Microsoft Entra ID? It's just a cloud-based identity and access management service. You can call it as identity as a service. You don't need to deploy your server. You don't need to deploy the ADDS on top of your server. You don't need to deploy, promote it to the domain controller. Everything is done for you. Everything is managed for you. Okay. So everything is managed and you're getting that as a service. Then Microsoft Entra ID comes with two different flavors, B2B and B2C. We have covered what B2B is. B2B stands for business to business. So if I have a company, this is my Microsoft Entra ID tenant, and I want to invite or provide access to a partner company, or let's say I have company A, B, C, and XYZ. So these are the two companies I have. XYZ is my company, whereas I bought or I bought ABC's business. So ABC is also my company. Now I want to provide all the users access to my tenant, so I can use B2B here as well. This is another scenario where I can use B2B. All right. The next thing that we are going to discuss today is B2C. So let's go to the next topic, which is Azure AD B2C. B2C stands for business to consumer. All right. Before doing B2C, let's just see the invitation one that we covered yesterday. Like if I want to invite any user who's not from my tenant, and I want to invite a user who belongs to another company, doesn't matter if that company is using uh, Microsoft Entra ID or any other identity platform. The required thing is their users should have a valid email address. That's all. If they have the valid email address, we can invite them. All right. So how to invite? If I go to Microsoft Entra ID from the start menu, from the portal menu, if I click on Microsoft Entra ID, I'll be landed to this page. This is the home page of Microsoft Entra ID. From here, under manage section, I can see users group. So if I want to manage users, create users, delete users, modify users, I have to go under the manage section. So within that manage section, we have users and groups. All right. So if I click on users here, I'll see I'll get a list of all the users that are already part of my tenant. Okay. Now, this is the user who is an external user, this one. If you see this user, root cloud AZ, this is an external user. Now, you consider the same scenario which we discussed yesterday, that we can invite any user who belongs to any company. Doesn't matter whether they are using Entra ID or they are using Google Workspace or they are using AWS IAM services. We can invite anyone as long as they have a valid email. Okay. So to see that in action, what I'll do, I'll simply delete this user. I'll go to the deleted users. Remember, whenever you delete a user from Microsoft Entra ID, the user is there for 30 days. It's not getting deleted permanently. So you have to delete that permanently if you know that you don't need that user account. Okay. In our case right now, This is just a tenant, a test tenant. It's not a production tenant, so I deleted that user. Right now, I go back to all users, and in order to invite any user, I click on new user here. Under the users section, we have all users. There we have new user. So I click on new user. I click on create new user. If I want to create a user within my tenant, within my Microsoft Entra ID. If I want to any external user from any other organization, I select this option. All right. So I click on invite external users. I just provide the email address. So this is my Gmail account. So I'm providing that email address. Doesn't matter whether it's your company, whether they are using Microsoft Entra ID, Google Workspace, or it's a normal email ID. We can invite them. All right. Once that is done, you click on review create. That's all. Your user will be invited. So you see here notification user invitation in progress. So a mail will be sent to user from your Microsoft Entra ID. Now, if you see here, in some time, if you refresh, you should see that user. Okay, root cloud AZ. Right, so that user is here. Now, how to verify whether this user is part of your tenant or uh, external tenant? How to verify that? So if you see this user type here, you have different types of users. This is important to understand. Member user, that means your tenant's user. This fabric admin is a member user. This is my tenant's user. You see this one, this is a guest user. That means this is an outside user whom you have invited to your tenant. All right. Similarly, root cloud AZ, this is a guest user, outside user who you have invited to your tenant. All right. So remember, there are three types of users. These questions often lands in the exam. You have member user, you have guest user, and you have AD sync user. All right. So there are three types of users you can see when you are dealing with Microsoft Entra ID. Member user, your own user, your company's user, your tenant's user. Guest user, outside user. AD sync user, if you have an Active Directory domain services and you're synchronizing that with Microsoft Entra ID, the users who have been synchronized will be, the type of that user will be AD sync user. All right, clear? Then, uh, inviting a user is one step. The user whom you have invited should accept the invitation. If he or she is not accepting the invitation, he or she won't be able to use the tenant. Right? So what I do right now, I go to Gmail, I log into my account. Okay. You see the email received already, Microsoft invitation. So similarly, that user will also receive the invitation and he or she needs to accept that. So if I click on it, I need to accept it. So in order to accept, what I'll do, I'll go to the in private window. I'll copy the link and I'll open it in private window. Now, why I'm doing this in private, so that uh, in the in this session, I've already logged in with the Simplilearn user. Okay, so I don't want to use the same session. So that's why I have triggered or opened the in private window. All right. So it's saying it will send me a code to my email in order to confirm that this is my email ID. So I can click on send code and I'll receive the code in my Gmail account. So this is the sign-in code. It's like an OTP which is coming to, it's like a multi-factor authentication. It's like a confirmation that the person who's trying to log in is the same person. So 583439. So I just go there and enter it, 583439. Okay, that's all. Now I will be logged in to the Microsoft Entra tenant. Okay. Now, if I go to portal.azure.com from here, and just to confirm, I have logged into the same tenant from where I was invited. To confirm that, how you can confirm, you can go to Microsoft Entra ID. Now, one more thing you need to remember, whenever um a new user account that's been created or new user who has been invited to your tenant has to complete the multi-factor authentication. So before I give some information, let's understand what multi-factor authentication is. How many of you already know what multi-factor authentication is? What is multi-factor authentication? Multi-factor authentication is like an additional form of authentication. Okay, I hope you know what authentication is, right? You know what authentication is. Authentication is a process of verifying the identities, right? So how do you verify the identities? You provide them username and password. So that's what we provided here. Username and password already provided. But it's possible that username and password are compromised. So in order to avoid uh, allowing access to an unauthorized user, what do? We add an additional form of authentication, two-form authentication or multi-factor authentication, one extra form of authentication. Username and password you have to provide. Apart from that, prove your identity by entering the OTP or approving the authentication in the authenticator app, or if you have a gate or something where you have the fingerprint reader, you can ask them to provide the biometric authentication as well. All right. So multi-factor authentication, MFA stands for multi-factor authentication. From October 2024, Microsoft has made this mandatory. So you don't have to do nothing. I mean, you don't have to enable multi-factor authentication. It's by default enable for all the users within your tenant. Before October 2024, we had to enable multi-factor authentication for each and every user. After October 2024, it has been made mandatory for all the users. Okay. So whenever user logs in, Microsoft collects some extra information from that user. Most probably it would be adding an account in Microsoft Authenticator or any other authenticator app that you want to use. All right. So whenever I create a new user, I need to do this setup every time whenever I'm logging in from a new user. So I click on next. Oh, let me log in again. Okay, click on next. Then it will give me a, a page information that I need to install Microsoft Authenticator. It's not mandatory that you need to use Microsoft Authenticator. You can use another authenticator app as well. There are a lot of authenticator apps available in the market, like Google Authenticator, Okta, LastPass. There are a lot of there, but this is the simplest one since we are using Microsoft product. Let's go with Microsoft Authenticator. Then I click on next here. After clicking on next, I need to go on my phone. Now I cannot share the phone screen here, but in my phone, I should have the Authenticator app and I should be adding the work or school account as mentioned there. If you read, it's quite simple. It's saying if prompted, allow notification, then add an account, work or school, and then scan the QR. When I click on next, it should give me a QR. So I'm scanning that QR in my Authenticator app. And once that is done, I can click on next. It should send me a approval notification or a number that I have to enter within my phone. I don't know if you can see. Okay. So I need to enter that name here, sorry, number here. It's not giving me the keyboard. Okay, so I've entered. Once I have entered, it should refresh and it should allow me to log in. Okay, now I'm inside portal.azure.com. So this MFA setup is something that every new user needs to do once when they are logging in. All right. Now, if you see, I'm logged into Azure portal. If I go to Microsoft Entra ID as root cloud AZ to just confirm that this is the same tenant where now obviously I don't have access because I am authenticated, but I don't have the access to do anything with Microsoft Entra ID as a root cloud AZ user. If you remember, we only invited this user. We did not provide any permissions to this user. All right. So now this user can log in, but in order to confirm, obviously we cannot confirm over here. It doesn't give any detail which tenant this user belongs to. Okay. But if I go back to the browser where I've logged in with a user who has the access, like Simplilearn user who has the access, and if I see root cloud AZ from here, he is part of this email ID is part of my tenant. All right. What is the type of user? It's a guest user. Clear? So that's MFA, and that's how you work with the external users who are not part of your tenant. Okay. Clear, guys? B2B. Vishal is asking, do we need to do it? No, I mentioned yesterday, do not do the hands-on alongside me. Okay, you can do it in your free time. All right. So B2B clear or no? Quick answers, guys. We have to cover a lot of topics. Hari is asking, an organization, I assume you use org MFA software. It's not org MFA software. What is IAM? Whatever IAM service you're using, that IAM service. Now, MFA is very basic topic, which is included in all IAM services. So if you're using any other IAM service, you're using Active Directory domain services, or you're using AWS IAM service, they already have MFA. Okay. That totally depends on you which IAM service you're using, your organization is using. All right. Next topic that we have is B2C, business to consumer. Active Directory, Azure Active Directory, or Microsoft Entra ID, business to consumer. Now, B2B works when you want to invite users to your tenant. Like you have two different tenants and you want to invite external users to your tenant. B2C works in a totally different manner. Okay. What is that totally different manner? B2C is also an Active Directory tenant, also a Microsoft Entra ID tenant, where you have an application like, let's say, Netflix or our LMS portal. You have that application and you want users to log into that application. So when you are authenticating a user within that application, you need to have an identity module. You need to create, or you need to develop it yourself. You need to ask your developer to come up with an identity module. And before providing an access to the application, they need to log in. They need to prove their authentication. They need to prove their identity. So in that case, what you can do, let me just give you the real world example here. If I go to lms.simplilearn.com, what is the first step that we are asking users to do? We are asking users to authenticate. Here, I need to provide my email address and password, right? I have to enter my email address and password, then only I can log in. Now, this Simplilearn, this is an application, lms.simplilearn.com. This is an application where we are asking the end users to log in. Now, tell me that are, the end users, are they our employee? The end users, like you guys who are accessing our LMS learning platform, you are not Simplilearn's employee, right? So does it make sense for the non-employees to create an account within our tenant? Does it make sense? Let's say we have, like, in one batch we have hundreds of students, hundreds of candidates. It doesn't make sense for me or my IAM administrator to go here and create users for each and every account. We cannot do that, right? I mean, we can do that, but it doesn't make sense to do that. Since in one batch we have hundreds of users, imagine we deliver like parallelly, we deliver like 10 batch a weekend. So 100 into 10 is 1,000 users. I cannot create 1,000 users every month, right? So it doesn't make sense. So we should not be creating their user account, our end users user account within our B2B tenant within our Microsoft Entra ID tenant. Or what Microsoft is doing, Microsoft is providing another tenant, which is B2C, business to consumer. So if you have an application and you want to handle identity, that means authentication for that application, then you can rely on Microsoft Entra ID B2C, where you can come up with sign up flows, what information you want to collect from users. Like if you see here, we have given the option to sign up, right? We have the option to sign up. So when you click on sign up, you need to provide your email, what options we have, what things we are collecting. We are collecting first name, last name, email address. So this is known as sign up flow. So you can create sign up flows and all what information you want to collect. This information will be kept in Azure Active Directory B2C tenant. All right. So for your end users, for your customers, you can use B2C. For your own employees, you can use B2B. Clear? Where you'll be doing B2C and where you'll be doing B2B. Now, how to create a B2C tenant? I'm not going to create B2C tenant. B2C tenant are not free. You'll have to pay, right? But if you want to create in any point in time, you can click, you can see within your Microsoft Entra ID page, you have this manage tenant. So I click on manage tenant and I can click on create a new tenant. And from here, I can select Azure AD B2C. Okay, so this is something that we can use to create a B2C tenant. All right. Now you have to remember one thing, as mentioned here, from May 1, 2025, it's already 1 year, B2C tenants are no longer available for sales. That means if I go ahead and create a new B2C tenant, it won't let me create the B2C tenant. Why? Because it's not there. Okay. So what is another method if I want to use something similar to B2C? You can you can rely on this app registration thing where it is this one. So this also works in the similar way as B2C. Okay, there you have the option to create sign up flows and all. Okay. Kailashnath is asking who typically uses B2C. I just gave an example. If you have an application, you will be using B2C. Okay. So if I have this application, like we have this application, we are not using B2C, but we can use B2C since we have the application and we want authentication module for that application. Now, who uses, obviously, Microsoft didn't disclose their customer who are using B2C. If you have an application and you don't want to bother about creating another authentication module just for your end user to log in. How does it work in real world? You have an application, you want your user to authenticate. Obviously, you want your user to authenticate, right? We do not have a very simple website here. We have the LMS portal where we have our content. This recording goes to the LMS portal. So we don't want to provide access to anyone who can log in. We want users who have enrolled for our courses, only they should be able to watch the recordings. So what do we want? We want to authenticate them. Now, in order to authenticate, what I need to do, I can ask my developer to create an identity module and then add the username and password of all users in one of the databases. So I can come up with a database. I can ask user to sign up from here. Whenever user is signing up, all the information is collected in a database. Now, when user is trying to log in, this application will checks the username and password in the database. If username and passwords are correct, we are allowing them to log in. If username and password is not correct, we are not allowing them to log in. But why should I be using B2C? Let's say my company don't want to manage this database. Managing database, you need database administrator, right? You need an extra personnel who knows how to create a database and how to integrate that database with the application. You need a backend developer as well. All right. If I don't want to manage all this stuff, I can go with simply with B2C. So if your organization don't want to manage, you can go for the B2C. Who uses is Netflix can use it. Netflix also has the identity and access management, right? If I try to go to netflix.com, I need to log in first. So Netflix is nothing but an application. So in order to watch any movie or any show, you need to sign in. So when I'm clicking on sign, it's possible that Netflix might be using B2C. There are a lot of applications who uses IAM, and if they don't want to manage their own database, separate database only for identity and access management, they can simply use B2C. Okay. All right. Here. Next topic we have. Any questions before I move to the next topic? All right, Praveen is asking, but you'll need database for maintain paid subs. Obviously, you need database. Okay. You can rely on the authorization modules as well. Different application have different kind of authorization modules. Authorization is not something that you can use Microsoft Entra ID for your application. Okay. For Azure portal, obviously you can use Microsoft Entra ID for authorization. But for your own application, you cannot use Microsoft Entra ID. For that, you need to come up with your own within your application module, you need to come up with the authorization. Okay. All right. Next thing is conditional access. So conditional access is a premium feature. You cannot use it with the free tier. Yesterday, we discussed the different plans and pricing of Microsoft Entra ID. So this conditional access is a premium feature. So if I want to use conditional access, I need to have the premium P2 license. If I have premium P2 license, then only I'll be able to use the conditional access. So what is conditional access? As the name specifies, depends on certain conditions, the access will be defined. Depends on certain conditions, the policy will define whether to grant the access or to block the access or to enable the multi-factor authentic or to ask for the multi-factor authentication. All right. So on depends on certain conditions, whatever you define in your policy, you either grant the access, ask the user to prove the authentication using multi-factor, or you block the access. Now, what that condition can be, that conditions can be anything. Like you just want to block a particular user or a group of users, or you want to uh, block users from non-compliant device. Okay. What is non-compliant device? Non-compliant device is a device which is, let's say, not joined to your domain, or the device which does not belong to your company. Then on depends on certain locations as well. Like my company, let's say, is based in India, and if someone is trying to connect uh, my application or Microsoft Azure portal from any other location, let's say Singapore, I don't want them to log in. Right. So all these are conditions. So depends on you what you're defining, what is your compliance requirement. You can take certain actions like allow the access or ask user to prove the authentication using multi-factor or simply block the access. All right. Now, if you're a working professional, you might have noticed if you're using iPhone, you might have noticed even in Android. And if you have downloaded Outlook, your company's Outlook email within your phone, Teams within your phone, you are not allowed to access it unless and until you are on the secured iOS platform. I think this is the latest one. So you might see that if you have encountered. So how do they come up with this? They use conditional access for that. Okay. So conditional access is a way, depending on certain conditions, you will be defining whether to provide them the access or not. Now, you're not going to monitor this manually every now and then. What you'll be doing in order to use conditional access, you'll be coming up with policies. You will create conditional access policies. And that conditional access policies, in that conditional access policies, you will define if so and so user, so and so group, logging in from so and so device, from certain locations, allow them or deny them. So that's what you will be defining. All right. But remember one thing, conditional access comes with the premium feature, is a premium feature. And if in order to use that, you need to have Microsoft Entra ID premium license. If I go to Microsoft Entra ID plans and pricing, and if I want to see with which tier or which premium license Microsoft conditional access comes with, you can come over here and you can see that conditional access comes with P1. So in order to use conditional access, you need to have at least Microsoft Entra ID P1. If I go back to the portal where I've logged in, what license do I have? I have a free license, so I won't be able to use the conditional access. Now I have another tenant, which is P2. So I can go to that tenant, and in that tenant, I have the premium P2. Okay. So now I've logged into this tenant where we have the P2 license. So for conditional access, I can make use of this. Okay. So this is another tenant where I have the P2 license. Now Hari is asking why different tenants to be used. You don't have to use different tenant. As I mentioned, if one company should only have one tenant. In any case, if you have multiple tenants, then you need to switch between the tenants. Okay. Here you need to switch between the tenants if you're part of multiple tenants. All right. You don't need to have multiple tenant, but most of the uh, companies who did not follow the best practices initially when Azure was new, they might be having more than one tenant. All right. But you should not be having more than one tenant unless and until uh, you're taking over another company. So in that case, obviously you'll be having more than one tenant. So I can switch from here. So in order to use any premium topic, I can make use of this tenant. And premium P2 is not a free license, you have to pay. So that totally depends on your company, whether they approve or not. But obviously, since these are the security features, your company should approve the budget and you should be able to use the premium tier. Okay. All right. So in order to use conditional access, I need to go to Microsoft Entra ID. And there, if I go under manage section, somewhere I should have the security option. Within security, if I go to protect, you should see the conditional access. How does it work? Conditional access is just a policy. You need to define your own policy. What are the conditions that you want to evaluate and what actions you want to take? The conditions are users, groups, devices, and locations. The actions are allow, throw multi-factor authentication challenge, or block the access. Okay. If I go back to the browser where I have logged in with P2 tenant, you see here conditional access. All right. I might have policy already from last batches. So if you see here, I have a policy which says block access to Azure portal from Malaysia. In order to create a new policy, you can click on new policy here and you can create a policy. All right. Now, I already have policies. I'm going to use this, but let me just walk you through the creation steps. So once I click on new under the conditional access policy, I click on new policy. Here are a few things that I need to provide, like what is the name of policy. So you want to block access, allow access, whatever. The name should be descriptive enough so that anyone visiting the conditional access policy should be able to understand what this policy is doing. Then users, which user you want to target. Do you want to target a specific user, all users, or selected users? All right. You can target all users, but remember, if you're targeting your all users, this policy will impact you as well. Even if you are the administrator and you are targeting all users, this policy will lock you. If you're locking If you're defining a policy which is locking the access to a particular resource or a particular application, you are locking yourself out as well if you target all users. All right. So how to avoid that thing? If you click on all user, make sure you're excluding one or two users like who are admin. So in case if you want to change the policy, at least you can log in. Okay. So you can add your username, whatever your username is, you can provide your username. I don't know if I have my same account here, right? So I can select my account. I can select. So this user won't be impacted with the policy. All other users will be impacted. All right. So I click on include and I'll just select a particular user. I might have user 01 here. Okay. So this user will be impacted, whatever I'll be defining next. So what we are defining here, block access. This is the user 01. So this policy will only impact user 01. Then target resource. Target resource is something which is the application that you want to select. Okay. So what we are defining, this is my policy. There is a user, this is the target user. So whenever this user is trying to log in or whenever this user is trying to do anything, as of now, we have only created policy and we have selected date user. We have not defined what condition, what this user should be or should not be doing. That's something that we are defining here in target resource. So in target resource, you're defining the condition. This user is trying to log in. Let's say a simple example for this user is trying to log into portal.azure.com. This user is trying to log into portal.azure.com. That's my condition. So this is portal.azure.com is my target resource. So that's what we are defining over here, target resource. Okay. So what we can select in the target resource, we can select the specific resources like I want to select all the admin portals in Microsoft, all the Microsoft admin portals. So these are all the Microsoft admin portals. So if you want to evaluate for this portal, that means user 01 is trying to logging into this portal. So these are the target portals, right? You just want to target Microsoft 365, you want to target Azure Active Directory reporting, you want to target Azure Purview, or whatever you want to target. So you can select that from here. All right. Now, in order to target the Azure portal, we have something known as Windows API something. Uh, Windows Azure Service Management. So this is the application which is equivalent to portal.azure.com. So if I select that, it says this policy impacts Azure portal. So they have changed the name into Windows Azure Service Management, which is nothing but portal.azure.com. So what we have defined so far, we have defined user 01, target resource is portal.azure.com. Then you can define network as well if this user is coming from so and so network. So you can define that as well. Okay. So how to define the network? In order to define the network, you need to select any network or any location, all trusted networks. So if you have added certain IP address as trusted IP address, that will fall under all trusted network. Okay. You can also select networks and locations. Like I just want to block from a certain location, only from one country or two countries or three countries. So I can select that as well. But in order to define the networks and all, we need to do that beforehand, before defining the policy. So where we can do that, within the conditional access policy, you have one option where you can define the trusted or untrusted locations. So if I go over here, go to the security, go to the conditional access, and here under manage, you have named location. So here you can define the name locations. Like I define country's location depending on exact country. Like I don't want to allow people or I want to allow people to log in from so and so location. So I can create country's location over here. I need to switch since I logged into different tenant. So I need to switch. Let me quickly go back. Okay. conditional access. Now here, if you see named location, so here you see the option is available in last tenant. In my default tenant is not, this option was not available because I had the free tier, right? So here you can define your name location. Here I can create on the basis of countries or on the basis of IP ranges. So if I, let's say I have a VPN, I can define, click on IP ranges and provide certain IPs. Like if I click on IP ranges, I can provide IP addresses here. Like only this IP address should be allowed. Only one IP address should be allowed. So I can mark that as a trusted location. So if traffic is coming from this and this IP, that's what we are defining in the conditional access policy. Okay, I already have the name location over here, so I'm not creating a new, but in case you want to create, you can create on the basis of IP ranges or in the basis of countries. So let's say you want to block traffic or allow traffic only from Afghanistan, Alan Island, Albania, Algeria. So you select all of your location which you feel trusted or untrusted. Okay, so I can select Barbados, Belarus. So I can select all this which I want to define as a whitelist networks or a whitelist countries or a blacklist countries from where I want to block the traffic. I can select that. So with this name location, you're only selecting location. That's all. Okay. Once I select, I can click on create. Obviously, I need to provide a name. So once I provide the name, I'll get that option to create that particular location. So that location will be created here. Similarly, I created a new a location in my last batch with the name Malaysia. Okay. So this is name location, Malaysia. And here I have only selected Malaysia. So if you see all other countries are not selected, only Malaysia is selected, right? So that is selected. So I can use that. So if I go back to the page where we were defining the policy, here I can select Malaysia. Okay, click on save. So what we have defined, we have only defined the conditions as of now. We have defined the user who is our target user, the resource, the target resource where user will be trying to log in. Then we have defined the network. All right. Then you can define the conditions. So here I can go to the conditions and here I can define whether I want to allow or deny or whatever. Right. So I've selected the network here. And then if you scroll down here, you have the access control, whether you want to grant the access. So you click on grant. So here you can define block access. That means if user one, which we selected here, is trying to log into Azure portal from Malaysia, then you defining block access or grant access, but ask for the multi-factor authentication, right? Or grant access and ask user to change the password, or grant access and ask the user to log in from so and so network. You can select login from a compliant device. That means a device which is connected to your, or a device which is provided, which your company has provided to the user. So that device will be marked as a compliant device, right? So whatever you want to select, you can select. So just to keep it simple, I'll do a block access. Okay. Before applying the policy, I want to show you that if we do not apply the policy, the user 01 should be able to log in. So before doing anything with the policy, let's go back to the users section and let's confirm that we have user 01. If you see here, we have user 01. Hopefully I know the password. So I copy the user 01's credential. I copy the user 01's user ID. I open an in private window, go to portal.azure.com. And before giving the credentials, I just want to show you uh, what is the location from where this traffic is going. So if I type what is my IP address, I should know what is my location, right? So if I click on what is my IP address, oh, it's this. Okay, so if you see what is my IP address, you should see the location from where this traffic is generating. If you see this, Kuala Lumpur, where is Kuala Lumpur? Kuala Lumpur is in Malaysia, right? You guys know or no? If you see, this is the Malaysia. If I just minimize uh, or maximize, you see the name Malaysia. right? So when I'm trying to go into portal.azure.com, my traffic is going from Malaysia. All right. So I copied the username, I paste it here. I need to provide the password. Hopefully I remember it. And okay, this doesn't have the MFA, it seems. It has. So I need to provide the code as well. Okay. So before doing anything with the policy, if you see, I am able to log in. You see, I was able to log in. And this is the same tenant where if you see the tenant name is the same tenant as your training premium P2. If I switch to the, uh, if I switch, you see the same tenant as your premium P2. So without applying the policy, user can log in, right? Now let's go back to the page where we are defining the policy. So we have defined user 01, target resources Microsoft Azure portal, network is Malaysia, condition is same network selected, right? And the grant, the access control is block. I select block and then I enforce the policy and I click on create. So a new policy is being created and I am enabling that policy. Report only will only report when there is such traffic. It won't directly block. Off, you're turning off the policy. That means policy is not in effect. All right. There are three. Uh, there are three options when you go to enable policy. Report only will only report when such requests are coming in. On, you are turning on the policy. Off is your policy is completely off. It's not doing anything. All right. So if I go here, I should see my policy. If you remember, we only provided the name as block access. So this is the policy that we just created. All right. That policy is on. The other policy which I created in last batch is off. All right. So this policy is on. Now when that user is trying to log in, that user should be blocked because of this policy, because of the conditional access policy. On the basis of certain conditions, user will be allowed or blocked depending on whatever you have selected. Now, obviously, one thing you need to keep in mind, the existing session will not be impacted. Only the next session when user is trying to log in, that will be impacted. All right. So in order to see that in action, I'll sign out. After signing out, I'll try to sign in again and conditional access should take effect and block this traffic. Okay, see, it didn't even trigger the MFA. It's saying your sign-in was successful, but does not meet the criteria to access this resource. What we applied in our conditional access policy, we applied if user 01 is trying into logging into portal.azure.com, block the access from Malaysia. If trying to logging in from portal.azure.com from Malaysia, block the access. That's what is defined in my policy. All right. But if this user tries to logging in from any other location, it should be allowed. Now, I don't have any other location over here. If I have that location, it should allow. All right. So now it's blocked. Now, where you can implement this in real world, uh, tell me how many of you uses Hotstar and Indian Hotstar. Okay. In India, we have Geo Hotstar, right? It was Disney Hotstar, but then Geo took over. So now it's Hotstar. Have you ever traveled and tried to access the Hotstar from outside India? Have you ever tried that? Yeah. So I stay in Malaysia and if you know IPL is going on, right? And IPL is broadcasted in Hotstar. I cannot watch it. Why? Because Indian content on Jio Hotstar can only be accessible from within India. So if you are in India, then only you can consume the Indian content. If you're outside India, you cannot uh, consume that content. So this is like a conditional access. So I'm not saying that Hotstar is using Microsoft Entra ID conditional access, but they might be using similar kind of policies. All right. So that's one. Same goes with any OTT content. Even Prime Video, I cannot watch Indian content from here. Even Netflix, I cannot consume the Indian content. Obviously, Netflix is available here, Hotstar is available here, but the only thing is I cannot consume the Indian content. All right. Now people are asking work with VPN and all. Obviously, it will work with VPN. What VPN does, VPN changes your location, right? So if I use NordVPN or ExpressVPN and connect to any Indian server, technically I'm in India, right? From Malaysia, if I use NordVPN or ExpressVPN, and if I change my location, connect to Indian server, what will be the traffic, the source traffic from where it will be generated? Computer only understand the source IP address, destination IP address, all those stuff, right? So if I launch NordVPN or ExpressVPN and connect to India and then try to access Hotstar or Prime Video, what will the application sees the source as the traffic source? Obviously, the Hotstar will see my source is India. So India, if your source is India, you are allowed to watch, right? So that should be allowed. So VPN is a technology or a network which changes your location, which hides your original location. So if you're connecting any using NordVPN to any part of the world, your source traffic will change to that part. So if I use NordVPN and connect to Australia, my source will be Australia. So my whatever I'm trying to access, the target will identify my source as Australia, not as Malaysia. Okay. So obviously you can bypass this kind of thing using VPN and all, but this is something that you can apply in your corporate network. Now I just gave an example of Hotstar, but that's not uh, like a confidential resource and all, right? But for your corporate network, let's say you work for a finance company. So for corporate network, keeping keeping in compliance makes matter. It matters, right? Like I don't want my people to access my data from so and so location. For this kind of scenario, I can use conditional access. I don't want them to access from Australia. Why? Because my business doesn't, I don't have any business in Australia, and I don't want my people to travel to Australia and during the work time and access my resources. I don't want them to do. So what I can do, I can simply block from Australia. What I can do, I can create another policy and only allow from so and so location. Only from Malaysia you're allowed. Outside Malaysia you're not allowed. So those kind of thing you can do using conditional access. All right. Hopefully conditional access is clear. Let's move on to the next topic now, identity protection. There's no demo for identity protection, but it's another premium feature that we have with Microsoft. Next topic that we have is identity protection. So what is identity protection? It's another premium feature. If I go to the plans and pricing, identity protection again falls under premium feature. Okay. So if you want to use identity protection, you need premium P2. If you do not have premium P2, you won't be able to use identity protection. So what is identity protection? Let's try to understand. As the name specifies, it has something to do with your identity. It's something to do protecting your identities. Okay. Identity protection is again a cloud-based premium service in Microsoft Entra ID, which helps your identities to log in within your system securely. So what it does, it detects the risk detection. It detects whether, or it analyzes when your user is trying to sign in, that sign in is risky or not. Right? You can do the risk-based conditional access. If the user or the sign in is risky, we can apply the conditional access policy over there, right? You can see the risk reports and insight. You can do the automated remediations. You can integrate identity protection with different security solutions. Now, what it does in real world, it only analyzes your users for their risk. What do I mean by risk? If you have used the banking application, you might know if you're using or accessing your banking application from any other location apart from your usual location, uh, either they will send or block your access, right? Either they will allow you the access by only approving or approving MFA. That means they will send a notification to your mobile app and they'll ask you to approve, right? Uh, if they detects that your traffic is coming from anonymous IP, that means a IP which is already blacklisted, and if your traffic is coming from that IP, that is considered as a user at risk, or the sign in that user is trying to do is risky. So identity protection is a tool, is a security feature in Microsoft Entra ID, which detects that risky behaviors involving with your identity. And depending upon the risk criteria, whether that risk is a low, medium, or high, depending on that, whatever you have defined, block or allow, it will take that action. All right. Now, unfortunately, we do not have any demonstration for this since this works automatically. Okay. So what you can do, you can simply set up the identity protection policies. Like if I go back to security over here, you have another tab or another blade here, which says identity protection, right? So when I click on it, you'll see you have three different policies. If I go under protect, you have two different policies: user risk policy, sign in risk policy. All right. You can integrate identity protection with conditional access. You can also register MFA from here. Now, obviously, MFA Microsoft has made mandatory. So this MFA registration policy uh, is by default require for every user. Okay. We don't have to do anything for this. The user risk policy, if your user is at risk, let's say the password that user is using is compromised, so user become a risky user. If user is trying to logging in from anonymous IP, that means the sign in that user is trying is risky sign in, right? So all those stuff you can define over here. Now, you don't have to do anything. You just have to come over here and define what users are the targeted user. If you want to select few users, you can select. If you want to apply it to all users, you can select all users. And then the risk. And then the risk. What risk? High risk, medium and above risk, or low risk. Even if there is a low risk, like uh, user logs in, the regular logins of user is from 9 to 5. User never logs in after 5 p.m. But sometimes, let's say, uh, so what this identity protection does, it learns the pattern that user, whatever the usual pattern of user is recorded by Microsoft Entra ID. So every time user only logs in 9 to 5 from this particular browser. Now let's say user changes the device. When user is changing the device, again logging into the same time 9 a.m. but device is changed, the browser is changed. So that is detected as risky. Okay. Why it is risky? Because Microsoft Entra ID never saw this user coming in from this browser, from a new browser. So that can be an unusual location, that can be an unusual login, that can be detected as a low risk or medium risk or high risk. Oh, sorry. Okay. So you just have to come over here and define if you want to block or allow access even for low risk, sorry, for high risk or for medium and above risk. That's all you want to define. Okay. That's all. Now, we cannot see the demo here since this totally works alongside with Microsoft Threat Intelligence, right? So what they do, they regularly see the threat um, coming in from threat detection. And depending on that, they consider whether the sign-in is risky or whether the user is at risk. And depends on that, whatever access you have defined, block access, allow access. So that thing will be considered. And if you have blocked the access, user will be blocked from logging in. If you have allowed the access, user will be allowed. All right. So that's what identity protection is. Clear? Now remember one thing, uh, as the information is mentioned over here. In order to work with identity protections from October 1, 2026, you need to align that with conditional access policies. So if I go back to the conditional access policy, here you have the conditions. Within that conditions, you have the identity protection as well. User risk, sign-in risk, right? So all this stuff are already here. All right, clear? Clear, guys? Now you might be asking where in the real world we use identity protection. Every application is using identity protection. I log into Gmail from a new browser. Their identity protection is working and they're asking me to confirm. That means they are using multi-factor authentication, right? So uh, when they're doing or they're configuring their identity protection, they are not completely blocking you. So if I go to the security and identity protection here, they're not completely blocking me. So here you have the control. You have the option to allow the access or the block the access. But when you're allowing the access, you're asking user to change the password, or you're asking user to to prove their identity using multi-factor authentication. So when we log into Gmail from a new location, they are doing this thing. When I'm logging from a new location, Gmail obviously tracking my login activity. If I'm using my regular mobile application, they I'm sorry, they will not trigger for MFA. But when I'm using a browser within the same mobile, but browser is a new session, they will detect that as an unusual login, unusual IP address or unusual login. And then they will ask me to confirm my identity using the multi-factor authentication. That's what they're using. Okay. All right. Similar, your banking applications, even uh, if you're working professional, you might know that you need to use the company provided laptop for all of your uh, Outlook, your Teams. If you're using SharePoint, you need to use that, right? If you're using your own laptop, try using your own laptop. You'll get a call from your cybersecurity team, right? Because they're tracking it. And if you don't want to track, you want everything automated, so you can use user risk policy or sign in risk policy and define here what you require. You want to entirely block access, just block the access. You want to allow the access and ask user to provide multi-factor authentication, you use that. All right. Now, just for simplicity, I'll disable it. I don't want any of my user to get impacted with this. So I'm disabling it. But if you enable it, it should work behind the scenes. All right. All right. Next topic that we have is access review. What is access reviews? So next topic that we have is managed identities. So what is managed identities? So far, whatever we have discussed, what were mostly related to the user or group-based identities. So you have user and he or she wants access to the resources. So you create their user account and provide them the access. Okay. Now, in case an application requires an access, tell me how an application is going to access the resources. How do you authenticate? I mean, you as a user, how do you authenticate yourself? You provide your username and password, right? So your identities is created within any IAM solution. Your identities get created, and that IAM solution authenticates you on the basis of your username and password or whatever identity mechanism you're using, MFA and all. But in case any application requires an access, how that application is going to be authenticated? That means whatever IAM service you're using, that IAM service should be authenticating the application and then providing the access. We are not going to provide access to our backend services like SQL or storage, direct access to any of the application, right? We need to authenticate that application. So what could be the way? SSO is not the way, MFA is not the way. The way is one of the way that we have in Azure is managed identities. So what does manage identities do? It creates an object ID for your application. And then you can use that object ID to provide access to the backend services like storage or SQL or whatever. All right. Now, if I go to the portal, whatever user we have created, if I go to Microsoft Entra ID, and if I go to the users, if you see here, let's say I pick up any random user, Fabric admin. If you see this user is having an object ID. What is this object ID? This object ID is the reference or the identification for this particular user within my tenant, within my Entra ID. Okay. So this object ID is the identification identifier for this particular user. So when this user is trying to logging in as a user, what it will be providing, this user will be providing the username, but the IAM service will identify this user with this object ID. Okay. So similarly, when an application requires an access, we need to register an object ID for that application. So where the application is hosted, if you remember from yesterday's class, yesterday's discussion, uh, application is nothing but some files, right? People will develop the code, will write the code. That code is written in one of the file or multiple files, and that files is stored somewhere in one of the server. So this is my server. In on top of this server, I am hosting my application. Now this application requires access to the backend services like database, like storage. But before providing the access, I need to authenticate this application. So how to authenticate this application? So if this application is hosted on Azure virtual machine or Azure app service or Azure or any service, any compute service of Azure, any compute service of Azure, then you can create manage identity for that service, and that manage identity registers an object ID for your application. That means, in simple term, a user ID gets created for your application. And when you create the user ID, then it becomes quite easy to provide access to the resources, to the required resources. Okay. Guys, is the screen visible? I see Debabrata is saying screen is most visible. What do you mean by most visible? Guys, am I audible? Screen visible? Okay, Debabrata, you have to check your connection. Please rejoin. It's visible for everyone, not visible to you only. Okay. So any application which requires an access. For real world scenario, you have this application, this lms.simplilearn.com is an application, right? When I go to continue learning, when I go to the live classes, you should see your live classes here, but when I go to the past classes, sorry, not this one. Let me show you with AZ-104. If I go to AZ-104, when I go to the live classes or past class, you see this recording thing. Now this is my application, lms.simplilearn.com is my application. Now tell me, do we keep the assets like videos and images within the same server where our application is hosted? Let me answer that for you. We don't. We separate our front end with our back end. Front end is something that users see. You, lms.simplilearn.com, you can log in and you can see, you can interact with our application. But if you want to access any backend service like the storage, like we have files, whenever I upload file, that file will be visible here, right? If I click here, I should be able to see the files that have been uploaded, right? So this application lms.simplilearn.com is hosted on a compute service like virtual machine. So lms.simplilearn.com will be hosted here, but the actual video, the recording of the live class is not stored on the same virtual machine. We don't store it here. Imagine we have running 10 classes parallelly every weekend. If we keep on saving all the videos in the same virtual machine, imagine how much storage we would require. So we can't keep it in the same virtual machine. So what do? We separate this with our backend. So we might be using storage service, storage account. So here we will have our videos. This recording that you see over here, that will be stored in the storage service. Now, my application, lms.simplilearn.com, which is hosted on this virtual machine, needs to access that video. When someone clicks on this video, obviously the application will run that video, will play that video. So when any user is clicking on this video, the application will play that video. But in order to play, application itself needs an access to the storage account. Storage is a separate service. The compute is a separate service. So when application is trying to access this storage, now tell me whether storage will do the authentication and authorization or not. Storage is the service in Azure. So Microsoft Entra ID will first authenticate this lms.simplilearn.com whether the object ID is present or not, the username password provided by this application is correct or not. So all those things will be checked. And if it's correct, then it will see whether this application is authorized to see or run or play this video or not. So for user, it's quite easy. We create the user gets username and password. But what about application? So application, you can create credentials for your application in Azure by using manage identities. All right. So manage identity is the way to create an identity for your application. Okay. I just give you an example of I just give you an example of lms.simplilearn.com. You can take any example. Every application works in the same way. Most popular video streaming service, YouTube. So YouTube, what you see is the front end, youtube.com. You see all the videos and all everything. When you click on any video, the YouTube application is communicating with their backend service wherever they are storing the video. And that backend service is responsible for storing the video. It could be a storage service, any storage service that Google is using, YouTube is using. All right. So in order to provide the identity to your application within Azure, you can use manage identities. Now there are two types of manage identity, system assigned and user assigned. In order to understand system assigned manage identity and user assigned manage identity, you need to answer me a question where the difference between user and group. What is the difference between user and group? Devabrat, I would ask you to check your connection, please. You need to turn off and rejoin. You should be able to see the screen. Okay. Right. Group represents a group of users. So if you have multiple users, you create a group and you put all the users within the group. So system assign and user assign is based on the similar concept. System assign is an individual identity for one application. So when you use system assign, one object ID will be created, and that object ID will be assigned to only one application. Whereas when you create user assigned manage identity, that user assigned manage identity is shared across multiple applications. So if you have, let's say, 10 applications and all these 10 applications require similar kind of access. So instead of creating 10 different system assigned identity, you create one user assigned manage identity, and then you assign that user assigned manage identity to all other VMs or app service or whatever. Okay, so it's similar to group and individual user. System assign, consider it as an individual user. So when you create system assign manage identity, a single object ID is created and is associated with only one application. Whereas user assigned manage identity is like a shared manage identity, which can be shared with multiple applications. So if I have 5 applications which require similar kind of access, I'll create one user assigned manage identity. I'll associate that one user assigned manage identity with 5 different applications. And then all that 5 different application will have similar access. Okay. That's the difference. Now, where this manage identity, we can see now we don't have any VMs or all, but I have existing VMs. So if I search for the VMs, it's not only for VMs, it's can be for any compute service. So if I have app service, we will have a separate topic module on compute service where you'll get an introduction to all compute services. So whichever compute service you're using, every compute service has a manage identity feature. Okay. So let's say this is my Linux VM OpenVPN2, and this Linux VM needs access to the backend service. So what I can do, I can create a manage identity for this. If I go to the security, there I should see identity. And within that identity, we have system assign or user assign. So if I select system assign, then that would be an individual identity for this VM only. Okay. So I click on and then I click on save. So it will create a manage identity for this particular virtual machine. That managed identity is not shared across multiple virtual machines. Okay, so as soon as I click on, it should, once it is done, it should create the managed identity. So you see an object ID is created, right? Now you can use this object ID to assign whatever role you want. Like this virtual machine needs an access to storage, so you can use this object ID and assign access to the storage. Okay. I don't need it, so I turn it off. Okay, let's wait. Then you have user assigned manage identity. Once this is done, I'll go to that tab. So what it does when you turn it on, it creates an object ID for that particular instance for this virtual machine. When you turn it off, it deregistered the same object ID from Entra ID. Okay, that's what's happening behind the scenes. Now, if you want to use user assign, uh, I need to wait until it won't disable. It's taking a lot of time for deregistering. Her is asking, where do we use that object ID? Okay, where do you use this object ID? If I go to uh, portal.azure.com, every user is having the object ID. Every user, every group, all of them are having the user ID. If I go to Microsoft Entra ID, if I select any user, every user is having object ID. Where do we use this object ID? As I mentioned when before starting the manage identity, that every identity within your Microsoft Entra IAM solution has this object ID. When this object ID is used, when this user is trying to log into any Microsoft service like portal.azure.com, the IAM service is identifying this user as this object ID. We are not directly using this object. We as a user, we are not directly using this object ID. If I ask you to remember this object ID, will you be able to remember the object ID? Let's say you are this user, Fabric admin. Obviously, you won't be able to remember this, right? For you, for us as a human being, it's easy to remember the names. Fabric admin at whatever my domain name is. So I can remember that. So for me, I will be providing Fabric admin at whatever my domain name is. I'll be providing that. And then I'll be logging in. But for IAM service, how that IAM service will identify this user? IAM service will see this object ID. So behind the scenes, when we are when the data is being sent or received by the IAM service, they will be using this object IDs. Okay. So when I created a system assigned object, system assigned manage identity, an object ID got created and got registered in the Microsoft Entra ID as mentioned here. Okay, so Microsoft Entra ID will identify the OpenVPN2 virtual machine as that whatever object ID was created. So when you use system assigned manage identity, it's an individual identity for that particular virtual machine. When you use user assigned, you will have, you can use that user assigned manage identity to share across multiple resources, across multiple virtual machines. Okay. So as of now, I don't have any user assigned manage identity. So I need to first create it. So if I search for manage identity on top, I should see manage identities, and there I can create the user assigned manage identity. Okay. So I created user assigned manage identity. Once this identity is created, multiple VMs can share it. Okay. Now I can, now I have this user assigned manage identity. I can associate this identity to the resources. So I go back to the virtual machine. I go back to the identity. Hopefully I can use it since I created it in Central India and my VM is in different region. Since my VM is in different region, it's somewhere in US, South Central US, and identity was created in Central India. I am not able to see that identity. Okay. So in order to use the user assigned manage identity, I need to make sure that user assigned manage identity is created in the same region. All right. I cannot see it because it's in different region. If I go back to if I go back to manage identities, I see this shared user manage identity created in Central India. That's why I cannot use it. Okay. If I create it in another manage identity somewhere in South Central US where my VM is, I should be able to use it. So both the identities and the resource who wants to use the identity should be in the same region. Okay, now I go back to OpenVPN2, go back to identity, click on user assign, give it some time. I should be able to see, just wait for some time. You should be able to see. Okay, if you're not able to see, just give it some time. Come back after for 10 minutes and we'll see that we should be able to see it. Okay, it's not showing. It takes some time. If we did not receive any error while creating the manage identity and we are not seeing it, just give it some time. Okay, or better we go to the identity and check the type of identity this is. All right, we'll wait for some time. After 10 minutes, we'll come back and see. We should be able to see that user assigned manage identity, and we will be able to assign it to the VM, South Central US. Identity is also in South Central US. Hopefully, it's in the same. Oh, it's not showing. Yeah, now you see, you can see both the identities now, right? So I can select this shared user 02, which we created in the same region. I click on add, and once I click on add, this open VPN will have that identity with that object ID. Similarly, I can go to another VM in the same region, and I can add that as a user identity for that VM. Okay. All right. So if you guys have not understood this, let's me go back to very basic. Tell me, what is authentication? Have you understood what authentication is? There are users who wants to log in. Why do you want users to log in? I want user to log in to make sure that the user who he is claiming to be is the same user. So I need to verify. So in order to verify, I have an IAM solution. I need some kind of IAM solution in place, right? Have you understood that basic? So in order to assign access to the users, I need IAM solution in place. Before assigning access, I need to create an user ID for that user. Is that clear? Okay. Now, what about application? Before explaining manage identity, I went to the lms.simplilearn.com. I showed you the where it is. Okay, I showed you this. Okay. So what is lms.simplilearn.com? Hopefully you know this is an application. Okay, it's a web application. Since you're accessing it via web, it's a web application, not a desktop application, not a mobile application. It's an application. Now, when it comes to application, you design application in different tiers. You have front end. Front end is something that your user, your end user sees. You have back end. Back end is something which is separated from the front end, because we don't want our users to get the direct access to the back end. Otherwise, you'll be able to download the video and you'll be able to spread the video, right? Imagine Netflix is giving you access to the backend. What we can do, we can download that movie and then we can share it on torrent and all that is known as piracy. Similarly, we want to protect our assets, right? So what do? We separate front end. Every application has this concept, back end and front end. So front end is something which is accessible to the user, and end user and user sees application in that form. Now, when you're separating these layers, front end and back end, can your front end, your lms.simplilearn.com, directly access the backend without authentication or authorization? Is that safe? Obviously not safe. Why it's not safe? Front end is also ours, backend is also ours. So when front end wants to access backend, why can't we give the direct access without doing the authentication or authorization? Why we are not doing this? Because when, as an end user, you click on this video link, a new browser will be open and your video will be played there. So if some hacker is listening to your traffic, and if you do not have any authentication or anything, that hacker can track or can hack the session and can get into our backend, can download all the videos that we have. So for that reason, we want authentication and authorization between front end and back end as well. But this is an application. How do I authenticate this application? Application is not a user. So when it's not a user, it doesn't have the username and password. So how do I authenticate this guy, this application? This application is hosted somewhere, right? Might be hosted on virtual machine, might be hosted on app service or container, wherever. It is hosted somewhere. So if it is hosted somewhere, that virtual machine, I can provide identity to that virtual machine. So in Azure, we have this managed identity concept. You can create a managed identity for your virtual machine where your application is hosted. Once I create the managed identity, that object ID gets registered to the Entra ID. Why it's registered to the Entra ID? How Entra ID is going to identify a particular object? So in Microsoft Entra ID, they create something known as object ID. Like in Windows, you have SID. In Linux, you have some different identifier. So in every platform, you have an identifier. Object ID is nothing but an identifier. How Entra ID is going to recognize or verify or identify that particular identity. Identity is nothing but an object which requires an access. So in Azure, we have something known as managed identity. So when I create the managed identity, an object gets registered. So as soon as I created the managed identity shared user 02, an object gets registered within my Entra ID. Obviously, I won't be able to see it here, but when you are trying to assign the access, since it's not since it's not a user, I won't be able to see it under users. You won't be able to see it here since we are under users section. Okay, there's no separate section for application where you can see the object ID. But object ID is a way how Entra ID is recognizing or verifying or identifying that particular ID. When you create manage identity, there are two ways. So let's consider this VPN2 is a virtual machine where my lms.simplilearn.com is hosted. And this OpenVPN requires an access to my backend because application is hosted on this virtual machine and that application requires access to the backend. So how do I provide the access? So in order to provide the access, one way that we have within Azure is manage identity. So when I create the manage identity, an object ID gets created for that particular for that particular virtual machine. When it's created, let's say now I want to assign an access to the storage. This is my storage account. Now that application requires an access to the storage account. So I go here, click on add role assignment, and I provide whatever role is required, like reading. So if it requires a reader role, I select reader role, and then I select manage identity. I select that object ID that got created. So this is the user assigned manage identity that we have. This is the one that we assign to OpenVPN2. Click on select. Now OpenVPN2, once I click on review and assign, OpenVPN2 will have access to the storage. And when application requests the access, this object ID, this manage identity will be used for authentication and authorization. Hopefully it's cleared now. Clear? For you, you just need to remember if you want the if you want the access for, if your application wants the access to the backend, and if your application is hosted on Azure, you can use manage identity. Okay. Is it clear, Hari? Yeah, it's similar to service account, but it's not service account. Service account is a Windows-based solution, okay, to the similar thing, right? That's a similar concept. All right. Hopefully it's clear now. Now, manage identity, the limitation is you can only use when it's if when your application is hosted on Azure. If your application is hosted outside Azure, then you cannot use manage identity. If my application is hosted on AWS or on-prem or GCP, not in Azure, anywhere outside Azure, then managed identity is not the solution for you. Why? Because managed identity, as the name specifies, it's managed within Azure for you. Okay. In that case, if your application is hosted outside Azure, you cannot use managed identity. Then what we can use? So we can use something known as service principal. Service principal, similar concept. The only difference is your application is hosted outside Azure. So if your application is hosted outside Azure, you cannot use manage identity. You need to use service principal. Okay. Concept is similar. Application requires an access to backend services like storage account and SQL. Your backend is still within Azure. You are using Azure storage service. You are using DB, SQL DB in Azure, but your application itself, the front end is hosted somewhere else for any reason. So if that's the case, then I'll be using service principal. Okay. In this case, I'll be using service principal. Service principal will also create an object ID within that Entra ID, and then you can use that object ID to assign whatever access is required. The only difference between manage identity and service principal is in case your application is hosted outside Azure, you will be using service principal. Where do you see service principal? Same. If you go to Entra ID, there you have app registration. Okay. So you register your application here. This name can be anything. Can be anything. Okay, I'm just doing a random name. All right. And then once I click on register, an object will be created. So you see object ID. See, an object got created for this as well. Now I can use the same object to assign whatever access I want. Okay. So I can go back to the storage. I can click on access control IAM. I can click on add role assignment. Now instead of manage identity, I'll select here service principal. Okay. You see the first option, it says user group or service principal. So I use the first option and then I search for the name that I use, www.simplilearn.com. So now this object ID will have access, the reader access to whatever service I'm providing to. Okay. All right. I don't need it, so I'll delete it, or maybe later I'll delete it. Let's proceed. Okay. All right. The next thing, then last topic that we have for today, not for today, I mean this topic is this module is Azure Key Vault. So Azure Key Vault is a service, is a storage service for storing your secrets, keys, and certificates. Okay. What are the secrets, keys, and certificates? Secrets are like password. So if you want to store password or configure connection strings or keys within Azure Key somewhere, then you can make use of Azure Key Vault. So it helps you to store passwords secretly. It helps you to store keys secretly. It helps you to store certificates secretly. Now, why do we need to keep secret keys and certificate within Azure Key Vault? Why can't we keep it within the application itself? What could be the reason? Now, in order to explain that, I need to go to my GitHub. Okay, not here. Okay, I need to go to my GitHub. So if I go over here, first of all, answer me. Do you guys know what GitHub is since we have like 40-50% of people who are freshers? Do you know what GitHub is? Okay. Those who don't know, consider GitHub as a central place where your developers will be pushing code. Code is nothing but your application code. Okay. It's a repository or a place where your developers will be pushing the code. So when you push the code, that code is your application code. All right. So if you see here, this is my GitHub. And if I go to the application, and if I go to the application app.py, you see here in my code itself, I have placed the connection string, storage connection string. Now we are going to use this application letter when we are on this particular topic. Okay. But for simplicity, just to help you understand what key vault is and where you use key vault, GitHub is a place where you will be pushing your code. So this is one of my application written in Python. Now this application needs to interact with Azure storage account. How do I gain access to the Azure storage account? So one way is to keep the storage connection string here. Connection string is a way is like a password for your application to access whatever you have within the storage. So if I provide the connection string over here, then my application app.py can access storage account directly. Okay, you don't need manage identity, you don't need service principal. If you keep connection string directly here, you can access directly, doesn't matter where your application is hosted. So connection string is like a password for the storage account. Okay. Similarly, there are a lot of services like Service Bus, Event Hub. Now tell me, is it safe to keep the connection string within the code and push it to the GitHub? Is it safe? If I just give you this link, try accessing this link. Can you see the link? Let me just provide you the link. You don't need to log in, nothing, just launch that link. If I go to in private window and launch this link, I'm not logging with any credential or anything, but I can see whatever we have here. So if I put connection string over here, and if this link, since this is public, anyone can access, like you guys are accessing. So if I keep my connection string over here, you know my connection string then. So if you know my connection string, what you can do, you can add anything to my storage account, remove anything from my storage account, delete my storage account. So is this safe? Keeping storage connection string here? Is this safe? Are you going to ask your developer to push the secrets directly within the GitHub? Obviously, it's not safe, right? So what we do, we store or save this connection string in Azure Key Vault as a secret. So Azure Key Vault is a way to keep your connection string, your password as a secret within Azure Key Vault. So now instead of accessing the storage account directly, I have another application over here. Where is the application? Oh, I didn't push the application, I think. Okay, okay, it's here. So I have another application here, program.json. Here, if you see, this application is not written in Python, it's written in C sharp. Okay. Now here, if you see, we are not adding the connection string. If you know how C sharp works or how .NET works, it's very simple. Okay, what it is doing, it is connecting to the key vault. It is connecting to the storage account. Within storage account, you might be having some container. So it's connecting to that container. And then it is getting the secret from the Azure key vault. Okay, we are not adding the key directly here in the code itself. Do you see connection string here or a secret here or a key here? What we are doing, we are declaring a variable. That variable is reading the secret value from the Azure key vault. Okay. So instead of keeping everything within the code itself, we separate it, we secure it by putting all of our keys, secrets, and certificates within Azure Key Vault. All right. Any questions on Key Vault? Now, what you can do, not today, tomorrow, during your free time, just go to this repository, go to day one, authentication and authorization. And within day one, I have readme.md file. Inside the day one folder, I have readme.md file. Just follow whatever is mentioned here. Everything is given to you step by step. Even application is created. Okay. Just follow this step by step and you'll understand where your key, how key vault works. Okay. So it's very simple demonstration that you can do on your own. You don't need me. Okay. But I have created this, I have developed this application. It's a very simple application, which is demonstrating you how uh, you can interact, how your application can interact with Azure Key Vault. Okay. If you see, we have the templates here, parameter.json, template.json. So how to deploy that is mentioned in the README file. If you have done AZ-104, you should know, you should already know that. If you don't know, the command is given over here, deploy infrastructure. Okay. Then assign permission. So you can assign permission by going to this. All right. And then you can also see the keys by this command, AZ storage account keys list. Now, where to run this command? That's why it was important to give the tour of Microsoft Azure portal. You can run all this command here. You don't need to install anything on your machine. Okay. You choose bash or PowerShell, whatever you want. Select that bash or PowerShell and run your command. Now this here I don't have the here I don't have the subscription. That's why it gave me that error. Okay. Select whatever you want, PowerShell or bash, and run that command. Do not run it on your local machine since It's possible you might not have things installed in your local machine. So it's better to run directly within the Cloud Shell. All right. And you might get some issues. You might get some issues like something is not installed, right? If you go to the README file, you should see, no, not this one. A lot of tabs are open. Let me close GitHub. If you go to this README file, I have mentioned .NET Run. So .NET Run is something which helps to run the application locally, but you don't need to do this since .NET Run might not run directly on your Cloud Shell. So you can skip step number 6. You can follow step number 7. Okay, this is for local. So if you have .NET installed locally in your machine, then only this particular command will run. All right. So that's all about authentication and authorization. Keys are changed frequently. That's correct. You have to change keys every now and then. That's why you need to keep that in the key vault. So once the keys are changing, you need to go to the key vault and change the key manually. Okay, or you can use PowerShell or Python scripts to change the key as soon as you are changing it in your storage account or database or wherever. Okay. All right. So there are no questions. Let's see the case study. So this is the case study for authentication and authorization solution. So just go to this link, read the case study. So I've shared the link in the chat box. Kailash is asking, how do we manage certificate expiry? What do you mean by manage? If certificate is expired, you replace the certificate in the key vault. That's all. What's there to manage? I need to buy the certificate first, right? If my HTTPS SSL certificate is expiring, I need to get a new one from the provider and I need to add it to the key vault. That's all, the new one. This certificate of GitHub is going to expire on June. So what are they going to do? They're going to buy a new one and then they install on their web server the new one. That's all. Similarly, if you're keeping your certificates in key vault, if certificates are expiring, you need to remove the old certificate, add new certificates. Okay. See, Key Vault is just a place where you can keep your certificates. Key Vault is not giving you some kind of automation where you can automatically rotate the keys or automatically change the certificates. For that, you still need to rely on your scripts, so your PowerShell scripts or Python scripts or whatever scripting language you're using or scripting method you're using. It's just a place, it's just a storage service to keep your things secretly. So instead of keeping everything on the code itself, you're keeping it in Key Vault. That's all. Okay. All right, guys. So again, Key Vault is just a place to store the data. It does not have any additional way to remind you or send you an email about the expiry. No, it won't do that. For that, you still need to rely on monitoring system or your scripts. Okay. So if you have a PowerShell knowledge, you can create a PowerShell script which will check the expiry date of all the assets, of all the secrets or all the keys that you have here. You can run that PowerShell script and that PowerShell script will send an email or however you want to notify the stakeholders that this certificate is going to expire or things like that. For that, you still need to rely on something. Okay. It's just a storage service. That's all. All right, guys, case study. Let's come back to the case study. So I have shared the link of case study. So let's get through it. Design authentication and authorization solution. So this is the requirement. So we have a fictitious company, Tailwind Traders, who wants to expand their workforce. They have successfully acquired an online retailer in sports apparel space. The company has also located a partner to outsource marketing literature. Tailwind Traders is using Entra ID for user and groups accounts. Here are two specific initiatives the IT department would like your help with. So they are having new user accounts. The online retailer acquisition will add 75 employees to the Tailwind traders. All the new users have on-prem account in the retailer's existing domain. Okay. So what do you understand by this? What service are you going to use? The online retailer acquisition, that means Tailwind traders is acquiring online retailer and they already have Active Directory domain services. The online retailer already have Active Directory domain services and 75 user accounts there. So how are you going to bring that 75 users to Microsoft Entra ID? What service you can use? Entra ID Connect, that's correct. So here I'll be using Entra ID Connect and I'll be bringing those or synchronizing those 75 users with my Entra ID. All right. The new marketing partner. So they're also acquiring the marketing partner. So the new marketing partner will initially have 15 employees who will need corporate access. So these employees already have Microsoft Entra identities in the partner Microsoft Entra tenant. So what service or feature we can use? So it's like you have two tenants, marketing partner and your own tenant, Tailwind Traders. So here we can use B2B since these are our partner and we want to collaborate with them, right? So we just use B2B here. Then the new employees are located at various geographic location and will need account privileges for their new job roles. Some changes to the existing employees' roles are expected. Geographic locations, what do you think over here? What services you can use? Conditional access and identity protection, right? These two services we can use here to make sure that whatever identities are logging in are protected, right? So conditional access, we can define only those geographic locations from where the access is required. Okay. The IT department wants to take this opportunity to include new identity security features. So whatever features we have learned, conditional access, identity protection, access reviews, you can implement all those stuff. They haven't mentioned which one to use or haven't defined which one to use. They have mentioned all the new features, so you can implement all. Okay. Then the next thing is new application access. So application also requires some kind of access. So the business development team has an application running on Azure virtual machine and data stored in Azure SQL database. They need to securely allow the VM to query the Azure SQL database. How you can achieve that? Manage identity, right? The application is hosted on Azure VM. Database is stored in Azure SQL database. Now this VM should be securely able to query the SQL database. So what we can use, we can assign manage identity to this Azure VM and provide access to the Azure SQL database. Then whenever query is running, the Azure SQL database will identify using the manage identity and if access is granted or not. Okay, so here we can use manage identity. They also need an on-prem server to be able to securely access SQL database without storing credentials in the application code or configuration file. So it's an on-prem server. Here you can use service principal and you can use Azure Key Vault to store the SQL database connection string within Azure Key Vault. And then on-prem server can access SQL database by reading the credentials from Azure Key Vault. So here we need to use service principal plus Azure Key Vault. All right. Why service principal? Because the server where application is hosted is on-prem. It's not on Azure. If the server would have been on in Azure, it would have been easy just simply use manage identity, right? But it's not on Azure. All right. Then these are the tasks. So we have already covered whatever we need to discuss, but these are the tasks for you guys. So you need to diagram the process. Okay. Like what you need to diagram, use the same tool that I'm using, Draw.io. If you just search for Draw.io, it should uh, take you to the Draw.io website. So this is the tool that I'm using. All right. Now here we have the shapes. So if you add more shapes, we have Azure here somewhere. You should see Azure. All right. Now you need to diagram the diagram whatever you want to diagram the process of bringing in the acquired user accounts. 75 user accounts were acquired. Okay. So what I do here then, I go to Azure Identity. So this is Azure Identity. Here you should see Active Directory. Now Microsoft Entra ID icon is still not there. So you can use uh, Active Directory. This is like a Microsoft Entra ID 10. The previous name was Azure Active Directory, right? We can add a text here. If I want to add a text, I can add text like this is the Tailwind Traders tenant, right? I can increase the font and all from here. So just so that you can read it. And I just bring it here. So this is Tailwind Traders tenant. They're acquiring 75 users. So they are running on ADDS. So you can search for ADDS here or domain services. So it would give you uh, some server image. So this is domain controller. So this is the on-prem Active Directory domain services for the online retailer, right? So you can just label it. This is online retailer. Now you want to synchronize 75 users. So what you can do here, you can simply use arrows and all. So I just use arrows here. I pull the arrow and then I search for Entra Connect. So somewhere you should see the Entra ID Connect. Again, within the identity, you should see the Entra ID Connect. Okay, so this is Entra ID Connect. So I keep it over here. And then again, I label it 75 users by keeping text a little low. 75 users are synchronized, something like that. Okay, so you need to come up with this kind of designs, and this is what Microsoft expects you guys to do to design things. Okay, we can't do that within class. Okay, since I need to cover the theory and then certain demos. So case study is something I leave. We will discuss the case study, but this design thing is on you. All right. So you can use this app.diagrams.net, add Azure as a shape, and you'll get all the Azure shapes. Okay. Then you have marketing retailer, so you can uh, what is mentioned about that marketing retail marketing partner. So they're also using Azure Active Directory or Microsoft Entra ID. So you can copy the same and you can label is at marketing partner, and between the partner and Tailwind Traders, what you can do is between the marketing partner and the Tailwind Traders, you can create like an arrow and you can use as your Active Directory B2B. If you search for B2B, if we have any B2B uh, icon, you can directly use that, but I don't think so. We have B2B icon. Yeah, B2C is there. B2B is not there, so you cannot use any icon, but you can simply add a label there, B2B 15 members. Okay, so I want something like this. Once you're done, you can share it with me over my email. So I'm sharing my email ID here. Okay, and then I'll review and give you the reply over the email. Clear, guys? Are you clear how to do the case study? We have only covered authentication and authorization. I was planning to complete the governance as well, but doesn't matter since this is the first weekend. So should be fine for first weekend, but we need to buckle up and speed up the things here. So this is the link, Suresh. Yes, Pankaj.
Yeah. Well, in related to manage identity,
Mm-hmm.
and you go to the VM option, okay, where
Mm-hmm.
you created the object ID first,
Mm-hmm.
first of thing, and after that you go to the manage identity where you
Mm-hmm.
created the another object ID.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm unable to correlate that because in the when you open VM VPN 02, you
Mm-hmm.
created an object ID,
Okay.
and after that you go to the marriage identity, and also you created the an object ID, and
Okay.
you go to the storage and you manage the attach the object ID
Mm-hmm.
from the marriage identity. I'm unable to
Okay.
understand that.
Have you understood the concept of manage identity?
Yeah, I understand the marriage identity
Okay.
concept.
Can you answer what manage identity is?
Marriage identity is the ID which is generated to authenticate between the two resources to talk and exchange the data.
Okay. Right. How many types of manage identity we have?
We have two types of managed identities: system assigned and user assigned.
Correct. Okay. What is the difference?
System assigned is based on the
Okay.
single type user, and user assigned is based on the multiple type users. So,
Correct.
suppose
All
that
right.
we have the
Okay. Uh, System assigned is like for single resource. Okay.
yes, single
So
resource.
it's an individual identity. So if I
Yes.
create system assign, this VM will get an object ID, and that
Okay.
object ID will belong to this VM only, single, individual. Okay.
Okay.
When I create user assigned manage identity, I can share that manage identity across multiple VMs. So I have 10
Okay.
VMs, all those 10 VMs requires the same access. So what I
Okay.
can do instead of creating individual identity, I create one user assigned manage identity and assign them to all.
Okay.
Okay. For individual system assigned manage identity, you can create it from the resource itself. That means I can go to virtual machine, I can go to identity, and then I
Yes.
can
Yes.
create the system assigned manage identity. If I click on here and save, system assigned manage identity will be created, which will be associated with OpenVPN 02 only.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. If
Now
I
it's
want
clear.
to create the user assigned manage identity, I cannot create it from within the resource itself. I cannot create user assigned from here. So what I need to do, I need
Okay.
to search for manage identities. I need to go there. I need to create a new one. Here I'm creating user assigned manage identity. And then I can use that user assigned manage identity to associate to as many VMs as I want. So when
Okay.
I when I switched,
That command.
yeah, so that's the difference. So you in order to create user assigned manage identity, you need to create it like this. In order to create
Okay.
system assigned manage identity, you can create from resource itself.
Okay. Now it's clear, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. So it's 10:34. If there are no questions, let's proceed with the next topic. We'll just cover the basics since it's already 10:34. All right. Those who are leaving, I see people are leaving. I see participants only 50. Before leaving, please make sure you're providing the feedback. All right. Now we are moving on to the second part of authentication and authorization. Moving to the second part of IAM. All right, identity and access management. So far, whatever we have discussed was related to identity. That means we were creating users, we were managing users, we were modifying users, we were creating identity for applications like manage identity or service principal. So we were just creating identity. We were not assigning any role, or we don't know which role to assign, right? We don't know how to manage or how to assign access to the users or resources. So that's something which we will cover in the governance topic. What role we can assign, which role is powerful, which role is not powerful, what is reader role, what is owner role. So all those stuff we will be covering in this topic. Okay. So far, whatever we have discussed is related with the identities creation or management only. We haven't assigned any access to any user yet. We created one user, right? We invited one user in our identity, in our Microsoft Entra ID. We invited this root cloud AZ user. Remember at the start of the session today, we invited this user, but we haven't assigned any role to this user. So when I log in with this user cannot do anything. So in order for this user to do something, we need to assign a role. So which role we can assign, that's what we will be discussing in this topic of governance. Okay. So what is governance? Governance is a way to come up with certain control over your system or over your infra, you can say, or platform, you can say. In general term, what is governance? We live in India, let's say, and in India we have certain policies, certain rules, right? Certain laws that we have to abide. So every country will have their own governance policies, their own laws. That is similarly, every companies or organization will have their own governance mechanism or own policies. So governance is just a way which provides a mechanism and process to maintain the access control over your resources, over your applications, over your users in Azure. So how to maintain the control? That's what this topic is about. Okay. All right. So you have a user, that user requires an access. So for authentication, we are using IAM. Now, after authentication, what this user can do? Can this user access the virtual machines? Can this user access the SQL database? Can this user delete the SQL database? So what he or she can do, that's what we are defining using governance. All right. So what is governance in general? Is that clear? Any questions on what is governance? Correct. RBAC access. That's correct. Thing like, is manage identity just to secure authentication of resources or to provide connectivity? Manage identity does not provide the connectivity. That is something network should be doing. Okay. Manage identity does not provide the connectivity. It does not connect your virtual machine to the storage account. The connectivity is a network part. So you need to define the connectivity. We have fourth chapter where we'll be discussing network. Okay. So manage identity just for authentication. Whatever we have discussed so far is related to authentication. All right. So what is governance? Governance is just a mechanism where you can define certain policies, you can define access control, which user or which application can access what. Right. Now, how to achieve that in Azure? That's what we are going to discuss in this chapter. Now, this thing, hierarchy, is important to understand when it comes to Azure. Okay. So Azure has this hierarchy. Now, what is this hierarchy? This hierarchy is nothing but a scope where you can define the access control. All right. Hierarchy is nothing but the scope, the level where you can define the access control, or you can define the policy, or you can define the tagging. All right. So in Azure, we have this hierarchy. What is this hierarchy? At the top of the hierarchy, you have a management group, tenant root management group. Then within that tenant root management group, you can keep different management group within the tenant root management group. Then management group is like a container, logical container where you can keep your subscriptions. Subscription again is a billing boundary. Okay. So using the subscription, Azure will charge you. Subscription, within subscription, after the subscription, the scope that we have, the level that we have is resource groups. So resource group is again a logical container where you can keep your actual resources. Okay, so this is the hierarchy. Now I'm not explaining each in detail because if you see, we have a separate slide for that. All right. For now, for this slide, you need to remember the hierarchy. What is the hierarchy? At top of the hierarchy, we have the first group, which is the default group. So even if you're not creating the management group, Azure will create one for you by default. And that group is known as tenant root group. Now, what is a management group? Management group is a way to manage your subscriptions. So within your management group, you can keep your as many subscriptions as you want. What is a subscription? It's a billing boundary. For now, you just remember it's a billing boundary. Then within the subscription, you will be creating resource groups. So resource group is a way to keep, in Azure, it's mandatory to create resource group. Without creating resource group, you cannot keep your resources. So resource group is a way to organize your resources. Now tell me, when you buy a laptop, within the laptop, we have certain components, right? We have a LAN card. You know what LAN card is? The network interface card, where you connect your LAN cable, right? Then we have hard disk. Nowadays, we have solid state drive. We have processor, right? So a lot of things when you buy a laptop, lot of components you get. Obviously, you don't see it, but those components are there within the laptop. Similarly, when I create a virtual machine, so it's not a physical machine, it's a virtual machine. You can't touch it. So in Azure, when you want to create a server, you create a virtual machine. With the virtual machine, you get the virtual disk, a disk get created, a virtual NIC gets created, network interface card, the LAN card. Okay. If you have assigned IP address, so public IP gets created. So all this stuff get created with the virtual machine itself. So where if you scatter this in different groups, it will be very hard for you to come up with an inventory and all those stuff. So what do we do? Whenever we are creating virtual machine, Azure keeps all these resources in one resource group. So that within that resource group, you can see all of your resources. If I show you the resource group in action, if I go to the resource group, any resource group where I have my VM, this is one of the resource group that I have. And if you see, my Windows 11 VM has the disk, has the public IP, has the virtual NIC. So whenever I create a VM, all this gets created with the VM itself. So if you see the resource type over here on second row, if you see the resource type, it's a virtual machine, it's a disk, it's a public IP, it's a network interface. So when we create a virtual machine, everything gets created. So you can keep them in same resource group. So we'll keep them in the same resource group. Why do you want to keep them in the same resource group? Because these resources are related resources. So what I can do, I can create multiple resource groups like prod resource group, dev resource group, UAT resource group, and keep all the resources belonging to that particular environment in each resource group. So it will be easier for me to manage. Okay. So resource group is one of the level in the hierarchy in Azure. The main way is it's a logical container where you which contains your resources. That's all. Subscription is a billing boundary. Without subscription, you cannot create or deploy resources in Azure. Okay. And then the management group is a way to organize your subscriptions. So it's bound to happen that you will be having more than one subscription within your tenant. Why? Because every subscription comes up with certain limits. So within a subscription, there might be limit that I can deploy only 25,000 VMs. So if I need more than 25,000 VMs, what do I do? So I buy another subscription then. Okay. So what is a subscription? It's a billing boundary. In Netflix, when you sign up for Netflix, you need to subscribe to their plan, right? Without subscribing to their plan, will you be able to watch any movie or any web series? No, right? We need to subscribe. So similarly in Azure, we have subscriptions. We need to buy subscription. If you do not have subscription, you cannot deploy the resource. Okay, let me give you the demonstration very quickly here. So if I go here and I have logged in with this user, if you see the name, Simplilearn at whatever the domain name is. If I search for virtual machine, I am landed to this page and I have the option to create, and I can click on create virtual machine, and I'm landed to the create virtual machine page. Once I provide all this detail, virtual machine will be created. Okay. But if I log in with another user, like root cloud AZ or something, if the user that we invited, if I log in with that user, if I log in with this user, which we invited at the start of the, oh, I already logged out or what? Okay, so I've got this code 114774. Okay, so I've logged in with root cloud AZ, the guest user that we invited. And if you see this user after logging in, if I search for virtual machine, let's see what it is saying. Can I create a virtual machine? When I search virtual machine from another user, from this user, I'm landed to this page where I have the option to create. I can click on create and I can click on virtual machine, and then I'm going to the create virtual machine page. But when I log in with root cloud AZ, I don't even have that create option here. Why I don't have? Because this user root cloud AZ doesn't have any subscription. So in Azure, when you want to deploy resources, you need subscription. Without subscription, you cannot deploy resources. So this user doesn't have any subscription. That's why he cannot deploy the resources. The other user has the subscriptions. If I switch back to the browser, to a different browser, and search for subscription here, I have the subscription. So if I have the subscription and if I have the access to the subscription, I can deploy resources. If I don't have the subscription, I cannot deploy the resources. Okay. So in Azure, subscription is a way for Azure to bill you. It's like a billing boundary. Clear? Any question, guys? Resources are the actual resources where your workload will be running. Resource group is like a container where your resources will be. Subscription is like a billing boundary. So if you do not have subscription, you cannot create or deploy resources in Azure. Management group is a way to manage your subscription. That means you can keep the subscriptions within the management group. All right. So let me show you the management group here from another account, since that account doesn't have access. So let me switch to the, so once I switch and I search for management group, I should be seeing all the management group that I have within my tenant. Okay. So these are all the management group that I have. So if you see, the first management group that we have is tenant root group. This is by default. This is created by Azure, Microsoft Azure. As soon as you sign up for Microsoft Azure, you'll see tenant root group. Okay. This is the top level in hierarchy. You can create as many management group as you want. Like I have created MG01, MG003. And within this management group, you can keep your subscription. Right now, both of my subscriptions are within tenant root group. If you see the hierarchy is like this. You have top management group, then you can create MG003, MG002, MG001, whatever, right? And between the management group, you can move your subscription. Like if I want to move pay as you go to another management group, I can move it. I can select which management group I want to move, MG001, MG002, MG003. Okay, I can select that and click on save. Once I click on save, pay as you go, dev test will go to whichever management group I selected. Okay. So if you see now, if you refresh, everything is okay. You don't receive any error. You should see your subscription within MG003. All right. So if I expand MG003 now, pay as you go is within MG003. Okay. So you have tenant root group, then you will be having as many management group as you want, and then you will be having your subscriptions. Okay. The question may arise, like I see one question by Praveen, that why do we need so many management group? What is a management group? Management group is, as the name specified, is used to manage something, right? When I started the governance topic, why do we need governance? To put certain policies, to put certain control, right? Now in Azure, we have this hierarchy. So at the top of the hierarchy, you have tenant root group. So if I assign any access here to any user, let's say this is the user, I assign a full access to this user at tenant root group. This user will have full access over the entire hierarchy. If I assign this user full access at subscription number 1, then this user will have full access only at the resources which is within subscription 1. He won't be able to access the resources at subscription 2. But if I assign full access at the tenant root group, he will have full access over whatever subscription you have within the tenant root group. Let me explain it from here, from the portal itself. If anyone is having whatever access at tenant root group, that access will be inherited downwards. So if I have, let's say this user Imran Khetani at hotmail.com has complete access over tenant root group, then that user will have complete access over Azure training subscription, complete access over MG003, complete access over pay as you go, complete access over MG01. But if I change my access from tenant root group to only MG01, so whatever I have inside MG01, I will only be able to manage those resources which I have within MG01. So in this particular scenario, there's no subscription within MG01. So if there's no subscription, I won't be able to deploy resources. Why? Because I don't have access here on the top hierarchy. I only have access here at MG01. So why do we need so many management group? Is to control the access. You have dev, you have test, you have UAT environment, you have QA, you have staging environment. You'll be having multiple environments. So to divide the access, you can create as many management group as you want and you keep your resources there. Or if you want to go with single management group, that is also fine. Totally up to you. How do you want to come up with your own hierarchy? It's not mandatory to have multiple management group. Only if you have number of subscription, then management group makes sense. If you have only one subscription, then having multiple management group does not make sense. All right. So, and if you are working from enterprise, a large scale organization, you are going to have lots of subscription. In my previous company, we used to have one subscription per client. So imagine we had 1,000 clients. So we had 1,000 subscriptions. So how to divide, how to manage the access control within the 1,000 subscriptions? Are you going to provide access to all of your users at each subscription? If I create a new subscription and my team is having access over this subscription, and if I create a new subscription, I need to go to this subscription and assign the access. Then if I create another subscription, I need to assign an access. I create another subscription, I need to assign an access. Imagine how much time you'll be wasting just for assigning the access. So what is the better way? Create a management group, put your subscriptions there, and assign access at the management group level. So whatever access you have at the management group level, and if you have thousands of subscriptions within that management group level, that access will be inherited. Okay, clear? Let's proceed with our topic, governance. Before that, I'll just do a 5 minutes or 10 minutes of quick recap what we have covered so far. Okay. Uh, So what we have covered so far, we started with basics of cloud computing, where we understood what cloud computing is, why do we need cloud computing in today's world. And then we moved on to our first topic of AZ-305, which was IAM. IAM stands for identity and access management, where we discussed about if we need a service, if we want to implement IAM in our organization or our projects, then do we have any service in Azure? So we have Microsoft Entra ID as the service in Azure, which helps you to manage or implement IAM in your own organization. Now, Microsoft Entra ID comes with two different flavors, B2B and B2C. B2B stands for business to business. So if you have a partner company or any other collaborators who want to collaborate with your company and they want to build something for your company, or you have hired someone to build, but it's generally a contractor, let's say, not a permanent employee of your company, and you don't want to create account for them. So B2B is something that you can make use of. As long as the collaborator has a valid email address, you can invite them directly to your tenant, to your directory, to your Microsoft Entra ID, and then you can give them whatever access is required to accomplish their role or their job. Then another flavor of Microsoft Entra ID is B2C. B2C stands for business to consumer. So when you have an application, let's say this is your company's application, and this application is open for your, let's say, end users or maybe your employees, and you want to manage a separate authentication module for this application. So in this scenario, you can make use of B2C, business to customers, business to client. Okay. Then we saw a few premium features in Microsoft Entra ID, like conditional access. On the basis of certain conditions, you will provide access or you'll throw a multi-factor authentication challenge. Conditions can be anything like traffic is coming from a certain IP, whether should allow that traffic, should deny that traffic. You will define everything in that conditional access policy. If you allow, the access will be granted. If you deny, the access will be denied. If you ask for multi-factor authentication, a pop-up will be sent to their authenticator. After conditional access policies, we went to identity protection. So in identity protection, you have like three different policies that you can set up. You have user risk policy, you have sign-in risk policy, and you have multi-factor authentication registration policy. User risk policy, if user is at risk. Sign-in risk policy, if the sign-in method that have been opted is detected as anonymous or risky. So all those things, Microsoft Threat Intelligence works behind the scenes and learns the pattern of user behavior, like what time user logs in, which device user uses. If any of this pattern changes, then it could be assumed by identity protection that it's a risk. And whenever that risk is detected, depending on your policy, whether you have blocked it, whether you have asked for user uh, to prove the identity, prove the authentication using multi-factor, so that will be triggered. So depend on how you have what you have configured in your policy, that action will be taken by identity protection. When it comes to identity protection, you don't do much as a user, as an administrator. I don't do much. I just define whether I want to allow, I want to throw a multi-factor authentication, or I want to deny the access. That's all. So those are the three radio buttons that one of the radio buttons I have to select. After IDP, we went on to access reviews. Before starting of this demo, uh, Pankaj asked for that, and I've explained it, right? So what is access review in simple? Access review is just a way to review, as the name specifies, to review the accesses that you have given to your users, right? So whenever user joins a company, you add them to group, and then that group will be having access to certain resources, and then after every 3 months, 6 months, depending on whatever policy you have with your security team, you will be running that access reviews, and then the manager of that group or whoever is the reviewer of that group will decide whether the user will have a continued access or the access will be revoked for that user for those particular resources. Then after access review, we moved on to two types of identities that is required for that we can use for application, like manage identity and service principal. When an application requires an access to the backend resources like storage, SQL, whatever, so you create a manage identity for that application. Manage identity is something that you can use and assign. It creates an object ID. Object ID is nothing but the way how Microsoft Entra ID recognizes or verifies a particular object or particular identity. So that object ID gets assigned to that resource where your application is hosted. And then you can use that object ID to assign access to whatever resources you want. But manage identity, the limitation of manage identity is if your application is hosted on Azure, then only you'll be able to use manage identity. If application is hosted outside Azure, then obviously manage identity is not the option for you. So what you can do, then you can make use of service principal. Concept is same. The only difference is in service principal, the application is hosted outside Azure. It might be hosted on-prem, might be hosted in some other cloud provider, but they need access to Azure resources. So in that case, we can make use of service principal. Then we saw one resource in Azure, which is Azure Key Vault. So Azure Key Vault is a storage service which we use to store our secrets. Secrets can be passwords or can be connection strings. We can generate or import the keys, the cryptographic keys in Azure Key Vault. And we can also make use of certificates. So we can keep keys, certificates, and secret in Azure Key Vault so that our application can securely access the secrets or the passwords or the connection strings directly from Azure Key Vault. It's not a good idea to store the passwords, secrets, connection strings, or access keys directly on the application code. It's not a good idea. That's why you can move that to a separate vault, and from there your application can read it. All right. So that's what we have seen so far. After that, we moved on to the next topic, which is governance. So what is the governance? Governance is nothing but a set of processes, policies, access control that you can apply on within your organization, right? And within that governance topic, we saw the hierarchy. So this is important to understand from Azure point of view. We have a hierarchy. Microsoft Azure has created this hierarchy. Why this hierarchy is created? So that you can manage access policies, access control policies at any of the scope that is feasible for your company, for your organization, depending on the requirement of your organization. Now, what is this hierarchy? In this hierarchy, you have 5 different scopes, 5 different levels. Okay. Now, if you see, I've only mentioned 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, but in actual, you have 5, right? So what is that 5th level? The first scope in the hierarchy is the tenant root group, which is present by default. When you sign up for Azure, you should be having tenant root group, even when you don't create it. So tenant root group is the top in the hierarchy. Within that tenant root group, you can create as many management group as you want. Okay, so tenant root group is also a management group. Then within that tenant root group, you can create as many management group as you want. So what is this management group? Let's see that. So management group is a scope, is a level in hierarchy where you can organize your subscriptions. So here I can organize if I have it's bound to happen. You'll be working with multiple subscriptions within your organization. Why? So if you have done Easy 104, you might know that every subscription has its own limit. I cannot use Azure subscription limitless. That means I cannot go and use one subscription and deploy like millions of virtual machines. There will be limit. Okay. So Azure has limit to subscriptions. Every subscription, doesn't matter what subscription you are using, every subscription will have limit. So it's bound to happen if subscription is having limit, and if I have utilized all of that limit, obviously I need to buy another subscription. So when I'm buying another subscription, the access control and the organization is very important when I'm having multiple subscription. Why? Let's say I have this subscription where few of my users are having access and they can deploy resources. So this user is having access and this user can deploy resources, whatever resources is required. Similar to this user, you have thousands of group, you have thousands of users. They have some kind of access to this. Some of them are having read access, some of them are having write access, right? So all the access control have been managed over here. Now let's say once I have utilized my limit, I'm buying another subscription. So what I'll have to do now again, I need to see who is having what access here. and I need to replicate the same thing in another subscription so that I'm not blocking my user from deploying resources, right? Now, after a few years, let's say I've utilized another limit for this subscription as well, and now I'm going for another subscription. So I have to replicate all the access control, all the policies, everything on this subscription as well. So to avoid that situation, what Microsoft has done, Microsoft has created this management group. So instead of assigning access directly at the subscription level, what you can do, you can organize all of your subscription within the management group, and you can control the access at the management group level. So once you control the access at the management group level, in future, it doesn't matter how many subscriptions you add within that management group, all the subscription will inherit the same access control that you have provided, or you have added, or you have assigned to your users at the management group level. So those access, those policies will be inherit downwards. All right. So management group is the top level. Obviously, tenant root group is the top level. Within the tenant root group, you have your management group. You can create a management group like here it's created as Tailwinds. That is nothing but the company name. And within the Tailwind, you have like sales, corporate, IT. Within the IT, you might be having production, dev, QA, UAT, right? So all you can create as per your requirement, whatever you want to create. It does. Azure doesn't want you to follow this. If you want to follow this, you can. Different company have different use cases, so they follow according to their requirement. Like I'll give you a real world example of my own company. So my own company, we create a subscription for our client. So if we have thousands of clients, all thousands of customer will have their own subscription, so that it's easier for us to invoice them at the end of the billing cycle. So what we have done, we have this tenant root group. So I'll write it as TRG. Then we have two management group, one for our company, okay, one for the customers. Every customer subscription will goes under this customer. In our management group, we have prod, we have UAT, and then we have staging, okay, test. So these are, I mean, non-prod, not staging, non-prod. So we have this very simple and effective way, so that whenever new customer, we want to onboard a new customer, we just add our a new customer subscription under this customer management group. So that's quite simple management group layers we have created. Okay. So what management group is, in order to organize your subscription, you can keep your subscriptions under this management group. You can manage for access control as well. So whatever access I'll be applying at this level, that access will be inherited. Okay. So it doesn't matter how many management group I have in my hierarchy, whatever access I'm assigning here, that will be inherited. You can also enforce policies at different levels of management group. So if I have any policy here at tenant root group, that will be inherited. If I have any policy at IT, since IT will be having different kind of policy. So if I have any policy assigned at IT, that will only be inherited by the management group and the subscriptions within the IT management group. Okay. Any policy at IT will not impact the root group, tailwinds, corporate, and sales. Okay, so management group is very important when it comes to deal with multiple subscription. If you have single subscription, you don't need to bother about management groups and all. All right, you'll be having one tenant root group, create one management group with your company name, and within that management group, you keep your subscriptions. All right, and obviously, if you have management group, it is easier to attain the compliance requirement for your company, since I can assign the all company level policy at tenant root group, uh, which should be equivalent for every subscription, every management group, every resource. All right. So I think I already showed you the management group, but in order to work with management group, I just need to search for management group. So in the search bar, if I type management, I should get this option, management groups. I click on it and I can see how many management group I have, right? So this is the tenant root group. So within tenant root group, you'll be having everything. All of your management group will be inside your tenant root group. All of your subscriptions will be within tenant root group. right? So whatever I'll be assigning here at tenant root group will be inherited by all the management group within that tenant root group. So what do we have? What is our hierarchy here? We have Azure training. This is my subscription, right? You can see the type here. So this is the management group. The first one, the second one is subscription. The rest two are the management group. So anything assigned here, any policy or any RBAC role assigned here at tenant root group will be inherited by Azure training subscription, will be inherited by MG003, will be inherited by MG001. All right. If I expand MG003, now we have tenant root group at top. We have subscription that is within tenant root group. We have MG003, which is within tenant root group. And then we have another subscription pay as you go within MG003. Now, if I assign someone any access at MG003, if I assign someone, let's say this is a user01, and I assign access to this user at MG003, whatever the access is, let's say read access. Now tell me, can this user001, read anything we have at Azure Training? Azure Training is nothing but the subscription name. So if I assign user01 read access at management group 003, can this user read or deploy any resource at subscription, which is named as Azure Training? So I'm getting the answer as no, that's correct. Why? Because MG003 is a different scope, is within the tenant root group. And this subscription, Azure Training, is within tenant root group. So anyone in my company wants to work with Azure Training, I need to assign access at the subscription level, Azure Training level, or at the tenant root group level. All right. But let's say another question to you. If I move this subscription from tenant root group to MG003, now what is going to happen? That user who was having the reader role at MG003 should have the read access to Azure Training or no? If I move Azure Training to MG003, then obviously yes. So whatever access you have at MG003 will be inherited to all the subscriptions that you have within that MG003. All right. So this is very easy to manage. In order to move, in order to create, you just click on create and create another management group. So let's say MG004, management group display name and ID, whatever display name you want. Display name is for you, ID is for Azure, so that when you work with management group using commands like CLI or PowerShell, you can call this ID. You can keep whatever ID you want. Okay. So I click on submit here. It will create another group, MG003. Okay, what is the best practice here? Do you need to keep MG under subscriptions or subscriptions under NG? Okay, so you need to focus on hierarchy here, Hari. You never put management group under subscription. That is not possible. Okay, management group is a logical container which is created to manage your subscriptions. So always subscriptions will go under management group, not vice versa. I cannot put I cannot put subscriptions. I cannot put management group under subscriptions. That's not possible. Okay. So always your subscriptions will go under management group. So if you see the portal here, this subscription, Azure Training, MG003, MG004, MG01 are all in the same line, are all in the same hierarchy. That means they are within tenant root group. Okay. Now we just created MG004. Now if I want to move this pay as you go, I can simply click on these three dots, move, and I can move it under wherever I want. Do I want to move it under MG004, MG001, MG002? Wherever you want to move, you select that management group and move it. That's all. It will take some time and that will be moved. But whenever you're moving something at this level, you need to understand that the permissions, the policies, all will be affected. Okay. So whatever policies and permissions you have under MG004, those policies will be applied to now the subscriptions that we have just moved. So before moving, this subscription was under MG003. So whatever role policies were assigned to MG003 would have been inherited by pay as you go. But now since we have moved, whatever policy and roles, access, whatever you have at MG004 will be inherited by pay as you go. All right. So that's how you manage these things, and that's how you create management group and move subscriptions within the management group. You can also move management group to management group. So as you can see here, MG01 consists or contains MG02 now. All right. So hierarchy, within the hierarchy, you can put management group within management group. So that is also possible. All right. All right. So next topic that we have is subscription. I'll answer, Pankaj, just wait. Okay. So I have read your question, I'll answer. So what is a subscription? Subscription gives you access to Azure services. What do I mean by what does that mean? If I want to deploy anything in Azure, I need to have subscription. Without subscription, I cannot deploy resources. I want to deploy virtual machine or disk or storage account, whatever I want to deploy, I need to have access. I need to have subscription in place. Without subscription, I cannot deploy resources. Consider it like something uh, Netflix. Okay, so in Netflix, I can create the account without providing nowadays you need to provide the payment details and all, but I can keep my account, I can sign up, I can provide the payment details and then remove my credit card. I still have my account there, my account will still be there, but I won't be able to enjoy the movies or the web series or whatever Netflix has to provide, right? So in order to watch movies, web series, what I need to do, I need to subscribe to a certain plan in Netflix. Whatever plan they have to provide, I have to subscribe to that plan. Similarly, you can create Azure account without subscription. You can have account without subscription, but it does not make sense. That means you won't have the option to deploy the services. That means deploy the resources. I won't be able to deploy the resources in Azure. If I don't have the subscription, I won't be able to deploy the resources. So what is subscription? Again, subscription is a logical container for management and billing. So Azure will charge you by looking at your subscription, by looking at your usage. So if I want to deploy resources, I need to have subscription in place. I need to buy a subscription. I need to get a subscription from somewhere. All right. So subscription is a billing boundary. It's your isolation with other customers. So whatever resources you're deploying will be billed or charged to your subscription. All right. Again, this is a level at hierarchy, so you can manage your resources and your access control at this level as well, at subscription level as well. So if we go back to the hierarchy here, subscription is at the third level. First, you have tenant root group, then you will be having or not having management groups, and then you'll be having subscription. So mostly it will be sitting at the third level. So this at this level as well, you can manage the access control or the policies that you want to implement. In simple, subscription is a billing boundary. If I want to deploy resources, I need to have subscription in place. If there's no subscription, I won't be able to deploy resources. All right. So I think we created one user, right? Last time, user 01. So let me just go to the user section. I'm just demonstrating you uh, what I explained just now, that subscription is a billing boundary. So if you see this user 02, okay, user 02, let's log in with that user. So I'll just copy the username and hopefully I remember the password. I open the in private window. I go to portal.azure.com and log in with this user. Oh, this user doesn't have the MFA. Yeah, let me quickly. Okay, so now this user is logged in. So user 02, we have logged in with user 02. What do you see at the home page? So this is the home page. Can I deploy resource from using user 02? So I'm logged in using the user account user 02. And if I search for virtual machine, here we at the home page we have the virtual machine. If I click on that virtual machine, you see where I'm landed. It's complaining that I might not have access or I might not have the subscription. Okay. If you see the first page, it says welcome to Azure. What is it? What it is complaining don't have subscription. That means this user doesn't have access to any subscription or doesn't have any subscription within its account. Okay. So you see none of the entries matched. That means there's no subscription, no access to the subscriptions for user 02. So in order to deploy resource, I need to have subscription. Now, if I do with another user, so if you see this is another user, Simplilearn something something, right? Simplilearn domain name. So this user, if I search for virtual machine, see where I'm landed, on which page I'm landed. At least I can see the virtual machine here. I have the create option. That means I have some access to the subscription, obviously a write access with this user account, so that this user, Simplilearn whatever it is, can create the virtual machines. Apart from virtual machines, can create other resources as well. So in order to deploy resources, you need to have subscription. Azure will bill you according to your usage, whatever you have deployed within your subscription. All right. Once again, if I go to the in private window, where I have logged in with user 02, just focus on the screen user 02, and you see when I search for virtual machine, I'm landed to this page where I cannot see any virtual machine, and I'm getting this screen which says welcome to Azure. Why this screen I'm seeing? Because I don't have access to the subscription. So next topic that we have is policy. Now we have done the hierarchy, and while explaining the hierarchy, sorry. So we have seen the hierarchy, and while explaining the hierarchy, uh, I have been mentioning about policies and RBAC and all. Now we are coming to that policies and RBAC. Okay. So what is a policy? Policy in Azure is a way to enforce something. Enforce as in to mandate something, to do something mandatory. For example, um there is a user. Like for example, I'll take you guys. Okay. You're now learning AZ-305 and you might have done AZ-104 as well. Some of you might have done AZ-104. Some of you are directly here for AZ-305. So doesn't matter which certificate you're doing, you're learning Azure. When you're learning Azure, you're getting introduced to a lot of services which you can use for your own use, for your own work. Okay, not for company work. Let's say for your own work. So you're learning Azure. Now you have learned how to deploy virtual machine, let's say, or how to deploy certain resources. So when you have learned that, you have you're working professional, let's say, and you have access to your company's Azure subscription. So you're learning Azure and you have access to your company's Azure subscription. So in order to just to understand Azure, what you will be doing, you have the access to your company's Azure subscription. You can use it to deploy resources, right? What you'll be doing, let's say just for understanding or just for learning, you deploy a virtual machine which is having 64 GB of RAM, 8 virtual CPUs, and so storage. So you deployed this virtual machine. Now tell me, this virtual machine, the configuration is hefty or not? Is it a minimal configuration or it's a hefty configuration? 64 GB of RAM. It's high, right? It's a hefty configuration. So I'm learning Azure. I have access to my company's subscription and I deploy this virtual machine. Who's going to bear the cost? Is it me as an individual user or is it my company? Since I'm using my company subscription. So obviously the cost will be for my company. My company will have to bear the cost since I'm using their subscription, right? So As a company or as an Azure administrator, I know while I'm coming up with governance, I know that I will never require 64 GB of virtual machine for my projects or for my products. I never require that since I don't deal in those kind of project. So I never need the hefty machines. So if I simply ask my user, my employees, that please do not deploy this kind of heavy virtual machines, I'll have to pay for that. Now tell me, just telling them, just asking them not to do, uh, is it 100% sure that they are not going to do it? I'm just asking them as a company owner or as your architect that please do not deploy hefty virtual machines. Are they going to, are they going to listen and I'll be 100% sure that they are not going to do this? Just asking them. Obviously, some of them will agree, some of them will not touch. Some of them, just for sake of deploying and learning things, they'll go ahead and deploy. And deploying is not a problem. The problem is they deploy and then let's say they forget to delete it. So they deploy this and they forget to delete it. I'll still have to, as a company, I'll have to pay that charge. So how to restrict our employees from doing such things? So what Azure or Microsoft did, they came up with Azure policies. So what Azure policy does, they enforces certain things. Okay. What you can do with Azure policy, one example I have given you like this, you can restrict deployment of certain sizes of virtual machines like mentioned here. So I can limit to certain SKUs. I can restrict users from deploying this kind of hefty virtual machines, heavy virtual machines. Why? Because I don't need it. If I need it, obviously I'll make amendments to the policies. But if I don't need it, I can limit that kind of things using policies. Okay. Now we just understood the tag, so we can enforce that as well. By default, it's not mandatory to have tag to each and every resource, but with policies you can enforce that. You can ask user to when they are deploying the resources, you can ask them using policies to provide the tag. Without tag, they won't be able to deploy the resources. You can also restrict deployment in certain locations, like Azure has its presence all over the world. Okay, we have presence in India, Australia, US, UK. But let's say for my organization, for my product, we are not dealing in US, so we can restrict deployment of certain resources in certain locations. So that is also possible. Okay, you can enable auditing. You can using policy. You can deploy the IaaS anti-malware on all of your virtual machines, Windows virtual machines. You can deploy. There's a lot of things that you can do with policies. So policy is a way to enforce certain standards that you want to achieve. All right. Now, where you can apply the policy at any level in the hierarchy. At any level in the hierarchy, you can apply the policies. Now, which policy should be applied? Let's say the 64 GB one that I mentioned is a policy that can go at the root group level, tenant root group level. Why? Because I want it to be applied for each and every subscription. So I can keep that policy at the tenant root group level. Certain policies like do not deploy in a certain location, I can keep them at the management group level, MG01 or MG02. Now let's say MG01 deals with every project that we have in India. So I'll keep the location deployment policy at MG01 so that it won't impact other management group, right? Enforce tag, again, I can keep it at the tenant root group level since I want tags to be enforced at each and every level, each and every resource. All right. So policies is that a policy is something that you can use to enforce whatever standards you want to have. All right. Now, when you work with policy, I'll show you two demonstration in this hands-on is applying tags and policy. So what I'll do, I'll first go and create a resource group. Okay, so you see, in order to create a resource group, you can search for resource group over here. and you can see a resource group, right? So in order to create a resource group, I click on resource groups here, and then I click on create. Okay. When I click on create, I have like two things that I need to provide. Subscriptions, doesn't matter whether you're creating a resource group, a virtual machine, a disk, whatever, a subscription should always be provided. So you have to provide the subscription and the resource group name. Okay. So what would be the resource group name for this? So I'll go for AZ-305 RG02. All right. And then the region. So what is the region? Region is the physical location where your resource will be deployed. So if you see the drop down, Azure has its presence in all of these regions like South Africa, Australia, India, East Asia, Indonesia, Japan, East, West, Korea, Malaysia. So we have all these all these. Azure has its presence in all of these regions. The physical location, the physical data center is present in all of these locations. So you can select whatever you want. Okay. Unless you have a policy which is restricting you to deploy resources from so and so location. Now I select Central India over here. Mostly I'll be using Central India to deploy resources. Okay. So I select Central India over here. Now, what we have provided subscription, we have provided resource group, we have provided region. Remember the region is Central India. Okay. Then the next tab that you see is tags. So here you can provide the tags. So what is tag? Tag is just an extra metadata. Okay. You can provide anything like environment, prod, okay, owner, whoever is deploying, Imran, right? So you can provide whatever you want. It's totally up to you. One resource can have like 50 tags. So this one resource can have like 50 tags. So you can provide around 50 tags to one resource. Okay. But for now, let's not provide the tag. So even if I don't provide the tag, I can click on review create and I can click on create. Remember, I created resource group with the name AZ-305 RG01. So you should see the resource group in some time here. You see the resource group is here without tag. Remember, we created it in Central India. All right. Now let's create a policy. Let's create a policy. Right now, there's no policy. So let's create a policy. This policy will restrict deploying resource group in Central India. So if now people try to deploy resource in Central India, the policy should restrict it. And this policy will be applied at subscription level. Okay. So let's see how we can use policy. Now, I just demonstrated that I was able to create the resource group and that resource group was created in Central India. Okay. Now using policy will restrict that. So let's quickly do that. So in order to work with policy, I can search for policy and I can go and select policy here. Okay. Now, if I have any policy or if I don't have any policy, I can see over here. If you see on left-hand side, you have all the required options. All right. So you see here under assignments, you can see all the policy which are currently assigned to your to at any scope if you have any policy which is assigned. So right now it's 0. That means no policy is assigned. Okay. Now in order to assign, you can click on assign policy. So if you see here, you have two different options, assign policy and assign initiative. So what is the difference between policy and initiative? Quite important from interview point of view. Policy is like a single policy. Okay. If I want to create a group of policy and assign those policy at once, then I have to click on assign initiative. I can create like multiple policies as a group at once and at one policy and I can assign that as an initiative. So if I click on assign initiative, you'll see all the initiatives. Sorry. If I go back over here and if I go to the definitions and if I click on, if you see here, these are all the policies that we have available as of now. Okay. These are all the inbuilt policy that Microsoft has created and kept that. But if you see here, the type mentioned here definition type, if you see, the type which is mentioned here will confirm whether it's a single policy or whether it's an initiative. Right now, whatever you see is a single policy, but if you scroll down, you see there are multiple pages that you can go. And if we go to the last page, if you go through each page, one of the type should be initiative. You can see that initiative as well. Okay, there are a lot of pages. These are all the inbuilt policy or initiative that Microsoft has already created for you. You can come up with your own policy as well. Sometimes it happens that even though we have so many policies, inbuilt policy that Microsoft has created, we do not find a specific policy for our use case. So what you can do, you can come up with your own policy. You can create your own policy. All right. So in order to create your own policy, somewhere you should have policy definition, initiative definition. If you want to create a policy, you click on policy definition. If you want to create an initiative, you click on initiative definition. Initiative is like multiple policies at once. Okay. In order to assign policy, you need to go to assignments. In order to define policy or create policy, you need to go into the definitions. All right. Now, in order to create policies, obviously you need to be well versed with JSON and you need to understand the different services that Azure has to provide, Azure provides, right? For example, this is the virtual machine related thing. So this policy can audit all the virtual machines which does not have the disaster recovery configured. So you can use that policy and you can see how this policy is defined. So this policy is defined like this. As I mentioned that in order to work with policy or anything in cloud, specifically any cloud, you need to be well versed with JSON. Okay. So whatever Azure or any other cloud provider will be mentioning will be mentioned as a JSON format. Okay. So what we are going to do, let's go back to our topic where we have to deploy a policy which will restrict the deployment of resource group in central India. That means nobody should be able to deploy a resource or a resource group in central India. Okay. So let's go to the assignment. Let's click on assign policy. And here, the first thing that you need to define is scope. The scope is the hierarchy that we discussed. So at any scope, you can apply the policy, provided you have the access. Okay. So if you see here at the scope on these three dots, if I click on these three dots, I can select the subscription. I can select the resource group. Now you might ask the question why I can't see the management group here. So remember, I've logged in as Simplilearn user. It's possible that this Simplilearn user doesn't have access to the management group. So I don't see the management group here. You can assign policy at the management group if you have access to the management group. Okay. So if I switch the browser and go to the user which has access to management group, like my personal user Imran_Ketani. So if I search for policies here, I click on assignments, and if I click on assign policy, just to see the scope, if I click on scope here, you see I can see the management group. So if you have access, you will be seeing the scope as management group. If you do not have access, you won't be seeing it. All right. Now, how to assign the access and how to see this is something we will discuss in the next topic, which is RBAC. So right now we are on policy. So let's complete the policy first. Now I'm switching back to the browser where I've logged in with Simplilearn user who doesn't have access to management group. Okay. So here we'll keep the scope as subscription and I'm not selecting any resource group. I'm just selecting subscription. That's all. All right. And I click on select. So whatever now we are going to define within this policy will be impacting this subscription only. And within this subscription, whatever resource group you will be creating, whatever resources you'll be deploying, only those resource or resource group will be impacted. So let me just explain this again. So if you see this hierarchy, let's consider this is the subscription Azure training, and we are applying policy at this level now. Okay. So if you go ahead and create a resource group within this policy, then only the policy that within this subscription, then only that policy which you are applying will be evaluated. If you're creating resource group within another subscription, then that policy will have no impact. Okay, that's why understanding hierarchy is important in Azure. Okay, let's go back to the browser. Within this subscription, if you want to exclude anything, you can exclude that. So let's say I just want to exclude 2 or more resource group, which is for R&D purposes. So if I want to exclude, I can exclude. Okay, that option is given. Then here you can select the policy definitions. I click on these 3 dots and there are a lot of policies. So if you see, there are like thousands of policies that Microsoft has already created. You need to select your own, your policies according to your categories. Like I only want to work with virtual machines. So I select, let's say, compute. So I select compute and all the compute related policies will be filtered out. So I'll see on only the compute related policies. Okay. You see the VMs, all the VM related policies will be shown. Okay. Now, what we are interested is restriction of location. So I randomly search for location or maybe allowed location. Okay. So you'll see all the policies which has this term allowed location. So you see there are 3 policies with that name. The first policy is specific to Cosmos DB. So Cosmos DB is a resource in Azure, a database in Azure. So if you want to impact or restrict deployment of Cosmos DB from certain location, you can select that. Okay. What we are interested here is in resource group. So before deploying the policy, I deployed a resource group, right, in Central India, and that was allowed. But right now, let's restrict that using using this policy. Okay, allowed location for resource group. So I select that policy, and after selecting that policy, we need to go to the next tab, which is parameter. So in parameters, you have to define which location you want to allow. Okay, so there are all the locations that is mentioned. What I don't want to allow is deployment in Central India, West India, and South India. So I untick South India, West India, and Central India from here. Apart from that, every other location is allowed. So let's say that's my scenario, that's my requirement. So only Central India, West India, and South India is unticked. Apart from that, all other locations are allowed. Now, next remediation is something which we don't require for this policy, but let me explain what the remediation is. What is a remediation? Remediation is a way to make sure or to make that resource compliant. Okay. For example, your policy is evaluating uh, and evaluating whether the anti-malware is installed or not in Windows virtual machine. So you have, let's say, thousands of virtual machine and your VAPT team, vulnerability assessment team wants to make sure that anti-malware is installed on all of the Windows virtual machine. So what we can do, we can use a policy. So that policy will evaluate whether the anti-malware is present or not. If anti-malware is not present, install it, download it, and install it. So that download and install it is nothing but remediation. Something is not present, you're asking policy to deploy it. So when your policy is deploying it, that process of deploying things is known as remediation. We are remediating which is not present there. All right. So obviously this policy doesn't require remediation, but there are some policies which might have this option of remediation. So you can enable it. Okay. Then when you're remediating things, you need, now I have a question. What is the meaning of remediation? The remediation is something which will make sure deploy if not exist. You see this word deploy if not exist. So if something is not deployed, like for example, anti-malware or any other software that you're evaluating, if that is not deployed, deploy it. If it's not exist, deploy it. Now tell me, We are asking a policy to deploy things on a virtual machine. So this is a virtual machine, Windows virtual machine, and policy is going to deploy that thing in the within the virtual machine. So what process is required here? Is the virtual machine automatically will allow the policy to deploy the things? This is the question I have. Virtual machine will allow the policy to deploy the thing. Policy is a separate application. Virtual machine is a separate resource. Both are these are separate resource. Now policy is trying to make some changes within the virtual machine, install a software. Tell me, is the virtual machine going to allow the policy to install the software? Or what, as an engineer or administrator, what we need to do? The answer is in the next tab. Just see the next tab. What is manage identity? Policy is an application which is trying to make some changes to the virtual machine. It's an application which is trying to make some changes to the application. Think from the security point of view. Is the virtual machine going to allow the application as is without asking anything, without doing anything? Is it going to allow or not? Chetan is saying yes. Mir is saying if firewall not on, then not deployed the VM. Firewall has nothing to do with it. Okay. Or the request is not coming from outside your network. We are within the same tenant. Okay. Policy that we are applying is in the same subscription, whereas the virtual machine that will be evaluated will also be in the same subscription. So firewall doesn't come in this picture, at least for this example. Okay. So Chetan is saying we need to register the app. Hari is saying the policy is enforced. Yes. Okay. You guys are forgetting one simple mechanism, you can say, is authentication. Is this policy how the VM is going to authenticate this policy and how the VM is going to authorize that policy? Pankaj is saying we have to define the location where to download and install. That's secondary. Yes. Okay, guys, go back to IAM. Go back to identity and access management. What is identity and access management? It allows you to authenticate your user and authorize your user. It's not only for user, it's also for application. If you remember, we understood two different terms, manage identity and service principal. Now tell me what is manage identity. Suresh is saying user account should own admin right. Okay. Policy is deploying things on a virtual machine. User account, where is the user coming in here? Policy is kind of an application. Virtual machine is kind of a resource. This application needs access to the resource to make some changes. User account is not required here. Consider it like this. You have an application which requires access to the database. So here we do not include the user account when application is accessing the database. What is manage identity? Come back. I'm giving you the answer as well. Just answer it in simple statement or words. What is manage identity? Okay, no problem. So I would encourage you to please rewatch the IAM section. All right. Now let's come back to the policy here. Now just answer yes or no. Is the basic step clear? In basic step, you're just defining your scope where you want to apply the policy, and then you're selecting the policy definition which you want to apply. In our example, we selected allowed location for resource group. And then in the parameters section, we selected which location to allow, which location not to allow. So we allowed free location, we unticked few location where which will be denied. All right. Now for our policy, we don't require remediation, but I explain what remediation is. Now answer, do you understand what remediation is? Do you understand what remediation is? Okay. So remediation is something where if something is not present, it will deploy. So in our policy, it doesn't make sense to enable remediation. All right. Now my question is, if we are using any policy where remediation is required, one policy that I provided is example I provided is anti-malware, which is not installed in a policy, will evaluate all the virtual machines. You have thousands of virtual machines. Okay. You have thousands of virtual machines. Policy will evaluate all the Windows virtual machine and see whether the anti-malware is installed or not. If it is not installed, then using the remediation option, we will install it. We'll ask policy to install it. We as a user are not going to install it. That's why this policy is in place. Policy will automate things for you. Okay. So it will install on your behalf. So you don't require a user account here. It will not ask me for the user account or anything. So with remediation, what I can do, I can install this software. Anti-malware is what? It's nothing but a software, right? So I can install this software. I can ask my policy to install the software if it is not present. All right. Now policy is behaving as an authoritative application which will deploy something, which will install a software inside a virtual machine. So in order to install that software, virtual machine should be authenticating the policy, right? It's possible that someone outside of my network triggered a script targeting this virtual machine, triggered a script installing a software. So this virtual machine will allow that person, that script to install the software. Obviously, that virtual machine will have to authenticate this traffic, where it is coming from, whether this traffic is authenticate to install, whether this traffic is authorized to install certain software or not. Obviously, this virtual machine will authenticate and authorized, right? So same goes for policy as well. Although this is coming from the same cloud, same account, but virtual machine have to authenticate and authorize to check whether this policy is authorized to deploy anti-malware or not. Understood or not? So in order to authorize, what we are going to do in the next step is create a manage identity for the policy. Clear or not? What I explained when we were discussing about manage identity. Manage identity is an object ID, is an identity for your application. When that application requires an access, we create manage identity for that application. And then when that application requires access to the database or the storage, the database or storage will authenticate that application using that manage identity. If it's authenticated, yes. If it's authorized, yes, allowed. If it's not authenticated, do not provide the access. Similarly, for this policy, the policy that requires the remediation, you need to create the manage identity as well. For our policy, we don't need it. For a certain policy where you need to remediate certain things, in that case, you need to create the manage identity as well. All right. I hope what I was trying to explain is clear. Okay. In basic step, you just selected the policy and the scope. So this is the scope I selected, my subscription, and then the policy definition that I selected, allowed location for resource group. That's all. In parameters tab, we selected what should be allowed, which location should be allowed, which location should not be allowed. In remediation, for our policy, it doesn't require, but for certain policy, if require, you can enable this. Okay. When you're working with remediation, you can create manage identity as well. Without manage identity, remediation will not work. Okay. Your remediation will fail. So once the manage identity is created, you can also provide the permissions to the policy as well. All right. And then next, non-compliance message. So in our policy, we need to add a non-compliance message like, please deploy in any other region apart from India. So what this non-compliance message will do, it will help user. Whenever user is trying to deploy the resource group and if that resource group is failing, it will help user to understand why the deployment is failing. All right. Please deploy in any other region apart from India. And then that's all. Once that is done, you can click on review create, and then you can click on create. So now your policy is in place. Now remember, before applying the policy, I deployed the resource group in India. Remember? Right? Now let's try again. Now before trying, obviously, it's better to sign out and sign in again to take the token or the new token or the new policy. By default, it should be in effect as soon as you apply, but sometimes it doesn't work, so it's better to re-log in. Okay, so I logged out and then log in again. All right. So now let's try to deploy resource group in central India. So I search for resource group. I click on create. I give it a name AZ-305 RG03. And then central India is by default selected. But if you see, there is the non-compliance message that you added in the policy is popped up. Please deploy in any other region apart from India. So this is affected by the policy. Policy will not allow the deployment of this resource group in central India. But if you select any other region apart from central India, like Canada East or something, it should allow. The pop-up is gone. Okay, so now it's confirmed that using policy, we can enforce certain requirement that is required by our company. So we can implement or enforce those kind of requirement. Next topic that we have is RBAC. Now this is an important topic to understand. Okay, so far we were discussing about the hierarchy, and I mentioned that we have different scopes in the hierarchy. Within that scope, you can apply the access control or you can apply the policies. Policy, we have already seen how to apply, and we selected subscription as one of the scopes. Similarly, RBAC is something which will allow your user to give them certain rights. Rights like reader rights, so they can read something, contributor rights, so they can contribute something to your subscription, or owner rights. Owner is like a full right. Okay. Uh, then you have, there are different roles available, built-in roles available in Azure that you can use to provide certain access. In simple terms, RBAC stands for role-based access control. So as from the ZTM, you need to make sure that least privilege access should be assigned to whoever wants the access. All right. So for that, you need to understand RBAC. RBAC is role-based access control. Okay, I see Ram is asking for break. Break will take in half an hour. Okay, exactly at 9. Okay, we'll go for half an hour of break that time. All right. Or you guys tell me, do you all agree for break right now or later? Okay. So RBAC stands for role-based access control. So far, what we have seen the hierarchy. Here also it's mentioned, right? You have management group, subscription, resource group, resource. So this is the hierarchy. Now, who can do what? You will be having thousands of users. You will be having thousands of applications. What that application can do? How as an administrator I assign them the access? So in order to assign them the access, you need to assign them the RBAC role. RBAC stands for role-based access control. So you'll be having roles, different roles, depending on what they want to do. Assignments can be at any scope. So you need to assign those roles at any scope, whatever scope is preferred for you. Okay, you want some companies like to manage the access control at subscription level. Some companies like to manage at the management group level. If you want low management overhead, you go with management group. If you want more management overhead, that means every time there's a new subscription, you assign the same role to same set of groups and things, then you go at the subscription level. Okay. So at different scopes, you'll be assigning different roles, and you can come up similar to policies. You can come up with different custom roles as well. There are a lot of built-in roles by Microsoft Azure. They have already created a lot of built-in roles, but at certain point in time, you feel that built-in roles are not enough, so you can create your own custom roles as well. In AZ-104, we have one practical as well where we show how to create a custom role. Okay. So what is RBAC? RBAC stands for role-based access control. So in order to see RBAC, you can go to any scope, management group, subscription, resource group. So I'll show you that at the resource group level. So I'm at the resource group level. If you see, at any point in time, if you want to see at which level I am, so you can see that here. Okay, it says resource group. If I go to the subscription, you see subscription. So just right before the name of the resource or subscription, you can see at what level you are. So you are at subscription level. So at any level, RBAC can be assigned. That's why we have the hierarchy. Okay. So in order to see where I can assign the RBAC or who is currently having what role, you see this blade, access control IAM. This blade is present at almost all resources, all resource groups, all subscriptions, all management group. So whichever resource management group you are at, you can see this blade, access control IAM. From here, you can manage the access control. All right. Now, if I go back to any resource group as well, you should see the same access control IAM. If you go to management group, you will see the same. So it doesn't matter from where you want to control. I would prefer, for my company, we prefer management group. Why? Because we have a lot of subscription. We don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over again. Assign once at management group level and you're free. Okay. Then doesn't matter how many subscription you add there, all subscription will inherit those particular role. So best way and the best practice that Microsoft also recommends is to manage the access control at the management group level. Okay, that would be easiest. But doesn't matter at what level you are, you should see this access control, and there you should see all the access. Now let's come back to access control IAM. And here you can see the role assignments. So this role assignment tabs provides you the current access that users are having. All right, all the users who has access to what access, what level at this particular resource group level. So if you see, I'm at role assignment here. My Hotmail account is having the owner role. And if you see the scope here, if you see the scope here, what it is saying, it says subscription inherited. What does it mean? What is the meaning of inherited? What level I am? At what level I am? I am at the resource group level. I'll explain the role, please hold on. What I'm trying to explain, plus see that. Okay. I'll explain the role as well. Don't worry. Resource group level, what level I am at? I am at resource group level, IAM, access control blade. And here, if you see, this is one of the user account, Hotmail account. This user account is having this particular role owner. Scope is what? What is the meaning of inherited? RBAC assigned at subscription level, right? This is not directly assigned at the resource group level. It is being inherited from subscription. That means Hotmail account has got this role at the subscription level. That's why it's inherited. Hotmail account is having role at this level. We haven't, administrator haven't gone directly at the resource group level and assigned the role. It was inherited from the subscription. So that's why it's important to define the scope first, where you want to control the access. You want to control at the resource group level, go management group level, go there and assign role at that particular level. Okay, clear? Pankaj is asking me to explain all the role. Obviously, it's not possible to explain all the role, but what are the important role? I'll be explaining that. Okay. Now on the right hand side, the next tab is the roles. So here you see all the roles. Now tell me, is it possible to explain all the roles? You see the number of roles you have, and you have like 890 roles total. Okay. So it's not possible for me to explain all the roles, but I'll be explaining the important roles that you. Now what all these roles are? If you know, we have storage account in Azure. In future topic, we will be explaining storage account as well. So if you just search for that particular service like storage, so some roles are storage related roles. Some roles are, we have seen key vault, right? Some roles are key vault related roles. So if I just type key vault and search for it, I should see the key vault related role somewhere. So similarly for database, you'll be having certain roles. For virtual machines, you'll be having certain roles. So you'll be having different roles depending on that particular service. Now, which roles are important for you to understand from the exam point of view and from the interview point of view are these roles: owner, contributor, reader, and there's one more role with the name user administrator or user access administrator. Okay, so let me just search for that. Okay, this one. All right, so let me just explain these roles and then we can go on break. I'll take 5 minutes to explain these roles. Quite simple. Owner, as the name specifies, you can do whatever you want. So if someone is having owner role, that means he or she can do whatever he or she want to do with that particular subscription or that particular management group. So understand, if I give someone the manage owner role at the management group level, he can do whatever he wants at all the subscription within that management group. So if you have thousands of subscriptions within this particular management group and you give someone owner role, he gets the owner role of on all that 1,000 subscription, at the end on all the resource group, at the end on all the resources. So owner is like administrator in Windows. Say he or she can do whatever they want. Okay. If any point in time you don't understand what this particular role is doing, you can read the description here. So what this description says, grants full access to manage all resources. So he or she can do whatever they want, right? Next, contributor. So what is contributor? It is also similar to owner if you see. Grants full access to manage all resources, but does not allow you to assign roles in Azure RBAC. What does it mean? So let's take an example here. You have user 01, you have user 02. User 01 is owner and user 02 is contributor. Okay, now there is another user coming in, joining in today. Now this user needs an access to virtual machine or resource group, whatever. So owner can assign access to this user 03 to any resources he wants. Whereas contributor cannot do that. So that's the only difference. Owner, full access, can assign or invite any other user as well. Not invite, but can assign access to other users as well to any of the resources. Whereas contributor can do everything, can delete resource, can manage resource, can create resource. The uh, only thing that contributor cannot do is assign access to other resource, other users. That's the only difference. All right. Next, reader, quite simple as the name specifies. If user 03 is a reader, he can read everything, but cannot modify, cannot delete, cannot do anything else. Okay. The last role that I mentioned was user access administrator. So if someone is having user access administrator, he or she can assign access to any other user. So if I am UAA, user access administrator, I can assign any role to third user, any role, whatever role they need. So tell me now, if someone is having contributor and user access administrator both, what is going to happen? He will become owner, right? He is contributor. He can do anything, whatever he wants to do. Plus, he's getting another role, user access administrator. That means user access administrator gives the ability to this user to assign any role to any other user. Okay, so these are the 4 roles that you should be aware of and quite important from the exam point of view, from the interview point of view. And any confusion on these roles, you just need to remember 4 roles as of now: owner, contributor, reader, and user access administrator. Owner, like administrator, can do whatever he wants. Contributor, like similar to owner, but doesn't have the ability to assign access to other users. Reader, as the name specifies, can read whatever he or she wants to read. User access administrator has the ability to assign access to other users. So if I am user access administrator, I can assign any role to any other user, whatever role he or she wants. Like he wants to manage virtual machine, so I can provide virtual machine administrator role to this user if I am a user access administrator. All right, clear? Clear, guys? But if someone is having contributor and user access administrator, that's like equivalent to owner. Okay. All right. Now tell me, I have a question. I get an owner role. Can I create a new user in Microsoft Entra ID? I got an owner role. See, if I go back to the role assignments here, my account, Hotmail account got the owner role. Can I create a user account when I have the Hotmail account? I mean, if I have the owner role, can I create the user account? People are saying yes. Okay, now here it comes. Here you need to understand in Microsoft Azure, there are two types of roles. Okay, RBAC roles. So whatever we have discussed so far, owner, contributor, user access administrator, reader, these are related to RBAC. Okay, RBAC is mostly for managing the resources. So I can only manage the resource if I have the RBAC role. I cannot manage the Microsoft Entra ID. Remember this thing. Okay. Microsoft Entra ID, user creation, user deletion is part of which? Is part of governance, or is it part of IAM, Entra ID? It's part of Entra ID. Okay. So there are two types of roles in Azure, RBAC role and the Microsoft Entra ID role. So in order to work with Microsoft Entra ID, I need to go to Microsoft Entra ID. And here also, if you see, there are roles and administrators tab. If I want to work with Microsoft Entra ID, there are separate roles. If I want to work with resources, there are separate roles. Okay. So which role is important in Microsoft Entra ID? Similar to RBAC role, there are a lot of roles again available here. Okay. It's not possible to go through each and every role, but which roles are important for you to understand is global administrator. So global administrator is like full access at your Microsoft Entra ID. So if you have global administrator role, that means you can do whatever you want to do. Okay. If you have the global reader role, you can read whatever you want, but you cannot modify anything. So if you get global administrator plus owner, then you have full access at the tenant plus at the governance level. Okay, at the RBAC level. So you can manage resources, you can do whatever you want. Similarly, if you're a global administrator, you can do whatever you want at the tenant level, at the Microsoft Entra ID level. Okay. Apart from that, there are a few roles that you should know is password reset administrator. So if you see somewhere you have password administrator, which gives you access to reset password. So if there is a help desk team who just need to reset the password, then you can provide this role to them, help desk team, right? Then there is user administrator role, similar to user access administrator. So if you want someone to manage the assignment of user roles in Microsoft Entra ID, then this role is something that you can assign. Okay. Just remember there are two roles in Azure, RBAC role and Microsoft Entra ID roles. Four roles, four important roles that you should know from RBAC side: owner, contributor, user access administrator, and reader. Main roles in Microsoft Entra ID is global administrator. It's like full role. full access at Entra ID level, global reader, full reading capabilities, user administrator, similar to user access administrator, but at the Entra side level, at the Entra tenant level. That means if I have user administrator role, I can assign whatever role I want at the tenant level. Okay, I can assign someone password administrator role, someone global administrator, someone whatever, as per their requirement. Clear? The last topic that we have about governance is landing zones. Now, whatever we have discussed so far, management group, subscription, resource group, tagging, policy, RBAC. So out of this, tagging, policy, RBAC are the three important features that helps you to achieve the governance. The rest is just the hierarchy. Okay. Rest, like subscription, resource group, and resource is nothing but the hierarchy. This actually won't help you to implement the governance. To implement the governance, you have tag, policy, and RBAC, right? So using policy, we can restrict certain things and we can make sure that we are meeting our compliance requirement. Using tag, we can organize our cost or automation, and using RBAC, we can organize maintain our access control. So what is this last topic? This landing zone is a concept where you can create your Azure platform. You can maintain or configure your Azure platform before landing your workload. That's the only meaning of landing zone. Okay, like for example, I want to land a airplane in my city, so I need to build a airport first. So that airport, within that airport, we have runway. So runway is nothing but the landing zone for that airplane, right? Similarly, if I want to, let's say, uh, have a shop in my mall, so I need to first build entire mall, and then within that mall we will have different area, square feet of shops, and according to the requirement of the users or of the shop owner, they will buy their own shop. So in order to make sure that shop is available, we need to first build entire mall first. Similarly, in the airport terminology, we need to make sure the runway is there so that my plane can land. Similarly, in Azure, we have a landing zone concept where you can define all of your policies, define all of your RBAC rules, define your ARM template, define everything, and then deploy your application. Then bring your application. Okay. So landing zone is just a concept in Azure where you can prepare Azure platform before landing your workload. So how to prepare? Obviously, you need to define the policies that you want to come up with. You need to define who will have what roles. You need to define if you want to use tags and all, right? So in Azure, a simple everything is blended into this, and you can create your own landing zone. So in Azure, we call this as blueprints. So if I go to blueprints, and there you can see uh, you can create a blueprint, and there you can see all the landing zones. Okay, you can start scratch and you can define your own policies, or Azure has given you some samples like foundational landing zone, migration landing zone, okay, common policies that it's like a best practice policies that you should be using. If your company wants to be ISO 27001 compliance, then you can use this landing zone. If your company wants to be have a shared services, right? If you want to create resource group with certain RBAC, so you can create this kind of landing zone. So if I select the foundation one, I'm just showing you this is nothing but the best practice landing zone that Azure has created. So you just have to give it a name, like for example, foundation landing zone. Okay. And then where you want this location to be. So you can select management group or subscription. So I'll select subscription here. Okay. I don't see management group since this Simplilearn user doesn't have access to that. Next, in the artifact tab, you can define all of the policies. So within subscription, if you expand, you see this policies, append cost center tag. So tag will be mandatory. Tag will be mandatory for resource group. You're enabling monitoring. You will define allowed locations for your resources. You will define allowed locations for resource groups. So these are nothing but all the policies. So what landing zone is, come up with whatever policy you want. If you want to add any policy letter, you can add that as well. Like click on add artifact, select artifact type policy, then select what policy you want to add, whatever you want to do. Okay, so that policy is added. So what we are doing with landing zone, we are making sure that we are compliant. Since we are asking people to add tags, so whenever people are creating resources, they will make sure that tag is assigned, since this policy will make it mandatory. Then we are enabling monitoring for all of our resources. We are defining which location to deploy the resources in. So these are all the policies. You can add as many policies as you want. Apart from that, you're creating a resource group for shared services. So a resource group will be created where Key Vault will be deployed, log analytics will be deployed, right? Another resource group will be created where all of your virtual networks will be deployed. Another resource group where you will be having identity service. So if you have a domain controller or any other identity service, you can deploy it there. And then when you when everything is deployed, there is an additional resource group where you'll be deploying your first application. All right. So landing zone is just a way or a way where you're blending or adding all of this stuff that we have learned today. Like we are creating resource groups, we are making the tag mandatory, we are applying certain policies that require for our compliance, then we are providing the RBAC role. So landing zone is just a logical, you can say a logical way of making sure that your infrastructure is ready, your platform is ready before you start adding the application. All right, if I want to provide any RBAC role at at any point at, let's say, this resource group, so I can select the artifact type role assignment, and I can provide owner role to any user or any group, or I can add it later as well once the resource group is created. All right. So that's something that you can define beforehand before bringing your application. Now, initially, when people started using Azure, this concept was not there, but uh, Microsoft introduced it very in a year or so when Azure was there. So initially, people were not aware of this landing zone thing, so they started deploying resources without considering the compliance and all. So blueprint is a way where you can define your landing zone first. And once you have defined your landing zone, you can bring your application. Remember, landing zone is to be done before bringing your workload. Once you have deployed your workload, after that, if you are bringing the landing zone, you can still bring it, but that's not how it should be working. All right, landing zone should be created first. It's like, just consider it's like your plane. In order to land the airplane, you first need to have runway. If you do not have runway, you cannot land your plane. Right. So similarly, landing zone is something that you should be creating first or deploying or making sure it's ready first before you bring your resources. All right. So that's about a landing zone. Yeah, you can create custom landing zone, whatever you want. So you just need to go to blueprint and there you need to click on create. Okay. Here you can define whatever you want. I selected the foundation one. You have the option to start with the blank. Okay. Just name it, provide the location, the definition location, and start adding your artifacts. So I'll add what I want. I want policy, I want role, I want ARM template, or I want resource group, whatever I want. So if I want policy, I select policy from here. Add, then again add artifact policy, then I add again another policy, whatever I want. Okay. So you can select your own blueprint, your own landing zone as well. Debabrata is asking what is the use of landing zone in real scenario. Okay. Have you understood what landing zone is? Forget about what is the use as of now. Have you understood what landing zone is? All right. So what we are doing in landing zone, We are just defining the policies. We are just defining the RBAC. Have you understood what is the requirement or use case of policy RBAC in real world? To meet compliance, you need to meet compliance. What landing zone is giving, landing zone, what we are doing in landing zone, we are just comprising or blending all this thing into one thing. Instead of doing this separately every now and then, what we are doing, we are creating a landing zone and we are adding all this stuff at once. So if you're adding all this stuff at once, when and after adding all this stuff and creating landing zone, once you're deploying your resources, you're deploying VM, storage account, or whatever. Now tell me, these resources will be compliant to your requirement or no? This resource will be compliant to your requirement or no? They will be compliant, right? So what is the use of landing zone? To make sure that whatever we are deploying is compliant. So next year when there is auditing, auditor will come to know that whatever we are doing is compliant to whatever certificate we want, whatever compliance requirement we want to meet. So landing zone is just a logical thing where you're just comprising all of your policies that you want into one landing zone. So at future point in time, if you want to see all the policy, you can see all at in central place. What is assigned, what is not assigned. Okay. All right. So this is what landing zone is. So when I deploy any resource, that resource will be compliant to whatever I'm defining over here. Now, every company will have their own requirement. Every company will have their own compliance requirement. So depending on your compliance requirement, you'll be adding policies over here. Whenever people are deploying resources, that resource should already be compliant. Why it's compliant? Because if that resource is not meeting certain policy, the landing zone will not allow that user to deploy that particular resource without meeting the compliance, whatever you have defined here. Okay. Mustaq is asking this foundation landing zone. Foundation landing zone is just for you to understand what landing zone is. I'm not saying that you need to apply the foundation landing zone at your organization. Okay. You need to understand first what landing zone is. Landing zone is a blueprint of your Azure platform, of your cloud platform. Within that blueprint, you're defining what I should be deploying, what I should not be deploying. So if I go here, I can define the location. This is my subscription where landing zone is being applied. I click on next artifact. And here I'm defining what policies I want to deploy. So I select all the policies. For example, I don't want to deploy high configuration virtual machine. So I restrict that using a policy. I want to make sure that tagging is in place. So I select any policy related to tag. I select that and I add tag over there. So what I'm doing here, I'm preparing my platform. This is my Azure platform. I'm adding certain restriction. So and so VM is not allowed. So and so location is not allowed. So and so uh, skew is not allowed, making sure monitoring is enabled, making sure we have shared services. So everything is defined here as a landing zone. Landing zone is not a physical thing which I can touch and see. Okay. Now, once I have defined all this thing, then my team, whoever is responsible for deploying resources, when they start deploying the resources, that resource will be evaluated against all this policy and all this requirement which is defined over here. If it's meeting that policies and that requirement, then only the resource deployment will be allowed. If it's not meeting, it will throw some error and ask the user to fix, and then user will deploy. Okay. So why we want to do that? Because we want to make sure that whatever resources is being deployed is compliant to the requirement. Okay. That's what the meaning of landing zone. Foundation landing zone is not to start a project. It's just an example how you can use landing zones in real world. All right. Harry is asking, is not it where the traffic enters? See, traffic is a network part, right? Landing zone is just definition of policies and all where you're defining everything. Now, where traffic will enter, that will define at your network level. These are not the network related policy. These are the governance related policies. Okay. Suresh is saying, okay, you means to say if I select 27,001, the compliance will meet according to 27,001, or else it won't allow us to create as we like. In 27,001, what is defined? What is required to meet that particular certificate, that particular ISO certificate? So if I select that, there will be certain policy which Microsoft has already defined. Okay. So first I select the resource name and the subscription. And when I go to the artifacts, what Microsoft has done, Microsoft has added certain policy which will make sure you're meeting ISO 27001. So whatever is defined in that policy, when you're deploying your resource, if that meeting that criteria, you're allowed to deploy. If it's not meeting that criteria, it won't be allowed. So if the resource is not deployed, obviously the auditing is not in the question here. Okay. If resource is deployed and it's not meeting certain criteria, then you're not compliant. Your whatever you're doing is non-compliant. And when ISO team comes to audit your organization or your platform, they'll see that you're not compliant. So if you're using this, then it will make sure this landing zone will make sure that whatever resource you're using is compliant to this particular policy, whatever is defined in that policy. Okay. Landing zone you can assign at the subscription or the management group level. So it's nothing but policies, RBAC and everything. It's not something fancy or something new or something a physical resource that you're deploying. It's not a physical resource, a logical thing. Okay. So if you see the definition location here, this is nothing but the scope. You can keep it at management group, at subscription, at resource group. Okay, mostly you'll be keeping it at management group and subscription, not at the resource group. Okay. It's similar to what you do with policy. With policy, what you're doing, where you can apply your policy at management group or at subscription. Same thing with the blueprint. Same thing with the landing zone. Okay. That's correct, Pankaj. It's like a predefined rules or predefined rules or conditions that this is defined over there. And when you're deploying your resources, those conditions will be evaluated. If your resources are meeting those conditions, resources will be allowed to deploy. If not, resources won't be deployed. There would be some error. Like I'm trying to deploy resource group right now and it's not allowing me, right? Why it's not allowing me? If I click on create resource group and I put it in central India, it's not allowing me to deploy. Why? What is the reason? Why it's not allowing me? Because what I'm trying to do is non-compliant to my organization. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to deploy something at Central India which is non-compliant to my organization. That's why I'm not allowed to do. Similarly, landing zone will do the same thing. It's not something new. It's not something different. Okay, it's just that you're blending your policies with your RBAC and with the if you want to deploy anything in pre-hand, you can use ARM template and all to deploy things. Okay, so all these things are blended together and it's called as landing zone. That's all. Okay, clear? If I want to be compliant, I just change the location. That's all. And now I'm compliant. Okay, so case study is very simple for this. So if you can open this and go to governance. So here we have the case study. So I just added the link here. Okay, so what this case study is doing, I know this case study is asking you to design a governance solution for your company. So let's read through it. So Tailwind Traders, again, this is the fictitious company that we will be using, and Microsoft uses this name for defining anything, right? So Tailwind Traders is planning on making some significant changes to their governance solution. They have asked for your assistance with recommendations and questions. Here are the specific requirements. Cost and accounting, Tailwind Traders has two main business units that handle apparel and sporting goods. Each of the business unit consists of three departments: product development, marketing, and sales. Each business unit and sub-unit will be responsible for tracking their Azure spend. At the same time, the enterprise IT team will be responsible for providing company-wide Azure cost reporting. Another project, new development project. The company has a new development project for customer feedback. The CFO wants to ensure all costs associated with the project are captured. For the testing phase, workload should be hosted on lower cost virtual machine. The virtual machine should be named to indicate they are part of the project. Any instance of the non-compliance with the resource consistency rules should be automatically identified. So these are the tasks. So for cost and accounting, what are the different ways Tailwind traders could organize their subscription and management group, which would be the best to meet their requirement? Design two alternative hierarchy and explain your decision making process. So what you need to do here is you just need to come up with the management group hierarchy for cost and accounting for this Tailwind traders. Okay. So what they have mentioned is you need to come up with two alternative hierarchy and explain your decision making process. Then for the new development project, what are the different ways Tailwind traders could track cost for the new development project? How are you ensuring compliance with the requirements of virtual machine sizing? Propose at least two ways of meeting the requirements. Explain your final decision. So in simple, you just need to come up with a management group strategy. Okay, how you'll be defining the management group. So what I'll be doing is the main tenant root group. Obviously, you'll be having it behind within that tenant root group. I'll be creating a management group with Tailwind traders. Then it's totally up to you. You can divide it as per the unit, business unit, apparel and sporting goods, or you can keep everything in same business unit and divide it on the subscription level. Okay, so what I'll be doing here, apparel, this is one management group, and then sporting unit, this is another management group. Then within this business unit you have three departments: product development, marketing, and sales. Each business unit has this department. Okay, so what you can do, you can again create three management group if you want. Total six, right? So here you will be having product development, here you will be having marketing, here you'll be having sales. Similar here, product development, marketing, and sales. And then you will be having each subscription depending on what subscription they need. Since subscription is not mentioned over here, okay? Since they are saying that each business unit and sub-unit will be responsible for tracking the Azure spend, so it's better to have a separate subscription for each, or else you can have a single subscription. And if you are having single subscription, you don't need to have three different management groups over here. So another strategy could be like this: tenant root group, Tailwind traders, and then two business unit, apparel and sporting, apparel and sporting, and then you can have one subscription each. Okay, within each subscription, in order to track the cost, you can use tags and all. Okay, in order to separate the talk. If you're going with single subscription, but here they mention that each subunit will be responsible for tracking their Azure spend. So it's better to divide them into three different subscription, which will be easier for you. Why it will be easier? Because one subscription will have cost and you can simply put that in their cost center, right? So I can have three subscription, like this is for product development, this is for marketing, this is for sales. Similarly, in a sporting unit, I'll have three different subscriptions. So either you can divide them in three different management group, then have one subscription each, or you can simply put subscription within the main management group. All right. So these are the two different hierarchy you can come up with. That's totally up to you which you want to go. Okay. Now, in new development project, what are different ways Tailwind traders could track the cost? So again, you can have a new management group here for new development project. I'll mention that as NDP. Okay. How are you going to ensure the compliance? Obviously, we need to use policy. So you can just mention here Azure policy. Okay. And if you have any other way, you can come up with that way as well. Like you can put management group and then subscription or directly subscription. Totally up to you. All right, just go through this subscription case study and come up with a solution. And I did not get any solution from you guys for the last case study. So you need to go to Draw.io and come up with a solution and send me that solution over the email, over my personal email. All right, like this. So you did not came up with any solution. So now here also you just need to create management group. Same thing what I explained. Okay. Yes, somewhere you should have management group. This is management group. This could be main management group. You can add a tagging or something. So you can add a text over here. So this is, let's say, my tenant root group. Obviously, I can increase the font and all that I leave to you. Okay, this is my tenant root group. Then I can copy paste. You have the same thing here. This is my Tailwind traders, just rename. Then I can have additional management group. So just similar to what you're seeing over here, what we discussed right now. You need to come up with that solution. Okay. Mustaq is asking how to get Azure icon. So in order to get Azure icon, you first go to Draw.io appdiagrams.net, and then from there you can simply click on more shapes here. And here, once you click on more shapes, you should get Azure. Just check this box Azure and click on apply. So you should get the Azure icon. Okay. All right. Any questions on case study or whatever we have covered so far? If no questions, we can move on to the next topic. So next topic that we have is design compute service. Okay. So if you go to AZ-305 study guide or AZ-305 learn path, this is the topic that we are covering right now. So we have completed this except monitoring. So monitoring will be doing later once we have covered everything. So we have covered governance, we have covered authentication and authorization. Monitoring is pending, which we will cover at the end once we have done with all the solutions. Now we are moving on to the infrastructure solution, design infrastructure solution, and within design infrastructure solution, we are going with the compute solution, design and Azure compute solution. This is the chapter topic which topic we are covering right now. Okay. All right. So before we start, I just need an answer from you. What is a compute service? Now we have seen in basics of cloud computing that cloud computing is nothing but the delivery of compute services over the internet. So what that compute service mean? What is compute service? What is a compute service? VM, that's correct. Apart from VM, what only VM is compute service? What is that compute service? RAM OS, that's correct. So whenever someone says compute, compute is nothing but the computation services like memory, which is nothing but RAM, okay, CPU, right, and then uh, storage. So these are the three things which comprises of compute service. In simple, if someone asks you what compute service is, so compute is just the home to your application. Okay. Compute service is nothing but home to your application. Compute is actually where application lives. What is application? We have discussed is quite simple. Application is nothing but list of files. So when developer codes, they codes in a file. So you'll be having file like if developer is writing in Python, they'll be having certain .py. If they're writing in .NET, they'll be having some C# related files, right? So these files are nothing but the actual application. And in order to make sure that your application run using a runtime, you need a home for that. So that home is nothing but the compute. Now that can be anything. That can be a virtual machine, can be a physical machine, can be app service, can be a container. So there are different compute services available in Azure. That's what we are going to see in this topic, in this chapter. All right. So in simple, compute is home to your application. Now remember one thing, whatever we will be learning and for whatever reason the information technology is out there, for whatever reason the infrastructure background is out there, is because of the application. If there are no applications in the world, if there are no web app, there are no desktop app, then IT is not required. Okay, business can happen physically by making a physical, building a physical shop and asking customer to come physically there, right? If there's no app, we are not required. Cloud is not required, on-prem infra is not required. So whatever we are doing is for the app. All right. So application, in order to make sure your application can live, you need to have a compute service in place. And in Azure, what compute services we have, that's what this topic is about. We have a lot of compute services. So just to describe or uh, make you introduce to the compute services, these are all the compute services we have in Azure. Virtual machine, app service, Kubernetes service, Azure function, Azure batch, logic app. One is missing, which is Azure container instance, right? ACI. So if you see, every compute has its own dedicated section. So I'm not explaining each and every service here. I'll keep it to its own uh, dedicated slide. All right. For this slide, is it clear what compute service is? For me to keep an application, for me to make sure that my application uh, can be accessed by the people or my application actually can run, I need to have compute service in place. All right. So in that compute service, which is nothing but home to my application, I'll keep my application. An application, nothing but files. Is that clear, guys, what compute is? All right. So let's see each compute service. Now, out of all this compute service, not all compute service are meant to keep the application. Okay. Not all compute service are meant to host the application. Like out of this 6 services, the first 3 services, Azure Virtual Machine, Azure App Service, and Kubernetes Service, are the services where you'll actually deploy your application. Okay. Rest are different. They're not mean to host the application. Okay, so we'll see what is the difference and what each compute service is used for. So which compute service to choose from? There's a long or a big you can see a flow chart that Azure has created. Now, which one to choose at what point in time? This flow chart will help you to decide. But apart from that, if you sit until the end of this compute, obviously today I don't think so we'll be able to complete or cover all the services. But tomorrow we will be done with this compute section. So tomorrow, once we are done with the compute section, you'll be able to identify or define or uh, take a decision on which compute service to use for your work or for your use case. All right. But let's go through this flow chart and see which compute service to choose at what point in time. So from here you are starting. All right. The first question is, are you migrating from on-prem or I mean from anywhere, not only on-prem, or you're building new? Okay. So if you're migrating, go this way. If you're building new, go this way. All right. So let's say we are migrating. Since when I started my Azure career, most of the customers were migrating and I helped my second or third company to migrate. We had the everything in data center in Australia. So we migrated it to Azure since we were going global. So if you're migrating, these are your options. Okay. So let's come over here and see. Now, once you say, yes, we want to migrate. So this way you need to go left side. And here, are you doing a lift and shift or you are doing cloud optimize? Lift and shift is like whatever your application's condition today is, you're just using as is and you're just shifting it to Azure. That's all. You're not changing anything. Okay. You're just lifting your application from on-prem AWS, wherever it is. However it is, it's written in old format or old framework. You're just using that framework and shifting it to Azure. That's all. Okay. So if your answer to lift and shift is yes, you'll go this way. If your answer to cloud optimize is yes, you'll go this way. Okay. So let's consider lift and shift. So I'll go this way. Now, once you're using lift and shift. Is your container using, is your application containerized? That means, are you using container platform? So if you're using container platform, you go this way. If you're not using container platform, you go this way. So let's say we are not using container platform. So if you're not using container platform, we have two options to choose from. Azure App Service or Azure Virtual Machine. Okay. Now, when this yes and no is happened is whether your application is web app or API. So if your application is just a API or web-based, you can go to app service. If it's not, you can go to virtual machine. If your application is containerized, you again have 2 or 3 options. You can go for Kubernetes services. You can go for Azure App Service again with container option, or you can go for Azure Container Instance, which is not mentioned here. Okay, it's mentioned here somewhere here. All right, so these are the 3 options you have when your application is containerized. Okay, so we have covered this. When you're migrating, you have these options. When you're migrating your application to Azure, you have these options. You can make use of virtual machine. You can make use of Azure App Service. You can make use of Kubernetes service, or you can make use of Azure App Service with container. These 2 options are only valid when you are doing containerized application. That means you're using a Docker or any other container platform and you have containerized your application and you're deploying it as a container. So either you can use AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service, or Azure App Service. If it's not containerized, then you have left with virtual machine or Azure App Service. Okay. Now let's say you're not migrating, you're building new. So if you're building new, obviously you have all the options. Now, which option to choose when? Do you need full control? Do you need a full control on operating system? Do you want to control your operating system like every month you have patching? So if you're using Windows operating system, you have to patch it. Even Linux, you have to patch it. So do you want those kind of full control? If yes, virtual machine is the option for you. Okay. As I mentioned, your application is not hosted on Azure Batch Service, but do you require the HPC workload? HPC stands for high performance compute. So do you need that kind of workload? Do you require high performance? Mostly you'll be using it for when you're processing huge amount of data. So for your big data pipeline and all, you'll require HPC. Do you require that kind of workload? Then you go for Azure Batch Service. Are you using microservice architecture? Same. Are you using containerized application? Okay, microservice architecture. If yes, you have Azure Container Instance, Service Fabric, or Kubernetes services. Okay. If no, if you want to go with event-driven architecture, you have Azure Functions or Logic App. Okay, Logic App is not mentioned here, but that is also used for event-driven. Okay. And the last one, which is Azure App Service, it's like a platform as a service, that you can use. Like you don't want to have full control over the operating system. That means you want to outsource the patching and all to Microsoft. So in this case, you can make use of Azure App Service. Now I see it's overwhelming. Obviously, you can't get entire workflow or entire flow chart in just 5 minutes. But as soon as we go through each service, we'll revisit this this flowchart again at the end, and at that point in time, obviously it will make sense for you. Okay. So before I move on to the first compute service, any questions on the compute service? For now, you just need to understand that compute service is the home to your application. That's all. Any questions on this before I move to the first service that we have? Mustaq is asking storage also. What do you mean by storage also? See, we are not understanding storage as of now. We're just understanding the compute. That means where my application will be running or hosting. Okay. We're not migrating. If your question is related to migrate, we are not migrating storage as of now. Okay. For storage, we have a dedicated chapter. Your questions will be cleared there. How storage is handled when it comes to hosting an application. Okay. So under lift and shift, we are not migrating storage as of now. It's just application related things. All right. So let's go on to the first topic, which is Azure Virtual Machine. This is the simplest, you can say simplest compute service available in Azure that you can use to host your application. Now, I'm damn sure that everyone here might have worked with Azure Virtual Machine, or if not, you might have worked with EC2, Amazon Web Services EC2, right? Or you might have worked with Hyper-V virtual machine or VMware virtual machine. If you haven't worked with any, just consider this virtual machine as your own laptop, but running on Azure. Like it's not a physical laptop, it's a virtual laptop running somewhere on Azure data center. Okay. So what is virtual machine? Virtual machine is software computer running on Azure. As the name specifies, virtual. It's not a physical thing. It's a virtual machine, right? So it's a virtual software, software computer. So what this virtual machine gives you, this virtual machine gives you the storage. Like in our laptop, what do we have? We have hard disk, right? So what that hard disk does, it allows us to store something. Similarly, this virtual machine gives me storage where I can keep certain files like operating system, obviously. My operating system will be there. Apart from operating system, I can add additional disks and I can keep my application related file if I want to. And that's not mandatory. You can keep your, I mean, OS will be the default disk that you'll be getting. Apart from the default disk, if you want to add additional disk, you can add to keep your application data. Right. So what is a virtual machine? It's a cloud-based, on-demand, scalable computing instance that you can deploy whenever you want. You can decommission or delete it whenever you want. So it's an on-demand compute. You need it, deploy it. You don't need it, just delete it. Okay. So what are the features? Virtualized computing. You don't need to have a physical computer at your home and then create a virtual machine. You simply go ahead and create the virtualized. Just deploy it using Azure Portal, PowerShell, or CLI, whichever you prefer. The usage is to host an application. So you'll be having OS, so it supports Linux as well as Windows, whichever is your preference. When you're creating or deploying a virtual machine, you just mention Azure that I need Windows or I need Linux. And once you have Windows or Linux installed, on top of it, you can deploy your applications. Okay. Scalability, it's scalable, as this is one of the feature or benefit of cloud computing. So any point in time, if I feel that 2 GB RAM is not enough for me, I can scale it to 4 GB or 8 GB, whatever, according to my requirement. So scalability is the feature that you get when it comes to compute, virtual machine. Networking, I have the option to define who can connect, who cannot connect. Okay, who as in which IP can connect, which IP cannot connect. So that's something that we can define. So networking is attached with it. Management, you can manage like login. You can take a remote access of this virtual machine and manage it, or certain management like changing the size and all, you can do it directly from Azure portal or CLI or PowerShell. Okay. Billing is pay as you go. So you will be billed hourly. So if I keep my virtual machine deployed for let's say 24 hours, so I'll be paying for 24 hours. Okay. Next day I stop my virtual machine. I'm not running it, so I won't pay for the virtual machine for the compute. For storage, obviously you'll be paying. Okay, with storage, the disk that is deployed. So for disk I'll be paying, but if I keep it stopped, I won't be paying for the compute. All right. So it's pay as you go. Apart from pay as you go, you can reserve virtual machine for like 3 years. So there are reserve plans. So if I want to reserve, I can reserve the virtual machine. So I can go to reservation and reserve. Obviously, my subscription doesn't support it, but if your subscription supports it, you can reserve virtual machine for 3 years. Yeah. Right now, my subscription won't support, so it won't show. But you can reserve it for 3 years. So if you can see, this subscription is not eligible. So my subscription doesn't support it. But if I reserve it, I'll be saving around 40% of the pay-as-you-go cost. You can see this here. Here. You can see the pricing table. And if you see here, if you go for reserve plan, so everything is mentioned here depending on the size, which size you're choosing. If you go for 1 GB RAM, this is the normal cost. This is the saving plan. This is again 3-year saving plan. So if you go with 3-year saving plan, you'll be having around 54% of savings. Okay. This question from Mustaq: when should we reserve and when to pay as you go? Okay. Do you want to save money for your company? Do you want to save money? So if you want to save money, go for reserve plan. You'll save around for 54%. Now, when to decide whether we should go for reserved or no? You ask your project manager, is this project going to be running for at least 3 years? If he says yes, then go for 3-year saving plan. So you'll save 54%. If they're not certain that we might close this project in one year or so, so don't go for saving plan. Pay as you go. Okay. Totally depends on project by project basis. Are you deploying a virtual machine for just quick test? If yes, don't go for reservation plan. Go for pay as you go. Since I'm doing it for testing, and I'll be decommissioning or deleting it in after 3 months, 4 months, whatever. Right. So at that point in time, just go for pay as you go. Okay. Reservation cannot be cancelled. That's why it's reserved. If you want, if you are sure, if you know that you are not going to use it for 3 years, reservation is not for you. Okay, just go for pay as you go. Since reservation, you can't cancel it. If you can, there will be certain cost. Okay, so it will charge you more as pay as you go if you cancel it before the contract. All right. Okay, so coming back to the topic, I'll take the questions later. VM sizes. So there are different types or family of VMs available in Azure. All right. First one is general purpose. So general purpose is mostly like for not for production use. Okay, you can use it, but it's not recommended for production use. It's used for dev test, uh, demonstration. Like the trainers are encouraged to use general purpose VMs for demonstration purpose. You will be deploying virtual machines, so you should use general purpose for your hands-on, right? So this general purpose are for dev test or demonstration or those kind of things. Compute optimize will get a powerful CPU to memory ratio. Okay, so you'll get more processing power as compared to memory. So you'll be getting a good CPU as compared to memory when you go for compute optimize. Okay. In memory optimize, you'll be getting powerful memory. So your memory processing would be more as compared to CPU. So where you'll be using memory optimize. So memory optimized can be used when you want to host a database. So you need to create a database server. So we know that we need a powerful memory for database. So SQL DB, MySQL, whatever database engine you want to install on a VM, at that for that scenario, if you're using a virtual machine, then you go for memory optimized virtual machine. Compute optimized when you need more processing power, like you want to host an application. So we know that in order to host an application, we need more compute, we need more CPU. So CPU can process those requests quickly, right? Or else if you're using a virtual machine for a solution where you are encrypting or decrypting or you're working with SSL quite often, then you go for compute optimized, since encryption, removing encryption, working with those algorithms requires more CPU. So we go for CPU for that, CPU compute optimized for that. Storage optimized where your IOPS, input output operations per second, will be optimized. So if you go for storage optimized, so where you can use storage optimized. For example, my company is coming up with something, some service like Google Drive, where I'll be storing people's data. So when I'm storing people's data, when they are trying to access, I need to make sure that data is readily available. So in that point in time, I would be using storage optimized. Or let's say my company is creating a SAN kind of solution for my internal software or for my internal environment or organization. So SAN kind of uh, solution requires good throughput and good input output operations per second. So at that point in time, you can go for storage optimized. Okay. Then you can go for GPU. GPU stands for graphic processing unit. So when you are when you want to work with graphical images or videos, where you want to make sure that whenever people are rendering something, it should be fast. So at that point in time, you can go for GPU, like for example, gaming servers or nowadays artificial intelligence, right? Llama or something you want to host. So you can go for GPU. Then the last one we have is HPC, which stands for high performance compute. So if I need high performance compute, like I'm coming up with my own big data pipeline and I want to use virtual machine for that, so I can go for HPC kind of size of virtual machines. Apart from that, there are a lot of other sizes available in the Azure portal or in the Azure platform, but these are some sizes that you should know. Okay. Once again, you have general purpose, which is for dev test kind of environment, not meant for production. Compute optimized, where you need high CPU, right? I need more CPU power. For example, I'm hosting my application and that application is working with something known as encryption, decryption, and application want to process that very quickly. So I need high CPU there. Memory optimized, when you need more memory. Okay, I mean powerful memory, not more memory, powerful memory. So if you're hosting a database kind of thing, where you require more memory, then you can go for memory optimized. Storage optimized, where you need good storage, like for example, you're coming up with SAN storage kind of thing, or OneDrive kind of thing, or Google Drive kind of thing, where people are storing and you need a quick read write access to that, to that data which is written over there. So you can go for storage optimized. GPU, graphic processing unit, where you need more graphics like gaming servers, AI, rendering, marketing materials. HPC, high performance compute, where you want to come up with your big data pipeline and all kind of things, and you want compute for that, you can go for HPC type of Azure virtual machine. Okay. Then if you want to create clusters of virtual machine, then in Azure, we have something known as virtual machine scale sets. So virtual machine scale sets are like deploying virtual machines as a group of virtual machine, like a cluster. So you'll be deploying more than one instance. Why we have scale sets over here? If let's say I'm hosting my application in one virtual machine, and if that application goes down, what is going to happen? My application will be impacted, right? So if I don't want to do that, what I can do, I can deploy that virtual machine scale set. Instead of single virtual machine, instead of individual virtual machine, I deploy more than one virtual machine as a scale set. And in that case, Azure will make sure that if one virtual machine goes down, another one will be created by Azure. So that will give me high availability, which means if one of my virtual machine going down, it's not impacting my application, since my application can still serve the requests coming in from user using additional instances. All right. More on this later. We have a dedicated slide for virtual machine scale sets as well when we go to the high availability concepts. Okay. But for now, virtual machine scale sets is like a group of virtual machines that you're deploying together. And if one virtual machine goes down, you still have other virtual machines which will serve your requests. Okay. Now, main thing, when to select Azure virtual machine, quick test. You want to do a very quick test of your application, whether it will be running or not, what issue you can have, right? HPC kind of workload. So if you want high performance compute, then obviously you cannot go for other compute instances. Obviously, batch solution supports it. Apart from batch solution, other will not be able to support it. So you can go for a virtual machine. Legacy app. Legacy app is old applications which are not supported in, which are not cloud native or cloud optimized. So you can go for virtual machine in that case, and you need a full control over operating system. So when you deploy a virtual machine, you can log into the virtual machine and you can install whatever software you want. So you have full control over the operating system. Okay. Now this is the excerpt from that flow chart. So when you will be using virtual machine, when you're building a new application or you're migrating and using lift and shift. So if you're building a new application, if you require full control, go for virtual machine. When you're migrating and using lift and shift, can you containerize it? If no, can you use web app or API app? If no, then you go for virtual machines. Okay, this is the same excerpt from this flowchart. All right. So before I go to the portal, any questions on this? Mir is asking what is the best practice for dev and dev environment. So dev environment, you go for virtual machine, general purpose virtual machine, which will cost you less, and make sure you're shutting it down during non-business hours, so which will save money for you. Okay, if you keep virtual machine, doesn't matter whether it's general purpose or any other family size, uh, any other VM family. If you keep it running for 24/7, you'll pay extra even when you're not using it. So it's better for dev test environment. You use virtual machine and then uh, use general purpose virtual machine and then make sure it's shut down when it's not in use. Okay. Mustaq is saying VPS are cheaper. Okay, which probably. Pankaj is asking what other applications installed in VM after OS in real environment. That's up to you. What applications you want to install. By default, there won't be any. By default, when you create a VM, when I'm creating a VM, only OS will be installed. That's all. Apart from OS, nothing else will be installed. So what application you need, you can deploy. That is the meaning of full control. Okay. So when you go for virtual machine, you have full control. You can deploy whatever you want. All right. So by default, there won't be anything. So if I select Windows OS, only Windows operating system will be installed. Softwares will not be installed. If I need additional softwares, I can install it afterwards once I have access to the VM. Okay. Any questions before I move on to the portal? Okay, before I do anything, I go to the policy and I remove the policy of that Central India. Same things since I want to okay, before I delete, if you see the overview page, here you should see the compliance. What is the compliance? The meaning of compliance is what our policy is saying. Our policy is saying that you should not have resources in Central India, West India, and South India. But if you see the policy compliance, I have three resources, out of which two are compliant, one is non-compliant. That means one is still in Central India. So that's the kind of audit or compliance report you get when you use policy. Now, since we only have one policy, I see this kind of compliance, you'll be having multiple policies. So you'll be seeing percentage kind of thing. Like for example, here, 14%. All right. So this is where the policy comes in place to define or to see your compliance level before the audit, obviously. So you can make sure that you are 100% compliance to whatever requirement your company or your clients are giving to you. All right, so let me remove this policy now. I don't need it. This policy is removed now. You won't have any compliance. In some time, this compliance will go away since you don't have policy. Okay. All right. Now let's see our first demo of compute section. So here what I'll be doing, I'll be deploying a virtual machine. And within that virtual machine, we'll deploy a very simple application. It's not an application, it's a simple static website. So I'll be deploying that. So let's see that. And I'll be using same static website to deploy it in all compute services, whatever we are going to cover, whatever demo we are going to see. Okay. So let's see that quickly. So what I'll be doing, in order to create a virtual machine, you need to search for virtual machine and then click on virtual machine and then click on create. Okay. So as usual, with any resource, the first two things will be common and mandatory. So you need to provide subscription and then you need to provide resource groups, right? So with subscription, Azure should charge you, and which resource group you want this virtual machine to be part of. Okay. So I'll be selecting Azure training subscription, and that's the subscription I have access to. And resource group, I can create new if I don't have one. But if you remember, we created a resource group with the name AZ-305 RG02. So I'll be selecting that resource group. Okay. You can select whatever resource group you want. But remember one thing, when you deploy a virtual machine, everything will be deployed under this resource group. Now with the laptop, when you buy a laptop, what do you get? When I buy a laptop, with this laptop, within this laptop, we have a keyboard here. We have a CPU installed on the motherboard, right? We have the storage, so we have some SSD or HDD, and then we have physical NIC as well, the network card. So network interface card is also added to the keyboard. So similar to laptop, here also you will see the disk is getting created. With disk, you will be having virtual NIC. Since this is a virtual machine, you'll be having virtual network interface card, right? And then CPU will also be allocated. The virtual CPU will also be allocated to this virtual machine. So all those stuff will be in the same resource group. The next thing you need to provide is the virtual machine name. So I'll go with a simple name. So let's consider this is my web server. So I'll give it a web server 01. This is the name I'm going with. In real world, what name you'll be giving totally depends on your naming convention, your company's naming convention. What I have seen in the real world is people use the environment, prod, what this server is. This server is web server, so they use web SRV. And then what is the number of this web server? 10. Some people add the region as well. Like for example, this is deployed in Central India, so CI gets added, and then the number 01. So that's how the naming convention would be. Totally depends on company to company basis. So someone can have like this prod server, prod web server, Central India 01, right? So some have this, some have just prod web server. Totally depends. So we will keep it simple and we'll go with web server 01 or web server. All right, then region. What is a region? Region is a physical location where you are deploying the virtual machine. Now you're using Azure portal. So this is the cloud portal which we are using to deploy our virtual machine. But this virtual machine is not sitting in my home, sitting at my home. What we are doing, we're deploying it somewhere on Azure data center. Okay, it's cloud. What is cloud computing? Your data on someone else's data center, your data on someone else's computer. So we are deploying this virtual machine in Azure's data center. So Azure has data center all over the world. So Central India is one of the region in Azure. So that's what we are selecting here. Okay. Then availability option, I'm not selecting one and I'm not explaining right now since we have the high availability topic later when we do the network thing. Okay, so we have that topic, so we'll cover it there. But you can understand that availability is like high availability. If I want to deploy more than one virtual machine of the same thing, then I can make use of these availability options. All right. Security type, if you want to make uh, you want to have basic security, you want to have like TPM is used for BitLocker, you want to have secure boot, right? You want to have more security against the type of attack that's being launched against the cloud virtual machines. So if you want Azure to protect it against those kind of attack, you can go for trusted. Or you want to have totally confidential virtual machine, you can go with this as well. Okay. Now, for our use case, we can go for trusted launch. And in real world as well, you can go for trusted launch since that's quite secure. And trusted launch gives you the option to encrypt the disks, the virtual disk that you're going to get. Okay. Then image. So this image will help you define whether you want the Windows operating system virtual machine or Linux operating system. Now, there are a lot of images. Like if you see, we have Windows Server, we have Ubuntu, we have SQL Server, we have again 2022 Windows Server. Okay. Apart from this, you can also click on see all images and you'll see all the images available in the marketplace. You can come up with your own image as well. You can create your own image, push it to the gallery, and you can select your own image as well. Okay, so these are all the images we have. These are all the marketplace images. Some images uh, might have extra cost. So cost will be mentioned over here. Okay, like for Red Hat, the license is included or not. Once you select it, it will tell you whether the cost is included or not. So right now, this is not compatible with the security type that I've selected. So I need to change the security type. Okay. And at the cost page, once I go to the review create, it will tell me whether the cost is separate or the license cost is separate or it will be included in the images itself. Okay. So I'll go for Windows Server 2025 data center since we want the Windows machine. So I'll select the Windows Server 2025 data center, which is the latest server operating system from Microsoft. All right. And then you have size here. Okay, what is size? Size will decide how many CPUs you are going to get and what amount of RAM you're going to get. 8 GB. Okay, 8 gig. And then there's a estimated cost. So if you keep your virtual machine running for 24/7, how much you'll be paying. All right. So I'll go for B2MS or D2SV3. These are the options I have selected. Then once I create the virtual machine, you have your laptop. In order to go into the laptop and do any changes, you need to provide a username and password, right? So that's the same username and password you need to keep here. So I'll go for simple Azure user and my default password so I don't forget it. I need to confirm my password as well. Okay. And then the network rule. So which port you want to allow or deny. All right. What these ports are, these are the TCP ports. So if you keep 3389 open, what happened with 3389? Now this is the basic thing, not part of 305, but I'll explain. Okay. Anyone knows what is this 3389? Remote desktop, right? So those who are experienced in taking remote connections of Windows, they would know. So this is the port number where we send request to this virtual machine. So I'm sitting here somewhere in Malaysia, okay? And my virtual machine is sitting somewhere in Azure data center, central India. So we are not connected physically, we are not connected directly. So what I'm doing, I'm sending connection over internet. I'm sending request over internet to this virtual machine that I want to take your control. It will check whether this port is allowed or not because I'm sending the request on port number 3389. So it will check whether the port number is allowed or not. So if you don't allow the port number here, if I just go ahead and untick this, I won't be able to take the control. So I just want to take the control. That's why you need to keep 3389 open. Okay, so this will allow your virtual machine to accept your request. And then next you have disks. So here you can define the disks. So if you're using Simplilearn subscription, make sure you're changing this disk to standard HDD. Okay, so if you're using Simplilearn subscription, make sure you change it, otherwise your VM deployment will fail. So if you're not changing this to standard HDD, your deployment will fail because of our policy, the Simplilearn policy, which is in place. Clear? Now, since I'm not using Simplilearn policy, I'll go with premium SSD. It doesn't, it should not restrict me from deploying. Next, uh, quite understandable. So if you see the networking topic, do you want to have a public IP? Do you want to create another virtual network? Do you want to have subnet? We have a network topic, but obviously we're not going to discuss everything in deep. We will be discussing it from AZ-305 point of view. But what this is doing, when you're creating a virtual machine, a new network is also getting created. Okay, so if you see the new word here in the bracket, that means a new virtual network will be created. Within that virtual network, a new subnet will be created and a new public IP will be created. Similarly, new network security group will be created and ports will be allowed. The port that we have defined there, 3389, will be allowed. Okay, so we have a network topic where most of the things will get clear. For now, just know that whenever you are creating a virtual machine, a network is also getting created. All right, that's all. Once that is done, then you have the management section where you can define whether you want to assign manage identity to this virtual machine or no, whether you want to log in using Microsoft Entra ID or no, whether you want to auto shut down your virtual machine. So if you're using dev and test, if you're using it for dev and test, it's better to keep auto shutdown on. So automatically VM will be shut down at so and so point in time whenever you want. 7 p.m. UTC or 7 p.m. IST, whatever. Okay. Then monitoring. So if you want to enable monitoring, you can have, we have a dedicated chapter for monitoring. So we are not doing any changes here. Then in advance, if you want to run any script after the VM is getting deployed, so you can give that script here and Azure will execute your script once the VM is deployed. Okay. Then tags and review create. So if you want to have tags for your virtual machine like environment, prod, you can add the tag and then review create. Okay. Now, Kailash is asking what happens if we select Entra ID login. It doesn't join domain. You don't have a domain yet. When you create Entra ID, you're not creating domain. Okay. So if you select Microsoft Entra ID, this will give you the option. When you select this, it will allow you to use your Entra ID credentials to log into this virtual machine. So this Entra ID credentials. So anyone having the so-called role like virtual machine administrator login role or virtual machine user login role from the RBAC to this virtual machine, they will be able to log in using their Entra ID credentials. It's not joining domain, it's not creating domain. Okay. All right. So once I click on review create and then create, so it will start deploying the virtual machine. So just in short, what did we do? We provided the subscription resource group, the virtual machine name, region, image. Image will help you decide whether you want to deploy a Windows or a Linux machine. Then you need to provide the size of your virtual machine, 8 gig or 2 or 4 gig, whatever you want. And then username, password, inbound rule. That's all. Rest, even if you're not making any change and you click on review create, it should work. Okay. So rest are just non-mandatory things which Azure is automatically selecting for you. And then I click on create, so it will start deploying the virtual machine. It will take around 2 minutes to 3 minutes for the virtual machine to be deployed. Okay. Okay, so as you can see now, virtual machine is deployed. Now, in order to connect, now the definition of cloud computing, we just put the definition of cloud computing. What is the definition of cloud computing? Delivery of compute services over internet. Now, my question is, where is this virtual machine sitting? You have all the information in front of you. Where is this virtual machine deployed or sitting? Central India. And where I am in Malaysia. Or even if I'm in India, I'm not sitting or I'm not inside the Azure data center. Okay. So this is sitting in Central India. Central India is not Nagpur, Hari. Central India is Pune for Azure. Okay. For us, it's Nagpur, but it's the data center is actually in Pune. Okay. So I'm sitting in Malaysia. Now, delivery of compute services over internet. So if I want to connect to this web server machine, what I just need an access to internet, that's all, and the IP address and the credential of this virtual machine. Okay. So let's connect. In order to take a remote access of this virtual machine, what I'll be doing, I'll be I'll do a right click on my start button of my laptop. So if you see, I'll do right click and then I go to run. And after run, I'll do MSTSC. Okay. What is MSTSC? MSTSC is a shortcut to open the remote desktop connection wizard. And here you need to provide the IP address, the public IP address, which is mentioned here in the on the screen. You see the public IP address here. So I just copy this public IP and I paste the public IP here. And then I click on connect. So once I click on connect, it asks me the credentials. So I provide the credentials. The credentials that we provided at the first page when we were creating the virtual machine. Okay. Then click on yes, and it will give me access. Now I'm inside my virtual machine. So whatever software or installation I'll be doing, that will be impacting my virtual machine, not my laptop. Okay, I'm connected to the virtual machine. You can see the public IP of the virtual machine, similar to what you see here, 20.219.24.129. Okay, yes, you can see that here. So this is Windows Server 2025. So let's start with let's continue our compute journey where, if you remember, when we completed the yesterday's session, we deployed a virtual machine, and on that virtual machine, we hosted one single, a very basic website. Okay. So since the deployment of website was very quick, so what I have done, I've already created the same virtual machine, web server 01, which we had yesterday. So I'll be connecting to that web server 01, and then I'll be deploying the web server role. And after that, I'll be hosting the website. Okay. So I'll copy the public IP. This is something we covered at the yesterday, at the last half an hour. So I'll copy the public IP of my virtual machine. This is my virtual machine, web server 01. So I'll copy the public IP and I'll connect to this virtual machine. Now, since this is a Windows virtual machine, what I have to do, I have to connect it using RDP, and I need to make sure that port number 3389 is open, which we discussed yesterday. All right, so if I scroll down here, you see port number 3389 is open. So I can copy the public IP and then connect to this virtual machine. So I copy the public IP, I press Windows R on my laptop and I type MSTSC, which is the shortcut to to RDP, to RDC connection, to remote desktop connections. Once I type MSTSC and press enter, it will open this this dialog box, this wizard, where I can paste the public IP of my machine, and then I can click on connect. So once I click on connect, it asks me for the credential. These are the credential which we provided when we created the virtual machine. All right. So I'll go with the credential that I used. And once I provide the credential, and if credentials are okay, then I can click on yes, and it should connect me to the virtual machine that is deployed on in Central India on Azure platform. So once I'm connected, how do we handle any service? This is nothing but a server, right? So we deployed a Windows Server operating system. If you see this, if you see the operating system here, this is nothing but the Windows Server 2025 data set. So it's a server operating system. The operating system that you have in your laptop, which is for commercial use, is a client operating system. You might be having Windows 10 or Windows 11. So that is a client operating system. What is the difference between server and client? Server provides some kind of service and client accesses those service. So if you want to host your application or you want to host your website, then you need a server operating system. You can't do that with client operating system. All right. So that's why here we have selected Windows Server 2025, which would give us the capability to deploy whatever service we want. As of now, we are focusing on deploying a website. Okay. So in order to deploy a website, I need to deploy web server role. In Microsoft Windows, you have web server role known as IIS. If you're working with Linux, Linux has different flavors, like you can install Nginx. Nginx is another web server, so you can use that. So if, let's say instead of Windows operating system, you deploy Ubuntu. Ubuntu is a distribution in Linux. So for that, I need to deploy Nginx on top of Linux operating system. Or you can make use of HTTPD, also known as Apache. We can use Apache as well. So Apache is another web server that you can deploy on top of Linux operating system. But as of now, we have deployed Windows Server operating system. So we will we will install the IIS role. All right. In order to install the IIS role, I have to connect to my virtual machine, which I have connected remotely, right? So once I connect to that virtual machine, there in every Windows virtual machine, in every Windows machine, not virtual, in every Windows machine, you have something known as Server Manager. Now, there are different ways to deploy the role or service on Windows machine. Like you have graphical way, you have PowerShell way, you have CMD way. So there are different ways available. Now, since we have 40-50% of freshers here, so I'll be sticking to GUI way since that would be easy to understand. Okay, instead of doing it via PowerShell and all. By default, in Windows machine or Windows server operating system, you should see this server manager, which should open automatically. Even if you don't open it, it should open its wizard automatically. If you see, let's say for in your case, if server manager is not popping up, what you can do, you can go to the start button in the virtual machine, and here also you can see server manager. So if the server manager windows or dialog box is not opening, you can click here and it should open. Right? This is the first page that I should see whenever I connect to my Windows virtual machine. Now I have to wait. You see this blue line, which is collecting some inventory. So I need to wait. It won't let me do anything until this is gone. Okay, so what it does, it's preparing your server, collecting inventory data, like what is the IP address, what is the name of the server, all those stuff it's collecting. So this is Windows specific. I need to wait until this is gone. So if I click on add roles and feature, it won't let me do. Okay, so it's letting me do. That means it has already collected the data. You see now that blue line, which was traveling, is gone. Okay, it's gone. That means now I can work with my server. Okay, so what I did on the home page, on the dashboard itself, I clicked on add rules and features. And from here, you can select whatever service you want to provide, you want your server to provide. Like if I click on next, here you have the tab known as server role. Okay, what this server role is, if you, let's say we discuss about Active Directory domain service, right? So if you want to have this server behave as an identity server, you can install Active Directory domain service. If you want this server to behave as a DNS server, you can install the DNS server, right? Now, what we are interested here, we are interested in the web server role. So if you see here, under W, you have web server IIS. So this is the role which you use to host the websites or web applications. Okay, So I selected web server and then I do nothing. I just click next, 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 install. That's all. So now it will start installing the server role for me. All right. Which role we are installing? We are installing web server role. Once the role is installed, I'll simply copy paste my application files, and this machine, this web server or this Windows machine should host my website, and I should be able to access that website. That's where we stopped yesterday. Okay, so I'm continuing from there. Since this was very quick yesterday, that's why I'm repeating. So I'll have to wait until the installation is done. Okay. I see Ram is asking today's topic. I think I already covered. Today's topic is the same. We are continuing our compute journey. So we only saw one compute as of now, virtual machine. We still have other compute services to see. Okay. Once that is done, we will start with our networking topic. So these are the two planned topic in the agenda for today. All right. So I'll have to wait until this is done. Once the installation is complete, I just have to copy the files, that's all. Where I'll be copying the files, since this is Windows machine, I have a file system here where I can navigate to C, inetpub, and here you have www. So this is the folder where your application lives. All right. So I select www. These are the default files. So if I don't change anything, a default website would be loaded. To wait until the installation is done and then only copy. So remember these steps that we have done. These steps are important to understand. What we did, we first deploy the virtual machine. And while deploying the virtual machine, we selected that we want Windows OS. You can select Linux if your preference is Linux. After installing the Windows OS, what we did, we added the role, the web server role known as IIS. And after the IIS is installed, we are copying our files. So this is the steps. These are the steps that we are taking. All right. Virtual machine, created virtual machine. While creating virtual machine, we selected Windows operating system, Windows Server operating system. On top of it, we deployed IIS. On top of it, we will be copying our files once the IIS installation is done. It's taking a lot of time. I think it's already installed. So instead of waiting, let's just, okay, it's done. If you see installation succeeded, it says installation succeeded on web server 01. So once that is done, you can close it, right? Without changing anything, if I hit the IP address, the public IP address of this server, it should load the default website. Okay. I just hit the public IP address. This is the default website. So if I navigate or go back to the server, you should see this is what is being loaded. So if you open this with Paint or something, if you open this with Paint, this is what is being loaded. So if I replace this with my own website, I should be able to see my own website. Okay, so I made some changes, click on save, and then minimize the virtual machine and refresh the page. So you see the changes are reflected instantly, right? So now if I copy my simple app, so if I go to downloads and copy whatever I have with my website. So I copy all this file, go to the same location where the default website is located. Remember the location, the path is C inetperf www. Okay. So I delete this thing, the default one, and I paste all the files that I have for my website. Okay. Now, if I minimize the virtual machine and refresh the browser, now it should load my website. All right. So it's that simple. But if you want to learn more on how it's not this much on web server. There's a lot that you can do with web server. Okay. Now, since we just want to understand how compute works, so we are doing this. All right. Now you can just go to the public IP of this machine and you should be able to see the same website. Okay. Debabrata is asking to repeat. From which step you want me to repeat? What we did is we installed or we created a virtual machine. We deployed a virtual machine. We selected Windows OS and then we installed IIS. This is clear. Okay. So the address where you make changes is within the virtual machine. C inetperp. This is C drive inetperp www. So this is the folder where you have your website. Okay. All right. Pankaj is asking how many web app can we install in this server? This is not something at AZ-305 level. You can install as many as you want. Depends on the configuration that you have selected. Okay. So I have selected for 8 GB virtual, 8 GB memory. Okay. So if my web app is lightweight web app, light traffic is coming in, I can install as many as my server can support. Okay, there's no proper limit. You can install whatever you want. If you want more, you just change the size here and you install hundreds of web app. It should work. Okay. All right. Okay. So Pankaj, this is not something we should cover in AZ-305. Okay. It's IIS related. So if you want to learn more on server thing, then I would recommend you to go for AZ-800 or AZ-801. Okay, so these are the courses where we cover the server related thing. But if you want to do that you need to do from the IIS management console. So if I search for IIS here, from here I can manage, I can create another website. All right. So here, if you see, I have one site. This is the default website which is running. I can add an additional website, but this has nothing to do with AZ-305, so I'm not covering this here. You can give it a name. You can give physical path where your application is, wherever you want to store. Mostly you'll be storing it inetperp. You add additional site here with the name, whatever name you want to give, my site or something. You select that, you add your files there, and you should run it. Okay. So this is how you do it, but this has nothing to do with AZ-305. If you want to learn more on this, I would encourage you to go for IIS course or server level course. Okay. But remember one thing, uh, on port 80, my default website is running, so I cannot use the same port for second website. So that's the catch there. So you need to do some routing here, and instead of uh, reaching out to server over port 80, you need to use the naming, the host name host name routing here instead of port numbers. All right. So here, whatever host name I'll be giving, that host name, this server will be listening for port number 80. All right. So let's not complicate it. All right. So this is a very simple demonstration of how you can host a web app or a website on Windows Server. All right. So next compute service that we have is Azure Batch Solution or Azure Batch Service. Now, Azure Batch Service is not something similar to what we just saw. It's not a virtual machine where you can host your application. It's a totally different compute service where you can run large scale batch processing. What is the meaning of batch processing? When you want to process multiple files parallelly, okay, many files parallelly at once. So if you have that kind of requirement, then Azure Batch Solution is the service for you, which you can use to run multiple processes or multiple files. You want to process a lot of files at once parallelly. So if you want to process that kind of thing, you need large compute, heavy compute. So Azure Batch Solution is for you. Okay. Now, what is the advantage of using Azure Batch Service? As I just mentioned, batch processing. If you have anything where you require HPC, HPC stands for high performance compute. You want to do distributed computing. Okay. I want to process certain files for in two virtual machines and certain files in three virtual machines. So I can do that kind of thing. It also helps you to do the orchestration. You can optimize cost by combining different sizes of virtual machine in one pool, and then obviously you can integrate it with any other Azure service. Now, where in real world it's being used. Okay, so I give a very simple example of YouTube. Okay, so what is YouTube? YouTube is an application. Mir is asking, please share the today and all past topics. Sorry, what do you mean, Mir? I don't understand what you're trying to ask. Okay. So I'm trying to explain batch solution, so please focus here. All right, so I'm explaining batch solution here. What is batch solution? Batch solution is a service in Azure. It's again a compute service in Azure, which helps you to do a batch processing. So let's take an example of YouTube. What is a YouTube service, guys? YouTube is a service where you can stream videos, right? You can stream videos. So what I can do, I can stream videos. It's a video service, a video streaming service. Apart from video streaming service, what you can do with YouTube? You can create your own channel, right? You can create your YouTube channel and you can upload videos. Anyone here who is a YouTuber, or I'm damn sure that 50% of people might have tried YouTube, and they might have their own channel there, and they might be uploading videos as well. So anyone here who knows how YouTube works. So what you do, you create a channel and then you upload your videos. Now tell me, are you the only person in the world who has the channel and who is uploading the video? At this point in time, what do you think? How many videos are being uploaded on YouTube? At this point in time, 7:26 p.m. today. What do you think? How many videos are being uploaded? Come on, quick. Just take a guess. How many videos? In 1 second, how many videos are getting uploaded to YouTube? Billions of videos, right? There's no count. Millions of videos are being uploaded. Now, when you upload a video to YouTube, what YouTube does? YouTube processes your video, right? If I go to YouTube, I upload my video if I have a channel. If you see YouTube here, if you play one video, you have different options to play. Like you can play that in 1K, 2K, 3, 4K, right? So 1080 pixels. So there are different once anyone is uploading the video, YouTube is processing that video and making sure it's available in different resolutions, right? It's not loading. I don't know why, but let's come back to the topic. So when someone is uploading at any point in time, thousands millions of people are uploading videos. So millions of videos are getting uploaded to YouTube. Now tell me, when YouTube is processing, YouTube has certain kind of application which is processing this video. So thousands or millions of videos are being uploaded, and YouTube needs some service which can process this millions of videos parallelly at the same time. Now imagine you are uploading the video and your video is in queue. After the million videos, only your video will be processed. So how much time it will take for that video to be available on your channel, right? So I need some kind of service as a YouTube. I need some kind of service which can process this millions of videos parallelly and quickly. So Azure Batch Solution is the service which can helps you to achieve this kind of thing. So if you have any application where you require batch processing, then Azure Batch Solution is the service for you. Another example, you have your marketing team in your company. What does marketing team do? They come up with videos. Has anyone here worked with editing or anything? So when you edit a video, what do we do? When we are editing a video, what do? We cut our, uh, we record a raw footage first. Once you record a raw footage, you then take that footage, put it in any of the editing tool, and then you cut the unwanted footage. So when you cut unwanted footage, that means you just changing the way your video will look like final after the final cut, right? So when we are finally there, we have cut all the unwanted footage, and now we have added all the clips of footage that we need. So that means this is my final cut. After the final cut, what do? We export our video. Export is nothing but this is my final video, export it in a full video kind of thing. So when you're exporting your video, what does that editing tool do? Have you heard the term render? So the what does editing tool is doing? It's rendering your video. That means it's making your full video. Whatever final cut you have come up with, it's making that into a single video. Since you have cut your raw footage and you have changed your entire video, and when you click on export, it starts rendering your video. That means it's exporting that video to a full video, like maybe you have used MP4 or whatever format you have used. Now imagine your company is creating or editing thousands of video in one day. So at that point in time, I'll require the HPC, the high performance compute, to render my video, since this rendering takes a lot of time. So if that's my requirement, I can rely on Azure Batch Solution Service. Okay. Uh, so these are the two examples from the real world that I can came up with. All right. I don't have any demonstration for Azure Batch Solution, since I don't have any application which can do this kind of stuff. Okay. But Azure Batch Solution, how it works behind the scenes, you create Azure Batch pool, and whenever there is a task which is coming in, the compute will be processing that task. That task can be anything. You're doing this kind of stuff where you are processing videos, you're doing this kind of stuff where you are rendering videos, or you're working with 3D modeling. So in 3D modeling also we require high performance compute kind of thing. That's why you might see that any editor, mostly any editor who is working on editing and all, they use the Apple Mac Studio or Mac Pro, right? Why? Because those PCs, those Mac PCs are built for this kind of work. So similarly, if I want to process now Mac is like built for one single kind of thing. Like I'm an editor and I'm processing or rendering or creating or developing a video, and I want to edit that. So I'm working on one video at a time, or mostly two video in a day. So I'm doing that. So for that kind of work, Mac is okay. But if you want to do in batches, that means multiple or many videos at in a single day or in a single minute. At that point in time, you require something which can handle the batch processing. So Azure Batch Solution, is that service where you can, which you can use to do this kind of work. All right. Clear? Any questions on batch processing or sorry, Azure Batch Solution? You are doing 3D modeling, you are doing scientific research where you need, like for example, weather prediction models, where you need to work on large amount of data from previous days, and then you need to come up with a with a prediction what can be today's weather or tomorrow's weather. So that's where Azure Batch Solution perfectly fits. Okay. I don't have any demonstration, Mir. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have any demonstration. Since you need an application which can do the batch processing, and you need to send data in batches so that you can see that in live. I don't have that. What I can show is just creation of batch solution, which will not make any sense. Okay, I don't have any demonstration for that. All right. Okay, so the next service that we have is Azure App Service, Azure App Solution. This is another compute service. Okay, it's not like ETL run. Okay, batch processing. Yeah, you can use it for ETL as well. So if you're doing any extract, transform, load kind of thing, you can use batch solution for that. So it's similar to that. All right, but main job of this is to, mostly where I've seen batch solution is implemented is uh, in the marketing team. So I've seen my friend working in a company, and they have implemented this Azure Batch solution for their marketing team. Okay, but it's similar to ETL, right? Where you will be taking data, that data will be triggered, and that data will trigger your compute. Your compute will process that data, and then that you can integrate it with any other service to load that data somewhere. All right. The next service that we have, uh, The next compute service that we have in Azure is Azure App Service. Now, Azure App Service is also a service where you can host your application. All right. So if you want to host your web app, you can make use of app service. The infrastructure for this is managed totally. So fully managed infrastructure. You have the option to scale it out or scale it in depending on your requirement. It's highly available. You can integrate it with DevOps. It gives you the option to make sure that your data is secured and compliant. By default, your data will be secured. Okay. Then you can integrate Azure App Service with other Azure services. And this is an Azure service, so you obviously you would be able to integrate it with other Azure services, and it has support for containers as well. So main thing that you need to understand for Azure App Service is this is mainly used for hosting web apps or website. Okay. Or APIs. If you're working with APIs, so you can host these three things. Now, question may arise for freshers that here also I can host web app. In virtual machine also I can host web app. So what is the difference between these two? The difference between these two is virtual machine is infrastructure as a service, okay, where you have the full control over operating system. So I can, as you saw that I logged into the virtual machine and then I can make any change. Instead of web server, if I want to make this as a DNS server, I can do that. I have that flexibility or that option or that capability to make this as a DNS server. Okay, I can make it as a DHCP server as well. So I have full control over operating system. Whatever I want to install, I can do that. So that instead of just keeping this as a web server, I can install all these roles as well. So that benefit we get when we use Azure Virtual Machine. Whereas when you're using Azure App Service, you do not have control over the operating system. If you remember from the basics from the first session, we discussed infrastructure as a service and platform as a service. What is the difference between infrastructure as a service and platform as a service? In infrastructure as a service, you have full control over the operating system. So when I use infrastructure as a service model, I am deploying a virtual machine. I'm selecting an operating system and I have full control over that operating system. When I'm selecting platform as a service, I can select which operating system I want, whether Windows or Linux, but I don't have control over those operating systems. That means when I say I don't have control, I cannot log into that virtual machine when I'm using platform as a service model. So what PaaS can help you to do is host your web app, website, or website or API, but you won't be able to log into the operating system that you have selected, whether it's Windows or Linux. Okay. Now, when you don't have control over the operating system, what advantage you have? When I don't have control over operating system, I am not responsible for the patching of the Windows OS. So if I'm using infrastructure as a solution, and I'm deploying everything in VM, I am responsible for the patching. So if I go to the settings and Windows update, I need to make sure whenever a new update is available, I need to make sure that I have installed it. Like these two updates are already there in my virtual machine. So I should be the one. It's not Microsoft's responsibility, it's my responsibility since I had deployed the virtual machine. So this should be installed by me as a user, as a consumer. Okay. Whereas in patch service, in Azure App Service, this is not your responsibility. So underlying virtual machine will be patched by Microsoft. All right. So that's the advantage that you get. Now the question may arise, which one to use? If you're a developer, the best option for you is App Service. If you want more control on the infrastructure and you are an infrastructure admin and you want more control, then infrastructure as a service is the option for you. That's the best bet for you. All right, like you just don't want to install web server, but within the same virtual machine, you need to install some other software and some other uh, roles like DNS, DHCP, whatever you need for your infrastructure. So you can install that. That option you will not get in app service. All right. Now, whenever you want, if let's say in interview you get a question, explains the difference between PaaS and IaaS. So you just remember this table. So with IaaS, infrastructure as a service, you have more responsibility. You as the consumer, you have more responsibility when you're using IaaS model. When you're using PaaS model, you have less responsibility. Okay. So just remember this box. What this box is, let's say you want to deploy an application, what option you have? I'll draw one more box for on-prem. Okay, on premises. That means your own data center. So what options you have when you want to host an application? When there was no cloud, the only option that we had was on-prem, right? So what you used to do when you were when we were using on-prem, you had to had your own server, physical server, right? On top of that server, you'll have to deploy the operating system. Let's say you're using Windows operating system or Linux operating system, whichever. On top of that, you need to deploy a runtime. What is a runtime? Runtime is a framework which is used to run your application in simple terms. Okay, so your developer might be writing application in .NET or Java or Python, whatever, or Node. So there are different runtimes available, right? So if my developer is writing the application in .NET, I need to have .NET framework installed, .NET runtime installed. Okay. If my developer is writing application in Java, I need to have Java installed. Similarly, Python or Node, whatever. So this also I have to install .NET if my application is written in .NET. And on top of that, I'll be having actual files of my application. So when you're using on-prem, you're responsible for everything. From bringing physical server, installing operating system on top of it, installing .NET framework on top of it, and then bringing your files. That means copying or adding your files. Right? So everything is your responsibility when you go for on-prem. Now, when cloud was introduced in different models like infrastructure as a service, PaaS as a service. So behind the scenes, we still have the physical server. In infrastructure as a service, we still have the physical server. What is this physical? Whose responsibility when you're using cloud? Physical server is the responsibility of the cloud provider. If you're using cloud, the physical server is the responsibility of cloud provider. All right. Now you have the option, you have the flexibility to choose whether you want to use Windows OS or Linux OS. So let's say you're using Windows OS. So if you're using infrastructure as a service, Windows OS is my responsibility. That means the license which is required for Windows operating system is my responsibility. The monthly patching that I'll be doing is my responsibility. The runtime that I'll be installing is my responsibility. Let's say I go for .NET or Java, whatever. Okay, so .NET installation of .NET is also my responsibility. Then again, files, obviously, the application files is my responsibility. So when you go for infrastructure as service, out of the 4 boxes, the 3 boxes are your responsibility. The operating system, the framework, and the files. Okay, then if you move to PaaS, platform as a service, the physical server, the state setup will be same. The physical server is still there. Now it depends whether they're using virtual machine or what, right? And then operating system is still there. You just have to tell the provider that I want to use Windows or Linux. The framework is still there. What your responsibility when you're using PaaS model is only the files. So you just focus on development. That's all. The last box, from the top, the first box, only the files is your responsibility. Rest 3 are the responsibilities of the provider. So when you use on-prem, everything is your responsibility from scratch. When you're using cloud or within the cloud, if you're using infrastructure as a service, the physical server becomes the provider's responsibility. The operating system is your responsibility. The framework that you want to choose is your responsibility. The files that you want to install on top of files are nothing but the application. The application that you want to install or deploy on top of that Windows operating system or Linux operating system is your responsibility. In PaaS, you are only responsible for development. The infrastructure, the entire infrastructure, the platform is the provider's responsibility. Okay. So that's the difference between virtual machine and app service. App service is a PaaS service. So what we are responsible for is the files that we need to deploy. That's all. You create a PaaS service, you create an Azure app service, and then just push your files into that app service. All right. Pankaj is saying, please explain runtime. Runtime is the framework, Pankaj. Okay, so runtime is the framework, as I mentioned here, .NET, Java, Python, Node. So in order to install or host any application, your developer will be writing an application in certain language, right? In simple term, it's a language which your developer is using to write your application. He might be using Python, he might be using .NET C Sharp, might be using Java, might be using Python. So in order to host that application, I need to have that framework installed, that runtime installed on my machine. And if I install that runtime is like a run time, which helps your application to run. All right, clear? Okay, so what we did when we installed the virtual machine, we we informed the service provider, the cloud, that we need Windows operating system. And then on top of it, whatever we had to do, we did. Like we installed IIS, then we copied our files. Right now, next month when there's patching, I will be responsible for the patching. The physical infra is still cloud provider's responsibility. So now let's see let me demonstrate how you can use Azure App Service to host the same application that we are hosting on a machine, on a virtual machine. The same application which is hosted here. Now I'll host the same application on an app service. All right. So in order to create an app service, you need to search for app service in the search bar. So I'll search for app service here. All right. I click on app service. This is the first one, app service. So I'll click on the app service and then I click on create. I click on create web app. All right. Now, as usual, whichever resource you are deploying on Azure cloud, you need to provide subscription where Azure will be charging, and a resource group where the resources for this service will be deployed. So I select AZ-305 RG01 where my resources will be deployed. Then the instance name is the web app name. Okay. So what web app name you want? Let's go with Simplilearn. This should be globally unique. Okay. So if I go for Simplilearn, you see this name is not available. That means someone has already deployed a web app with this name. All right. So what I do, I just add some random number on front of it. All right. And this is the runtime stack that I was saying, whether you want to use .NET, you want to use Java, you want to use Python, right? So these are all the runtime that you need to install when you want to host an app. But when you're using a PaaS service, you just need to tell the provider that I want this runtime Python, and they will install Python. I want this runtime Node, and they will install Node. So they are making sure that your platform is ready. You just need to bring your code. That's all. So if I select .NET 10, .NET 10 will be installed on top of Windows operating system. So what I'm telling the provider is install Windows operating system, on top of that install .NET. All right. And then the region where where you want to deploy the app service. So I'll be using Central India for all of my servers. All of my services. So I'm using Central India here. Okay. And then there is a plan. Plan is this queue on uh, on the basis of which Azure will decide how much to charge. So there are different plans available. So there are different plans available. You can select whatever you want. So if I click on explore pricing plan, these are the different plans available. So it decides how much RAM you'll be getting, how much CPUs you'll be getting, right? You can go for premium plan, which will give you one virtual CPU and 4 GB of RAM. So depending on your requirement, you can choose whatever you want. All right. For some plans, the prices are also, the estimated prices are also mentioned. All right. Now, since this is just for demo purpose, so I'll go for standard or basic, since that will cost me less. So we have standard plan as well, standard as well. Now, consider this plan as just the amount of RAM you'll be getting, amount of CPUs you'll be getting, all right, and how much it will charge you, how much Azure will charge you for that particular RAM. It's not like that once you choose and it will stay like this. If you in future, if you want to change the plan, you can change it. That's that you can do. So in future, let's say I'm not satisfied with the performance of standard S1. So if I want to go for premium, I can go. Okay, I can switch any point in time. That is the benefit that you get in cloud. So you see the benefit number 3, the feature number 3, scalability. So right now, when I'm deploying the service, I'm selecting a different plan, and in future, if I need a different plan, I can do that. Okay. All right. So I'm selecting standard S1 for low cost as of now. All right. And this is the name of plan. So this is the name. You can give whatever name you want. So this is the default name, or a random name that Azure is giving. If you want to give your own name, you can give. So this is my Simplilearn app service plan 01. So I can give it something like this. Okay, you can give whatever name you want. All right. Now, once that is defined, that's all. If you don't want to touch any other tab, that's fine. You just click on review create and your app service will be created. But you can associate or create database here if you want. You can you can have your CI/CD pipeline, as I mentioned here, key features, DevOps integration. So if you have a CI/CD pipeline, you can integrate with CI/CD pipeline as well. If you want to integrate it with network, you can do that. All right. If you want to have a different service which will be monitoring this web app, you can enable that. I'm not enabling it. We have a dedicated chapter for monitoring, so I'll keep it for that. All right. That's all. You can associate it with database. You can associate it with CI/CD pipeline here, right? If you have a network and you want to integrate your app service with network, you can do that from here. If you want to enable monitoring, you can enable it from here. All right, that's all. I'm not doing anything. Just I'm going with the default setting. I just in the monitoring section, I just change the radio button to no. That's all. And then I can click on review create. And I click on create. All right, so it will start deploying my app service. Oh, I failed. Oh, we did change the plan, right? Okay, selected premium P1. I want to select standard or maybe basic. Yeah, so I selected basic instead of standard now, and it's now going to the deployment page. In 5 minutes, your app service will be up and ready. All right, so I can browse my app service from here. As an end user, if you want to go to YouTube, how do you go? You type www.youtube.com on your browser, right? So this is the address where YouTube lives. Similarly, for your app, you have an address where your application is living. Here you can see the domain. So this is the address where your application is living. Simplilearn5689.azureWebsites.net. So here we have our app running. Okay. And sometime you should see your app. Now, what we have done, we have just made sure that platform is ready. We still haven't pushed our code. We have not added our code. What did we do when we worked with virtual machine? We deployed the virtual machine, right? On top of it, we deployed the IIS role, and then we copied our file. So far in app service, what we have done this part. We still have not copied our files. So we need to copy that. All right, we need to copy that. So you see, when I browse that endpoint, that URL, it says my web app is running, but waiting for the content. So I still haven't published my content yet. Now for web app, there are different ways to publish the content. One way is to use the DevOps way of publishing the content. Another way is to use the CLI to publish the content. So there are different ways to publish the content. But for our use case, it's a simple website which we are using. So what we can do, we can use the graphical way, app service editor. I can open the editor. So it gives me the access to the file system where I can simply upload my files. Remember what we did with virtual machine? We deployed the IIS and then we copied our files. So we have to do the same thing with the app service as well. So I need to copy that file. So in order to copy what Azure has done, Azure has given you the access to the file system. So under the development tools, you have app service editor, and from here you can open the editor and you can copy and paste your files here. Okay. So we have to wait until this is fully loaded. It takes some time. And at any point in time, if you want to change the plan, the app service plan, you have the option here. Under app service plan, you have scale up, scale out. Okay. So when you want to scale up, you can change from basic to share to basic 2 to basic 3 to premium. So if you feel that the traffic which is coming to my application is not served properly or served very slow, so that could be because you only have 1.75 GB of RAM. So it might take a lot of time for processing a particular request. So if you feel that at any point in time, you can change your plan. Now remember, if you go for premium plan, the cost will increase. Okay, depending on which plan you're choosing and the amount of memory you're getting, your cost may increase. All right. So now as you can see, it's loaded, and this is where did we copied our file under www root, right? In virtual machine, if I go to the virtual machine, we copied all of our file to www root, right? Similarly, here also you have the www root folder from where you can copy your file. So what I can do, I can delete this one, the default one, and then I can right click and I can upload my simple app files. So if I go to download and search for simple app, and then I copy all the files and open it. So this copy will be uploaded, the files will be uploaded here, right? The index.html, this is the file which will be loaded. Now, if I refresh my endpoint, I should see the similar application here. Okay, same website which is being loaded from virtual machine. Now it's being loaded from the app service as well. Clear? You can also try to browse this and you should see the same website being loaded. What is the advantage of using app service? If you see here, I'm getting the SSL certificate free of cost. I mean, the cost, it's included in the app service plan. You see HTTPS, which I need to buy separately if I'm using virtual machine. So I need to buy. My virtual machine traffic is not secure. In order to secure that, I need to buy a SSL certificate. And obviously, I need to buy a domain name as well, since I'm directly hitting that at the IP address, right? That thing is benefit when you're using PaaS service. You already have HTTPS plus you have a domain name. You're not hitting the website on a particular IP address. You're getting a domain name separately, free of cost. Okay. All right. So for deploying the code, it's very simple. You can go and you can place since my website is quite basic, so I can do that from the app service editor. But if you want to deploy an entire code, in that case, you can make use of AZ web app command from where you can deploy the code. So AZ web app deploy or AZ web app uh, deploy is the command that you can use. So this is the command that can be used in order to deploy entire source code. Okay. So your source code can be in jar file or in zip file, and you can deploy your source code. The example is also given over here, right? If you want to deploy a war file, this is the command. If you want to deploy a zip file, this is the command, right? So there are different ways to deploy the code. If you want to use uh, the command line way, then this is the command that you have. Okay. Apart from command line, you can also deploy using something known as Visual Studio Code. So from here also you can deploy the source code. Apart from Visual Studio Code, there is another software from another IDE from Microsoft, which is Visual Studio. From there also you can deploy. So there are different ways to deploy the source code. Since our application is quite simple, it's just a website, so I deployed using the graphical way, which will be easier for freshers to understand. All right. In future, we have advanced topic as well. So once we are done with database, once we are done with the app service architecture, in the app service architecture, we are going to deploy a fully looking application. Okay. So that's That's where you will understand how to deploy an entire source code or entire application directly. Okay. All right. Next topic that we have is container instance. Azure container instance. How many of you know what Docker is? Now, in order to understand container, I need to give you uh, some information, some basic information. But since this is AZ-305, I'll keep it very minimal. Okay, I'm not going to explain you how you can build a Docker image, how you can run a container. That's not the scope of AZ-305. Okay, same goes for Kubernetes as well. So next topic we have is Azure Kubernetes service. We are not going to cover Kubernetes in depth since AZ-305 is not doesn't cover that scope, is not meant for you guys to explain Kubernetes. Okay, we have AKS. What we will do, we'll keep it minimal. I'm not going to dive deep into AKS or Docker. Now, why I'm not going to dive deep into that? So there is a reason for it. Okay, so if I go to our website, simplilearn.com, I don't know if we still offer a course in Docker, but if you just search for Docker in our website, you should see Docker Certified Associate. So there is a dedicated certificate for Docker, and it's not uh, the scope for AZ-305 is not to cover entire Docker. You just need to understand what Docker is, right? So if you see, this is the entire course for Docker, where it help you to, I mean, in this course, you will get to understand what Docker is, how to create a Docker image, how to manage it, how to post it to a registry or repository, how Docker networking works. So it's a very big topic. Same goes for Kubernetes. Now, we don't offer Kubernetes, but if you go to the Kubernetes official documentation, you would see that this is a course in itself. If I go to the documentation, you see the concepts, the getting started document, how to create a cluster and all. It's a very big topic. Okay. From AZ-305 point of view, what you need to understand is, let's say someone comes to you and asks you that my application is written in a containerized form. Do you have any service in Azure which helps you or helps us to host our containerized application? In that case, you will answer that yes, we have these services in Azure which helps you to host your containerized application. One of them is Azure Container Instance, other one is Azure Kubernetes Service. So our focus on this services, not on the technology name as container. Okay, but I'll explain you the basics of container, what is container and how it is different from a virtual machine or app service. All right, so what is a container? Container, now let's go back to I need a whiteboard. So let's go back to the virtual machine or batch solution. Okay, so here I have this page, so I'll use this page. Now what happens initially, as I mentioned in the last session, in yesterday's session, that we are here, we as an infrastructure administrators are here because of the application. If there's no application, we are not required. The infrastructure admins are not required. And if there are no application, developers are also not required, right? Since businesses are using IT to drive their business, right? To grow their business. That's why they are asking the developers to develop application. And that's why we are there to host the application, right? That's our main, like you're a system admin or a DevOps admin, your main work is to make sure that application is up and running, right? So if you go back 20 years, if you go 20 years ago, how we used to host the application. So in order to host the application, what we used to do, we used to get a server, a physical hardware server, IBM or Cisco or HP or Dell, whatever. Then on top of that server, we used to deploy an operating system, Windows or Linux operating system. And then we used to deploy the framework, the library, right? So we used to deploy .NET, Python, whatever is required. And then we had the actual application. So in order to host one application, we were utilizing the entire server. Now, if server is costing me $1,000 is dedicated only for one application. Since if I have deployed Windows operating system and if I'm using .NET framework, I can only host the .NET related applications. So if I want to host another application which is written in Python, I cannot host that on the same server where .NET is installed. Sometimes it used to work, sometimes it used to uh, interfere with the .NET library. Since these are two different libraries, these are two different frameworks, we were not, I mean, server was not supporting to host multiple applications. So what engineers did, they came up with the virtualization concept. So after hosting an application in physical server, the concept of virtualization kicked in. And virtualization is the backbone of cloud computing. Okay. So what virtualization is, with virtualization, people started using hypervisor. Hypervisor is a tool or a software which allows you to create virtual machines. So how the infrastructure change or how the setup change, you still have a physical server. On top of it, you used to install the Hyper-V or VMware ESXi or Citrix, uh, Zen server, right? So there are different hypervisors available in the market. Now, depending on which you are using, you will be installing that particular hypervisor. So I'll write it as Hyper-V. Now, what Hyper-V or hypervisor helps me to do is to create extra machines using the same server. So what I can do, I can create more than one virtual machines here. VM1, VM2, VM3. By creating VMs, what advantage we get? I can have one virtual machine running Windows operating system. I can have another virtual machine running Linux operating system. I can have third virtual machine again running Windows operating system. So this virtualization, what advantage you got with the virtualization is you can have more than one application. Like for the first virtual machine, I can have a .NET application running. For the second virtual machine, I can have Python running or Java running. For the third operating system, again, I can have .NET or any other node or something that I want to run, right? So this virtualization gives me the advantage of utilizing my server fully. Here, if I'm spending $1,000, that $1,000 was dedicated for one application. Here, I'm spending same amount, $1,000, but now I can host more than one application, right? So that's the advantage on Hyper-V, on hypervisor, on virtualization. After virtualization, it's a good concept. People are still using it. We are still creating virtual machine and hosting our applications and all. But the limitation or the drawback, not the limitation, the drawback is in order to host one application, I need to create the virtual machine from scratch. I need to install the Windows operating system from scratch or Linux operating system from scratch. And then I need to install the framework, everything I need to install, and then only I can host the application. So what engineers did, they came up with one step, they went one step ahead and they introduced the technology known as containerization. So with containerization, what happens? You can create a very lightweight operating. I'm not create an operating system, but you can host an application in a lightweight form. Okay. Now I'll just clear out the screen and I'll explain what containerization means. Is the physical layer, I mean physical infra or the virtualization clear? Is the two terms clear, physical and virtualization? See, basically, you just need to understand how the application is hosted. That's all. Initially, we were hosting like this. Then we moved on to the virtualization thing. Okay. And then now, today, we are using the containerization thing. Okay. We are still using the virtualization thing. And with plus virtualization thing, we are using the container. In today's world, you will never see anyone hosting application like this. It's just a waste of resources, waste of money. Okay. You will still see people are using virtualization or you'll still see containerization. From 2014-15, people have moved on to the containerization way. Okay. So now let me explain what containerization is. So we already have a virtual machine, right? So here, what operating system we have installed? We created a virtual machine and then we installed an operating system. I mean, when we created the virtual machine, we asked the cloud provider to install the operating system. What operating system is installed in this virtual machine? What operating system is installed in this virtual machine? If you see, it's written there. What is this? The operating system name is written there, Windows Server 2022. Okay, so we installed an operating system and then we installed IIS and we are hosting one simple website. If I want to host an application, I'll be installing .NET or something, and then I'll be hosting my .NET application. But if you see this operating system, and if I go to the file system, you see there are a lot of files. If I go to Windows C, you see there are a lot of files. If I go to program files, you should see you have Internet Explorer, you have some common files where you'll be having some files. You have mailing, Windows Mail, you have a photo viewer. Then if I go back to Windows folder, here also if you see you have app readiness, Azure Arc, boot obviously we need. You have system 32 where you should be having non-required files, some files which are not required. So what I'm trying to explain over here is when you're installing an operating system, for a Windows operating system, how much is the recommended storage? If you go to, if you find for Windows Server 2025 installation guide, you should see it's around 2 GB or 4 GB, something around that. Okay, system requirements. So what is the system requirement? If I click on this is not an official page, but whatever it is, they might have got it from the official page. So minimum required RAM is 2 GB. Okay, that's a minimum requirement. It does not mean that your server will behave or work function quite properly when you install 2 GB. So this is the minimum requirement just to install the operating system. Now imagine on top of that operating system, we'll be having a runtime and then we will be having an application. So what would be the minimum RAM required for installing Windows Server 2025? I mean, for running it properly. Okay. On top of it, if I see we have a lot of unwanted files, like we have some program files which are not required, like SDKs, like SQL Server. These are not required. I'm hosting an application. I don't need the mail. Now tell me, you're hosting an application on a server. Do you need mail? Do you need Windows Mail installed on the server where you want to host an application? Do you need that? Apart from that, you might see calculator and all, a clock and all. Do we need that calculator, clock and all? These are all the things which are for commercial laptops or commercial operating system. These are not the services or files I need in my server. So what engineers did, they came up with this containerization technology. And using containerization, what do? You just install the required files which are enough to run an operating system. All the unwanted files are removed. Only files which are required to run or boot an operating system, those files are installed. All the other files are removed. With removing those unwanted files, what advantage you'll be getting? You'll be saving some storage space, right? So let's say for Ubuntu server operating system, if I require 4 GB of space, with removing all the unwanted file, I might require only 1 GB. So I'm saving space over there. And by saving space, the amount of memory, the RAM that is required to run the operating system will also reduce drastically. So if the minimum requirement is 1 GB of RAM, by removing all the unwanted space and unwanted file, it might go to 512 or maybe 216. Okay, 256. All right. So with this, you'll get speed, you'll get space. And now on top of it, if you install .NET or .NET Core or Python, and then you can install your application files. So only the required libraries will be installed. Only the required files in operating system will be installed. You convert this entire thing into a image. We call that as a container image. And then you can use this image wherever you have the containerization platform. So it's that portable. All right. Now, once I create an image, a container image, I can run the same image on AWS, on Azure, on Google, on DigitalOcean, on Oracle, wherever I want to run. I can even run that in my Kubernetes platform on-prem. Okay. So what is an image? Image is nothing but the collection of your operating system, your framework, the runtime that you want to use, .NET, Java, Python, whatever, and your application files. So you ship them, you create an image, and you ship it somewhere. That somewhere is nothing but the registry or repository, mostly a registry. So that registry, from there you can pull your image to any platform which supports the containerization. All right. So what is containerization? It's the lightweight application, you can say, lightweight way of running an application. So in Azure, if you want to host a container, then Azure gives you this service, Azure Container Instance, which offers you a fast and simple way to run container in Azure. Okay. So what are the key features of this container instance? You can deploy container. Doesn't matter where you are hosting your container, where in which registry you have your container. You get a serverless experience. That means I don't need to deploy an entire virtual machine. Now, see the cost of virtual machine, okay? If I go here and if I deploy a virtual machine, if I click on create virtual machine, and if I scroll down and go to the size of virtual machine, you see how much it is costing me a month. This is the monthly estimated cost, 6,376 Indian rupees. Okay. If I install my application using a container, how much it will charge me? If I go to create and if I see the size somewhere, if you see the size here, the price is not mentioned here, but if you see the pricing, it's more less, I mean, way less as compared to the virtual machine. Maybe we need to go to the pricing calculator. So if you see the pricing for Linux OS container, this is the price, okay, per GB. All right, memory per GB. If you save, I mean, if you reserve, that will also give you 52 or 72, some percentage, right? So this is the cost that you're getting when it comes to container. Now there are different types of containers, and when you go for Windows, there will be different charges, and when you go for Linux, there will be different charges. Okay, but you can refer this pricing table or pricing calculator for, and there are some examples also given. If you're using one virtual CPU and 1 GB of configuration, which runs daily for 30 days, what cost you'll be paying. So this is the cost that you'll be paying, okay, for memory and for virtual CPU. So you see for 30 days how much cost they are charging. The total billing is like only 11 rupees. So where you're paying 6,000 when you're using virtual machine, for single application, you will be paying around estimated cost 11 rupees. Okay, so how many containers you can host in the same price? Okay, same region, Central India, display monthly pricing. All right, so that's one of the benefit that you get when it comes to Azure Container Instance. All right, so it gives you the serverless experience where you don't need to install the virtual machine. Fast startup, since it's a lightweight thing, obviously the startup will be fast. You can isolate you can isolate your application. That means one application will have its one instance, right? One application will get its own instance. It's a full isolation instance. You can integrate it with other Azure services. As I mentioned, containers are portable, right? So uh, doesn't matter where you're creating your image, where you're pushing your image, you can host it at any platform. Tomorrow, if you feel Azure is not good for you and you want to go for AWS, you can use the same image and pull it to the AWS. That's all. Ephemeral storage, that means containers are having like volatile storage. Okay. So it is recommended that you should not store anything within your container. That means your application data. You should only have the application files, the application runtime, and the operating system. That's all. Apart from that, you can keep your data in persistent storage like Azure Disk or Azure Files. You can keep your data in the persistent storage. All right. There is a small table which helps you to understand the difference between virtual machine and containers. So containers are like lightweight isolation. So it's a very lightweight operating system, you can say, with bundled with your application and the source code. Okay. Uh, it only runs the user mode portion of an operating system. As I mentioned, the unwanted files are not there. Whereas the virtual machine runs the complete operating system. So whatever Windows or Linux are introducing in their operating system, those features will be added with every update. Containers are deployed obviously using Docker. So you need to have the container engine. Mostly you'll be using Docker engine. So you need to have Docker engine in place in order to deploy the container. With Azure Container Instance, Docker is taken care by Microsoft. All right. Whereas virtual machine can be deployed using cloud. So if you're using Azure, Azure has their own virtual machine. If you're using on-prem, you need to use a hypervisor like ESXi or Hyper-V or Citrix Gen Server, right? So there are different options to deploy. In order to get the persistent storage, you can use Azure File Share or Azure Disk when it comes to container. Whereas in virtual machine, we already have virtual hard disk attached to it, or you can attach a file share as well, which we'll see in the storage uh, thing. Now for fault tolerance, that's the disadvantage when it comes to Azure Container Instance. We don't have any fault tolerance. So in order to achieve the fault tolerance, that means high availability, you need to have more than one container instances running, right? So that's something which is not available here, but you can achieve that using some orchestrator, which is our next topic, Azure Kubernetes services. All right. For VM, you might know that we can have a cluster. We can create a cluster, and that cluster uh, will help you to achieve the high availability. Okay. Now let's quickly see this container instance. Now what I'll be doing, I'll need to have a container in place. So I already have a container. Now how to create a container, how to create an image, all those stuff. If you want to learn, I would ask you to go for Docker Certified Associate course. Okay, that's not something I'm covering here, but I have already created an image and I have my image in Docker Hub. So if I search for Docker Hub, I should see my image there. Okay, what is Docker Hub? Docker Hub is like a GitHub. So in GitHub, the developers push or keep their source code, whereas in Docker Hub, people keep their container instances, container images. So if I search for my repository, Imran Khetani, I should see Imran Khetani / Simplilearn. So this is the container image that I have already created and pushed it to Docker Hub. And I can pull this anywhere. I can host it on my local machine. I can host it on Azure. I can host it on AWS anywhere. Okay, once you have the image created, you have it somewhere publicly available. You can also use private registries as well, and you can pull it from there. Okay. So I already have it. I have different tags over here. What are these tags? These tags are nothing but different versions of my application. Now, once your developer develops an application, they don't sit. They find bugs and they fix those bugs, right? So once they fix those bugs, let's say they deploy one application. So that application is version one of your application. Then they, after that deployment, they still keep on finding bugs, keep on fixing those bugs. Sometimes they come up with a new feature. So once they fix the bugs, they release a new version of their application, version 2. Then again, after releasing version 2, they will still work on fixing the bugs and all, and then they'll come up with version 3. So similarly, that scenario I've done here. So I have three versions of my application: version 1, version 2, version 3. All right, it's nothing but the same application, but instead of hosting it on a virtual machine, we will be hosting this on a container instance. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So what I'll be doing, I'll be quickly searching container instance on the search bar, and here I'll click on create. Okay, as usual, it will ask me for the subscription and the resource group. So I'll keep it in the same resource group. So at the end of demonstration, I can delete everything from this resource group, right? You can give it a name. So I'll go with Simplilearn 5689, whatever, just to make sure that it's random name. All right. Region where you want to host. Okay. If you want to have high availability, you can deploy it in multiple data centers within Azure. You can have different SKUs like standard or confidential. Right now, confidential is not supported. Okay, so I'll go with standard. You can have an image. You just need to provide the image of your container. where your image is hosted. So similar to Docker Hub, we have a private registry in Azure known as ACR or Azure Container Registry. Why do we need a private registry? Now, let's say my company is developing a SaaS product, software as a service product, and that product is they are using containerized form to develop that product. Now, does it make sense for them to put their SaaS product in a public registry? The difference between public registry and private registry is that the public when you push your container image to a public registry, anyone can pull that container. So my Simplilearn container can be pulled by anyone. Anyone can use it. So if my company is developing a proprietary product, does it make sense for them to keep it in the public registry? Obviously not. Why? Because anyone will be able to pull it and they can work on it and bring or they can sell it or use it on their own name. So it doesn't make sense for my company to put that software or that product in a public registry. So what my company will be doing, they will be creating a private registry, ACR, Azure Container Registry or AWS registry, or even in Docker Hub, you have the option to create a private registry. So they will create their own private registry and pull all their container images there so that public will not have access to the container. Okay. So if you want a private registry for your company, you can create Azure Container Registry and push all of your container images there. But in our case, we need to use our other registry. So in other registry, I need to provide the image over here. So what is my image name? If I go to the Docker Hub and if you see here, this is your image name. So I can copy this, paste it somewhere in the notepad. So you'll able to see what is the name of my image. So if you see here, this is the name of my image. So what is this name? This name specifies this is Imran Khetani, which is the registry name, a repository name. Simplilearn is the image name, and is2 v3 is the version that I want to pull. I have different versions like version 1, version 2, version 3. So this is the one which I want to pull. If I want to pull version 2, I just need to change v3 to v2. Right. So I'll just copy this name. Go back to the browser, paste it here. So it will know that from this registry, it has to pull. All right. And the OS type, whether it's a Linux or Windows, that's something you should be getting it from the registry itself. So the OS architecture that's being used while creating this image was Linux. So it's mentioned here, Linux AMD 64. Okay. So that's what I'm selecting, Linux. Then size, what you want. You want one virtual CPU, 1.5 GB memory, or if you want more, you can change the size. Right. Next, in networking, if you want to have a DNS name, you can add that DNS name, but make sure that DNS name is globally unique. Otherwise, your deployment will fail. All right. Which port your application will be listening to. So that's something you can add over here. My application is listening to port number 80. So port 80 I can use here. Right. If you want to have monitoring, you can use it. I don't want monitoring right now. We will understand what monitoring is later in the monitoring chapter. On failure, what do you want to do? I mean, do you want to restart the container when it fails for any reason? So you can select that always it should restart, or only on failure it should restart, or it should never restart. You would be restarting it manually. So that's something you can select. All right. And then if you have any environment variable, like for example, your container will be interacting with the database. So that database is added as a connection string. So you can add the connection string over here. If your container is interacting with storage and you have a storage key, so you can add the storage key over here. So those as an environment variable will be added. I don't have any, so I'm not adding it. And then once everything is provided, I can click on review create and then click on create. So my container will be deployed. All right, so now container will be deployed in 5 minutes. And once the container is deployed, I'll be getting a public IP for my container. And then similar to a virtual machine, I can access my container directly using, I can browse my website from that container. Kailash is asking, apart from cost, what else should be considered when choosing containers over VM? So we have this entire table which I gone through, right? The main question that you should ask whether I should use container or the virtual machine is you should be reaching out to your developer. It's not, it's, if you're a developer, you can decide whether to use container or virtual machine. If you're an infra admin, you're not the one who will be deciding where to go, whether to go for container or virtual machine. If your developer is writing your code in a containerized form, then obviously you have to go for container. You should not be going for virtual machines. All right. Now, what are the advantage? I already shown cost is the one advantage that you get. Apart from that, it's a managed service, it's a PaaS service, platform as a service. So I don't need to bother about the virtual machine where this is hosted. It's Azure's responsibility to make sure that my container is up and running. You get a very fast startup, even if you're using virtual machine. Nowadays, the boot is quite fast. With Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows 11, the booting is quite fast. So Windows Server 2025 is also boots quite fast. But obviously, after booting, it takes time to bring up all the services and all, where container doesn't have that problem. Your application is entirely isolated. You don't have to worry about your .NET or any runtime that you're using, any framework that you're using. The main advantage that you get when you use container is portability. Okay. Once you create a virtual machine, you need to make sure that you're backing up your virtual machine properly and all those stuff. With container, the backup is not a problem. Why? Because we are relying on images. So once you have your image pushed somewhere, then you can pull it anywhere in any platform which supports container. If I want to, let's say I'm using virtual machines and now suddenly I want to change my platform from Azure to AWS. What I need to do, I need to make sure that everything is backed up properly. All virtual machines, all applications, whatever I have in Azure platform is backed up properly so that I can restore it in AWS. Right. So that's another limitation, you can say. It's not a disadvantage on using virtual machine. Now, question may arise that if container is so powerful, why people are still using virtual machine? Why don't they go for container? See, using virtual machine, I can host multiple containers. If I don't want to use Azure container instance, I can create I can deploy my own virtual machine, deploy Docker on that virtual machine and run multiple containers there. So that's one way I can use. With virtual machine, I can host multiple website. If I deploy IIS, I can host multiple web app. If I deploy Apache or Nginx, I can host multiple web app. With container, I can host a single web app. Okay, so that's the disadvantage. If I want to host another web app, I need to create another container. All right. So that totally depends on how your company is deploying web apps and all. Depends on that, you can decide whether to use virtual machine or whether to use container. All right. So this is the public IP of my container. Once I go to that public IP, if my image is correct, I should see my application up and running. All right. So I pasted my IP address of the container. All right. Ram is asking RO or RW allowed in containers. I can change whatever I want, but that's not the meaning of container. I can connect to my container. I can access the shell and I can make the changes. So I have the read write credential, but that's not the meaning, or that's completely beat the concept of using container. You have read write access. You can make changes. I can delete any file from here. I can add extra file here if I want, if I can connect, right? So if you have the read write access, but that's not the way you use container. When you create an image, that image should be like uh, pushed somewhere in some repository or some registry, and you would be pulling that image from there. Any changes that you would want to make is to that image, not to the running container. All right, you have the read write access. You see, I'm logged into the shell and I can do whatever I want. I can delete some files if I want. I can restart some services if those services are running, right? So it's the bash shell that I've got. Okay. See, even if you're using SQL Server containers, you're not keeping data in the container. As I mentioned that the containers have ephemeral storage. I will not be keeping my data. The container will only be used to running the database engine. That's all. The data will not be stored in that data in the container itself. All right. Data won't be stored in the container. Container will only host the database engine. Clear? Pankaj is asking, can you explain OS selection depends on web app? What do you mean by that? I didn't get your question. See, OS you will be selecting depending on which framework you want to use. Can you tell me, can I run the Java application on Windows? Does Windows supports Java application? I mean, I want to host a application written in Java on a Windows platform. I can't. Okay, I can't run Java application on Windows. Can I use .NET 3 dot not 3 2 before 3? I can't use .NET ASP.NET on Linux. So after that, Microsoft came up with .NET Core, which is platform independent. That means I can use .NET Core on Linux or Windows. Okay, so operating system is just a platform where you'll be hosting your application. Now, which one to select totally depends on your preference. If you're working with Windows and you're comfortable with Windows, you'll be selecting Windows, but you'll have to pay the license. Okay. If I want to use Windows, I need to pay the license cost. Whereas in Linux, I have certain distributions where I don't need to pay anything. Okay. So here you're saving the cost, license cost. Okay. Yeah. So when I'm creating Azure container, which operating system to select, that depends on which operating system your developer used to develop or to come up with the container. So when I created this container image, I use Linux. Similarly, if someone is using Windows, you should see Windows here. Okay, so you need to reach out to your developer, which platform they used when they created the image. Okay, so that's something that your developer can answer. You are not the one who can decide whether I should simply go with Linux. You cannot decide that. You need to rely or you need to liaise with your developer and ask them which language or which not language, which OS architecture they used. All right. See, anything that I'm deploying a Mir is cost. If I'm deploying container, I have to pay something to Azure. It's not free of cost. I'm running the container instance on top of Azure, I have to pay. All right. So cost will be there, obviously. Whatever service you're deploying, you'll have to pay. So Azure will charge me on my subscription when I'm running this. If I keep this container instance running for 24/7, I'll have to pay certain charge. Okay. How much I'll be paying, you need to go to the pricing calculator page and you see how much the estimated billing is. So for this container, which I selected is having one virtual CPU and 1.5 GB of RAM. So I might be paying around 20-25 rupees if I keep it on running for like 24/7 for 30 days. Okay. So if you want to use Azure container instance, obviously you'll have to pay. For storing this image, there's no charge. I'm storing this image from last 4 years. I'm not paying anything to Docker. Okay. So for storing this image is free of cost. All right. The next topic that we have is Kubernetes service, Azure Kubernetes service. Azure has this service, Azure Container Instance. Okay. The second service that we have for containerized application is Azure Kubernetes service. Now, why should we go for Azure Kubernetes service when we have Azure container instances? Now, if you see in the container instance, I don't have a way to scale up. Right now, I have given this container like 1 GB something and one virtual CPU something. If I scroll all the options, if I see all the options over here, I don't have a way to scale up or scale out. That means I cannot add additional instances. So in any case, if this instance goes down for any reason, let's say the region where I've deployed it, that region has lost the network connectivity, or because of war, this region is blown, is not available. So my container is gone. I cannot scale it up. I cannot scale it out. There's no way. Okay. So that's the limitation of Azure Container Instance. And mostly, uh, for me, I have not seen container instance, Azure Container Instance in production. I'm not seeing it. Why? Because there's no way to scale it out. If something happens, it goes down, I need to manually come over here and start it or restart it. By the time I notice or I realize that this container instance is down, it might be like half an hour or 15 minutes or 1 hour. So for that amount of time, my application will be down. So Azure Container Instance is not meant for production. You can use it for dev test environment, okay, just to check whether your container is working perfectly fine or not. So if I want to host a container on Azure, then what is my option? So the second option that you have is Kubernetes service. Now, what is this Kubernetes service? The second service that you have is Azure Kubernetes service. Now, Azure Kubernetes service is nothing, it's just a managed Kubernetes cluster. Okay. Now, what is a Kubernetes cluster? So if I go to the Kubernetes documentation, and if you see the Kubernetes cluster somewhere, if you see the installation of Kubernetes cluster, if I scroll down, there are a lot of tools that I need to install if I want to create my own cluster. So that cluster is like, you have the master node, you have the worker node. If it's mentioned somewhere, if I go to the concept, I might see, yeah, the cluster architecture. So if I go to the cluster architecture nodes, you might see that here somewhere you have like master node and the worker nodes. I don't know if they have moved it somewhere, but let me just explain it in a whiteboard, since I don't see that in the documentation. But obviously, if you want to learn Kubernetes, this is the official documentation that you can learn, that you can go through. Okay. So yeah, here it is. So if you see, you have different components, you can say, or the objects, you can say, in Kubernetes cluster. You have control plane, and then you have data plane. Okay. Another term for control plane and data plane is master node and worker nodes. Okay, what is this? What is the difference between master node and worker node? I'm not explaining you AZ-305. I'm not explaining you Azure Kubernetes service. I'm explaining you basic Kubernetes. Okay. So what is a Kubernetes cluster? Kubernetes is an orchestration tool. Now I just demonstrate you the deployment of ACI, Azure Container Instance, and then I explain you the limitation of Azure Container Instance. What is the limitation? I cannot scale it out. I cannot scale it up. So if my container instance is down for any reason, my application will be impacted, right? So we need some kind of orchestrator which can make sure that my container never goes down. So that orchestrator is nothing but Kubernetes. So Kubernetes makes sure that your application is up and running in any point in time. Okay, that application is deployed in Kubernetes. We call that as a pod. So that application is deployed in a pod. Pod, you can say that pod is nothing but a container. Okay, just to understand. All right. So what is the Kubernetes cluster architecture? Kubernetes cluster architecture is divided into two parts: master node and worker node, control plane and the data plane. So in control plane, you have some components like database, etcd, you have API server, Kube API, you have scheduler, you have controller manager, you have cloud controller manager. So these are all the components that you have within a Kubernetes cluster. Now, with what each component does is something I'll leave for you guys to figure out. If you are interested in learning Kubernetes, I'll leave that for you guys to go for a Kubernetes course if you want to become a DevOps engineer and understand all this concept. But in simple, HCD is the database. Scheduler is the component which is responsible for scheduling your application. Like in the worker node, you might have one node or two nodes. Nodes are nothing but virtual machines. Okay. So in those virtual machines, you'll be having like your application running. So I'm running my application, let's say, as a 2 container instance. So if one container instance goes down, my application is still up and running. So my actual workload, my actual application will be running in the worker node. Okay. Now, in which worker node my application will be running will be decided by the scheduler. All right. The API is responsible for communication between the control plane and the data plane and the worker node. All right. Controller manager is obviously, as the name specifies, is responsible for managing things. The cloud controller manager is responsible if you're using Azure or you're using AWS, then this component is useful. So if you're coming up with your own Kubernetes services, your own Kubernetes cluster, if you have your own cloud, you can develop this CCM according to your cloud platform. Okay, that's not something for the normal user. It's something for the cloud provider. All right. So these are all the components you have from AZ-305 point of view. If you don't know all these components, that's perfectly fine. Now, for AZ-305 point of view, what you need to know is that we have two planes in a Kubernetes cluster: control plane and the data plane. Is that clear? Control plane, as the name specifies, it's responsible for controlling things like where to place the application, uh, how the scheduler will define where to place the application. Or it's possible that this node is full, there's no resources left in this node. So scheduler will place the application in this node, right? If this node is going down, so scheduler will transfer all the application containers or all the application pods in the node which is healthy. So that's the scheduler's work. All right. So what you need to understand is data plane and control plane. Is that clear? If you want to clear your own cluster, own Kubernetes cluster, you need to deploy the control plane as well as the data plane. This is clear. Is this clear that what is a Kubernetes cluster? It's of two different planes, control plane and data plane. Control plane is responsible for deploying things, whereas data plane is responsible for hosting things. Clear? Or any question? No need to understand what CM is, what API is, what scheduler is, what HCD is, what CCM is. No need to understand as of now. Okay, I just gave you the overview. Any question on the Kubernetes cluster? There are two components. There are two planes: control plane, data plane, master node, worker node. Clear? Guys, answer. Master node, worker node. Okay. Now, what is AKS? AKS is a managed Kubernetes cluster for you, for customers. Managed Kubernetes cluster. That means whatever you're seeing over here, you can see that it's very complicated. Okay. So as a company, as an organization, if I want to use Kubernetes, I need to hire people who understand Kubernetes. I need to hire the people who have experience with Kubernetes, who have deployed the cluster from scratch. I need to hire those kind of people. So what cloud providers did, they came up with their own managed service, AKS. Okay, you don't know Kubernetes? Fine. You use our managed service, Azure Kubernetes service. Everything will be managed for you. You just have to deploy the Azure Kubernetes server. That means this cluster will be deployed for you by Azure. All right. Now, what is the advantage of using AKS over ACI? ACI is Azure Container Instance. What is the advantage? As you can see, as I say, the limitation in ACI is you cannot scale it up. With Kubernetes, you get this advantage. Self-healing. What is the meaning of self-healing? For any reason, if your if your Kubernetes, if your pod, that means your container is going down, Kubernetes will bring another container. So for any reason, if your container is going down, Kubernetes will bring another container so that your application is not impacted. That is the meaning of self-healing. Automatically, a new container will be created for you. Dynamic scaling, you can scale uh, you can scale your container dynamically. That means automatically in case there is a high usage. Okay, so we can configure Kubernetes in such a way that it will automatically add extra instances depending on the depending on the traffic. Dynamic scaling. Okay, if traffic is moved, it will remove the extra instances. Rolling updates. With Kubernetes, we get the option to update. To do the rolling update. What is the meaning of rolling update? You have version 1 of your application running in 3 instances, 3 pods, 3 containers. Okay. Now version 2 is ready. So what Kubernetes gives you an option to deploy version 2 in container 1 first. Okay. So new container will be up with version 2. Once the new container is up with version 2, the first container will be removed. Then second container will be created with version 2 and the old second container will be removed. Then third container will be created with version 2 and old third container will be removed. So this is known as rolling update. With rolling update, what advantage you have? The advantage you have is I'm not bringing my application down when a new version is available. I'm doing a rolling update. That means I'm only bringing one container, two containers still with old version still up, and a new container with version 2 is up. Then new container with version 2 will come up. The old container with version 2 will go down. Then the third container with version 2 will come up, and the third container with version 1 will go down. So by doing this, my end user services are still being served. The request still being served. We are not bringing an entire application down. So by this way, we can achieve zero downtime with rolling updates. All right. So that's something you can achieve with Kubernetes, which is obviously not possible with container instance. Okay. You can dynamically adjust the number of container instance. If I say Kubernetes that I want 3 instances. So at any point in time, Kubernetes will make sure that you have 3 instances of your application running. For any reason, if one instance goes down, Kubernetes will automatically bring back the third instance. So it will make sure that any point in time you have 3 instances up and running. All right. So it gives you the container orchestration. The orchestration is like managing containers on scale. You can bring like thousands of containers. You can host thousands of applications on a single Kubernetes cluster. It's a managed service. So the control plane and the data plane is managed for you, right? Ease of deployment. So you saw the complexity involved in installation of Kubernetes cluster. With AKS, it becomes very easy to deploy Kubernetes. Since this is an Azure service, we can integrate it with any other Azure service. We can add extra number of instances whenever required. Okay. Your data is secured since whatever you're pulling or pushing in Kubernetes cluster, behind the scenes in the data center, everything is encrypted automatically. Okay. And you can optimize cost by bringing down the nodes which are not required. So if I need only 2 nodes, I keep 2 nodes. If I need third nodes in next month, I can add third nodes. So those kind of thing you can do, which helps you to optimize the cost for Kubernetes cluster. Okay. All right. So that's about Kubernetes cluster. So during the break, I've deployed the Kubernetes cluster. So if I go to the resource group, you should see the Kubernetes cluster already here. So I deployed it with the name my AKS cluster. Now, how did I deploy it? I used the command line. Okay. It's very easy to deploy the cluster using command. But if you go via the graphical way, it's very, I mean, there are a lot of options that you need to select. So I'll just paste the command here. So if you want to work later in your time, whenever you are doing the hands-on, so whenever you want to work, you can use this command. Okay. Where will you be running this command? You can use Cloud Shell. Okay. Remember from the guided tour on the first day, I we I explain what is this. This is a Cloud Shell, right? So using Cloud Shell, you can run this command using Bash or PowerShell, whichever you prefer, right? I prefer Bash mostly when I'm working with Azure. But if you prefer PowerShell, you can run the same command in the PowerShell. So what this command is doing, as the name, as the command specifies, quite simple. It says AZ. AZ is nothing but the Azure CLI. AKS is Azure Kubernetes Service create. So what we are saying create an AKS cluster. The name of cluster should be my AKS cluster, the resource group where it should belong to, the location where you want to deploy, and the node count, how many nodes you want. Okay, you can go n number of nodes since this is a cloud. Okay, so I went with one node, which will obviously uh, incur less charges, right? So this is the command that you can use. So I'll copy this command and paste it in the chat so you can use this command whenever you want. Okay, whenever you're working, just make sure you're matching the resource group name. If you do not have this resource group, please create one and then deploy this resource, or just change the resource group name according to your resource group. Whatever name you want, you can keep. So I kept a very simple name, my AKS cluster, and the location where you want to deploy, right? So if you see my resource group, I mean, my cluster is already created. So if I log into portal in another tab, I should see my cluster. When you create a cluster yourself, that means not on cloud, you create yourself on prem. You need to do all this stuff that I mentioned earlier using Kubernetes documentation, right? So we don't need to do that. Just run this command and cluster is ready. So this is my cluster. Now using this cluster, I can host my application on this cluster, Azure Kubernetes service. All right. Now how to host the name? How to host the application? Now, in order to host the application in Kubernetes, we have like different workloads. Okay. Now, again, from AZ-305 point of view, you don't need to know all the workload. You just need to know that there is a service in Azure which helps you to host host the workload in Kubernetes using Azure Kubernetes service. So if I go to Kubernetes documentation, if you see the workload type, you see, go to the concept, there you should have workload. So there are these different workload that we have, like pods, you have deployment, you have services like load balancers and all. So in order to host an application, you need to host that in a pod. Pod is the smallest unit in Kubernetes. Doesn't matter where your Kubernetes is running, whether it's running on-prem, whether it's running on AWS, on GCE, concept is same. Once you understand Kubernetes, anywhere you can work with Kubernetes, doesn't matter where it is hosted. Okay. So the important thing to understand is Kubernetes first in order to work with AKS, EKS, or GKE. So what is pod? Pod is the smallest unit in Kubernetes where your application is actually hosted. If I want to host an application, I need to host that in a pod. Okay. So how do I run a pod? So if you see here in the Kubernetes cluster, you have the workloads here. Under Kubernetes resources, you have the workload. So if I see the workload, the existing workload will be visible. Now, what these existing workloads are? These existing workloads are the components of Kubernetes cluster. Now, this is where Azure is managing your Kubernetes cluster. So it has already deployed some components which has nothing to do with your application that you're going to host. So if you see on top, you have different types of workload which is mentioned there. Okay, in order to host an application, you can host that as a pod or as a deployment. So what is the difference between pod and deployment? Pod is like a single instance, like a container. You're running container. So it doesn't give you benefit over Azure container instance. When you want to run your application in multiple instances, then you need to run that as a deployment. Okay, I'll show you both. Now, in order to run or deploy anything with Kubernetes, there are two ways. So if you go to the workload, they should mention somewhere how to deploy a pod. So if I scroll down somewhere, we should have a YAML file. So in order to work with Kubernetes, you have two ways. Either work like this, I mean, define everything in a YAML. YAML is a way, it's like a JSON, but it's not JSON. It's another markup language where you can deploy your application. I mean, you can define your configuration, not application. So what we are deploying, it's mentioned here, kind, pod. If I want to deploy a deployment set, I will change that as a deployment set. Okay. The name of the pod will be web server. If you see, there is an image. So here you need to put your image. All right, what image you want to use. So this is one way of deploying the workload on Kubernetes. But since this is quite complicated for freshers and all, I'll give you single command. So you can use a single command as well, but in order to work with command, we need to use the Cloud Shell. Okay. Now, in order to work with a Kubernetes cluster, the first thing that we need to do is authentication. So I need to authenticate, even though I am logged in using the same Cloud Shell, using the same user, and I'm this user, using this user have deployed the Kubernetes cluster. I need to connect to the cluster, and while connecting to the cluster, it will authenticate me. So in order to get the credentials of the cluster, you can go to the overview page, and here you have the connect option. You can click on the connect option, and this is the command that you need to run. AZ get credential, the resource group name where your cluster is deployed, and the cluster name. That's all. Once you copy that, you paste it in a command line, and whatever command you will be running, that will be run against this cluster. Okay, it's not giving me the access. Okay, now I have the access. So what I missed the first command. So I copied this command as well. I thought this command is not required, but this is also required since it's possible that I might not have access. So I need to set the subscription first, and then I need to download the cluster credentials. Once I download the cluster credential, I should be able to communicate with the cluster. Now in Kubernetes, if you want to interact with the kube cluster, you need to use this command kubectl. So if you go for kubectl cheat sheet, Kubernetes team has created a document where you can get a cheat sheet of kubectl, how to interact and all those stuff. Okay, how to interact with cluster, how to create a pod and all those stuff. So you see here, everything is mentioned over here. So any command that you don't understand, just every time visit here. It's possible that with every version they might change, right? So what command I'm going to use? I'm going to use this kubectl run command. So what this run command will run a pod, consisting your container image. Okay. So what command I'll be using? kubectl run. Then there is a name. So name is your pod name, what you want as a name, and then you need to provide an image. So this is the command I need to use in order to make sure that my cluster is running. Not cluster, my application is running. kubectl run, then name of pod, okay, and then the image. So this is our image where our application is running. So we just copy that image and paste it over here. That's all. So I copy this command, I go back to the command line, and I paste this. Okay. Before running that, if you see kubectl get pods, you should see there is 0 pod. There is no pod running. But after running that command, I should be and after running this kubectl run command, If I run kubectl get pods, I should be seeing this pod. Okay, so you see pod Simplilearn created. Now, if I do the get pod again, you see Simplilearn pod is running. All right, so it's that simple. You can also see that graphically within the workload itself. So if you see the pods here, you should see somewhere Simplilearn. So that is also that is another way to see whether our service or whether our pod is running or not. Now this pod is running within the cluster. How do I access it? That means when we hosted our website in a virtual machine, we had the public IP to access that. Here I don't see a public IP assigned to the Kubernetes pod. You see anywhere? It's not assigned. So in order to get the public IP, you need to deploy a load balancer within Kubernetes. Okay, so that should be under services. So we need to expose the pod. So if I go back to the documentation, here somewhere I should see services or expose. So you see the expose over here. So if I click on the expose, this is the command that I need to run. Okay, kubectl expose, and then the service name, and then your pod name on what port you want to expose and what is your target port. But what we will be using load balancer over here. So I need to search a command which helps me to expose my pod using a load balancer. Okay, so I have the command here. So this is the command that I can use to expose. Now what I'm exposing a pod. So instead of deployment, I need to write here pod, kubectl expose pod. What is the name of your pod? Okay. Then on what port number your pod is listening and which service you want to expose to. So load balancer is a service which will sit in front of your application. And when someone hits this public IP, that will be routed to the pod. So let's just run this command directly on the command line. Enter. Okay. So service is created. Now, if I do kubectl get services, I should see the load balancer service, right? Now I should get an external IP and sometime I can watch this and I have the external IP, which is the public IP. So now if I copy this public IP and I paste it here, I should see the same application. You see? So now my application is running in Kubernetes cluster. Okay. Now I know this is quite overwhelming, but in order to understand this AKS thing, you first need to understand the Kubernetes. Okay, AKS is just a managed service deployed on top of Azure, and it will do the same thing what you can do with your on-prem Kubernetes. The only complexity that is being removed is this is a managed service. That means you're not managing the underlying infrastructure. Azure is managing that for you. All right. Now the main advantage that I said about the Kubernetes is this self-healing, dynamic scaling, rolling updates, right? So we need to see that in action. So how to see that in action? Obviously, I don't need to deploy my service or my application as a pod. I need to deploy that as a deployment. So what is a deployment? Deployment is a way where you can deploy your web app APIs or microservices, mostly when it is in a stateless form. So when when it's in a stateless form, you need to deploy that as a deployment, not as a single pod. What we did, we deploy that as a single pod. Okay, that's not the actual way. So when you'll be using pod only for testing or dev test purposes, okay, after that you can simply delete it. Now we deployed that as a pod and a service. So we need to delete the service first. Kubectl delete service and then the service name. Okay, enter. So it should delete the service. I need to do the same thing with pod as well. This is a very huge topic. Okay, it takes around 40 hours to understand Kubernetes. There are a lot of features, and if your company is dealing with microservices, chances are good that they are using Kubernetes. Okay, then I need to delete the pod as well. Kubectl delete pod, and then the name of pod. Okay, I missed L. So the command is kubectl. All right. So pod and services both are deleted. Now what we are going to do, we are going to deploy that as a deployment. Okay. Hopefully you can see it's already large. Okay. So in order to deploy a deployment, what command I need? Kubectl deploy or kubectl create deployment, then the deployment name, and then your image. Okay. So my image is this hyphen image, same image. So it should create a deployment for me. Okay. The deployment is created. Now, same thing, I need to expose this deployment, but before exposing, let me just show you the deployment. So if you go to the workload and if you go to the deployments, you should see Simplilearn deployment. And same thing you should see under pods as well. The pod name should be something like Simplilearn and then random number. So your pod is still running. Okay. Your pod is still running. I mean, not the old pod, the new pod which you deployed using Kubernetes. But how many pods do we have? We only have a single pod. Okay. We can scale it, to, let's say, 10 pods or 20 pods. So if I do kubectl get pods, you should see the pods as from command line as well. If I do kubectl get pods, you should see the pods here as well. How many pods are running? As of now, only one pod is running. Okay. Now first expose this. So let's expose this kubectl expose means assigning a public IP to your service so that you can access this from web. Okay. Kubectl expose deployment, then the deployment name, port, on what port your service is listening, and the type of service that you want to use. There are different types of services available in Kubernetes, but mostly I am using load balancer since that's the easiest one to show. And I press enter. So now if I do kubectl get service, I should see the external IP is pending, and in some time I should get the IP address. Okay, 20.207.105.60. So this is the new IP that I've got. So if I go and access that IP, browse that IP using browser, I'll get the similar application. Okay. Now, how many pods are running for our application? So if I clear the screen and do kubectl get pods, how many pods are running? Single pod is running, right? Now let's scale it out to 10 pods, 10 pods. Okay. So how to scale it out? Kubectl scale. I think scale is the command. So if I just search it somewhere, not auto scale, I just need scale. But you have auto scale as well now. This is something new. I'm not aware. Okay, I'm not never worked the auto scale, but yeah, it's auto scaler. So it's like a HA proxy or something. Yeah. So here we have the scale. Okay. So how do you use scale and then the replicas? So whatever replicas you have, and then your deployment name. So this is the actual command that we need to use. So if I just go here and do it like this, current replicas is one, right? So you can have like 2 or 3, whatever you want. So we don't want the current replicas as of now. So I want, let's say, 10 replicas. So I can go here and keep and do 10. So it will create 10 pods for my service, for my application. And here I need to provide the deployment name. So deployment name is Simplilearn. So I copy this command, I go back to the command line and I paste it. Okay, and enter. So far we had 1 replica. Now if I do kubectl get ports, you see now you have 10 replicas. How many replicas did we tell the Kubernetes to keep? We tell 10 replicas, right? Now, if you see the pods here, you can also change it via a namespace. Okay. So if you see the replicas here, how many replicas do you have? If you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? So if I delete, let's say 5 manually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I delete it. See what Kubernetes is going to do. I deleted 5 replicas, so by default it should have 5. But if you see, it's creating additional 5 replicas. You see, all the 10 are again came back. So it proves that it's self-healing. Now we deliberately delete it, but imagine that if anything happens to your to your service and they are deleted for any reason, Kubernetes will make sure that you have 10 replicas at any point in time. That's what I mentioned when I was explaining the theory. If I delete all the 10s, again, Kubernetes will make sure that 10 replicas are there. So if I refresh, you see containers are creating. It doesn't delete directly. It is terminating and it's creating other container. One container is already running and then it started terminating the rest of the containers. So it does not impact your application. Okay, so that's powerful, and that's if you want to scale your container and you need to make sure that you have self-healing, auto replicas and all in place, then Kubernetes is something that you can make use of. Okay, that's all about Kubernetes. But yeah, behind the scenes, what do we have? We have node pools. So in any point in time, you feel. Now we are not talking about the application. Okay, what is node pool? Node pool is the actual node or virtual machine where your cluster is running. So the components that we saw initially. So if I go to the getting started document and sorry, the cluster overview document, and here if you see the Kubernetes components, so the components that I mentioned earlier is running here in the node pool. Okay, this node pool is your worker node. Okay, so if I click here, you can add additional nodes if you want. You can scale the node pool. So right now I'm running with one node. In any point in time, if I want two node, three nodes, so I can just come over here, add additional node, apply. Now my Kubernetes cluster is running on two nodes. Okay, you don't need to that. See, in on-prem, if you are managing the Kubernetes cluster and in any point in time you want to add additional node, adding node, I mean, just adding a virtual machine will not do your work, right? We need to install all those components that is mentioned here. So if I'm adding a node, a control plane, I need to make sure all these components are added. If I'm adding a node pool, that means a worker node, I need to make sure these components are added. So those complexity is reduced when it comes to the managed Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so we saw two things: how to manage or how to just run the pods and all, and how to scale your node pool itself. All right. Okay, now if you see, I have two nodes, right? So in these two nodes, the pods will be deployed. So if one node goes out of resources, right now how many resources I have? If you see the nodes here, it should show you 3% of CPU is being utilized, 12% of memory is being utilized, right? 16% of disk. So if it goes out of storage, that means no storage is remaining. So if there is no storage, I cannot deploy pods or anything on this Kubernetes node, right? So once I have more than one nodes, my control plane can use this node as well to schedule resources, to schedule pods, to deploy pods and all. All right. So once you create the node, obviously it will take some time. It's not available as since Azure is doing its behind the scenes thing and installing all the required components on these nodes. It will take some time, but your node will be ready. All right. So that's all about Kubernetes. Let's move on to the next two topics that we still have for compute services. Now, for this two topic, I don't have demonstration. I have demonstration, but this is not eligible or we don't need to do demonstration for these two services as of now, since these are event-driven services. And we have a chapter like app service architecture where I will be involving these two services. So we'll just understand theoretically what this compute services are. Now, these compute services are not for hosting an application. These are the event-driven compute service. Now, what do I mean by event-driven? So event-driven means you will be having some kind of trigger, and on the basis of that trigger, some action you'll have to take. Okay. Now, this is a very small, I mean, let's say there is some trigger and I need to take some action. That's the only purpose of particular application. So it doesn't make sense to host that that particular application in an app service or in a virtual machine. Why it doesn't make sense? Because this trigger an action. For example, let's say e-commerce application. So in e-commerce application, what happens when you use Amazon or when you use Flipkart, you place an order. As soon as you place an order, you receive a SMS or you receive an email confirmation, right? So I just want to trigger an SMS or I just want to trigger an email. What do you think? How much lines of code I need for this activity, for this trigger an action? 10 lines, 20 lines, 100 lines, right? Maximum 100 lines of code will be required. So I need a PowerShell or a Python or a .NET or whatever language I want to use, whatever scripting language or whatever development language I want to use. I will need 100 lines of code just to trigger an SMS or just to trigger an email. Now for this 100 lines of code, if I dedicate a virtual machine and host this application and this application is running 24/7, does it make sense to pay like whatever the cost is, 500, 5,000 something for a month? Does it make sense just to execute? And when this will be executed, this is not like your web app, which needs to be online 24/7. It will only be used when someone places an order. So we need to send an email. That's all. So the purpose of this code is to send an email or SMS. That's the only purpose. And this does not lead to this particular application does not have to be live 24/7. Only when some trigger happens, someone places an order, an action will be taken. Action is sending an SMS. So for this kind of workload, what you can do, you can host this 100 lines of code in something known as Azure Functions. So Azure Functions is a serverless application where you don't need a virtual machine. Microsoft Azure will take care of that. And whenever there will be a trigger, your code will be executed and you will be paying only for the number of executions you're doing. If thousand calls have been made to that function, you'll be paying for this number of execution that you're executing. You're not paying for the compute, the underlying compute, which is hosting that function. That means I'm not paying for the virtual machine. What I'm paying for is the number of calls which is being made to the function. All right. And I think first million call is free for Azure function. So if I go to the Azure functions official documentation, not overview, I think they won't mention this here. If I search for Azure function pricing, so I know that there are like first million calls are free. Somewhere they should mention this. Okay. So they have reduced this from 1 million to 250,000. So initially we were having like 1 million calls free, but if they still have it, you can go through this pricing table and you can see how many calls are free per month. Okay. So the use of Azure function is whenever you have an event-driven requirement, you can go ahead and use Azure function. All right. So the key features, whenever there is some trigger happening, you want to do you want to take some action, you can make use of Azure function. It's serverless. You don't need to host a virtual machine in order to host the code which you want to execute for a short amount of time. There are different language support, like you can write functions in Python, in PowerShell, in .NET, PHP. Okay. Scalability, let's say you don't want to host this in a serverless manner, you can scale it out on Azure App Service as well. I mean, App Service Plan as well. So that is also a possibility. You can integrate it with different Azure services. Since this is an Azure service, integration is quite possible. And we can use the DevOps CI/CD pipeline as well with the function. You can use triggers and bindings, like you can bind it to Azure storage account. And let's say as soon as some calls are being made to Azure function and you want to have a record on Azure blob storage, you can do that by binding it. Okay, you have different hosting plans. So flexible hosting plans are available. Like you don't want to go for serverless, you want to have a dedicated plan. So you can create an app service plan and deploy this Azure function on that app service plan. All right. The main thing that you need to take away from this slide is if you are developing or if you want an event-driven architecture, then Azure function is the choice for you. You don't need to go for app service. You don't need to go for virtual machine. If you want to just have a piece of code which will be executed on certain trigger, and then upon a trigger, an action should be taken. So you can go for Azure function in that case. All right. Now we have similar compute resource, same whatever we discuss in Azure function, same thing is applicable for Azure Logic App as well. So Logic App is also an event-driven compute solution. There is some trigger, you need to take some action on the basis of that trigger. Okay, trigger can be anything, action can be anything. Like someone uploaded a video on YouTube, someone as in your channel, you uploaded a video and you want to email your subscribers. So trigger is the video upload, action is sending an email to the subscribers. All right, same thing. The only difference between functions and logic app is in functions you need to code thing. I need to come up with a code. That means I need to develop a code, I need to write a code. In logic app, it's a workflow basis. Workflow as in there will be some connectors. So using that connectors, I can define my workflow. What would be my trigger? Depends on connectors. What will be my action? I'll be defining using the connectors. So it's like a visual designer. You don't need to write a code. It's like a low code, no code platform. I don't need to code anything when it comes to logic app. Whereas in function, I need to code everything. What is my trigger? I need to code. What is my action? I need to code. Here I will be doing that using the workflow, using the connectors. All right. Now you can monitor this within the same logic app. We have a demo for logic app, but not today, not on this chapter. When we will be doing app architecture, at that point in time, I'll show you the demo of logic app. Since I need to combine logic app with Azure Q service, where you'll be getting understanding of what Azure Q is, at that point in time, we'll be using logic app. All right. So you can integrate it with other Azure services, as every Azure services can be integrated with other Azure services. You can do the enterprise integration. Like I want to take some actions on the basis of emails that I'm receiving. You might have heard the name of Power Platform. So this is the backbone of Power Platform. Okay. Microsoft is having a Power Platform where you can design things using workflow connector. So this is the same concept. This is the backbone of Power Platform, Azure Logic Apps. All right. So here we have completed compute solutions available in Azure. What we have seen in the compute, the first compute that we had was Azure Virtual Machine. We have Azure Batch Solution. Virtual Machine is like full control. IaaS, you have full control over operating system. Batch Solution you'll be using when you want to process a certain number of files in batch. So whenever you have a batch processing requirement, you can make use of Azure Batch Solution. Azure App Service to host the web app, API, or mobile backend services. It's a PaaS service where you need to focus on your code instead of focusing on the infrastructure. Azure Container Instance, if you want a containerized, if you want to host a containerized application on Azure, Azure Container Instance is one of the solution for you. But limitation is you cannot scale it. There's no option to scale. So in order to orchestrate the containerization, you have Azure Kubernetes service. And then two compute service that we just saw after the break is event-driven services. So in case of some trigger, if you want to do some, if you want your code to take some action, then these are the two services. The difference between the two services, Azure function is code-based service. That means you need to write a code. Azure Logic App is low code, no code service where you need to rely on the available connectors. If no connectors is if there's no connector for your solution, then you need to go with function. Since with coding, you have a lot of capabilities. With code, you can accomplish whatever you want. Whereas in connector, you need to rely on the provider's connectors. Whatever connectors are available, I can only, like, for example, the example that I have provided over here, when you're uploading a video on a YouTube, you need to send, let's say that's your scenario, you need to send an email to all of your subscribers. So the trigger is the video upload, whereas the action is sending an email. Now, the connector for YouTube should be available in order to achieve this using Logic App. If connector for YouTube is not available, I cannot achieve this using Logic App. What I can do, I need to rely on Azure function then. Okay, since with code you can do whatever you want, with Logic App you are relying on connectors. So if provider doesn't have any connector in Logic App, then you won't be able to do it. All right. So that's all about compute services. Before we move on to the case study, let's go on to the case study. So case study is mentioned here. Mir is asking to see the Azure portal. What do you want to see on Azure portal? This is Azure portal. Yeah. All right. So the case study for compute section is here. Okay. Same case study I've added in the slides as well. Hopefully you can read it. If you cannot, please go to this link. Okay, so what this case study is asking, Tailwind traders would like to migrate their product catalog application to the cloud. This application has a traditional three-tier configuration using SQL Server as the data store. The IT team hopes you can help modernize the application. They have provided this diagram and several areas that could be improved. So they have IIS web servers, which is having heavy demand. Servers reach their performance limits during the day. Server sits idle during off hours. Then they have some business logic written in .NET framework. So it's a REST API call from their front end tier. Request demand changes from day to day. So it depends on the daytime. The demand can change. Then they have SQL Server running on enterprise SAN storage, okay, which is running on always on availability group. So that's the same thing is mentioned over here, what they have. So what task we have is, let's say they want to migrate to Azure. So which Azure compute service would you as a solution architect recommend for the front end tier? Explain why you decided on that solution. Okay. Middle tier, which Azure compute service would you recommend for the middle tier? Explain why you decided on that solution. Okay. So there are two tasks. So you need to give a solution for front end tier and middle tier. So front end tier is this IIS web server, whereas middle tier is this .NET framework business logic. And remember, both is having the request demand that is coming in to both of the tiers is changing from day to day. So it's not a constant request where you can have a constant service. Like we need to scale, we need to think of scaling. Okay. So which service do you think? Which Azure compute service you think for front end? What service you think for front end? Please use the chat box to answer. Ram is saying container. Mohammed is saying AKS. The demand is heavy. It's just IIS web servers. Okay. If you go with AKS or Kubernetes, what do you think? What will be the cost? If I go with, you can go with AKS, there's no problem. But if I go with AKS only for IIS web servers, what do you think? What will be the cost? And the important thing which is mentioned over here, server sits idle during off hours. So if I go ahead with Kubernetes, just see the cost for Kubernetes, what is going to cost me if I keep this service running for 24/7. Okay. If I keep this service running for 24/7, I'll have to pay a lot. Kubernetes is not cheap. So if you have like thousands of application, or not thousands, even if you have hundreds of application, then Kubernetes makes sense. Here in the requirement, we only have like one application with 3 tiers. That's all. For one application, Kubernetes doesn't make sense. You can always use it, but consider from cost point of view as well. Since you are the solution architect, whatever solution you will be providing, your team, your company is going to use that solution. So after 1 year, if they shout at you that it's costing a lot, you need to change your design again. Okay. So you need to consider the cost as well. So I have the solution here. If you see, I have two solutions. One is for infrastructure as a service and one is for platform as a service. So this one is infrastructure as a service. If you see this. So what do we have here? We have VM scale sets. What is VM scale set? VM scale set is virtual machine group. Remember, it's a virtual machine group where you can decide how many virtual machines you want. And depending on that, it will depending on the demand, it will add additional instance or it will remove additional instance. Remember these things from Azure VM. We have mentioned it over here, Azure virtual machine scale sets. Okay. So that's what we have over here. And then for middle tier, again, you can use virtual machine scale set since demand is flexible. We don't have a constant demand. On night time, on off hours, when there is no traffic, we can, automatically VM scale set will automatically reduce the number of instances. Okay, so that's something you can use. You can always place AKS over here, but that doesn't make sense for single application. If you have hundreds of application, then AKS is a good choice. Okay. Then another solution is PaaS-based solution. So instead of app service, you can use, instead of virtual machine scale set, you can use app service as well. Okay. So for front end, you can use app service. Remember, in app service also we have auto scaling. So app service also supports auto scaling. If I go to app service over here, it is also scalable. So depending on your scalability requirement, you can add additional instances or remove additional instances, and your app service is highly available. So that will make sure that whatever your demand is, depending on your demand, it will take action. Okay. For middle tier, the second option that you have is function app. Why? What does middle tier is doing? If you read the middle tier requirement, REST API call from the front end tier. So whenever there is a call, it will take certain actions. So the business logic is not mentioned properly, but if you read the business logic, it might be like it might be mentioned that it will run certain logic on the basis of trigger. Whenever it's getting a request from IaaS web servers from front end tier, it will execute that request and send it to backend. Okay, that's something which is mentioned. So here, instead of using virtual machine skill sets, you can also use function app. So you'll only pay for the amount of calls that is being made over here. Okay, so either you can go for PaaS services, PaaS service architecture, or you can go for infrastructure as a service architecture. Both are valid. AKS is not right choice here. Okay. All right, guys. And backend tier will remain same. So either you can go with, if you're going with IaaS, you can have SQL virtual machine, or if you're going with PaaS, you have SQL database. So we haven't covered the database yet, but we have a dedicated chapter for database where you'll understand this tier 3 as well. So here I declare that we have completed compute services. Okay, so this chart will help you explain or help you understand which service you should be selecting. Since we have gone through this yesterday, let's go through this again. So you are starting here. What you're doing? Are you migrating to cloud or are you building new? If you're building new, you go this side. If you're migrating to the cloud, you go this side. So let's cover the migrate option first. So let's consider that we are migrating. So are you migrating, you're using lift and shift, or you're using cloud optimized? Lift and shift is like lift your application as is and shift it to cloud. We are not optimizing, it's for cloud. So if you're lifting and shifting, go this way. So if you're if you are lifting and shifting your application, is your application containerized? If yes, you go this way. If no, you go this way. So if your application is not containerized, you have two options: virtual machine or Azure App Service. If your application is containerized, you have two options: Azure Kubernetes Service or Azure App Service with the container option. All right. If you're building new, you have all the options. If you're building new, you can select whatever you want. So at that point in time, you need to answer few things. Do you require full control? If you require full control over the operating system, go with virtual machine. Does your application requires HPC workload, high performance compute, like you want to do parallel things and all? Then you go for Azure Batch Service. Are you running for, is your application created using microservices architecture? If yes, go this way. If no, you can make use of Azure App Service. Are you developing an event-driven workload or a workload which runs when there is a trigger, short-lived processes? If yes, you can use Azure Functions. If no, do you want a full-fledged orchestration? If you don't want a full-fledged orchestration, you can go with Azure Container Instance. If you want the orchestration, you can go with Azure Service Fabric or Azure Kubernetes Service. Okay, clear? Clear? So the name of the flowchart is choose the compute solution. It just help you to decide which compute service you should be selecting for your work case workload. Okay. So Pankaj is asking middle tier not understanding. So if I go to the case study solution, you just read the requirement for middle tier. The middle tier holds the business logic that processes customer request. These requests are often for help desk support. Support requests are queued, and lately the wait times have been very long. So customers are offered email rather than wait for the representative. But many customers seems frustrated and are disconnecting rather than wait. Customers' requests are 75 to 125 per hour. So what do you understand by middle tier requirement? This is a business logic where customer is sending request, and that requests are often processed by help desk support. But since help desk support are taking a lot of time to respond to the customer queries, a customer does not wait, and they are frustrated and they are disconnecting. Okay, so simply this is like a support thing which this the middle tier is doing. So you can either use virtual machines to host that business logic, whatever that business logic is doing, or if you are going for the PaaS service, you can even use function app. Now you're asking why function app doesn't make sense. Did you understand what is function app? On the basis of certain trigger, an action will be taken, whatever that trigger is. We are hosting a business logic app that says when customer is placing an order, that order goes into the queue and that order is processed by the help desk support. So there might be some application which help desk support is having access, front end access, and they are processing the orders one by one, which is taking time for the customers. So instead of waiting for help desk to process that, if we host our business logic in function app, what function app will help to do uh, as soon as the order is received, the function will trigger and that order will be added to SQL database. So there is no queue here. As soon as you are receiving order, the function will trigger that. The function will execute that. There is a trigger, order place, trigger, function will execute and add it to the SQL database. Okay. You can achieve same thing with VM scale sets as well. Right now, this is after migration. Right now, it's being processed by the help desk support as mentioned in the requirement. All right. Clear? Pankaj? All right. So any question before I move on? All right. So the next topic that we have is uh, design for Azure Virtual Network. So this is this topic from AZ-305. We are still on Azure Infrastructure Solution, design infrastructure solution, and within design infrastructure solution, we have done with compute services. Now we are moving on to the network solution. So this is the topic that we will be covering now, design network solutions. Okay. Before I start this topic, uh, do you guys know what network is? Just give me a basic definition of what network is and why do we need network in today's world? What is a network? If someone asks you to define a network, how do you define a network? Interconnection of computers communicate between two nodes or devices. Okay, that's correct. So when I want to make sure that my resources, that resource can be anything, it's computer, smartphone, smart devices, they want to send or receive data with they should be able to send or receive data. So I need to make sure that they are in the same network. Okay, or they are somehow connected in a network. So if they are connected in a network, then only they'll be able to send or receive data. So in Azure also, we have something known as virtual network. Okay. So in Azure, we can create virtual network and then put our devices like virtual machines in that virtual network so that they can share the data, they can share the resources, they can send or receive the data. So what is a virtual network? As the name specifies, it's a network within Azure, your private network within Azure. Now, what is Azure? Azure is a public cloud or a private cloud? Azure is a public cloud or a private cloud? Debabrata is saying private cloud. How it's a private cloud? It's a public cloud. It's not a private cloud. Private cloud means the cloud which is for your own company. You're creating a cloud for your company, so only your company devices will be there. So my company name is, let's say, xyz.com. So this is my organization. So if I create a private cloud, only my virtual machines will be there. Only my storage will be there. Only my networks will be there. So all the devices will belong to xyz.com. abc.com won't be able to deploy anything in within that private cloud. Azure is a public cloud. How it's a public cloud? XYZ can deploy resources there. XYZ.com can deploy resources. ABC.com can also deploy their resources. I, as an individual, Imran, can also deploy resources in Azure cloud. Anyone sitting anywhere having an access to internet can go ahead, buy a subscription and start deploying resources on Azure cloud. That means anyone in the public internet can come to Azure and start deploying the resources. That's the meaning of public cloud. So remember this thing, Azure is not a private cloud, Azure is a public cloud. Okay. Now the question arises here, if Azure is a public cloud, how my data is secured? I am deploying resources on Azure. I, as a xyz.com, I am deploying my resources on Azure. ABC also deploying their resources on Azure. IJK also deploying the resources on Azure. 123 also deploying the resources. Everyone is coming and deploying their resources. So how my resources are secured? What they did, Azure, they came up with this concept of virtual network. What virtual network is? On top of public cloud, virtual network is your own private cloud on top of a Azure public cloud. So when you create a virtual network, this is your cloud. Okay. So unless and until you assign or allow someone to access your network, by default, all the connections are blocked. So VNet is your own private cloud on top of Azure public cloud. So when I create a VNet, only I can, or only the devices I have installed or deployed in that virtual network can communicate with each other. Other people or other users won't be able to interact or deploy or come and communicate with my devices. Only the devices within this virtual network will be allowed. So think of virtual network as like your own private network within Azure public cloud. Unless and until you allow someone to come and communicate or interact, they won't be. By default, they are not allowed. Okay, so it's like your own private cloud within public cloud. So when you're creating or deploying a virtual network, you need to consider some things like what naming convention, what name you want to assign to your virtual network. Like here in this example, I'm using virtual network 01. Okay. Where do you want to deploy your virtual network? So here I have selected Central India. Okay. Now, which region you should be selecting, that totally depends on uh, where your user base is. If my user base is in Central India, so I'll be deploying my resources in Central India. If my user base is in US, I'll be deploying my resources in US. Okay. Subscriptions, how many subscriptions you should be having, and which subscription should be having the virtual network deployed. So when I'm deploying a virtual network, I need to consider these things which I mentioned over here. Segmentation is like dividing this virtual network into smaller subnet. Okay, so I can deploy this in multiple subnets, like public subnet where I will be having my web servers, all the public facing devices. Private subnet where I'll be having my backend servers like storage server or database server, right? So all those backend things I can deploy it in the private subnet. Okay. Security, by default, my virtual network is secure. But in case I want to have extra security, I can deploy security features like firewall, like NSGs and all those stuff. Connectivity, how many networks I will be having, and which network will be connected to which network. So that's something you need to define when you're designing a network infrastructure. All right. Permissions, who will be able to manage this network. So permissions you can consider as RBAC permissions. So who will be the network manager, who will be the network owner, who will be the network contributor. You can decide all those things, permissions, and then you can define policies like service endpoint or private endpoint, right? So all those stuff we will see in the protection services. So when you're creating or when you're thinking or you're sitting on the planning table or planning phase, you need to define there what would be the name, what would be the naming convention we will be following, what is the region where we will be deploying our virtual network, uh, how many subscriptions we have, and in which subscriptions we will be deploying virtual networks, network addresses, IP addresses, segmentations, security, all those stuff you need to consider when you're deploying the virtual network. All right. So what is Azure Virtual Network? It's your own private network or private cloud on top of Azure public cloud, similar to something known as VPC in AWS side. On AWS side, we have virtual private cloud, which is equivalent to virtual network in Azure side. Okay. Now design pattern. So when you're designing the network, there are three different design patterns to think from. So let's take all one by one. So this is the link from where I copied this. So this is the same link of Microsoft Learn from where I got this. Okay. So if you see the design pattern, you have three different design. I cannot zoom it from here. So we have like the first design is single region and single virtual network. So you have a single region over here and you have single virtual network. So you're only creating one virtual network and you're dividing that virtual network into different subnets, like subnet 1 where you have database servers, subnet 2 where you have public facing servers like web servers. All right, so a single region, this is one way of design pattern. Another pattern is a multiple virtual network. Multiple virtual network where you have network in different regions as well, right? This is region 1. Okay, maybe this is central India. This is region 2, maybe let's say East US or any other region. All right. So in central India, you have two virtual networks. Virtual network 1, virtual network 2. In East US, you have one virtual network 3. Okay. How, as I mentioned earlier, that virtual network is your own private network on a public cloud, right? So this virtual network 1, by default, it cannot send or receive data from other virtual network, even though virtual network 2 is also your virtual network. For security reasons, by default, none of the networks can communicate with each other by default. Okay. So if you're designing multiple virtual network, you need to think of the connectivity as well. How I'm going to connect this multiple virtual networks. So by default, the data or the services within one virtual network can communicate with each other. But outside virtual network, like virtual network 1 and virtual network 2, by default, there will be no connectivity. Similarly, virtual network 1 and virtual network 3 will have no connectivity. Same goes for virtual network 2 and virtual network 3. So by default, there will be no connectivity, even though those virtual networks are within your subscriptions. So how to resolve this? Then you might have heard about network peering. Okay. So you need to do the peering. If you do the peering, then the connectivity will be enabled. By default, as I mentioned, by default, there will be no connectivity, but you can enable that using the network peering. Okay. So if you create 2 networks, 3 networks, 5 networks, 10 networks, as long as all the virtual networks are in the Azure, you can enable peering and the connectivity will be enabled. So if I enable peering between all virtual network, all devices like this database can communicate with these virtual machines. Similarly, same database can connect with other virtual machines in other virtual network. If there's no peering, then there is no connectivity. As I mentioned, virtual network is a private network. Even though the networks are deployed in your own subscription, they cannot communicate with each other by default. All right, clear? The third design pattern is hub and spoke. So what is hub and spoke? Hub and spoke is a way where you have a central network, hub network here. Okay. And then all the spokes networks which are connected with the hub network. So if you see, all the networks, all the spoke networks are connected with the hub network. They are connected with the hub network. They are not connected with each other. If you see, there is no connectivity between, let's label this network 1 and network 2. There's no direct connectivity. So if any device from network 1 wants to communicate with network 2, they need to go via the hub network. So this is hub and spoke. Hub means your main network. Spoke means your branch network. In earlier days before cloud, we used to have the headquarter office, right? And then we used to have the branch offices. So headquarter is the main office. And then the branch offices are like, let's say I want to expand my business. So my headquarter, let's say I started with Pune and then I want to expand my business. So I created a branch office in Mumbai, in Bangalore. So these are my branch offices in Mumbai and Bangalore. But what I want to do, I want to monitor all the traffic that are going from Mumbai and Bangalore. So what I do, I connect all this traffic, all these branch offices to headquarter. So whatever traffic or whatever service that we wants to route, the service will be routed via the headquarter network. So headquarter network will become my hub network, and the Mumbai and Bangalore, the branch offices will become my spoke network. So similar concept we can implement in Azure. So in Azure region 1, we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 networks and the one main network, which is the 8th network, hub network. So hub VNet will be like my main VNet. And here I can implement like my services like firewall, monitoring services, logging services, all services will be installed over here. So if any network wants to go outside of Azure, they can route the traffic via the hub VNet. So if they want to go to internet, they don't have direct connection. If they want to go via the internet, if they want to go to the internet, they need to route their traffic through the hub VNet. Okay. Similar in Azure region 2, I can create the same thing. And hub VNet from one region is connected using peering to hub VNet in the secondary region. All right. Pankaj is asking through VPN can be other. Why would we use VPN when you are on the Azure? We are not going to use VPN when we are in Azure. In Azure, you have a simple way to connect using peering, right? So why complicate thing when we have a simple way to connect different services? All the nets, all the virtual networks are in Azure. So why I should be using VPN? VPN will have extra cost, extra configuration, which will complicate things. If my VNets are in Azure, if I'm dealing within Azure, peering is the best option for you. Don't go for VNet or don't go for VPN. Okay. All right. So you'll be using peering over here. Hari is asking, does spokes will have different? That's what we are discussing. There are 3 different patterns that you can do. Okay. So first pattern is having a single VNet. So in single VNet, you deploy all the things. You deploy all of your database, all of your web servers, whatever you have, you deploy. If single VNet will be applicable when your organization is small. You don't have much resources. Okay. When you don't have much resources, you don't need many networks. Why complicate thing when you don't have much resources? Go with single virtual network. Second way is to deploy multiple virtual network. When you have presence, let's say I have an application like Myntra. So where is the Myntra? What is the presence of Myntra? Can you shop? Can you do the shopping on Myntra if you're sitting in United States? Does Myntra serve there? I can tell you no. Okay. So Myntra doesn't serve there. So let's say Myntra is using Azure. So what Myntra will be doing? Myntra will be only deploying every service in single VNet. Okay. Now let's change the application to Amazon. Does Amazon serve different parts of world? Does Amazon serve different parts of world? Yes. Amazon is available in India, Singapore, US, Australia. So in Amazon's case, what I'll be doing, I'll be creating multiple virtual networks. Since Amazon is a big company, and if you have that kind of requirement, you'll have to create multiple virtual network. Now here they have only mentioned Azure region 1 and region 2, but you'll be having region 3, region 4, region 5, Australia 1 region, US 1 region. Wherever Amazon is serving, you will have those regions. So in that kind of scenario, you'll be using hub and spoke kind of architecture, where you'll be keeping databases over here, storage over here, web servers over here, web app over here, right? Different things. And all this are nothing but a VNet. When I say spoke is one spoke is a one virtual network. So all these are virtual network. You see the icon is same. So this is a virtual network. So all these virtual networks are connected with the hub virtual network. So if this any traffic needs to go out of virtual network 8, it should go via the hub virtual network. There is no direct connectivity between network to network. Okay. By default, within virtual network, you don't need to do anything. Okay. So within virtual network, by default, the communication is established. You see this link, this line. Okay. This line means there is connectivity by default. All right. So this database can communicate with the web server. Similarly, web server can communicate with the database unless and until I disable this connectivity. Within virtual network, connectivity is by default established. You don't need to do anything. Yeah, if you're changing virtual network, then by default communication is not there. So if I add additional virtual network and deploy virtual machines over here, let's say I don't have virtual machines over here and I deploy virtual machines in another VNet, and I want virtual machines to communicate with the SQL. In that point in time, I need to establish the connectivity. I need to do peering. Okay. If I keep database in one subnet and virtual machines hosting web servers in another subnet, and both the subnets are in the same virtual network, by default, there is connectivity. No need to do anything. Okay. Even though they are in different subnets, they have the connectivity. They can send or receive data with and from each other. All right. So there are three different patterns that you can choose from. Depends on uh, the the scale of your company, whether you're large scale, medium scale, or small scale. Depends on that, you'll be having different ways to select. You can go for hub and spoke, you can go for multi networks in multi-region, or you can go for single virtual network in single region. If you create if you create multiple virtual network within single region, then also you need to establish connectivity using peering. Okay. All right. Now, what about outbound connectivity and routing? Outbound connectivity and routing. So, I just mentioned that when you have an hub and spoke kind of topology like this, when you have this kind of topology, virtual network one, if they want to go out of their network, they need to go via the hub VNet. How they know, how a virtual network will know that I need to send traffic to hub VNet if I want to go out of my virtual network, or if I want to go to this region, or if I want to go to out of the out of the Azure network to the internet. How do they know? So every network, every device, every computing device has maintained something known as routing table. Okay. So how network engineers control the routes? They use something known as routing. All right. What is routing? Routing is a way to control the routes, to control the traffic. Like for example, if I want to go to google.com from my PC, now I'm opening a command prompt or PowerShell from my PC. I need to go to google.com. So how I'm going? So I'll use tracer to check my route. So if I do tracer google.com, it will show the route that I'm using. Okay, what route I'm using, it will show that. So what is this route? This route is nothing but a routing, you can say a path to reach google.com. So I'll go to trace at google.com. It will show me from where I'm going. Obviously, I'll go out of my gateway. From gateway, I'll reach out to another router. From another router, I'll reach out to the destination. Okay. Now it's not happening here in my computer. That might be because Google might have blocked tracer. That's why I'm getting request timed out. But this is the way for you to check what route your computer is using to reach out to so and so address. In my case, I've selected google.com. Okay. But I can also check for, let's say, fb.com or something, some other uh, route, provided that the destination that I'm going for is accepting my request. So it's probably Google and Facebook might have blocked this particular IP from where this request is going. Okay, so Facebook is also blocked. Never mind. So what I'm trying to uh, explain here is, I mentioned this, that you can create hub and spoke kind of topology where you can create one hub virtual network and all the virtual network within the same region is connected to that hub virtual network. So that hub virtual network will send traffic, the spoke virtual network will send traffic to the hub virtual network, and then hub virtual network will take it out of their own region. How do I control this? In order to control this, I need to make adjustment to the routing. So routing is a way where you can control the path, how your data will flow, how your request will flow from source to destination. So in Azure, when you're dealing with network, Azure has given you the option to control your path using routes. Okay. You can create routes and you can associate those routes with the subnets. So two types of routes are available. System route. System route is something which Azure creates. As the name specifies, system routes. So it's created by Azure. Another route that you if you as a user you are creating, that route is known as user defined route, since we are defining that route. Okay, so you can create your own routes, you can associate that route with any subnet, and when you are creating the route, those routes will be termed as user defined routes. Okay, now let me show you. We already have a virtual machine, right? So this is my virtual machine that is deployed in one of the virtual network. So if I open terminal from here, and if I do traceroute maybe from here, not from my laptop. Okay, so all the Azure machines are blocked. They are not able to communicate with google.com. I mean, they can communicate, but Google is not responding to the traceroute. Okay, never mind. Let me explain it from this way. Okay, so this is Windows virtual machine. In Windows virtual machine, you can uh, see the routes using this command route print. So my machine is having this route. So every network machine, every machine which is connected to the network maintains something known as routing table. So that routing table is a list of networks that is known to your machine. Okay, so this is my virtual machine which knows all these network. Now this is from within the operating system. Now within Azure, if I go to the portal, and in that portal, if I go to my virtual machine, web server 01, within that virtual machine, if I go to the network settings, and I go to the network interface, remember network interface is the LAN card of your virtual machine. So if I go to that network interface, within that network interface, we have something known as effective routes. So these effective routes is the routing table of your virtual machine. So what is this effective routes? Effective routes is the way which shows what network is known to your virtual machine. Okay, so we have 10.0.0.0/16, which is my virtual network. So I can communicate with my virtual network. 0.0.0.0, which is internet. So I can go out of my network to the internet. Okay, you can see this is my virtual machine. If I open the browser, and go to google.com, I am able to go to google.com. Why? Because that is added in my routing table. I can go to facebook.com because that is added in my routing table. Okay. Why? I mean, Facebook IPs is not added. Google's IP is not added, but this IP is added, which represents all the IPs in the world. So if I'm typing google.com or facebook.com, my computer knows how to go to that particular address. Okay, how to go? You just send the packet to the internet. Once you send the packet to the internet, you will be reached. So I can control this. I can restrict access to the internet using routing table. So that's what the routing table means. Okay. How do I restrict that? I need to create a routing table. So Azure has given me the option to create the route tables. So I can create route tables over here. I can name it block internet access, whatever. I keep it in AZ-305. Okay. Review create. So route table is created. Once the route table is created, I'll have to add routes over there. So in the other tab, let me just open the network interface card to show you the route table. So this is the current route table without adding our own route. That means without adding the user defined route, it can go to the internet. I'm connected to the virtual machine via internet, right? If you remember, I connected using the RDP, MSTSC, and then public IP, and then I connected. That means I have connected to that machine using internet, right? Now using route table, what I'll be doing, I'll be restricting access to the internet. So I'll go to the route table, I'll create routes, I'll add a route name, destination address, IP address is 0.0.0.0/0. Okay. Next hop type, none. So when I do none, the packet will be dropped and click on add. What I'm doing with this route table, I'm adding a route. I'm saying if the traffic wants to go to 0.0.0.0, that means all IP address in the world, just drop the packet. Once I have defined the route, what I can do, I can associate it with the subnet. So I'll go to the associate. I'll select the VNet and the subnet, and I click on OK. As soon as I associate, just see what is going to happen to I'm connected to the virtual machine, right? As soon as I associate, this was the default, uh, this was the, sorry, this was the routing table before associating user defined route. Now, if I see that, if I go back I mean, I opened the network interface using another tab just to see the route, the present route. This was the old routes. Okay. Now I'm seeing the present route. So if you see the present route, you have associated route table block internet access. So this was the old route where the associate route table is not mentioned. Why? Because there was no route table was associated. Now, after associating a route table, you see the 0000 became invalid. Okay. In the old route table, the 0000 was active. Now, if I refresh, obviously you'll see the latest, but I'm not refreshing. I'm doing a comparison using a different tab. If I scroll down, you should see a user defined route. What route is this? This route is user defined route. You have system routes, which is mentioned as default, and you have user defined route. So if you as a user are defining any routes and associating that routes, you should see that here as mentioned as user defined route. Okay. Now this should block an access. If you see the virtual machine, I've already lost an access. You see it's trying to connect. Why? Because now this virtual machine doesn't have an access to the internet. We have blocked that using a routing table. So routes are important to control the traffic within Azure. Not only in Azure, even in general network, routing is the important thing or important feature which helps you to control the routing of your network. So if I want virtual network 1 to send data via the hub virtual network, I need to create the route, user defined route, and associate that route with all the subnets that I have in this virtual network. Okay. So what are the two types of routings we have? What are the two types of routes we have? We have system routes, which is added by default by Azure, and we have user defined routes, which are added by users. So if you're a user and you want to control the routing, you want to control the traffic, you can make use of user defined routes. Okay. As soon as I remove that route, I should be again able to connect. If I go to the subnets and if I disassociate this, I should be able to connect to that VM again. Right now, I might have lost the access. Okay. So it's trying to connect again, connection attempt 5 by 5. As soon as I drop the access, as soon as I drop the routing table, you see I'm connected again. Okay. So that's how you can control the traffic using
Video, we'll go through Azure Machine Learning in detail, including its capabilities, the Azure ecosystem that supports machine learning, and the various ways we train and build models, starting with what is Azure Machine Learning, followed by who is machine learning for. Then we will look into its infrastructure, readiness, and security. Then we will dive into machine learning project workflow. Following that, we will understand MLOps, DevOps for machine learning. And at last, we will explore the Azure Machine Learning Studio. After that, we will have a demo too. So without doing any further delay, let's start with the video. So what is Azure Machine Learning? Azure Machine Learning is a cloud solution that helps you speed up and manage your machine learning projects. It can be used by machine learning specialists, data scientists, and engineers in their daily workflows. Models are trained and deployed, and MLOps are managed. You can use an open source platform like PyTorch, TensorFlow, or scikit-learn to build a model, or use one created in Azure Machine Learning. Model monitoring, retraining, and redeployment are all made easier using these tools. But this brings us to a question that who exactly machine learning is for? So individuals and teams deploying MLOps inside their company can use Azure Machine Learning to move machine learning models into production in a safe and auditable environment. Data scientists and machine learning experts will find tools to help them speed up and automate their daily tasks. Tools for embedding models into applications or services will be available to application developers. Platform developers will find a strong set of tools for constructing advanced ML technology underpinned by resilient Azure Resource Manager APIs. Now that we know the basics of Azure ML, let's have a look at its infrastructure readiness and security. So Azure Machine Learning is an Azure cloud platform that adds security to machine learning projects. So integrations for security include the following: network security groups in Azure Virtual Networks. Azure Key Vault is a vault where you may store security secrets like storage account access details, and set up an Azure Container Registry behind a VNet. So now let's dive down deep and explore its project workflow. Models are usually created as a part of project with a specific goal and objective. Multiple people are usually involved in these projects. Iterative development is used while experimenting with data, algorithms, and models. Now coming to the project life cycle, while the project lifespan will differ depending on the project, it will typically look like this. A workspace organizes a project and facilitates collaboration among multiple users who are all working toward the same goal. Users in a workspace may easily share the result of their experiments through the studio user interface, or they can use versioned assets for jobs like environments and storage references. So users' work can be automated in a machine learning pipeline and activated on a timetable or HTTPs request when a project is ready for operation. Therefore, models can be deployed to the managed inferencing solution in real time or batch, abstracting away the infrastructure management that is traditionally necessary for model deployment. Now let's proceed further and understand the concept of MLOps, that is DevOps for machine learning. MLOps or DevOps for machine learning is a process for generating models for production use. If not reproducible, the lifetime of a model from training to deployment must be auditable. MLOps or machine learning operations is based on DevOps principles and methods to improve workflow efficiency. Continuous integration, delivery, and deployment, for example. These ideas are applied to the machine learning process by MLOPs with the purpose of experimentation and model deployment can be done more quickly, and quality assurance and end-to-end lineage tracking are more efficient ways to put models into production. Now, let's explore what is Azure ML Studio. So, Azure Machine Learning Studio is an online service that includes low-code and no-code alternatives for project development and asset management in Azure Machine Learning. Basically, it is a workspace where you can create, build, train the machine learning models. For an inclusive data science platform, the studio integrates no-code and code-first experience. So now that we have covered all the important concepts of Azure Machine Learning, let's have a demo for a better understanding of how machine learning is used in Azure. So let's start with a demo. First, you need to browse the link studio.azureml.net, and here you need to log in with your Azure account. So once you have logged in, you will be led to a new window. This is the new window. Here you can see a few options. So let's start and see one by one what these options are. So the first one is projects. Basically, this gives you a list of all the experiments that you have already worked on. So here you can see we haven't worked on any experiment yet. Then comes experiment. Experiments are all the programs and codes that you have worked on to create it or deploy a model that you have just created for an experiment. So as I said, we haven't created any experiment yet, so the list is null over here. When you click on samples, you can see a few sample experiments provided to you by Azure portal by default. And following that, we have web services. So we all know, since Azure is a cloud computing platform, so all the data gathered from our experiments needs to be uploaded to the cloud. So web services gives you a list of all the experiments that you have in the cloud, so you can access them from anywhere. So when you create an experiment and work on it, when you add it to the cloud, that data is stored here. So then comes datasets. It gives you all the datasets you have in your Azure portal. When you click on the samples option, again you can see all the datasets provided to you by default in your Azure portal. Then comes train models. So while working on an experiment, you will come across a point where you need to train your model. So basically, this gives you a list of all the models that you have trained in your experiments or Azure programs. And in the last comes settings. Any changes that you want to make to your workspace is done under settings. Here you can see this is your workspace name, workspace description, which is by default, and all the details is provided here only. So whatever changes you want to make to your workspace, you will be doing this over here. So now let's start with a demo. So down below you can see the add or new option here. So click on it, and then you can see there are a few templates provided to you by Azure itself. So we'll click on blank experiment. Once you click on the blank experiments, you'll be guided to a new experiment window. So this is the new window, and this window is divided into three parts. These are the components where you will plan your model. This is the canvas to design your model, and then the properties of the model. In the components section, you can see samples already present there. So you can select any one of them according to your requirement. So here, when I'm typing samples, I'll work on airport codes datasets. So I just need to drag this option over here. But before starting with our experiment, let's change the name. So here I'm changing it to airport codes demo model. So now you can see the name of the experiment is changed. Now when you click on it and select visualize, just a second, you can see the number of rows and columns provided to it, the data which is required for its dataset to be created and for its model to be created. So the 4 rows, 4 columns are airport ID, city, state and name. Now we will move towards the part where we define the field we need to make our predictions for. So type columns in the search bar. Under manipulation section, you can see there are multiple options provided to you. So here we will select columns and data sets, as we are working on data sets. Now connect your data set with this option. So you can see a red alert over here. So when you click on it, you can see it is asking for values in your data set. So to add values, click on the launch column selector under properties section. So once you click on it, here you need to select all the options needed for your required values. So for my experiment model, I need all these data sets. So I'll add all of these and then click on the save option. So let me just add these. So now I have saved all the values I need in my data set. So now you can see the alert is gone. So now we have the data sets that we want to work on. So let's look for an appropriate algorithm for it. So while looking into the classification algorithm, we know that our so here you can see it under classification model, we have these options. So we know that our target value is divided into 2 classifications. So the algorithm we will be using is a 2 class. So we will be using 2 class booster decision tree because it calculates the accuracy for every node, and once the calculated accuracy is more than our required accuracy, then only it moves to the next node. So basically this gives you a prediction value close to the accurate value of the model. So we will just drag this option over here. So now the next step we have is to train our model. So we just need to type train over here and select train model option. So just drag it to the canvas. Now connect the 2 booster decision tree to the train model. Now you can again see the red alert for required data, as it doesn't have any data to work on. So our next step is to split the data. So we'll type split and drag the split data option on our canvas. As you can see, this is also saying it needs an input port data set. So we'll connect a data set with it so that it is provided with the data. So when you click on it, you can see it is asking for a split percentage. So you split the data into training and testing, where 80% goes to training and 20% to testing. So we will mention 0.08 over here, and so now we will just connect the 80% data to the train model. As we said, the 80% goes for training. But you can still see the alert in the train model because it is not aware of the column it needs to train on. So we will click on launch column selector. Now you just need to select all the columns you need to work on. So I'm selecting the airport ID number. Now you can see once I save it that the alert is gone. Now our next step is to find the score of our model. So let's type score in our search bar and drag the score model over here. Let me just reduce the size of the canvas. Yeah. So we will just connect our train model to the score model. So again you will see the red alert as it doesn't know the data it needs to test on. So for that we will connect the remaining testing data in the split data option to the score model. Now you can see the alert option is gone. Now coming to the final step, that is evaluation of the model. So let's type evaluation, and here you can see the evaluate model option. We just need to drag it to the canvas. Yeah. So let's connect it with our score model. Now your model for the airport code dataset is complete. So this is the whole model. Now you need to save the model and then click on run option. So here I've saved it, and you can see it's running. You can see the model running and going through every node. As you can see the green mark, as it's verifying through every node. So once it's done, click on evaluate model and then click on visualize. Now you can see the accuracy is 98. Here you can see the accuracy is 98, which is almost the prediction value. Now you can see the positive and negative labels as well. So this whole data is known as confusion matrix. Now for the values close to the positive label, it gives me the number of true predictions. That the number of data I'll provide, it shows that 72 predictions will be right and 1 will be wrong. Now let's go back and run this model over the web. So by clicking on setup web service, we will click on predictive web service. Now we will just connect web service input to the score model. So that once the program is uploaded to the cloud, it is directly connected to the score model and gives us the output. So now you need to save this and run. This will execute the entire model. Now all we are left with is deploying the model. Now we just need to click on deploy web service. So then you will see you will be taken to a new window. Here you can see the response page where it's showing the test option. You need to click on it. So here you can see a new window has popped up. So you just need to mention the details. Like for city I am mentioning Bangalore. For state I am mentioning Karnataka. And name of the airport is Kempagoda. International Airport. And I just need to save this data. So now down below you can see it gives me predictive values, and this is the airport ID for my mentioned details. So the accuracy of this ID will be 0.98, which is 98%, which is almost accurate to the 100%. So this was our experiment, and this is how we can use ML in Azure.
And they are definitely using Azure for a reason, like Pixar, Boeing, Samsung, EasyJet, Xerox, BMW, 3M. They are major multinational, multi-billion companies. They rely, run, operate their IT in Azure. And this CEO has a thought that his IT person is still not very convinced unless and until he shows him a visual of how easy things are in Azure. So he goes on and explains about a practical application of Azure, which is what exactly I'm going to show you as well. All right, a quick project on building an Azure app using or building a .NET application in Azure Web App and making it connect to an SQL database will solidify all the knowledge that we have gained so far. So this is what we're going to do. I have an Azure account open, as you see, logged in, and everything is fresh here. Let me go to resource group. There's nothing in there. It's kind of fresh. All right, I'm logged in, and this is what we're going to do. So we're going to create an application like this, which is nothing but an to-do application, a to-do list application, which is going to run from the web app, get information from us, and save it in the database that's connected to it. So you can already see it's a two-tier application, web and DB. All right. So let me go back to my Azure account. The first thing is to create an resource group. Let's give it a meaningful name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn. All right. And it's going to be a free trial. And the location, pick one that's nearest to you or wherever you want to launch your application. Now for this use case, I'm going to pick Central US and create. It's going to take a while to get created. There you go. It's created. It's called Azure Simplilearn. Now what do we need? We need an web app and a separate SQL database. Let's first get our web app running. So go to App Services and then click on Add. It's not the web app plus SQL that we want. We want web app alone for this example. So let's create an web app. Give it a quick name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn. The subscription is free trial. And I'm going to use my existing resource group, a resource group that we created some time back. It's going to run out of Windows, and we're going to publish the code. All set, we can create it. All right, while this is running, let me create my database. All right, SQL database, create a database. give it a name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn DB. Put it in our existing resource group that we created. It's going to be a blank database, all right? And it's going to require some settings like the name of the server and the admin login, the password that goes along, and in which location this is going to be created. The server name is going to be Azure Simplilearn DB. That's the server name. And the admin login can be, what can be the admin login name? Let's see. So let's call it Simplilearn. That's my admin login name. And let me pick a password. Click on create. So what have we done so far? We have created an web app and we have created a database in the resource group that we have created. So if I go to resource group, it's going to take some time before things show up. So if I go to my resource group, I only have one resource group as of now, Azure Simplilearn, and there I have a bunch of resources being created. It's still being created. All right. In the meantime, I have my application right here that's running out of or that's in Visual Studio as of now, right? So once the infrastructure is set and ready in the Azure console, we're going to go back to Visual Studio, feed these inputs in the Visual Studio so the code knows what the database is, the credentials to log into the database, stuff like that. So we're going to feed those information in Visual Studio. By that, we're actually feeding it into the application, and then we're going to run it from there. Deploying this application takes quite a while. We really got to be patient. Right, now we have all the resources that we need for the application to run. Here's my database, and here's my app service. There's one more thing we need to do, that is create an firewall exception rule. So one more thing needed is to create an firewall exception rule, right? So the application is going to run from my local desktop and it's going to connect to the database, right? So let's add an exception rule by simply adding the client IP. It's going to pick my IP, the IP of the laptop I'm using as of now, and it's going to create an exception to access the database. So that's done. Now we can go back to our Visual Studio. I already have a couple of apps running or a couple of configurations pushed from Visual Studio. I'm going to clean that up. If you're doing it for the first time, you may not need to do this. Alright, so let's start from the scratch. This is very similar to how you would be doing in your environment. Alright, so we're going to select an existing Azure app service. Now before that, I have logged in. As you can see, I have logged in with my credentials. So it's going to pull few things automatically from my Azure account. So in this case, I'm going to use an existing Azure app. So select existing and then click on publish. Alright, if you recall, these are the very same resources that we created a while back. Right, we have clicked on save and it's running, kind of validating the code, and it's going to come up with an URL. Now initially the URL is not going to work because we haven't mapped the application to the database. So that would be the next thing. Alright, so the app has been published and it's running from my web app as of now. It's going to throw an error. Like you see, it's throwing an error. That's because we haven't mapped the app and the DB together. So let's do that. All right, let's do that. So let's go to Server Explorer. This is where we're going to see our databases that we have created. Now let's quickly verify that. Go back to the resource group, right? Appropriate resource group, which is right here. And here I have my database, Azure Simplilearn database. Right, it has some issues connecting to my database. Give me a quick moment. Let's fix it. All right, so we'll have to map the database into this application. All right, so let's go to the Solution Explorer, click on Publish, and a page like this gets shown. And from here, we can go to Configure. Here is our web app, all right, with all its credentials. Let's validate the connection, number 1. All right, and then click on Next. This is my DB connection string, right, which the app is going to use to connect to my DB. Now, if you recall, our DB was Azure Simplilearn DB, and that's not being shown here. So let's fix that. Right, so let's fix that. Click on Configure, and here let's put our DB servers URL. Now before that, let's change this to SQL Server. All right, and then in here put the DB's URL. So go back to Azure. Here is my DB or server's name. Put that here. Right, the username to connect to the server, that's right here. Put that in, and the password to connect to the server, let's put that in. All right, it's trying to connect to our Azure portal or the Azure infrastructure, and here is my database. If you recall, it's Azure SLDB. That's the name of the database. Let's test the connection. Connection is good. Click on OK. So now it's showing up correctly, Azure Simplilearn DB. That's the name of the database that we created. Now it's configured. All right, let's modify the data connections. Right, let's map it to the appropriate database again. All right, so our name of the database is Azure Simplilearn DB, and then it's going to be SQL Server. That's the data source. The username is Simplilearn, and the password is what we have given in the beginning. All right, let's validate the connection. It's good. Click OK. Now we're all set and ready to publish our application again. Now the application knows how to connect to the database. We have educated it with the the correct connection strings, the DNS name, the username, and the password for the application to connect to the database. So Visual Studio is building this project, and once it is up and running, we'll be prompted with an URL to connect, and anytime we give inputs to the URL, that's going to receive the input and save it in the database. Alright, so here is my to-do list app, and I can start creating to-do list for myself. Alright, so I have the items already listed. I can create an entry, and these entries get stored in the database. I can create another entry, take the dog for a walk, that's gonna get stored. I can create another entry, book tickets for a scientific exhibition, and that's going to receive and put that in the database. And that concludes our session. So through this session we saw how I can use Azure services to create a web app and connect that to the DB instance, and how those two services which are decoupled by default, which are separate by default, how I can use the connection strings to make connection between the app server and the database and be able to create an working app.
Now let's talk about Azure services. Now Azure services have 18 categories and more than 200 services, so we clearly can't go through all of them. It has services that cover compute, AI and machine learning, integration, management tools, identity, DevOps, web, and so much more. You're going to have a hard time trying to find a domain that Azure doesn't cover. And if it doesn't cover it now, you can be certain they're working on it as we speak. So first, let's start with the compute services. First, virtual machine. With this service, what you're getting to do is to create a virtual machine of Linux or Windows operating system. It's easily configurable. You can add RAM, you can decrease RAM, you can add storage, remove it. All of it is possible in a matter of seconds. Now let's talk about the second service, cloud service. Now with this, you can create an application within the cloud, and all of the work after you deploy it, deploying the application that is taken care of by Azure, which includes provisioning the application, load balancing, ensuring that the application is in good health, and all of the other things are handled by Azure. Next up, let's talk about Service Fabric. Now with Service Fabric, the process of developing a microservice is greatly simplified. So you might be wondering, what exactly is a microservice? Now a microservice is basically an application that consists of smaller applications coupled together. Next up, functions. Now with functions, you can create applications in any programming language that you want. Another very important part is that you don't have to worry about any hardware components. You don't have to worry what RAM you require or how much storage you require. All of that is taken care of by Azure. All you need is to provide the code to Azure, and it'll execute it, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Now let's talk about some networking services. First up, we have Azure CDN, or the Content Delivery Network. Now the Azure CDN service is basically for delivering web content to users. Now this content is of high bandwidth and can be transferred or can be delivered to any person across the world. Now these are actually a network of servers that are placed in strategic positions across the world, so that the customers can obtain this data as fast as possible. Next up, we have ExpressRoute. Now with this, you can actually connect your on-premise network onto the Microsoft cloud or any of the services that you want through a private connection. So the only communication that happens is between your on-premise network and the service that you want. Then you have virtual network. Now with virtual network, you can have any of the Azure services communicate with each other in a secure manner, in a private manner. Next, we have Azure DNS. So Azure DNS is a hosting service which allows you to host their DNS or domain name system domains in Azure. So you can host your application using Azure DNS. Now for the storage services. First up, we have disk storage. With disk storage, you're given a cost-effective option of choosing HDD or solid-state drives to go along with your virtual machines based on your requirements. Then you have blob storage. Now this is actually optimized to ensure that they can store massive amounts of unstructured data, which can include text data or even binary data. Next, you have file storage, which is a managed file storage and can be accessible via the SMB protocol or the server message block protocol. And finally, you have queue storage. Now with queue storage, you can provide durable message queuing for an extremely large workload. And the most important part is that this can be accessed from anywhere in the world. Now, let's talk about how Azure can be used. Firstly, for application development. It could be any application, mostly web applications. Then you can test the application, see how well it works. You can host the application on the internet. You can create virtual machines like I mentioned before. With the service, you can create these virtual machines of any size or RAM that you want. You can integrate and sync features. You can collect and store matrices. For example, how the data works, how the current data is, how you can improve upon it. All of that is possible with these services. And you have virtual hard drives, which is an extension of the virtual machines where these services are able to provide you a large amount of storage where data can be stored.
So the wide variety of services available on Azure includes artificial intelligence plus machine learning plus analytic services to get to give us a good visual of how the data or how the application is performing or the type of the category of data stored, and to read from the logs, and variety of compute services, different VMs with different size and different operating systems, different containers available, different type of databases available, a lot of developer tools that are available for us, and identity service to manage our users in the Azure cloud. And those users can be integrated or federated with, let's say, Google, Facebook, LinkedIn. So there are some external federation services. They can be used to integrate with our identity system, IoT services, IoT tools and technologies available, and management tools to manage the users. Creating identity is one, and then managing them on top of it is a totally different thing. And we have tools, technologies to manage the users. Cool services for data migration. Data migration is now made simple. Tools and technologies available for mobile application development, and I can plan my own network in the cloud with the networking services. I can implement my own security, both Azure provided and third-party security services on Azure cloud. That's now possible, and a lot of storage options available in the cloud. So these are just a glimpse of the big list of services available in Azure cloud. So that was a glimpse of what's available in the cloud. Let's talk about the services in specific. Let's take compute for example. Whenever we're building a new application or deploying existing ones, the Azure Compute Service provides the infrastructure we need to run and maintain our application. We can easily tap in the capacity that Azure Cloud Service has, and we can scale our compute requirement on demand. We can also containerize our application. We have the option of choosing Windows or Linux VM machine and take the advantage of the flexible options Azure provides for us to migrate our VMs to Azure and a lot more. And these compute services also include a full-fledged identity solution, meaning integration with Active Directory in the cloud or on-premises, and a lot more. Let's look at some of the services that this compute domain provides. Some of the services the compute domain provides are virtual machines, and this Azure Virtual Machines gives us the ability to develop and manage a virtual computer environment or a virtualized environment inside Azure's cloud environment, that too in a virtual private network. Now we will talk about virtual private network at a later point, but as of now just know that there are a lot of services available in Azure Compute Service that we can get benefited from. We can always choose from a very wide range of compute options. For example, we have an option to choose the operating system. We have the option to choose whether the system should be in on-premises or in the cloud, or do we want to maintain the environment both in on-premises and in the cloud. We have the option of choosing the operating system, whether we want to use our own operating system with some software attached to it, or do we want to go and buy the operating system from the cloud, from Azure Marketplace? And these are just a few of the options available for us when we want to buy the compute environment. And these compute environments are easily scalable, meaning we can easily scale our VM instances from one instance to thousands of virtual machines in a matter of minutes, or simply put, in a couple of button clicks. And all these services are available on a pay for what we use model, meaning there is no upfront cost. We use the service and then pay for the services that we have used. There is no literal long-term commitment when it comes to using virtual machines in the cloud. And most of the services are built on a pay per minute billing basis. All right. And at no point, because of the pay per minute billing model, at no point we will be overpaying for any of the services. That's attractive, isn't it? Now let's talk about batch service. Now, batch service is always independent, regardless of whether you choose Windows or Linux. It's going to run fairly well. And with batch service, we can take advantage of the environment's unique features. And not only that, in short, the batch service helps us to manage the whole batch environment, and also it helps to schedule the jobs. Now, this Azure batch service actually runs on a large scale parallel and high performance computing. Because of that, batch jobs are highly efficient in Azure. And when we run batch services, this Azure batch creates a pool of computer nodes and installs the needed applications that we want to run, and then it schedules jobs to those individual nodes in those pools. As a customer, there is no need for us to install a cluster, or there is no need for us to install a software that actually schedules the jobs, or even to manage or even to scale those infrastructure or the software, because everything is managed by Azure. And this batch service is a platform as a service. There is no additional charge for using this batch service, except for, the only charges that we'll be paying is for the virtual machines that the service uses, and the storage that we will be using, of course, and the networking services that we will be using for this batch service. Let's summarize. This batch service, we have a choice of operating system that we can pick and use, and it scales by itself. Now, the alternative for the batch would be queues, but in queues, we'll have to pre-provision and pay for the infrastructure even if we're not using it. But with a batch, we only pay for what we use. And this batch service helps us to manage the application, manage the scheduling as a whole, as if they are just one thing. As next thing in the compute domain, let's talk about this Fabric service. Now, this Fabric service is actually a distributed system platform that helps us to package, deploy, and manage a scalable and a very reliable microservice and containers. And what does it help? This Azure Fabric service helps us, or it helps the developers and administrators, so they can avoid the complex infrastructure problems, and they can focus only on implementing workloads or taking care of their development, taking care of their application, instead of spending time on infrastructure. So what's Service Fabric? Service Fabric, it provides runtime capabilities and life cycle management to applications that are composed of microservices, no infrastructure management at all. And with Service Fabric, we can easily scale the application to tens or hundreds or even to thousands of machines. Here, machines represent containers. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about virtual machine scale set. Now, this virtual machine scale set, it lets us to create a group of identical load balanced VMs. I just want to mention it again. It helps us to manage a group identical and load balanced VMs. The number of instances, or the number of VM instances in a scale set, can increase or decrease in response to the demand, or in response to a schedule that we define. The resources needed on a Monday morning is not the same as that would be required on a Saturday or a Sunday morning. All right, and even within the day, the resources that would be needed in the beginning of the business hour is not the resources that would be needed at noon, or after 8 or 9 in the evening. So the demands could actually vary in the environment, and this skill set helps us to take care of the varying demand or take care of the different infrastructure requirement at a different schedule throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the month, or could be throughout the year as well. The skill set also allows us to provide high availability to our applications, and it helps us to centrally manage, configure, and update a large number of VMs as if they are just one thing. Now you might ask, well, virtual machines are enough. Why would we need a virtual machine skill set? Just like I said, this virtual machine skill set helps us with a greater redundancy and improved performance for our applications. And those applications can be accessed through a load balancer that actually distributes the requests to the application instances. So in a nutshell, this virtual machine scale set, it helps us to create a large number of identical virtual machines, number one. And with scale set, we can increase or decrease the virtual machines. With virtual machine scale set, we can centrally manage and configure and update a big group of VMs. And it's a great use case when it comes to big data or container workloads. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about cloud services. Now this Azure Cloud Service is actually a platform as a service, and it's very friendly. In fact, it is designed for applications that support scalability, or an application that requires scalability or reliability, and on top of it, you want them to be very inexpensive to operate. So Azure Cloud Service provides all these. So where would this cloud service run? Well, it runs on a VM, but it's a platform as a service. VMs are infrastructure as a service, and when we run applications on VM through cloud service, it becomes platform as a service. So here is how you got to be thinking. With infrastructure as a service like VMs, we first create and configure the environment, and then we run applications on top of it. Let's look at the responsibility. The responsibility for us in VM is that we manage everything end to end, like deploying new patches, picking the versions of the operating system, and making sure they are intact and all that stuff. It's all managed by us. But on the contrary, with platform as a service, it's as if the environment is already ready. All that you have to do is deploy your application in it and manage the platform. Manage the platform not as an administrator, because all the administration is taken care by Azure, like deploying new versions of the operating system. It's all handled by the Azure. So we deploy the application and we manage the application. That's it. Infrastructure management is handled by Azure. So what does cloud service provide? This cloud service provides a platform where we can write the application code, and we don't have to worry about hardware. Simply hand over the code and cloud service takes care of it. So no worry on the hardware at all. So responsibilities like patching, what do we do if something crashes? How do I update the infrastructure? How do I manage the maintenance or the downtime in the underlying infrastructure? All that is handled by Azure. It also provides a good testing environment for us. We can simply run the code, test it before it's actually released to the production. I want to expand a bit on these testing applications. So this Azure Cloud Service, it actually gives us a staging environment for testing a new release without it affecting the existing release, which actually reduces the customer downtime. So we can run the application, test it, and anytime that's ready for production, all that's needed for us to do to move it to production is simply to swap the staging environment into the production environment, and the old production environment will now become the new staging environment, where we can add more to it and then swap it back at a later point. So it kind of gives us a swappable environment for testing our applications. And not only that, it gives us health monitoring alerts. It helps us to monitor the health and availability of our application. And there is a dashboard we can benefit from when we use Azure Cloud Services, and that shows the key statistics all in one place. And we can also set up real-time alerts to warn when a service availability or a certain metrics that we are concerned about degrades. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about functions. Now functions are serverless computing. Many times if you heard about Azure being serverless, a lot of time they are referencing, or the person who's talking to you is referencing to serverless computing. or Azure Functions, which is a serverless computing service hosted on Microsoft Azure. The main motive of a function is to accelerate and simplify application development. Functions helps us to run code on demand without we need to pre-provision or manage any Azure infrastructure. So Azure Functions are script or a piece of code that gets run in response to an event that you want to handle. So in short, we can just write a code that you need for a problem at hand without actually worrying about the whole application or the infrastructure that will be running that code. And the best of all the best is when we use functions, we only pay for the time that our code runs. So what does functions provide, or what does Azure Functions provide? Azure Functions allow users to build applications using serverless simple functions with a programming language of our choice. So the current programming languages that are supported is C#, F#, Node.js, Java, and PHP. So here we really don't have to worry about provisioning or maintaining servers. If a code requires more resource, yes, Azure Functions handles or it provides the additional resources needed by the code. And the best part is we only pay for the amount of time the functions are running, not the resources, but the amount of time the function is running. As next thing, and moving to the new domain, let's talk about the container domain in Azure. Now the container domain or the container service, it allows us to quickly deploy a production ready Kubernetes or a Docker Swarm cluster. Now what's a container? A container is a standard unit of software that packages of code and all its dependencies so the applications run quickly and reliably from one computing environment to another. It could be testing to staging to development environment to staging to production, or from one production to another production, or on-premises to cloud, or one cloud to another cloud, vice versa. Now imagine we had an option not to worry about the VM and just focus on the application. Well, that's exactly what containers helps us achieve. So these container instances enable us to focus on applications and not worrying about managing VMs or not worrying about learning the new tools required to manage the VMs or even the deployment. And our applications that we create, they run in a container. And running in a container is what helps us to achieve all these, not being able to manage or not needing to manage the virtual machines. So these containers, they can be deployed into the cloud using a single command if you're using a command line interface, and a couple of button clicks if we are using the Azure portal. And these containers are kept lightweight, but they are equally secure as virtual machines. Let's talk about container service as next thing. The container service, or sometimes called as Azure Kubernetes service, it helps us to manage the containers. Container is one thing, and a service that's used to manage the container is another thing. Now this Kubernetes service, or ACS, it helps us to manage the containers. So let's expand on this a bit. So this Azure Container Service, or ACS, it actually provides a way to simplify the creation, configuration, and management of a cluster of virtual machines that are pre-configured to run containerized applications on top of them. Deploying these containers might take like 15 to 20 minutes, or deploying the virtual machines that run containers in it might take 15 to 20 minutes. And once they are provisioned, we can actually manage them by using simple SSH tunnel into them. And this ACS, when it runs applications from Docker images. What does that mean? Docker images makes sure that the applications the container runs are fully portable. Images are portable. And ACS also helps us to orchestrate the container environment. Not only that, it also helps us to ensure that these applications that we run in containers can be scaled to thousands or even tens of thousands of containers. So in a nutshell, managing an existing application into a container and running it using AKS or ACS is really easy, or that's what it is all about, to make the application management or migration easy. Now, managing the container-based architecture, and we discussed that containers could be tens or even tens of thousands of containers. So managing them is made simple using this container services. And even training of model using a large data set in a complex and resource intensive environment, this AKS helps us to simplify that environment. All right, as next thing in container domain, let's talk about container registry. We spoke about registry a little bit when we spoke about Docker images. So container registry is a single place where we can store our images, which are Docker images. When we use containers, it's Docker images that we use for our image purposes. So these container images are a central registry that can be used to ease container development by easing the storage and management of container images. So there we can store all kind of images like Docker Swarm, or the images used in Docker Swarm are in Kubernetes. Everything can be stored in container registry in Azure. Now, anytime we store a container image, it provides us an option for geo replication. What that means is that we can efficiently manage a single registry replicated across multiple regions. Now, these geo replication, it actually enables us to manage global deployments, assuming we are having an environment that requires a global deployment. So it helps us to manage global deployments as one entity because we are geo-replicating. We would be updating, we would be editing one image, and that image gets replicated throughout the global replication centers we would have set up. And so just one editing would have actually edited the global images, and those global images would have provisioned the global application. So one edit, replication, and then provisioning of the applications global wide. And this replication also helps us network latency, because anytime an application needs to deploy, it does not have to rely on a single source which can be reached only through high latency network. Because we have global replications around the world, anytime the application wants to check back, it would check back the application which is in a very nearby location for the application itself. Global replication means that we are managing it as a single entity that's being replicated across the multiple regions in the globe. As next thing in our learning, let's talk about Azure databases. Now, these Azure databases are relational. In fact, they have many flavors in them. We're going to look at different flavors, SQL, NoSQL, cache type of database that Azure offers. So we're going to learn one at a time, or we're going to learn one by one. So this Azure SQL database is a relational database. In fact, it's a relational database as a service. It's managed by Azure. We don't get to do a lot of management in it. So it's a relational database as a service based on Microsoft SQL Server database engine. And this database is a high performance database. It's very reliable, and it's very secure as well. And this high reliability, high performance, and for this high security, we really don't have to do anything. It comes along with it, and it's managed by Azure. And there are two things that I definitely need to mention about Azure SQL database. That is, it's an intelligent service. Number one, it's fully managed by Azure, and it also has this one good thing, which is it has built-in intelligence that learns app patterns and adapts to maximize performance and reliability and data protection of the application. That's something that's not found in many of the other cloud providers that I'm aware of. So I thought I'll mention it. So it uses built-in intelligence to learn about the user's database patterns and helps improve performance and protection. And migration or importing data is very easy when it comes to Azure SQL database. So it can be readily or immediately used for analytic reporting and intelligent applications in Azure. As next thing, let's talk about Azure CosmoDB. Now, Azure CosmoDB is a database service that is for NoSQL type, and it's created to provide low latency and an application that scales dynamically or that scales rapidly. Now, this Azure CosmoDB is a globally distributed service, and it's a multi-model database. This can be provisioned in a click of a button. That's all we got to do if we need to provision an Azure CosmoDB in the Azure. It helps with scaling the database. We can elastically and independently scale throughput and storage across this database and in any of the Azure geographic regions. It provides a good throughput, it provides good latency, it provides good availability, and it provides, or Azure promises, a comprehensive SLA that no other database can offer. That's the best part about Cosmo DB. So this Cosmo DB was built with global distribution in mind, and it's built with the horizontal scale in mind. And all this we can use by only paying for what we have used. And remember, the difference between Azure Cosmo DB and the SQL database is that Azure Cosmo DB supports NoSQL, whereas SQL doesn't. Alright, few other things about Azure Cosmo DB is it allows users to use key value, graph, column, family, and document data. It also gives users a number of API options like SQL, JavaScript, MongoDB, and few others that you might want to check in the document at the time of reading. And the best part here is that all that we mentioned, we get to use only by paying for the amount of storage and throughput that are required. And the storage and the throughput can be elastically scaled based on the requirement of that R. Alright, let's talk about Redis cache. Discussion about Azure database won't be complete without we talking about Redis cache. Now, Redis cache is a secure data cache. It's also sometimes called as messaging broker that provides high throughput and low latency access to data for the applications. Now, Redis cache is based on a popular open source caching product, which is Redis, sometimes called as Redis cache. Now, what's the use case? It's typically used to cache to improve the performance and scalability of a system that rely heavily on backend data stores. Now, performance when we use Redis cache is improved by temporarily copying the frequently accessed data to a fast storage located very close to the application. Now, with Redis cache, this fast storage is located in memory with Redis cache instead of being loaded from the actual disk in the database itself. Now, this Redis cache can also be used as an in-memory data structure store. Not only that, it can be used as a distributed non-relational database and a message broker. So there are a variety of use cases for this Redis cache. And by using Redis cache, the application performance is improved by taking advantage of the low latency and the high throughput performance that this Redis cache engine provides. So to summarize, this Redis cache, when we use Redis cache, data is stored in the memory instead of the disk to ensure that there is high throughput and low latency when the application needs to read the data. It provides various levels of scaling without any downtime or interference. Now, this Redis cache is actually backed by Redis server, and it supports string, hashes, linked list, and various other data structures. Now let's talk about security and identity services. Now, identity management in specific is a process of authenticating first and then authorizing using security principles. And not only that, identity management involves controlling information about those principal identities. You might ask, now what's a principal identity? Now, identity or principal identity are services, applications, users, groups, and a lot more. The speciality about this identity management is that it not only helps authenticate and authorize principals in cloud, it also helps authenticate and authorize principals or resources on premises, especially when you run an hybrid cloud environment. So all these services and features that this identity management helps us to get additional level of validation, like identity management can provide multi-factor authentication. It can provide access policies based on condition, permit or deny based on condition. It can also monitor suspicious activity, and not only that, it can also report it. It can also help generate alerts for potential security issues, and in a way to mitigate it, can send us an alert so we can get involved and prevent a security accident from happening. So let's talk more about identity management. So some of the services under security and identity management are Azure Security Center. Now, this Azure Security Center provides security management and threat protection across the workloads in both cloud and in the hybrid environment. It helps control user access and application control to stop any malicious activity if present. It helps us to find and fix vulnerabilities before they can be even exploited. It integrates very well with analytic methods that helps us to identify, or it gives us the intelligence to identify or detect attacks and prevent them before it can actually happen. And it also works seamlessly with hybrid environments. So you don't have to have one policy for on-premises and one policy for the cloud. It's now a unified service, both for on-premises and the cloud. The next service in security and identity would be Key Vault. Now, a Key Vault is a service or a feature that helps safeguard the cryptographic keys and any other secrets used by the cloud applications and the services. In other words, this Azure Key Vault is a tool for securely storing and accessing the secrets of the environment, the secret keys. Now, a secret is anything that you really want to have a very tight control access, like the certificates, like the passwords, stuff like that. Now, if I tell you what Key Vault actually solves, that would actually explain what Key Vault is. Now, Key Vault is used in secrets management. It's helped in securely storing the tokens, the passwords, the certificates. It helps in key management. It really helps in creating and controlling the encryption keys that we would use to encrypt data. It helps in certificate management. Talking about certification management, it helps us to easily provision, manage, and deploy public and private SSL, TLS certificates in Azure, and a lot more. So in a nutshell, this Key Vault, it provides users the ability to provision new vaults and keys in just a matter of minutes. All that in a single command, or all that in a couple of button clicks. It also helps users to centrally manage their keys, secrets, and policies. Next in the list, let's talk about Azure Active Directory. Now, Azure Active Directory helps us to create intelligent-driven access policies to limit resource usage and manage user identities. What does that mean? Now, this Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based Active Directory and identity management service. Now, Azure Active Directory combines, it's actually a combination of the core directory services plus application access management plus identity protection. And one good thing about this Azure, in fact, there are a lot of good things, but especially when you're running hybrid environments, you might wonder, well, how this Azure Active Directory is going to behave. Now, this Azure Active Directory is built to work on-premises and cloud environment as well. Not only that, it also works seamlessly with mobile applications as well. So in a nutshell, this Azure Active Directory, it acts as an central point of identity and access management for our cloud environment. It also provides good security solutions that protect against unauthorized access of our app and the data. Now that we've discussed about security and identity, let's talk about the management tools that Azure has to offer. Azure provides built-in management and account governance tools that helps administrators and developers, that helps them to keep their resources secure and very compliant. And again, it helps both in on-premises and in the cloud environment. And these management tools help us to monitor the infrastructure, monitor the applications. It also helps in provisioning and configuring resources. It also helps in updating apps. It helps in analyzing threats, taking backup of the resources, build disaster recoveries. It also helps in applying policies and conditions to automate our environment. We use Azure management tools, and it's also used in cost control methods. So this Azure management plays a wide role across the Azure services. And in the management tools, first comes the Azure Advisor. Now this Azure Advisor, it acts as a guide to educate us about Azure best practices. It throws recommendations that we can select on the basis of the category of service, and it also provides the impact it can have, or the impact that would happen in our environment if we follow the recommendations given. And recommendations are, first one is the recommendations are kind of templatized, and it throws the templatized recommendations. Not only that, it also provides customized recommendations on the basis of the configuration, on the basis of our usage patterns. And these recommendations are not hard. It's not like something that it recommends and then just leaves us hanging there. These recommendations provided are very easy to follow, very easy to implement and see results. You can think of Azure Advisor as a very personalized cloud consultant that helps you to follow best practices to optimize our deployments. It kind of analyzes our resources, our configurations, our usage, and then it recommends a solution for us that really helps in improving the cost effectiveness, improving the performance, improving high availability, and improving security in our Azure environment. So with this Azure Advisor, we can get a proactive, actionable, and personalized best practice recommendations. Now, you don't have to be an expert. Just follow the Azure Advisor and your environment is going to be good. It also helps in improve the performance, security, high availability of our environment. And also it helps in bringing down the overall Azure spend. And the best part is it's a free service that analyzes our Azure usage and provides recommendations, how we can optimize our Azure resource to reduce cost. And reduce cost at the same time boost the performance, helps in strengthening the security and improve the overall reliability of our environment. Next in the list would be Network Watcher. Now, this Network Watcher helps users identify and gain insights in the overall network performance and the health of the overall environment. Now, these Azure Watchers provides enough tools to monitor, to diagnose, to view the metrics, and to enable or disable logs, which means generate and collect the logs for resources in the Azure Virtual Network. So with Network Watcher, you can monitor and diagnose issues in networking without even logging into the virtual machines. With just the logs, which are real time, we can actually come to a conclusion what could be wrong in a certain resource, in a VM or in a database, by just looking at the logs. And not only that, it's used for analytic or to gain some intelligence of what's happening in our network. We can gain a lot of insight to the current network traffic pattern using the security group flow logs that this Network Watcher offers. It also helps in investigating VPN connectivity issues using detailed logs. Now, you might or might not know that VPN troubleshooting requires both parties, or it involves two parties. The person, the network administrator on this side and the network administrator on the other side. And they will have to check logs in their end and we'll have to check logs in our end, stuff like that. But with the Network Watcher, it kind of takes it to the next level. The logs itself, we could easily identify which side is having the issue and suggest an appropriate fix. And the next in the list would be Microsoft Azure Portal. Now, this Microsoft Azure Portal, it provides a single unified console to perform various number of activities like building, not only building, managing and monitoring the web applications that we build. Now, this portal can be used to organize our environment or the appearance of the environment or the visual of the environment based on our work style. And using Azure Portal, users can control who gets to manage or access the resources, all from the Azure Portal. And this Azure Portal gives a very good visibility on the spends that happen on each resource, right? And if we can customize it, we can also identify spends based on team, spends based on days, spends based on department, stuff like that. So it kind of gives us a good visual of where the money is spending or where is the bill consumed within the Azure environment. Next in the list would be Azure Resource Manager. Now, Azure Resource Manager enables us to manage the usage of the application resources. Now, we use Resource Manager to deploy, monitor, and manage solution resources as a group, as if it's one single entity. Now, the infrastructure of our application is typically made of various components, which includes virtual machine, storage, virtual network, web app, database servers, some other third-party services that we might use in our environment. And they are, by nature, separate services. But with Azure Resource Manager, we don't see them as different components or different entities. Instead, we see them as related services in a group that supports an application. Now we kind of get the relation between them instead of letting them spread. Azure Resource Manager identifies the relation between them and helps us to visually see them all as one or single entity. Not only that, Azure Resource Manager helps, or it ensures that the resources that we provision are deployed at a constant rate along with the other application. It also helps users to visually see their resources and how they are connected, and that helps in managing the resources a lot better. Resource group also is used to control who can access the resources within the user's organization. Kind of gives you the fine-grained control over who gets to access and who does not get access. And the last one in the management tools would be automation. And this automation gives us the ability to automate, configure, and install upgrades across hybrid environments. It provides a cloud-based automation and configuration service. Not only that, this can be applied for non-Azure environments as well, which is on-premises. So some of the automation we could do is process automation, update management automation, configuration features automation, stuff like that. And this Azure automation provides complete control during the deployment, operation, and also during the decommissioning of the workloads and resources. With automation, we can actually automate time-consuming or mundane or any task that's error-prone because of human errors. Those things can be automated. So irrespective of how many times you run it, it's going to run the same way. And that really helps in reducing the overall time and also the overhead cost, because a lot of the things are automated, which means it's human error-free, which means the application is not going to break and keep running for a longer time. With automation, we can actually build a good inventory of operating system resources and configuration items all in one place with ease. And this really helps in tracking the changes and investigating the issue. Let's say something happened. Because we have automation, because it's logging the configuration changes, it's easy to track, easy to identify what has changed lately that has broken the environment, go back and fix it or kind of roll it back. That solves the problem. And that actually summarizes the Azure management tools or management services. Now let's talk about the networking tools or the networking services available in Azure. There are a variety of services, especially networking services, that Azure offers, and I'm sure it's going to be an interesting one. Let's begin our discussion with Content Delivery Network. Now, the Content Delivery Network, in short, CDN, it allows us to perform secure and a very reliable content delivery. Not only that, it also helps in accelerating the delivery time, or in other words, reducing the delivery time, also called as load times. It also helps in saving bandwidth and increases in responsiveness to the application. Let's expand on this. The Content Delivery Network is actually a distributed network of servers that can efficiently deliver web content to users. Now, CDNs, we're going to use the word CDN here. CDNs store cached content on global edge servers, also called as POPs, point of presence locations, that are very close to the end users, so the latency is minimized. It's like taking a copy of the data or taking a multiple copy of the data and storing it in different parts of the world, and whoever is requesting it, the data gets delivered to them from a server which is very locally to them. So this CDN offers developers a global solution for rapidly delivering high bandwidth content to users by caching the content in a strategically placed location which is very near to them. So these content delivery networks, it really helps in handling. That's one advantage you get for content delivery network. That's we can handle spikes and heavy loads very efficiently. And we can also run analytic against the logs that gets generated in content delivery network, which helps in gaining good insight on the workflow and what would be the future business need for that application. And this, just like a lot of other services, this is on a pay as you go type. So you use the resource first and then you only pay for what you have used. The next one in networking would be ExpressRoute. Now, ExpressRoute is actually a circuit or a link that provides a direct private connection to Azure. And because it's direct, it gives low latency link to Azure. It gives good speed and reliability for the Azure data transfer. It could be on-premises to Azure. So it gives very good speed. It gives increased reliability and low latency for that connection. Let's expand on this a bit. Now, this ExpressRoute is a service that actually provides a private connection between Microsoft data center and infrastructure in our premises or in a different co-location facility that we might have. Now, these ExpressRoutes do not go over the public internet. And because they don't go over the public internet, they offer a high security, reliability, and speed and low latency compared to the connections which are in the internet. Because it's fast, because it's reliable, because it has low latency, it can be used as an extension of our existing data center. Users are not going to feel the difference whether they are accessing services from an on-premises or in the cloud environment, because latency is minimized as much as possible. Users are really not going to see the difference. And because it's a private line and not a public internet line, it can be used to build hybrid applications without compromising privacy or the performance. Now, these virtual private cloud, these ExpressRoutes can be used for taking backups. If assume a backup going through the internet, that would be a nightmare. If you use ExpressRoute for backups, that's going to be fast. And imagine recovering a data through the internet, from the cloud, through the internet, to the on-premises in a time of disaster. That would be the worst nightmare. So these ExpressRoutes can be used not only to backup, but also to recover the data. Because it provides good speed, low latency, recovering the data is going to be a lot sooner. The next product or service we're going to discuss in networking is Azure DNS. Now, Azure DNS allows us to host domain name in Azure, and these domain names come with an exceptional performance and availability. Now, Azure DNS is used to set up and manage DNS zones and records for our domain name in the cloud. Now, this Azure DNS is a service for DNS, just like the name says, and it provides name resolution by using Azure's infrastructure. And by using this domain, we can actually manage the DNS ourselves through the Azure portal with the same credential. Imagine having a DNS provider which does not even belong in our IT. Imagine that environment. We would have a separate portal to manage the DNS environment. Now, those are gone. And now we can actually manage the DNS in the very same Azure portal where we use the rest of the other services. And this Azure DNS very much integrates with other DNS service providers. It uses a global network of name servers to provide fast response to DNS queries. And these domains are having additional availability compared to the other domain service providers' availability promises. These are going to have more availability than the rest because most of the servers are maintained by Microsoft, and it helps resolve sooner. It helps resyncing. Let's say a server fails, it kind of helps resyncing with the rest of the servers. So all the Microsoft's environment, all the Microsoft's global network of name servers kind of ensures that our domain names are resolved properly, not only properly, but also are available most of the time. Right, next in the list in networking services is virtual network. I'm sure this is going to be very interesting and I'm sure you're going to like it. So this networking or virtual networking in Azure, it actually allows us to set up our own private cloud in the public cloud. It gives us an isolated and highly secure environment for our application. Let's expand on this. So this Azure Virtual Network helps us to provision Azure virtual machines, and it helps us to securely communicate with other on-premises and internet networks. It also helps in controlling the traffic that flows through or flows in and out of this virtual network to other virtual networks and to the internet. Now this Azure virtual network, sometimes called as VNet, is actually a representation of our own network in the cloud. It's actually a logical isolation of the Azure cloud dedicated to our subscription. All our environments are provisioned in a VNet that is separate from another customer's VNets. That way we have that logical separation there. So this virtual network can also be used to provision VPNs in the cloud, so we can connect the cloud and the on-premises infrastructure and a lot more, especially in an environment where we have hybrid environment. Surely we will be using virtual network because that's going to require a VPN for secure data transfer in and out of the cloud and in and out of the on-premises environment. Alright, so it kind of gives us an boundary for all the resources. So all the traffic between the Azure resources, they kind of logically stay in between or logically stay within the Azure virtual network. And here we can design the network. It's given over to us. You can pick the IP, you can pick the routing, you can pick the subnet. A lot of freedom is given, or I would say a lot of control on how the network is designed. It's not like something that's already cooked and we only get to use it. No, we can actually build the network from the scratch. We can pick the IP address that we like. We can pick which subnet needs to communicate with the other subnet, stuff like that. And like I said, if you are using hybrid environment, you definitely would be requiring a virtual network because it helps connect the on-premises and the cloud in a secure fashion using VPN. The last product we're going to discuss in networking is a load balancer. This load balancer actually provides application a good availability and a good network performance. So how does it work? It actually works by load balancing the traffic to and from the virtual machine and the cloud resources. Not only that, it also load balances between cloud and cross-premises virtual networks. With Azure Load Balancer, we can actually scale our application and create high availability for our services, which means our application will be available most of the time. If any of the server goes dead, the server does not get traffic. What happens if the server gets traffic? User is going to experience downtime. What happens if the server does not get traffic? User won't experience any downtime. The connection is shifted to an healthy service, so the user experiences uptime all the time. So this load balancer supports inbound and outbound scenarios, and it provides low latency. It gives high throughput of the data transfer, and we can actually scale up the flow of the TCP and UDP connections from hundreds to thousands to even millions because we have a load balancer now in between the user and the application. So how does it operate? This load balancer actually receives the traffic and it load balances the traffic to the backend pool of instances connected to it according to the rule and the health probe that we set. That's how it maintains high availability. So what does load balancer help? It helps in creation of high available scalable application in the cloud in minutes. It can be used to automatically scale the environment with the increasing application traffic. And one feature of load balancer is to check the health of the user's application instance, and it removes or it stops sending the request to the unhealthy instance and kind of shifts that connection to the healthy instance. That way a user or a connection does not get stuck with an instance that's not healthy. That's all that you need to know about the networking services. Now let's talk about the storage services or the storage domain in Azure. Now Azure Storage in general is a Microsoft managed service providing cloud storage, which basically is highly available, secure, durable, scalable, and redundant because it's all managed by Azure. We don't don't get to manage a lot of it. And these Azure storages are a group of storage services. They cater different needs. And the storage products include Azure Blobs, which is actually an object storage. It includes Azure Data Lake. It includes Azure Files. As you see, it includes Azure Queues. It includes Azure Tables and a lot more. But let's start our discussion with Azure Store Simple. Azure Store Simple is an hybrid cloud storage solution that actually lowers the cost of storage to nearly 60% of how much you would be actually spending without using it. So Azure Simple Storage, or Store Simple, is an integrated storage solution that manages the storage task between on-premises and the cloud storage. What I really like about Azure is that it's built around a hybrid environment in mind. There are a lot of other cloud providers that are there where running an hybrid environment is a big challenge. You know, it has some compatibility. You won't be able to find an hybrid or a on-premises and cloud solution for your need, stuff like that. But with Azure, especially when it comes to storage, a lot of the things that we're going to see, it clearly is designed with hybrid environment in mind. All right, so let's come back and talk about Store Simple. So Store Simple is an very efficient, cost-effective, and a very easily manageable SAN, storage area networking solution in the cloud. I thought I'll throw in this information. The reason why it got Store Simple is really because it uses Store Simple 8000 series devices which are used in Azure Data Center. And this Store Simple or Simple Storage, it comes along with storage tiering to manage the stored data across the various storage media. So the very current data is actually stored in on-premises on solid state drives, and data that is used less frequently is stored in HDDs or hard disk drives. And the data that requires archived or that needs to be archived, very old data, let's say less frequently used data, candidate for archive, they are actually pushed to the cloud. So you see how this storage tiering automatically happens in Store Simple. And another cool feature of Store Simple is that it enables us to create an on-demand and scheduled backups of data and then store the data locally or in the cloud. And these backups are actually taken in the form of incremental snapshot, which means that they can be created and restored quickly. It's not a complete backup, it's an incremental backup. And these cloud snapshots, they can be critically important when there is a disaster and when there is a disaster recovery scenario, because these snapshots can be called in and they can be put on storage systems and then they become the actual data. So recovering is faster if you have proper scheduled backups or if you have frequent backups. And this Storage Simple, it really helps in easing our backup mechanism, which means it kind of eases our disaster recovery steps or procedures as well. So this Store Simple, it can be used to automate data management, data migration, data movement, data tiering across the enterprise, both in cloud and on premises. It actually improves the compliance and accelerates the disaster recovery for our environment. And if there is one thing that's increasing every new day in our environment, that would be storage. And this Store Simple addresses that need, and we really don't have to pre-plan or think in deep for having a proper storage, because now we have a simple storage available in the cloud, and moreover it's on a pay-as-you-go type. So not much pre-planning on storage is needed. Yes, there will be a need, but not as much as I would without the cloud or without the simple storage. And the next service under storage that we would like to discuss is the Data Lake Store. This Data Lake Store or storage, it's a cost-effective solution for big data analytics in specific. So let's expand this. So this Data Lake Storage is an enterprise-wide repository for big data analytic workload. Now that's the major service that's dependent on this Data Lake Store. And this Data Lake enables us to capture data of any size, of any type, and of any ingestion speed, and it kind of collects them in one single space or in one single place for operational efficiency. And for analytic purpose. Hadoop in Azure is very dependent on this Data Lake Storage. And this Data Lake Store is designed with performance for analytics in mind. So anytime you think of, or anytime you're using analytic in the cloud, or anytime you're using Hadoop in the cloud in Azure, we are definitely using, or we will be to the most part, or the normal procedure, or the right storage to pick would be data lake store in Azure. It's designed with security in mind. So anytime we use Azure storage, we can be rest assured that we are using storage from within a data center which has, or which was built with security in mind. So this data store also uses Azure Blob storage behind the scenes for global scale, durability, and for performance. Let's talk about blob storage. Now, blob storage provides large amount of storage and scalability. Now, this blob storage is the object storage solution for Azure Cloud. Let's expand a bit on blob storage. Azure Blob Storage is Microsoft offering for object storage. Now, this blob storage is optimized for storing massive amount of unstructured data, which could be text or binary data. It's designed and it's optimized for rapid reads. If I explain to you on what scenarios we would be using blob storage, that might help you get a good understanding of what blob storage is. So it's designed, as of now it's being used in many IT environments to serve images or documents directly to the browser. It helps in storing files for distributed access. A lot of fetchers can fetch data from Azure Blob Storage. And it's currently helping users stream video and audio. It's currently being used for writing log files. It's currently being used to store data as backup and restore at a later point in times of disaster recovery. It also is used as an archiving storage in a lot of cloud IT environments. It's widely used in storing analytic data, not only storing, but also running analytic query against the data stored in it. So that's a wide use case for blob storage. Not only that, in addition to all that we mentioned, it also supports versioning. So anytime somebody updates an data, a new version gets created, which means at any point I can roll back as and when needed. And it provides a lot of flexibility on optimizing the user's storage need. It also supports tiering of the data. So based on need, when I actually explore, I would find a lot of options I can pick from that suits to my unique storage environment or unique storage need. And like I said, it stores unstructured data, and this unstructured data is available for customers through REST-based object storage environment. The next product and storage service would be queue storage. Now, queue storage provides durable queues for large volume cloud services. It's a very simple and a cost-effective, durable messaging queue for large workloads. Let's expand this queue storage for a moment. Now, this queue storage is a service for storing large amount of messages that can be accessed from anywhere in the world through HTTP and HTTPS calls. A single queue or a single queue message can be up to like 24 KB in size, and a single queue can contain millions of such 24 KB in size messages. And how much can it hold? It can hold up to the total capacity of the storage account itself. So that's kind of easy to translate. How much would it hold? And this Azure Queue Storage, it provides an messaging solution between applications and components in the cloud. What does it help? It helps in designing an application for scale. It helps in decoupling the application. So, it's not very dependent, or sometimes it's not at all dependent on the other application, because now we have a queue in between which kind of translates, or which kind of connects, or which kind of decouples both the environment. Now we have a queue in between. Both the environment can scale up or scale down independently. The next in the storage service would be file storage. Let's talk about file storage. Now, these Azure files provide secure, simple, and managed cloud file shares. Now, with file share in the cloud, it actually extends the user's server's on-premises performance and capacity. and a lot of familiar tools for the cloud file share management can be used along with the file storage that we're talking about. So let's expand a bit on file storage. Now this Azure Files or Azure File Storage offers a fully managed file shares in the cloud that can be accessed via the SMB protocol, Server Message Block Protocol. Now this Azure file shares can be mounted concurrently by cloud or in on-premises deployments. A lot of operating systems are compatible with it. Windows are compatible, Linux is compatible, Mac OS is compatible. In addition to all this being able to run on-premises and on the cloud, or being able to access from on-premises and on the cloud, it can also offer cache for caching the data and keeping it locally so it's immediately available when needed. So that's some additional feature. I would say that's some advanced feature that it offers compared to the other file shares available in the market. Let's talk about table storage. Now, table storage is a NoSQL key value pair storage for quick deployments with large semi-structured data sets. The difference between one important thing to note with table storage is that it has a flexible data schema and also it's highly available. Let's expand a bit on table storage. So anytime you want to pick a schema-less a NoSQL type table storage is the one we'll end up picking. It provides an key pair attribute storage with a schema-less design. This table storage is very fast and very cost effective for many of the applications, and for the same amount of data it's a lot cheaper when you compare it with the traditional SQL data or data storage. So some of the things that we can store in the table storage are, of course, they're going to be flexible data sheets such as user data for web application, address books, device information, and other types of metadata for our service requirements. And it can have any number of tables up to the capacity limit of the storage account. Now this is not possible with SQL. This is only possible with NoSQL, especially with table storage in Azure. Explanation of storage really concluded the length and breadth of the explanation this CEO was giving his IT personnel. But this IT personnel is not done with it yet. He still has a question even after this lengthy discussion, and his question was, well, there are a lot of other cloud providers available. What made you specifically choose Azure? I mean, from the kind of question that he asked, we can say that he is very curious, and he definitely had asked a very thoughtful question. So his CEO went on and started to explain about the other capabilities of Azure, or how it kind of outruns the rest of the cloud providers. So he started, or he again started his discussion, but from a different angle now. So he started to explain what are the capabilities or how Azure is better than the competitors. So he started with explaining the platform as a service capabilities. And I'm going to tell you what the CEO told his IT person. So this platform as a service, or in platform as a service, the infrastructure management is completely taken care by Microsoft, allowing users to focus completely on the innovation. No more infrastructure management responsibilities. Go and focus on innovation. That's a fancy way of saying it. When we buy platform as a service, that's what we get. We can contribute our time on innovation and not just maintaining the infrastructure. And Azure especially is .NET friendly. Azure supports the .NET programming language, and it has, or it is built or designed, or it is optimized to work with old and new applications deployed using .NET programming framework. So if your application is .NET, most of the time you would end up picking Azure. I mean, if you try to compare, most of the time you would end up picking Azure as your cloud service provider. And the security offerings that Azure offers is it's designed based on the security development lifecycle, which is an industry-leading assurance process. When we buy services from Azure, it assures that the environment is designed based on security development lifecycle. And like I mentioned many times in the past, and I would like to mention it again, Azure has well thought about the hybrid environments. which a lot of other cloud providers have failed. So it's very easy to set up an hybrid environment, to migrate the data or not to migrate the data and still run a hybrid environment. They work seamlessly with Azure, because Azure provides seamless connection across on-premises data centers and the public cloud. It also has a very gentle learning curve. If you look at the documentation, it's picture rich, and the documentations are neat and clear. It would encourage you to learn more. It would encourage you to think and imagine and try easily get a grasp of how services work. So it has a very gentle learning curve. Azure allows the utilization of technologies that several businesses have used for years. So there is a big history behind it. It has a very gentle learning curve. The certifications, the documentations, the stage-by-stage certification levels, it's all very gentle learning curve, which is generally missing in other cloud service providers. Now, this would really impress the CTOs or people working in finance and budgeting. If an organization is already using Microsoft software, they can definitely go and avail or be bold and ask for a discount that can reduce the overall Azure spending. In other words, overall pricing of the Azure. So that's what helped, or they are the information that helped the CEO pick Azure as his cloud service provider. And then the CEO goes on and talks about the different companies that are currently using Azure.
So now the next thing which I'm going to discuss is regarding the Microsoft Azure platform as such. We have seen that one slide where it was depicted all services prominently categorized by the role which they will play. But I just skipped that slide, without even getting much into the details of what they are and what each of them are supposed to do. So here we are now going to discuss, most of the things from maybe 200 feet or 300 feet to understand what exactly each of them stand for and what role they're going to see. So with this particular module, we'll see the Azure services along with Azure portal. We'll see, there are two different sort of ways through which Microsoft works or operates. We'll try to differentiate both of them and see what is the reasoning behind Microsoft putting so much money and effort to go for this particular model instead of just the one which they had already, which was working model. Instead of making use of that, they invested so heavily on a new way of working. We'll try to understand that with this tale of two portals, or the definition of two portals. That is something which is for the later stages of today. But before that, we'll see the overview of services. So we'll see the definition of services based on the role which they play. So in terms of roles, when I say we'll discuss about from compute point of view. So compute is kind of, think of it as a platform on which you can host your web application, your platforms, your database, or your storage environment, and provision that to facilitate or to do certain jobs. Now that is what the compute can do. So in terms of compute, we'll see the multiple offerings which Microsoft Azure has, how they can offer you compute in terms of virtual machine or even websites or cloud services. From that, we'll also understand a little bit on storage, a little bit on SQL as a database service, virtual network as well. So how we can isolate or design our networking architecture in a way where we can protect our services, which is going to be part of that virtual network. We'll also see a little bit on app services. What are the options we have when we are prominently building our application, or for somebody who's coming from development background, what are the options he has pertaining to his expertise and where an Azure can pitch in. Now, along with that, we'll also see certain other things, from grid computing to IoT to data services. We'll see certain things from overview point of view, and that is what the design goal of, or probably the goal of this particular session is all about, where we are trying to prepare the groundwork so that we know a little bit of most of the services, and then maybe from tomorrow onwards we'll start digging deep into each and every one of them to understand the details or the nitty-gritties of them, which can help us making decisions efficiently. All right. So as I said, Microsoft Azure is a collection of services, and services are actually kind of a product of Microsoft Azure. And when we talk about services in Azure as such, we will talk about communication with infrastructure and how we can we can make use of storage and stream that data. So in terms of what I'm trying to tell you here is that because it's over, kind of a deck, we'll understand how Microsoft Azure can be used to make that communication happen between that infrastructure or even outside that infrastructure. Along with that, we'll also see how we can make use of those data platforms on which we can host our data, and if at all the application requires, we can stream that data into as a input for some other data source which can be fed with that data and do something else. We'll also see how we can host our web application along with mobility connectivity, because of late Microsoft has started putting too much effort on mobile development, and how you can have mobile, not only mobile development as a backend, but also how you can have a hybrid connectivity as such, with different platforms. Now here are few URLs which is worth looking at. So there's something called Azure speedtest.azurewebsite.net that gives you a kind of performance experience of how a particular site is performing from Azure point of view. Sometimes people use it when they design the solution to see the performance of one particular geographical location or multiple geographical location to decide on where they have to host their application, because we will see like Microsoft has their presence across the globe. So now Azure is not restricted to one particular location. So if my understanding is correct, at the moment they have their presence on 30 different locations geographically. Okay, and to understand where our services should be hosted, that is the first thing which we have to do, to go and see the performance of that location. It's not because performance sometimes performance are going to be measured from the location or the distance, because they believe that the latency will be high if you coming from a larger distance. But sometimes the location as such hasn't been provisioned for those services. So we have to be very clear while choosing which location is good for us by making use of those services. Now, as I said, Azure has their presence on 31 locations. They have probably hundreds of services, but that doesn't mean all regions will have all the services. So we have to understand which region is having which services, and the URL to go to for that is azure.microsoft.com/regions. So if you go there, it will give you all the regions which is available on Azure where they have their presence. And if you click /services, that means it will give you a mapping of each region that these are the services, if that service is available in that region. Because sometimes you decide, okay, I want to use India data center, but maybe a service which I'm trying to use which is not present in India data center, so that doesn't make much sense. So you have to choose a location which has your services. All right. Okay, and I'll take you to those URLs once I'm done with the deck. So I'll walk you through the portal. I'll show you the model in which they both work. I'll also take you to these URLs to see how where you can go and see the mapping, because there are certain URLs which is very important. So during this session, I'll throw a lot of data in terms of in terms of restrictions, like okay, with this service there is this restriction which is being imposed by Microsoft. But one thing which we have to keep in our mind always is that Azure is a moving target. When I say moving target, that means nothing is stagnant here. Everything is moving. So tomorrow morning we get up, we might not see that service, or if we see that service, it might have been changed the way it's been perceived before. So the numbers or the data which I'm throwing, that might not be accurate in the next few days. So for that, we have to keep looking at Microsoft Azure documentation to see the constraint if they have been changed, because that is the only source on which we should be trusting, because they keep updating it every hour or so. Okay. Now coming back to the discussion on hand, as I said, it's kind of an overview deck. So we'll understand. So during the course, or probably in the next session or so, we'll understand Azure website, which is I have named it as Azure website because exams are still referring it as Azure website. But of late, Microsoft has changed this name and they have named it as Azure Web Apps, which is catering to application requirement. If you ask me where it sits, it's being written. It's a platform as a service. But I would say it depends on who's looking at it. So for somebody who's coming from administration background, it could be platform as a service. But somebody who's coming from development background, it could rather sit in somewhere in software as a service model. So it sits in both of these. Whether there is a larger debate happening whether it's SaaS or PaaS, but that is a different discussion. But Azure website as such, it gives me a placeholder wherein I can go and deploy my application code and start working with my website. It's just 1 or 2 clicks from Visual Studio, and you have your website running in production in Azure, and that is what we'll see. It will also give me that option in which I can plan different environments in my Azure websites. So I can firstly deploy to the test, and then I can promote that test to staging and do the production seamlessly in a matter of seconds. It's not that you have a staging environment and you want to promote that staging to production. In case of Azure website, it won't take more than 2-3 seconds, and that is what the beauty of cloud is all about. And along with that, the benefit of this is whatever you're going to expect in production, you can have the same thing in staging environment. So it's not what we do mostly, where we provision a deprecated version or lower version of the production as a staging, and then certain times that our application code works in staging environment, but the moment it goes to production, it fails. So we won't have that kind of glitch or that problems while working with Azure website, because it gives me that different slotting or different environment which are replica of each other. So in that sense, we'll see that benefit going forward. It's a Microsoft managed services. So whenever we talk about PaaS or SaaS offerings, they are all Microsoft managed services. So most of the stuff will be taken care by Microsoft. We'll see how seamlessly it can scale based on the demand. So if at all we feel like, okay, we need not to provision the way, if you remember the initial talks or initial slides when we were discussing regarding that environment being rigid, in the sense we have to plan for worst case scenario, and there was no way we can get rid of it. And here we have Azure Web Apps, where we can plan for optimum, and it has, because it's managed by Microsoft, it has this beautiful feature through which it can scale itself up if demand needed, and it can scale itself down if there's not much traffic which is coming. All these seamlessly without any human interaction. So you can just write certain conditions, and the moment that conditions will met, it will trigger that scaling up or scaling down event. And in that sense, it's being taken care by Microsoft now. Not only that, the backup features, the availability of these services, we can plan, okay, whether I want this applications to be up and running for 24/7. You just click a checkbox, probably Microsoft will facilitate that. It's just that everything comes with a cost, because along with being a moving target, it's also a pay-as-you-go model, and that is what predominantly people comes to cloud for. So you have to be very clear on in which way you are trying to design your application, because sometimes if you don't need a high availability, you should not provision something, maybe one server in India, one server in US. If you know that people are not going to be accessing from my website from US, why to invest that much, just because Azure offers us, it doesn't mean we should have it. We should know our requirement, and based on that we can map the services, and we can map the offerings of Azure regarding those services. All right. So we'll also see how many ways through which Microsoft offers. They have some predefined templates, on their galleries, and you can make use of that. Okay, I think some problem with the muting. All right. Okay, so you can see that as well. We can see how we can interlink resources, because it's managed by Microsoft and it falls somewhere in that SaaS and PaaS offering. We will see how it integrates really well with other Azure services, be it SQL storage, or be it any storage where we want to put our images or JavaScript or CSS file. It comes in variety of tiers or layers. So based on what we are expecting out of our web application, we can go and buy that particular model. So it gives me all these things by default, because it's managed by Microsoft. It integrates really well with Azure. In the sense, not only Azure, any continuous integration and continuous deployment tool, whether you're using a version control system or you're using a binary placeholder, you can just treat this piece as one tool in that whole continuous integration, continuous deployment lifecycle. You can just plug in there, and then that's it. So the moment you have, maybe you're using TFS or Visual Studio Online for your version control, and so what will happen is that the moment you just build your application code on your Visual Studio, it goes to Visual Studio Online or TFS. From there, it will automatically be pushed to Azure website. So within a few seconds, whatever you're building on your Visual Studio locally will reflect on your production environment or maybe staging environment. And it happens because Microsoft offers you just few clicks to provision these things, where it can be treated as a linked resource or as part of it. Now that is something which sits on top of platform as a service or software as a service offering. Now on the compute itself, there is another offering which is called virtual machine. So that is where I said we have something in infrastructure as a service model which is quite near to what we have in on-prem environment. Now, virtual machine is infrastructure as a service offering that allows you to deploy compute instances in minutes. Okay, so what does it mean is you specify what hardware you're looking at, just like we buy our laptop. We specify we are looking for this RAM, this operating system, this much maybe compute. So in the form of hardware requirement, in the form of software requirement, we just specify, and then we can provision our virtual machine. As I said, virtual machine or infrastructure as a service model in cloud or in Azure in general doesn't let me choose the hypervisor. So by default, Microsoft uses Hyper-V as hypervisor. So you have this beautiful feature like, okay, you can specify I want Linux machine or any Linux which flavor, maybe I want Ubuntu or Red Hat, or I want Windows 2012 R2, Windows 2008 or R2 or any other operating system, and then with this hardware capacity, you can go just provide your information and then Microsoft will give you in few minutes. Okay, no, there are other ways. So it's not only on Azure if you want to do. So if you have your applications already working on premise and you want to move to Azure, what you can do, there are tools which you can run on that machine, and with that tool, what you can do, you will create a VHD out of it. So when I say VHD, that means think of it as the ISO file of your disks. Because end of the day, when we create virtual machine, it's all disk C drive, which is coming with operating system disk, or D drive or E drive. Those are data disks. So, like all those disks has to be plugged in while creating the virtual machine. Now, when you run that tool on your on-prem machine, it will create VHD file. Now, you can port that VHD from on-premise to Azure, and then while provisioning that VM, you can specify no, don't give me default machines. Choose this as my data disk because that is something which is already being pre-provisioned with all the necessary softwares. Or maybe I want E drive where my SQL data inside. I don't just choose this as an E drive. So as long as you can convert your machines into the VHD format, and if you're and there are tools which helps you in there. So if you're using Windows environment, you can do something called sysgrep, which creates that VHD files just like ISO, and you can import it or just push it to Azure storage, and it will work. There are a lot of inbuilt images, as I said, just like what we had in Azure Web Apps, which you can make use of it, because most of the times Microsoft has figured it out that 95 to 97% of the times people don't actually have a unique requirement. If you come with a requirement, there is somebody who has already been working on that kind of cases, or they have used something like that. So why to reinvent the wheel even if somebody has done that? So in that sense, Microsoft offers a marketplace on which you can go and choose your offering. So if you say, I want SQL Server, so why you have to go and have a fresh virtual machine and then install all the bits by yourself? Instead of what you can do, you can search for SQL Server machines and then tweak that machine based on your requirements. So that doesn't mean you cannot change that. You can go and change the configuration, you can change the users, you can change the passwords and everything. But you don't have to do that groundwork while provisioning that SQL Server, because that is something which somebody else has done. Somebody else has already done that. Now, SQL Server is a small example. What if you have SharePoint form or those SAP environments, those bigger environments to talk about, where a lot of configuration has to get in. So it helps you when you have predefined image or pre-built image in Microsoft Marketplace to choose from. All right, and just to reiterate the point which I was discussing, you can attach the disks in the form of drives, and those disks can be from your on-prem, or even if you want to know, I want 1 terabyte of disk as my E drive, you can create that in probably a few seconds in Azure and attach it to your machine. So it's all is all pluggable. You have a separate bit for storage, separate bit for operating system. So all these things come together and form that virtual machine. Okay. Now, along with Microsoft Virtual or Windows operating systems, you have Linux support as well. So almost all the well-known Linux flavors has been supported by Azure. They had some problem with the Red Hat, but of late they have been able to resolve that as well. So you have Red Hat machines as well available there. Alright, so you can provision Linux or open source environment on Azure just like you can do anywhere else, because they give you that offering, they give you that support or that SLA for those machines as well. Now, when talking about Windows, as I said, it offers you a variety of platforms. It's not restricting you for which operating system. And nowadays they have also started offering new client machine. So when I say client machine, that means I'm talking about Windows 10. They don't offer Windows 7 at the moment, but you can have Windows 10 machine on cloud and then make use of that. There are a variety of sizes as well based on the hardware requirement which is specified. So the way they offer is in the form of classification. So they have A series machines, D series machines, G, F series. I mean, there are quite a few more which we'll see when we'll get into the details of virtual machine. But they offer us based on those sizes. So it's not that we can specify, okay, can I plug in 1 GB of extra RAM or 1 extra core? That's not possible, because at the end of the day we have to specify this is what we need and see what is the best fit in those classifications, and that is what we have to choose. Okay, and on the tier point of view, they have basic and standard tier of virtual machine, and they have separate things to do. So that is something which you'll see. But on the overview point of view, this comes as infrastructure as a service offering on which you can host your solutions. You can you can create that as web server by installing HTTP web servers, or you can create it as a SQL server or maybe plain storage. So it depends on you, because Microsoft is giving you a platform on which you can do anything. Now, on the other hand, when we are talking about web apps, that was predominantly for web application, or it was used to deploy your web application, because you'll get pre-configured IS web server, and then you have to interact on an endpoint on which you will deploy your code. Okay, but both of them have separate roles to play. One belongs to maybe SaaS come PaaS offering, and this one is pure play infrastructure as a service model. Now that is where we have something called cloud services. Okay, cloud services is something which sits in between Azure, VMs and Azure Web Apps. Why it sits in between? Because it gives me that, as I said, it's a PaaS offering, pure play PaaS offering. And because it's PaaS offering, it gives me that freedom along with that control. So it lets me select which operating system I want, which tier I want. But still, from management point of view, most of the things will be managed by Azure. You're not responsible for anything, so you cannot go and select or make use of all the tiers which is available in Azure Virtual Machine. But you do have choices to select which operating system you're looking for. Okay, so in that sense, what will happen? You say, okay, I want 5 machines for my web services or web servers. So you specify there's something called Azure Web Roles. So that in that sense, in cloud services, Microsoft will go and we will provision 5 machines, 5 Windows machines for you with IS web server installed on that. So you can also go and say, I want 2 processing servers, background servers, which will just do the processing job. So think of it like image processing system, where on the web role you will interact with, let user interact that and upload their images. But in the background you have another server which is just processing that image and maybe converting a thumbnail out of it, or rendering it in different formats. And for that you need 2 more servers. So you go to cloud services and say, I want 2 worker role as well. So that is where we'll see the concept of web role and worker role. And worker role are nothing, but just those Windows machines without IS. So we'll see how it sits in between there, where it gives me all the benefit of whatever most of the things which we are seeing on Azure infrastructure as a service, but also because it's managed by Microsoft, it gives me those scaling options or availability by default which Microsoft offers. But now I'm not responsible for managing my security patches, my operating system patches, because that is something which is managed by Microsoft. But now still I have control over RDPing into or logging into that machine, which was not there with Azure Web Apps. So we will see in greater length on these 3 offerings what they do, where they fit in, when we will go into the details of it. So I'm just giving you a brief of all these services, what they do, and what roles they will play in the larger schema of Azure ecosystem. Now, the 4th thing which I'm going to talk about, now we come out of compute model of Azure, and then we're going to discuss about storage. What are the options we have in terms of storage? So now, Microsoft has a kind of a reliable and scalable storage services, because at the end of the day, I would say this is storage is one of the fundamental things when you're working in Azure, because whatever you upload, whether it's web application, whether it's virtual machine, or whether it's any other SaaS or PaaS service which will learn in the future, the backbone of that is storage, because it needs a platform on which it can get and on which it can be stored, and that is what Azure Storage will provide. So we'll see Microsoft has built variety of abstractions by making use of those storages, where there will be certain abstraction which is optimized for maybe just for VM disk, say E drive or D drive kind of scenarios, but there will be another set of storage which is optimized for those images, those PDFs, doc files, or MP4 videos or MP3 audios, those sort of files, and they are optimized for those workloads as well. There will be another set of storage which is just optimized for file share. So we will see variety of that. And because Microsoft has, as I said, end of the day, it all translates to on-prem stuff. So storage is on-prem, but Microsoft, on the other hand, has gone ahead of that storage and created those abstractions based on the requirement which we have. So if we are looking for maybe, say something like kind of IO intensive applications or random IO optimized things, where just like VM disks, where you don't know which portion will be hit, you can choose for that offering. Or if you know a linear way, whether okay, it's a video where every screen will be watched by another one, or it's, you were just going through the PDF, where page 2 will come only after page 1. That is why there is another optimization which has taken place. So those are the things which you'll see in terms of storage. On availability point of view, we will see how many offerings Microsoft Azure has, where it tries to immune that storage from failure. So failure could be a planned one or unplanned one, or even on those segments, how much immunity you are looking for. Are you looking for maybe, if whole continent goes down, I should not lose my data. So those sort of scenarios are also possible there, and that is what we'll see when we will get into the details or in depth on Azure storage, on what are the things which they can do. Okay. The next thing which where we'll also discuss is about SQL databases. Okay. Now SQL databases as such by Microsoft again is being offered in two different flavors. Now, the one is just like we have seen in the virtual machine. We can provision a virtual machine and go ahead and install our SQL database, which is like a normal SQL server in there. On the other hand, Microsoft has also one PaaS offering of SQL, which is called Azure SQL, where we specify the requirement based on how much performance we are looking at, and the way we monitor the performance is in terms of, we'll specify how many IOPS we are looking at from that disk or that SQL server, input-output operations per second, and then we'll choose that tier. And Microsoft will provision those SQL for us, where they will be managing everything. All we have to interact with is an endpoint on a particular port, and then I can go and store my database there. So it seamlessly, in a sense, everything is being abstracted from me. We will also see how we can manage that environment, how we can bring the security on top of it, so that even because most of the times people do have this concern, especially on database, like, okay, if I go for PaaS offering, how am I going to be secure? Because it's open on internet. So we will see what are the ways in which Microsoft allows me to protect my environment, especially in SQL, whether it's SQL Azure or Azure on SQL on the virtual machine. And we'll also see how we can access those databases by making use of SQL Server Management Studio, or is there any way through which we can integrate that SQL data to maybe something like Power BI or those sort of high data lake solutions. Okay. Now, when we will see all this, we'll also try to understand or get into the details of how we can protect those environments. So we will provision the environments, but the people comes and asks, no, you have provisioned that environment, that's fine, because everything is being managed by Microsoft. It's available, it's elastic, everything is there. But how about security? Because maybe somebody's coming with a banking solution, or BFSI segment company which has some compliance issues. They cannot put their data in public for everybody, and that is where this virtual network will come in. So in Azure, this virtual network is named as VNet, and we'll see how it has evolved over the times, and now it gives me that fine-grained control access where I can go and protect my workloads at each layer. So when I say layer, that means there will be certain portion where we can make use of restriction at subnet or VNet itself, or even at the endpoints or the ports which will open. So we'll see all that, how Microsoft has made use of their own SDN, that is software defined network, because these networks are physically available somewhere, but end of the day Microsoft has written a beautiful software on top of that where they can make these virtual networks available. And then the restriction in terms of endpoints or network security groups or ACLs, access control list, we'll see how at each and every place you can put the restriction, because by default, for me as an architect, I have to design a solution where everybody should be blocked, where by default everybody should be blocked. I should decide at each layer who's allowed. It should not be everything is open and then I should put restriction. It should be another way around, where everything should be restricted. I should allow who will get in, because that is how I can protect my infrastructure. And by doing so, Azure Virtual Network or Azure VNet will play a massive role, because this is the service which will help me design that secure architecture for me. Okay. With that, we will also see how we can integrate this infrastructure with hybrid scenarios, wherein we'll see what are the ways in which we can interconnect this environment. So I can have maybe my I'm open to having my web server on Azure, but I want my database to run there on-prem, because I'll tell you, most of the times when you interact with the customer or when you yourself decide to move to the cloud, it's not immediate. It's not just like tomorrow you sit and then somebody's talking about cloud and you move all your workload to cloud. It has to be in the phases. So you decide on certain portion of, okay, this is what I'm gonna make use of cloud for at the moment. Later on, when you get comfortable with that, you go for the another portion. So people will come, okay, I want my maybe staging web servers to move to Azure, but I want my database to be there on-prem. And now you have to build that hybrid connectivity. And that connectivity cannot happen over internet, in the sense cannot happen over private public IPs. So that is why you have to have a connectivity between on-prem to Azure to facilitate that offerings, and we will see what are the ways in which Microsoft allows me to do that. Not only that, I can even have two different Azure environments, maybe in two different subscription or accounts, and how they both can talk to each other. We will see those sort of connectivity and interlinked infrastructure, and see that how we can design and implement that. Okay. From there, we'll get into the app services of Azure. When I say app services, what I mean by that, the services which is predominantly going to be used by application developers, or the services which can help application developers or application architect to improve the performance of his infrastructure or his solution. Now, there we have n number of services to offer their support. Now, here I have listed few, but it doesn't mean these are the only thing which is available. There will be services for maybe mobile services, which is listed here, or media services. So instead of you provisioning everything for your media solution, you say somebody who's coming and trying to build a solution like YouTube. Now, for that, if you start doing that in infrastructure as a service model, you end up provisioning maybe 12 or 13 different servers to do different jobs. So there will be one server which will just be used to upload the files, master file. There will be another one which will just be, getting that file from that master server and then processing that, maybe different rendition, different transcoding, those sort of things. And so in general, you'll have a different, large set of infrastructure to manage. Now, Microsoft has understood the requirement, and they have this something called Azure Media Services, where you just specify the source of that file and then configure that what are the options you're looking at, and then Microsoft will by default will go and will do that for you. Not only that, it can also get extended to a portion where they have some services called Azure CDN, Content Delivery Network. So the performance of the delivery of your content can also be optimized. So instead of you are delivering it from the source, so say somebody who's accessing it from US, and your source is in India, the data is actually residing in India, it doesn't mean you should have to come all the way to India to view that video. So you can make use of CDN, and you can create a cached copy of the data in US, where people who's accessing it from US will be viewing it from US. People who's accessing it from UK may be viewing it from UK. They don't have to come all the way to the source, because in that way the charm of viewing the video will not be there, because the latency will kill that mode. It will require probably a lot of time to view each frame. So these services will help me in that sense. So app services as such will help us immensely when we'll go there. No, these are the normal services. Now there are scenarios where we will look to build solutions for advanced applications. There we'll make use of other services which will help me to design that. So instead of we are talking about virtual machine, what if I have microservices? So we'll also see how, microservices in the sense if I can just give you a brief of that, so the kind of solutions which we have been designing of late, it's tier solution. They say, hey, I want to build 3-tier solution. Now this is what? This is a monolithic solution. That means a lot of things has to go in one particular tier. So if I'm talking about front tier or web server tier, even if the web server has to scale, it will scale all the things. Now with microservices, if you can disintegrate your web application or web server into multiple chunks, so there will be maybe some endpoint server which is just responsible for hitting the endpoints, and then you have something which is processing only, one is which is rendering the HTML. If you can divide those into multiple things, then you can scale them individually. So if you feel okay, I need scaling at not all the web server layer, but I just need scaling on rendering. And you can go and provision maybe 5 more servers which is just doing the processing of rendering. That is called microservices, which is not monolithic in nature, which are not integrated or glued together. And once you need that Azure microservices, you need a platform to run that, because you can't just directly provision a VM and say I have one application which is coming with maybe 20 microservices. You can't run that in that way. So you need that platform. And that is where we will see, Azure containers. So Azure Container Services is one place where we will see how, instead of provisioning 20 servers to do that job, I will make use of one server where I will share that operating system, and then I'll create different containers on top of that operating system. So I'll have say one virtual machine with Windows 2008 R2 installed, and I'll create 20 containers. And all those containers will not be interfering in each other's job, and they all be responsible for one particular microservice. That sort of things, which is happening in the Microsoft Azure when you talk about advanced applications, and that is what we'll see. Not only that, Microsoft has an inbuilt offering called Azure Service Fabric. Azure Service Fabric is predominantly an extension to Azure, app service which we saw. So what that app service fabric will do, it will give me, instead of just web role and worker role, it will allow me to plug my microservices into that service fabric, and then it has this automatic scaling with the help of their own kind of a abstract or maybe a monitor. So when I say monitor, that means a service which is running on top of all these Azure Service Fabrics, which is keeping eye on all the data or all the operations which is being performed. So they can see, okay, if this server is down now, it should understand now that this is down now, I have to provision a new one to replace this, or all the services should not go there. So that sort of things which is happening, and we'll see the roles of microservices, the roles of Azure Service Fabric, the roles of Azure containers, or to go a layer deeper, we'll also see Azure Batch, how we can make use of grid computing. All right. Now, on the other hand, there's one service is Azure Files. So it's an extension to Azure which is came off late, and what it does, it allows me to create an assembly file, assembly layer for my machines. So what will happen? You can create a storage on Azure, and that storage can be mapped to multiple machines in the form of network drives, and they are not only synced but they are rsync as well. So when I say rsync, means it's not only syncing but reverse syncing as well. So if you make some changes on your network share, it will always reflect on Azure storage. Or if you interact with that storage with the help of APIs and make some changes there, that will reflect on your virtual machine. So it's really good service because it has defies the restriction which was there with Azure storage. That means we will see when we will discuss Azure storage. That means a particular storage cannot exceed beyond 1 terabyte. But on the other hand, Azure files can go up to 5 terabyte. So it helps me in that sense as well. So that's one very good service which has came off today. Okay, so that is where I said if you try to design certain things there, you will see you can design it for application or app developers or app platform. You can design it for data and analytics. You can do for IoT. You can even do for cloud infrastructure. That is the normal way of doing things. So if you see only from app platform point of view, you have services like Azure App Service, which we have talked about. We have notification hub, wherein we will see how we can notify end users based on certain events. So that means if my service goes down, I should be able to notify somebody that, okay, this service is not working. Or if certain things has been performed by one service, I should be able to pass on that output to some other service. That is where the notification hub will play. And it plays really good role when we're talking about mobile application, because if you try to visualize or think about how mobile application works, say if you have any app installed on your mobile devices. Now how actually that application is propagating all these messages to whoever has installed the device. Now they are making use of something or somewhat near to what notification hub does. So it will just have the data at one place, and then it will just bombard the data to all the devices which is installed there. And how they will do that? They will do it with the help of notification hub. Now notification hub will see what are the other offerings which it has, wherein we can put the restrictions. Restrictions in the sense, somebody should have this luxury to subscribe that I don't want to watch, or I don't want to get notified for maybe entertainment news or sports news. So that sort of things where it knows the concept of tagging, where it goes and filter things out. You'll see that on notification. There is API management, which is predominantly for web APIs or those services which we talk about. Service Fabric, on the other hand, is just what we discuss on Azure Service Fabric. It gives me that placeholder on which I can run my microservices. Cloud service is just like web app and web role and worker role, which we talked about. So there are quite a few things which you can do from app platform itself. And then I haven't mentioned those microservices and all, which you can also be put under these app platform services or maybe advanced services architecture. Okay. Not only that, once you have that app development, you need certain integration. Now integration could be in the form of I have 3-tier architecture. So for 3-tier architecture to work, from one tier to another tier, you need a platform where that message can be kept. You can't just pass it on internet, because after some time it will just die, or you can't keep idle message for 20 minutes. Or if you have, say, take an example of our application of scale of Amazon or Flipkart. No, if a lot of people are trying to process the checkout, you can't just sending it over internet. What you need a platform on which you can store each user's data, and then on the background you can keep processing. That is where we need those messaging platforms, where we will see how Azure Service Bus helps us with their queues, or maybe not only queues, they'll have other offerings in which you have bi-directional communication and channels as well. You'll see hybrid connectivity from on-prem to Azure. We'll see BizTalk service. So quite a few things. We'll see how queues as such can work. So with the FIFO offering first in first out, how we can make use of storage queue to just push my message from one tier to another tier for integration. And then once we have the integration, we also have quite a few offerings from development tools point of view. So it integrates, as I said, you go and download the Azure SDK, and the moment you have your Azure SDK in place, it integrates really well with Visual Studio, because it gives you the predefined templates where you don't have to do the housekeeping things. It will by default does it for you, wherein it gives you the platform on which you can just go and express your knowledge from coding point of view, not being worried on what is going to happen with this DLL and how the integration will work. Now they have pretty well integration with Visual Studio Online. So even if you're using TFS or you're using Data as a version control system, Microsoft we will see on the portal itself that when you create that, it by default integrates with Visual Studio Online. Not only that, if you want to see a 360-degree holistic view of your application performance, they have one service called Application Insight that will give me all the data or all the metrics of my application and how it's performing in the form of a different portal altogether, and we can integrate that and see how my application is performing with the help of Application Insight. And as I talked about, you have integration with media services, CDNs, and all that. So in general, if you see the developer or app platforms, it's quite rich in that aspect, that Microsoft Azure, where it offers quite a few services for developers to go and make use of the platform rather than thinking of anything else and integrate these bits and pieces based on the requirement which they have. It's not that because these services are available, you should go and make use of all of them. You should decide on what is needed for your application and select those services based on that, because as I said, it is going to be pay-as-you-go model, so you will be paying for what you're using. All right. Now on the data part, we will also see. So we have seen how we can make use of SQL databases. We have seen on SQL we have two different offerings. One is we can go and install SQL Server on virtual machine, or we can go and make use of Azure SQL. Now it's not only about SQL databases, because SQL is a kind of a schema-based database wherein we know this schema of my data structure. That means every column has a particular data type associated with that. So if I know that, okay, this column is for first name, so in all the rows for this column, we have to put the first name, that is var guy. Now, what if I need a kind of a database which is no SQL, wherein I don't want to have any schema attached to that? So that is where we'll see the NoSQL databases like Documenty, which is kind of, if you have heard about MongoDB, so it's exact or replica of MongoDB in Azure. Not only that, if you're looking for cache tier, so instead of you giving your application, so if you're trying to build a hybrid solution or a high available solution where you say okay, I want 5 web servers having the same code running. So that means now the caching layer and all the session data has to come out of that machine. Because what if the first time request comes to the server 1 and the second time goes to server 2? Now server 2 doesn't know the state of that request because the state is stored in server 1. Now in that sense, you have to take all these stateful data out of that machine, and Microsoft has sort of collaborated with Redis, which is one of the well-known and probably one of the best available cache solution in the market at the moment. And they have integrated themselves with Redis cache, and the solutions they have provided is quite scalable, and they are quite fast as well. And why they are fast, you'll see on the Redis cache how it's not only rendering the piece, but it also has the capability of computation at the service itself. So what most of the times with cache tier, what happens, because there are other providers as well, but what happens, you go communicate with the cache data and it gives me all the record sets. Now on the application front, I will write the logic of filtering. No, I need only 10 records or 15 records. And why I'm doing that? Because that cache server doesn't have computation power. This is what Redis cache does. So that computation in the Redis cache will happen at the cache layer itself. So if I'm looking for 10 records, I'll be importing only 10 records. I'll not be importing 100 records and then filtering it at my application. Not only for caching, even if I want to have an inbuilt search option on my web application, I don't have to go and build that capability. I can make use of Azure Search, and then I can make use of source as Azure Data Source, and then make use of Azure, and have the search capabilities in my application. Okay. Now, these are the places on which we can store the data. Now, what about if I want to build something on top of that data? So that is where we can make use of data lake, SQL data warehousing, and Azure tables, which can be used to do certain analytics job on top of that. Or maybe any source of data, whether it's SQL, NoSQL, Redis, or anything can be just dumped into SQL data warehouse, and you can build certain analytics or certain meaning out of that unstructured data. That is what we'll see in that as well. Now, once we have that for analytics, we'll see how we can make use of machine learning. So how we can write the logics of regression and all that and see the results by querying the SQL data warehouse. Not only that, we'll also see HD Insight, which is Microsoft offering of doing analytics. So there are quite a few services we will see over the next few days to see where we stand in terms of Azure as a platform, and how we can make use of Azure from designing or architecting point of view by making use of these services. Okay, so this is a kind of an example where you can push the data from different sources, and then the moment you push it, you can push it to Power BI or machine learning or warehouse or data lake, stream analytics, data factory, event hub. I mean, any number of services are available which can do something on top of the data. So you have source of data which could be NoSQL, SQL, Azure table, and then put it in the storage, which is big data storage, and then allow the machine learning platforms to work on that, and then you can build analytics on top of that. So that's a common workflow which can work on the data. Okay. Now, on the other hand, when we talk about normal app service and SQL platform, that is what you have in that case, where you have an application, and then that application has integrated with SQL database, normal 2-tier or 3-tier architecture. That is how we work. Now, the moment the data is there on the SQL server, you can't just let that data be idle, especially in the current day and age, where you want certain meaning to come out of the data, maybe for predictive analysis. So what you will do, you will store that data in the SQL data warehouse, and then once you have all the data in the SQL data warehouse, you want to build something on top of that, or some solution. That is where the Hadoop thing comes in. So Microsoft has their own offering of Hadoop that is called HD Insight. We'll see how it works with SQL data warehouse and build analytics on top of that. Now, SQL is one form of source which can be ported to Azure. Now here you see you have Microsoft on-premise, SAP, Oracle, Dynamics. All these things can be used to push the data to SQL data warehouse. Now, to make meaning out of all these data, you need those machine learning, those Hadoop clustering to facilitate that. And then once you have all these solutions, you can visualize the data in the form of matrix, or maybe you can present it to somebody in a beautiful way, like, okay, by making some sense out of this unstructured data. Right? You can import it, you can do machine learning on that, and then you can, based on the machine learning, that means the predictive analysis, wherein you have analysis and you've done analysis, you can put that intelligent action into app service again. So if you see these days, a lot of places this is happening. So because if you see the Flipkarts or Amazon.com, they know your preferences, they know what you're buying, what you're selling. And based on that, they have this logic because they have a source on which they are recording each click which you're making, and then they are making use of Azure with these machine learning solutions to build that analysis. And they have these graphs on which they can show, okay, this particular user is looking for this option. So maybe next time when you log in, they will by default show you those options. So this is what the next gen systems are all about, or the advanced application, which you'll see how we can make use of this. But not only that, we will also see the connected device kind of concept, how we can make use of those IoT hubs. When I say connected device means, think of the connected cars where you don't need drivers, and all these commands will be stored in the form of messages, and then all these devices will be somehow interacting with each other. You'll see how IoT is making a buzz in Azure ecospace, where all the devices which is for daily use has become a source of information for us, and we can write predictive, we can write analysis or take actions based on that. Maybe from AC to the bulb to refrigerator, everything is being taught into that IT segment, where every click of or every gate opening of your door is some event, and then you're making certain decisions on top of that. So we'll see how we can make use of those things by Azure services. When we will get into those services, whether it's IoT hub, we'll see stream analytics. We'll also see logic apps, like how we can make workflows out of it. So maybe say take an example. Okay, somebody who's tweeting based on hashtag Azure. I want to see who's tweeting that and what content he's tweeting. So I can write a workflow, but I can keep monitoring that hashtag, and then if somebody is tweeting, I should receive an email alert like this guys are tweeting for that. So those sort of logics you can write with the help of logic apps. And then last but not the least, we will also see the Azure infrastructure. So we will see those things which we talked about, how virtual machine can be fit in, how Azure Active Directory can be fit in. So before getting into the cloud infrastructure, is there any question you have based on what I've just thrown you? Because I'm throwing so many things at the moment, but don't get afraid of just listening to this, because they will make a bit of sense when we'll get into the detail of it. So is there any question or anything which you feel you want to ask right away? All right, excellent. So there's I don't think so I'm getting no. So I'm taking it in positive way that people are understanding it. All right. So as I said, don't get that feeling that okay, there are too much which we have to learn, because these things are, I'm just giving you the ideas in which or what we can do there. But we will also see these services in action when we'll go through each of them, and then these slides will make a lot of sense, because we will know the definition. Okay, this is something which we learned or heard during the first session, and that is what we are trying to achieve with that. So it will help us moving forward when we will design our solutions. All right. Now the last bit which we will see on Azure is Azure Cloud Infrastructure as such. When we talk about cloud infrastructure, that means now we are not talking about the by default services which is offered by Azure for solutioning. Now we'll talk about what? We'll talk about virtual machines. That means the platforms on which these things either can be integrated or can even be provisioned if we are not looking for only Azure offerings. So if we are not looking for maybe say Azure Service Fabric, then what I can use to run my microservices. So you will see, okay, you can use containers. Okay, now that is what we will see on the infrastructure part. We'll see virtual machine, we'll see containers, we'll also see something called batch. So when we'll see batch, we'll see about grid computing. How we can have maybe a workload which is CPU intensive, where you require a lot of CPU to process that, and how we can have hundreds and thousands of machines working on that particular problem, and then doing it in the grid computing format. So that means one portion of it will be handled by one machine, another portion of that solution will be handled by another machine, and they all will be connected to each other. That end of the day, they all has to finish their job and then seamlessly give you the output. And that is where we'll see the Azure Batch service, how it performs there. We'll also see those blob storage, which is optimized for those storage abstractions which we talked about. Azure Files, the premium storage, that means the storage which is where we can specify our own IOPS, input-output operations per second. So we can have a predictive input-output operation per second. Instead of just going by Microsoft offerings, we can choose our own offering that from this storage, from this disk, I'm expecting this much performance, and I can just go and provision it in that way. Okay. Now, once we have that infrastructure in the form of compute, there are security management, security and management services as well which can be used. Now we'll see there are services like Azure Active Directory. Now Azure Active Directory will give me a capability through which I can offload my authentication and authorization bit. So I can have most of the times we do it from on-premise Active Directory solution or my Active Directory domain controller. Now Active Directory domain controller ideally should not be handling the authentication and authorization part. It should be doing what it's supposed to do. That means the patch management, the domain joining, and all that. So that is where we'll see how it can integrate with Azure AD, and your application can be authorized from Azure Active Directory. And not only that, we can also have something called MFA, multi-factor authentication. Now when I say multi-factor authentication, that means I'm talking about two-way authentications. So it's not only you provide username and password and you're authorized. So if you've seen these days, they ask you to provide the OTPs, based on the messaging, or maybe authenticate based on the calls. Or if not based on the calls, they might want you to install an application, and then on that application some numbers will come, and that is what you have to put. So that's kind of a two-way authentication. So it's not only if you've got to know the username and password, you can penetrate into that application. So it's to provide that additional protection for those services. Microsoft has something called multi-factor authentication, or MFA. Now they have another set of services which does this management things, which is called Azure Automation. We will also see how we can build a beautiful automation solution based on the services available. So we'll see how we can hook certain PowerShell script and see, okay, if this is happening, do this. Okay, so we'll see how we can make use of that with the help of Azure, Azure webhooks, with the help of event hubs and all that. How we can do or achieve those things. Now a lot of times when we work with Azure or any cloud platform as such, we have to provide username and password, or the maybe SSH keys and everything. Now you don't want to let anybody get access to that keys, not only to Microsoft. Now how you will protect that? For that they have some thing called Azure Keyword. So Azure Keyword will actually be used to protect my keys or my passwords. Now you will say no, because that is a Microsoft services how it's protected from Microsoft will. So Microsoft data centers which is used for Azure is not the same which is used for Keyword. So what happens when you try to authenticate, you will first go and query the keyword. You will get an encrypted keys in the form of some keys. So even you don't know what is that encrypted key is coming there, and then you go and authenticate with your application, and then that's it. So that means in between nobody knows what is happening with the key, because nobody is trying to decipher that. So we'll see what what it does there, and it's one of the best services available because I've worked with the FSI segment companies, and it offers me that HSM compliance things. That means hardware security modules compliance things where Microsoft has done beautiful white papers with Keyword how it protects that. So if you're working with banking solution and all, it helps you keep convincing them like, okay, Keyword is one feature where you can sort of store your information which has to be protected. Okay. Now once we know from this infrastructure you have the security and management related things, there are other things which is related to networking. So I've just given you a brief on what we can do with Azure Virtual Network. Now in that virtual network we'll see how we can have a hybrid connectivity based on the wiring. So instead of having the connections based on the internet, which is nothing but VPN gateways, which you'll see there, where though it's protected with the help of IPsec tunnel, but still the communication is happening over internet. So if you don't want that and you want to have a speedy way of accessing the servers, you have something called Express Route. Now Express Route is a solution which is kind of draws an optic fiber cables across your environments along with Azure. So the things will move over optic fibers rather than over internet. So it will be fast, it will be secure. We'll see how we can design the virtual networks with different subnets, so being used for different purpose. We'll see what are the options through which we can distribute traffic. So how we can load balance traffic. So Microsoft has its own default load balancer. Not only that, Microsoft has one of the best load balancer available in the market, which is called Traffic Manager, which is not only a load balancer plus kind of it does the job of a DNS as well, where it gives me a load balancing not only based on the server, so in the sense not only round robin. It allows me to choose my load balancing based on maybe say performance, or I don't want performance based routing. What I want, maybe I want an active passive solution. So that means if my active is up, send all the traffic to the active, but the moment the active is down, send all the traffic to passive. These are the things which is not available in load balancer, because Azure Load Balancer by default it does only round robin. Arbitrarily it just sends the traffic to each node, random orders. But a Traffic Manager has certain logics on top of it which can be used. You'll see application gateway. It's another way through which you can integrate your on-prem setup to Azure. Okay. Now, not only from networking, even from hybrid operation point of view, we will see how we can make use of Azure AD Connect. That means the seamless syncing of your Azure Windows AD to Azure AD. Okay. Now, of late Microsoft has put so much efforts wherein they have brought two my favorite services, which is Azure Backup and one is Azure Site Recovery. Now, when I say Azure Backup, that means we have always been talking about the disk backup, how we can make use of take the image of it and back it in Azure. We will see with the help of Azure Backup how you can even take the application backup. When I say application, that means SQL as an application or SharePoint as an application. So if you integrate that, it just takes the backup from that file and move it to Azure storage. And how it does that, it will run an agent which will just encrypt it at the base itself. So even when it goes to the Azure storage, that means the data in transit is being encrypted, and the way it's stored in Azure Edges is also encrypted. So that means there's no way people can decipher what is being written on that data. So Azure Backup Service is one of the very good services which can be integrated with our application when we are talking about backing up the solution. So that is one bit of backing up. Now, what we are looking for at disaster recovery. Now, if in normal cases we are looking for disaster recovery we have to go or choose certain offerings. Now we have to decide whether we are looking for hot DR, that means active solution where my DR should be a replica of what I'm running in production, that means double of the investment. Or we are looking for warm DR, that means a smaller or deprecated version of what we are running in production should go to my DR side, again some investment. Or we are just looking for cold DR where it's just being backed up, and then if something goes wrong to my primary, with the help of backup I should be able to recover my data. Now that is not what the case with ASR. ASR is one company which was actually being which were doing site recovery for on-prem setup for decades. Microsoft integrated with them, and what they do, they have come up with a solution where you will be only paying for storage. So they will be periodically taking the backup of your machines in the form of those encryption technologies which I talked about, which they use for backup solution, and they will have certain broader configurations and multiple servers to facilitate that communication, and then use that much that data or back that data to Azure storage. And they will also have some service called mobility services through which they just monitor that primary, and if something goes wrong to the primary, automatically they will trigger an event with which they will just start provisioning the servers by itself from the backup which is available on Azure. So it just seamlessly gives me that DR. So it becomes like a DR solution wherein I'm just paying for my storage. And mind you, storage is one of the cheapest services available on Azure. So in the sense, we will see how we can make use of Azure, ASR, and does beautiful jobs with that. We'll also see that the services called import export. That means if you don't want to port your data over internet, you can ask Microsoft to that I want to send my data, or I want to provision my 10 terabyte of store my 10 terabyte of data on Azure. They will send you an encrypted hard disk. You can put your data in there and then send it to Microsoft Azure. And it's not only that. If you want to come out of Azure and you are asking Microsoft, sir, can you give me my data back? They will again send you back the disk in encrypted format, and you can get it. You can download the data on-prem. So that means your data is not moving over internet. And if you have larger data, sometimes the bandwidth is a problem when you move that or download it from there. So they have solutions for everything. It's just that as an architect, we have to understand what we are looking at and how we can solve the problems. And that is what we're going to learn, and we're going to see in this particular course of Azure Architect exam.
About Google Cloud Platform, and here we will learn about cloud computing. What is cloud computing? What is GCP? That is your Google Cloud Platform. What are the benefits of Google Cloud Platform and what are its different services? A little bit about Google's infrastructure, a comparison of different cloud providers, such as Google offering GCP, that is Google's cloud platform, Amazon offering Amazon Web Services, and Microsoft, which offers Azure. We will also learn about Domino's Pizza use case, and then have a quick demo on using some of the services on GCP. Before we begin, let's understand why cloud computing, and it would be always good to learn about cloud computing based on a use case. There are varied use cases where organizations are adopting or moving their solutions or their infrastructure into cloud, or I can simply say integrating with cloud. Now here is one use case. Nina started a company that relates to website development. The challenges which Nina was facing were low memory space whenever required for processing or for any other kind of application related work, high traffic to website that crashed it, and also less number of servers. Now with these challenges, she was then referred to concept of cloud computing and how that could benefit and help her in solving her issues. Most of her issues were solved when she started using cloud computing, and with cloud computing she could increase her memory space as required, that is on demand, control the load to the website, that is basically load balancing and handling more requests on the website or requests per minute, buying servers at a lower price. that is scaling up or down based on the requirement. When we talk about cloud computing is use of hardware and software components which a cloud provider offers as a service, which can be accessed over network. Cloud computing is use of these resources, which could be either dedicated resources or coming from a pool of resources which cloud provider offers to deliver a service to clients. Users can access these different services, applications, files from any device which can basically access internet. Cloud computing allows automatic software integration. It allows backing up and restoring of data. It basically offers unlimited storage, memory, or computation capacity. It gives access to reliable sources, which usually the cloud provider themselves are using for their use case. And it is a cost-efficient model, which helps organizations to quickly integrate or basically modernize their infrastructure. Cloud computing is usually used with IT or within IT space, wherein there are 5 traits. If there is a requirement of resources as the business dynamically changes or grows. So for this, cloud computing offers on-demand self-service. So users could be using on-demand computing resources or memory resources, storage, network, and so on provided by cloud provider, and also do a self-service. All this is possible using a simple interface, and users can be using processing power, storage, network as they need and pay as they go. So there is least or no human intervention required. When it comes to projects which might need scalable network access, cloud computing offers broad network access, that is accessing resources over network across geographical regions or what we call as availability zones, which might be multiple sites within a particular geographical region. Cloud providers also have what we call as resource pooling. So this basically provides a huge pool of resources which are shared and can be accessed by customers at a lower cost. Now, there might be customers which are interested in not sharing the resources and would be interested in dedicated resources. And in this case, cloud provider also have sole tenant offerings which help such customers. If an IT business or any other business needs rapid elasticity, then cloud providers also have resources which are offered, which are elastic. You can get more resources rapidly as needed, and thus you can scale up and down. Think of a gaming company which would be interested in launching a new game, and they would have predicted a certain number of users which would get onto the portal playing the game. And what happens if the request per minute or if the number of users who are joining in might increase? Now, in this case, organization would want an underlying solution which handles this dynamism, scales as needed on demand, and once the demand is done, scales down. This is possible using a cloud computing solution. Cloud computing solutions also include measured services, that is pay as you go model, for the usage or for the reservations which a user or organization would have made for resources offered by cloud computing. So when we talk about cloud computing, one of the questions which always arises is, why is this model so compelling? Why is this so interesting for organizations or users who would want to use one or many services from cloud computing? So first wave of trend which brought storage cloud computing was what we call as colo, that is co-location. IT shops that have been using or managing huge amount of data from decades basically wanted to build their infrastructures to handle their business needs. Now, instead of building costlier data centers, they would rent space or share facilities, and this was being done by organizations even in past. Thus, they would free up the capital for other use cases. Now, this was more of user configured, managed, and maintained by them. Later, organizations started thinking of virtualization. So that was again user configured, but provider managed and maintained. So components of a virtualized data center matched that of a physical data center, and organizations would have virtual devices separately managed from underlying devices. Then later came container-based architectures, or basically automated services. So within Google, services are automatically provisioned and configured, letting your infrastructure scale on demand. There are various reasons why an organization would think of integrating with cloud or benefiting by using cloud, and thus instantaneously reaping the benefits of modernizing their infrastructure. Now, few famous cloud providers are here. So you have Amazon, which offers Amazon Web Services and a huge list of services which come in with this. You have Microsoft's Azure, you have Oracle's cloud, you have SAP's cloud solutions, GCP, which is offered by Google, Salesforce, and so on. There are many other small players which are also providing different services which are cloud-based, or organizations which are partnering with these main cloud providers, thus offering cloud services to their customers. When we talk about why Google Cloud Platform, there are various reasons why someone would choose Google Cloud Platform. GCP has better pricing compared to its competitors. When it comes to speed and performance, it is very fast and increases the performance of the project. Live migration of apps, and there are huge number of solutions which I will show you further in further screens, which help an organization to adopt to a cloud platform and integrate with cloud platform, or even completely migrate into a cloud platform. None of Google's competitors provide live migration of apps. When we talk about big data, AI, machine learning kind of solutions, GCP provides a lot of innovative solutions in comparison to other cloud providers such as AWS, Azure, and so on. So what is Google Cloud Platform? It is a set of cloud computing services provided by Google that runs on the same infrastructure that Google uses to and for its end user products like YouTube, Gmail, and so on. Let's learn about benefits of Google Cloud Platform, such as high productivity, working from anywhere, quick collaboration, high security, fewer data stored on vulnerable devices, reliable resources which can be used across organization, across geographical regions, across countries, very flexible, which allows organizations to scale up and down as the demand rises or as the demand declines, and cost-effective solutions for various use cases. These are some of the benefits, and if we look into different services which Google Cloud Platform offers, we could look into detailed benefits which each service offers in a different use case, which basically helps organizations working in different domains, handling different kind of small, mid, or larger businesses, and with different business goals. When we talk about Google Cloud Platform services, here is a list of services, or I could say high-level domains or categories of services. So you have compute related services, you have storage and database, you have networking, big data, developer tools, identity and security management, Internet of Things, cloud AI, management tools, and also data transfer solutions. When we talk about Google's infrastructure, Google has one of the most powerful infrastructure in the world. The infrastructure is available in two levels, the physical and the abstract layers. You have physical infrastructure, and then you have the abstract infrastructure. Physical infrastructure consists of data centers, extensive development of high efficiency backend data centers. You have a very strong backbone network, which is used by Google itself and also offered as services to customers via GCP platform services. So you have global meshed redundant backbone network. Points of presence, when we talk about Google, it has 110 plus edge points of presence in more than 200 countries. And when we talk about edge caching platform at periphery of their network. So this is what defines the physical infrastructure of Google. Now there is much more to it rather than just these 4 points. When we talk about abstract infrastructure, that is divided in global, regions, and zones. When we talk about zone, a zone is roughly equivalent to a data center and a single point of failure. So you could have your compute engine, which is within a zone, or you could say compute engine is a zonal resource. You have regions, which are geographical areas which contain multiple zones. So you could have a region for US Central or Europe Central, Europe West, and so on. And within a region, you would have one or multiple zones, and zones basically would allow high availability of resources. So you have cloud load balancer as an example, which is regional resource. Then you have global resources, and they are available and shared across the planet. So you have various global resources such as network, which could be even your IP addresses and so on. Now let's do a quick comparison of AWS vs Azure vs GCP, and let's look at what each cloud provider offers. Later we will also look into different services in detail when it comes to Google Cloud Platform, what each service does, what you can benefit from, which service should you use in what case. We will learn about those in later slides. If I compare your different cloud providers, when we talk about Amazon and its cloud offerings, that is Amazon Web Services or AWS as we well know it, Amazon Web Services has 69 availability zones within 22 geographical locations, and soon it will have 12 more in future. So this number keeps growing based on the spread of the services which a particular cloud provider offers. Here we are talking about availability zone specific information. When we talk about Microsoft's Azure, it has 54 regions worldwide and is available in 140 countries across the globe. When we talk about Google Cloud Platform is available in 200 plus countries across the globe. When we talk about virtual servers, Amazon's EC2, that is Elastic Compute Cloud, it is a web service which basically helps to resize your compute capacity, where you can run your application programs on a virtual machine. So using EC2 service, you could launch virtual instances that could have any distribution of Linux, Windows. You could have different specifications when it comes to RAM or CPU cores or disk. You could also decide on what kind of storage a particular instance should use, whether the storage should be local to the instance or whether that should be an elastic file system or even an object storage. When it comes to Azure or Microsoft's offering, Azure Virtual Machine, that is infrastructure as a service, gives a user the ability to deploy and manage a virtual environment inside a virtual network on the cloud. And this virtual network on the cloud would be managed by cloud provider. Google Cloud, or the offerings from Google Cloud Platform, that is GCP VM instances, enables users to build, deploy, and manage virtual machines in order to run different kind of workloads on the cloud. Now, when we talk about compute engine, here it would be good to discuss a little bit more about compute engine and what are the different options which Google Cloud offers. So when you talk about your compute engine, you have Scalable, high-performance virtual machines. Compute Engine delivers configurable virtual machines which run in Google's data center with access to high-performance networking infrastructure and block storage. And you could select VMs for your needs. That could be general purpose or workload optimized. And when we talk about workload optimized, you have predefined machines or you have custom machine sizes. You can integrate compute with other Google Cloud services such as AI or ML and go for your data analytics. You have, when we talk about your GCP VM instances, just to expand on that, you have general purpose instances, which we call as N2, which provide a balance between price and performance, and they are well suited for most workloads, including line of business applications, web servers, and databases. Google Cloud also offers compute optimized instances, which we call as C2 instances, which offer consistent high-end virtual CPU performance, which are good for AAA gaming, EDA, HPC, and other applications. Now, when we talk about compute optimized or general purpose, how would we leave memory optimized instances? Those are M2 machines, which Google offers. So these offer highest amount of memory. These VMs are well suited for in-memory databases such as SAP HANA, real-time analytics, and in-memory caches. So if I would summarize this, when we talk about different instances, AWS also offers different kind of instances which are memory or compute or disk optimized. You have general purpose, and each category of machines has a different pricing model. You can always go to an AWS website, look for the pricing models, and that will give you an idea of on-demand instances or dedicated instances, reserved instances, and so on. Similarly, if you talk about Google Cloud also has instances with various options, which become the key features of why customers would choose Google Cloud Platform, such as live migration for VMs. So Compute Engine within your GCP can live migrate between host systems. And when I say live migrate, it basically means without rebooting, which keeps your application running even when the underlying host systems require maintenance. You also have preemptible virtual machines, wherein you can run batch jobs and fault-tolerant workloads on preemptible VMs to reduce your virtual CPU and memory cost by up to 80% while getting the same performance. So these are your preemptive or preemptible virtual machines. The only demerit is these can give you a really cost-efficient resource usage, however, can be taken off the shelf anytime. And that's why we call them preemptible virtual machines. You also have sole tenant nodes, which are physical compute engine servers dedicated explicitly or exclusively for users' use case. And when we talk about sole tenant nodes, these are usually good when you are dealing with or when you're working with your applications, which we call as bring your own license applications. So sole tenant nodes give you access to same machine types and virtual machine config options as regular compute instances. So there are different options which Google Cloud offers when it comes to these instances which we are talking about, and it takes care of different use cases in comparison to other cloud providers which are also offering these services, such as you can have predefined machine types, you can have custom machine types, preemptible VMs, as I said, live migration of VMs, you can use persistent disks, which could give you durable high performance block storage. You have local SSDs. You also have GPU accelerators, which can be added to accelerate computational intensive workloads such as machine learning, simulation, medical analysis, and so on. And you have features such as global load balancing, which makes Google Cloud a unique choice. When we talk about platform as a service, Amazon has platform as a service offering, which we call as Elastic Beanstalk. Among one of its services, it's an orchestration service for deploying applications and helping in maintaining these applications. Azure Cloud Service provides a platform to write the user application code without worrying about the hardware resources. Google App Engine is a service used by developers for building and hosting applications on Google's data centers. When we talk about serverless computing, so Amazon's AWS Lambda is a serverless compute service. It is used to execute backend code and scales automatically when required. When we talk about Azure, you have something called as functions, which allow users to build applications using serverless simple functions with a programming language of their choice. When we talk about Google Cloud, GCP has cloud functions, which is easiest way to run your code in the cloud, and it is highly available and fault tolerant. So in these days, when we are talking about microservices architecture, which organizations are preferring, when we are talking about organizations which can scale, which can dynamically change their underlying architecture, organizations would be interested in serverless computing, where they do not have to have a infrastructure set up, planned in advance before going for their use case. And this is where monolithic applications are really not a preferred choice. A lot of organizations are decomposing their applications into microservices based on business capability or decomposing based on subdomains. We can learn about microservices architecture later, but just to know that serverless computing, which basically helps any organization, if, for example, if you have a web application that receives non-linear traffic and you cannot keep an eye on your server always, it would be good to have someone to auto scale your application. Serverless is basically a computing model where cloud service provider is responsible for managing the piece of code without the developer having to bother about infrastructure setup, management, maintenance, and so on. Now, when we talk about applications being serverless or benefiting from serverless computing, one of the key things would be zero administration. So deploying application without any provisioning and management. Auto scaling capability, that is, let the service provider worry about scaling the application up and down. You have pay-per-use model, which any customer would want to benefit from. That is, pay only for the resources that you have used or that you are continuing to use, right? Shorten the time between idea implementation and deployment. And this is something which any organization would want, that you would want a faster bring to the market solution timeline in comparison to getting entangled with deployment, management, and maintenance of your underlying infrastructure when your applications are facing a high demand. So when we talk about serverless, it is a function as a service, because each part of your application is divided as functions and can be hosted over multiple service providers. You have serverless apps, which are usually divided as separate units or functions based on functionalities or domains and so on. So serverless computing is gaining quite popularity these days in comparison to the traditional three-tier architecture, where you had a presentation layer, you had an application layer, you had a database layer. Now that kind of infrastructure is not really preferred in today's modern times when organizations are working on different kind of newer applications. When we talk about object storage, Amazon has simple storage service, that is S3. It provides object storage, which is built for storing and recovering information or data from anywhere over the internet. Azure comes up with blob storage, that is binary large objects. Storage offers large amount of storage and scalability. It stores the object in the tiers and depending on how often the data is being accessed. Now, same thing applies to even S3, which is from Amazon. So S3 also has different kind of storage classes which can be selected when a user or an organization intends to use a storage service. And when I speak about storage classes, it basically means having a frequent access storage or a infrequent access storage or what we call as just an archival solution. Google Cloud has cloud storage, and it provides unified object storage for live or archive data. This service is used to store and access data on GCP infrastructure. When it comes to advantages, Amazon Web Services has enterprise-friendly services, easy access to resources, increase in speed and agility, and that too on demand, and takes care of your security and reliability of resources which are offered. When it comes to Azure, it has better development operations, strong security profile, provides a lot of cost-effective solutions, and operation execution friendly. When we talk about Google Cloud, one of the key features here is better pricing than competitors, live migration of virtual machines, which really interests a lot of organizations would want to modernize their infrastructure without having any kind of disruption in their existing services, improved performance, redundant backups, and so on. When it comes to disadvantages, in AWS, you have limitations when it comes to EC2 service. Well, there are different options in the kind of machines which you can choose, which you can work on. You have a technical support fee, which is incurred, network connectivity, and then also downtime, which might be in case when you're migrating. Azure, it has different code base for cloud and premise. Platform as a service ecosystem is not really as efficient as infrastructure as a service. Poor management of GUI and tools, integrated backup. When we talk about Google Cloud, support fee is quite hefty. It depends on what kind of solution or support you would or organization would be interested in. It has a complex pricing schema, although it has different use cases for which any user or any organization can benefit from. Downloading data from Google Cloud Services is an expensive option. Storage might not be. However, uploading data or downloading data would be an expensive option. When we talk about Domino's Pizza use case, now while we were discussing about these features, I would really want to spend more time in discussing each of these features or services in detail, such as you have compute engine, you have storage, you have Bigtable, you have Dataproc, and so on. So there are a huge list of services. Now, before we get into your Domino's Pizza use case, let me show you this page on Google Cloud where you can look at different services. So if you go to cloud.google.com and if you look at get started option under doc, so here you can find build solutions, look at different use cases, learn from basics of what is your Google Cloud, what are cloud basics. Then you can look at different cloud products. So here you have products in different categories such as AI and machine learning, API management, compute, containers, data analytics, databases, developer tools, and so on. And you can always click on any one of these to look into different solutions which are being offered, what are the different use cases, what are the best practices when it comes to migrating VMs to compute engine or operating containers or building containers and so on. You can always look at featured products, and that gives you a quick snapshot of what are the different products, such as you have compute engine, you have Cloud Run, BigQuery, which is a data warehouse, you have Cloud SQL, which is a managed MySQL or Postgres, you have cloud storage to basically push in any kind of data there, you have security key enforcement, AI and machine learning, and so on. So you have different featured products. Now, if you scroll down to the lower end of this page, you can again look at different solutions, and that would be really interesting to read and learn from. So you have infrastructure modernization, you have application modernization, you have data management, and so on. So if I look at infrastructure modernization, you could basically look at the solutions which Google Cloud offers and what it does when it comes to having your infrastructure modernized or benefiting by integrating with cloud and having immediate benefits of infrastructure modernization. You can look at different use cases, what they are doing, how Google Cloud really helps when it comes to migrating the workloads to a cloud, and how your different cloud solutions such as VM migration, you have SAP on Google Cloud, VMware as a service, and so on. And you could learn from these different solutions which are offered. You can also look at application modernization. So not only infrastructure modernization, but organizations would also be interested in relooking at their applications, relooking at how these applications could be moved from monolithic to microservices architecture, or how applications can benefit from modernization and cloud computing offerings. So you have again different use cases here, uh, which talks about different ways in which Google Cloud can help, how you can modernize your applications, how you can use different solutions which Google Cloud is offering. Now, when we talk about cloud computing services, you can always go into cloud.google.com. If you have created a free account, then you can just log in, and every user by default gets a $300 free credit, so wherein they can try out different products, where they can use different services. So here, if I click on console, where I'm already logged in with my Gmail account or my Google Cloud account, wherein I have $300 free credit, out of which some is being used. You have a Google Cloud console, and here from the hamburger menu, you can click and you can look at different services within different domains. So you have compute domain, which has different services such as app. You have compute engine, and that basically allows you to use your VM instances, which we were talking about previous slides, different instance groups, create your templates, use sole tenant nodes, create snapshots or backup of your data, use different zones. You can go for Kubernetes, which is containerized based engine. You have cloud functions, you have cloud run, and then you have storage related different options such as Bigtable, you have data store, Firestore, file store, storage, and so on. And for each of these services, you can read about from the Google's documentation, or anyways, I will be explaining that later. You can also look at networking related, operation related, and other tools which are offered by Google Cloud. So these are huge list of services which Google Cloud Platform offers in different ways for different use cases. Now, let's look at this Domino's Pizza use case and see what it helps us learn about. So you can always access this page by going to this link which talks about customers, and then which shows you different use cases. So Domino's increasing monthly revenue by 6% with Google Analytics Premium, Google Tag Manager, and Google BigQuery. So this is basically when Domino's started using GCP and what was the result of that. Now let's look further into this. So we all know that Domino is most popular pizza delivery chain operating across the globe. But how was that possible? Let's take a look. So the challenges were, they wanted to integrate marketing measurement across various devices, connecting CRM and digital data to create a clear view of customer behavior, to make cross-channel marketing performance analysis easy and efficient. Now, for these challenges which Domino's was facing, the solution was using Google Analytics Premium, Google Tag Manager, and BigQuery, which were used to integrate digital data sources and CRM data. Reporting was made easier and more efficient by implementing Google Analytics Premium, because it had the ability to access a single Google Analytics account to evaluate web and app performance. By using the new Google Tag Manager implementation, Domino's were able to act fast. They were able to connect CRM data with digital analytics, which basically provided Domino with greater visibility on customer behavior. What was the result? There was an immediate 6% increase in monthly revenue, 80% of costs in ad serving and operations were saved, increases agility with streamlined tag management. they obtained easy access to powerful reporting and customized dashboards. Now that was just one simple use case. Before we go on to hands-on, we can also talk a little bit back about the services which Google Cloud offers, as we discussed, and some of these services which can really make you think, why not Google Cloud Platform? So when we talk about your different cloud platform services, let's learn about some of these services in brief, in what each service is, what it does, and how it can help us in handling our use cases or working with different products. So let's learn briefly about different services which Google Cloud Platform offers. Now, one of the domains is compute, and then let's look at the compute services which GCP offers. Now here I can log into the console, and this hamburger menu on the top left corner, I can click on this one and go into the compute engine section. So this is the compute domain, which has app engine, Kubernetes engine, cloud functions, and cloud run. So these are your different services which are offered within the compute domain. And here we can get into compute engine by clicking on this one and then basically going to VM instances. So before we see how we can use this compute engine, let's understand about some of the features of compute engine, which basically offers scalable, high performance virtual machines, which are configurable and which runs in Google's data center with access to high performance networking infrastructure and block storage. So from here, you can select VM for your needs, for your general purpose or workload optimized, predefined or custom machines. Now here you can integrate compute with other Google Cloud services such as AI, ML, and other data analytics services. You have different machines which are offered here, such as general purpose, which provide a balance between price and performance, which are well suited for most workloads, including line of business applications, web services, and databases. You also have compute optimized machines, which offer consistent high-end virtual CPU core performance and which are mainly good for gaming, EDA, high process computing, and other such applications. Apart from general purpose compute optimized, you also have memory optimized machines, which offer highest amount of memory. And these VMs are basically well suited for in-memory databases such as SAP HANA, real-time analytics, and in-memory cache. Now, we can see these options here. You can click on VM instances while you're logged in into your Google Cloud Console. Here, you can even create an instance template which can be used to spin up instances. For example, if I click on new VM instance from a template, there are some templates which I have already created for my usage. Now here, I can basically use one of these templates, or what I can do is I can go back, I can go into instance templates, and this basically allows me to create a template. So you can click on create instance template, which basically allows you to create templates which can be used to spin up different instances. We can give a name to the template. For example, we can say template instance. Now here I can choose machine configurations, and this is where you have different options. So you have general purpose, as I mentioned, which provide a balance between price and performance. You have memory optimized, which are large memory machine types for memory intensive workloads. You also have compute optimized, which basically give you high performance machine types for compute intensive workloads. So you can choose any machine configuration which is available here based on your requirements. Now, if you click on general purpose, that has different options here. So you look into the series where you have N1 series, you have E2, which are CPU platform selection based on availability. You have N2 and N2D. So let's just have N1 selected. Now you also have here, which talks about machine types. And here we can choose the configuration which we are interested in. Depending on the applications which will run within the machines, we can choose a machine. So by default, it shows one virtual CPU core and 3.5 gigabyte of memory or RAM. You could choose a higher end machine. So as of now, I'll just say N1 standard. Now that basically allows me to choose these machines. So there are different features which your compute offers, such as you have live migration for VMs, you have preemptible virtual machines, you have sole tenant nodes, and all those options can be seen here. Now, in this machine, for my boot disk, I can select a distribution which I would be interested in. For example, I could be going for public images and I can choose, for example, Ubuntu. And then I can choose a version. So it shows me 16.04. And you also have latest versions such as Ubuntu 20. You can choose one of these. And here it asks you to choose the boot disk type. So that could be standard persistent disk, which is HDDs, which are low in performance and you can say low in cost in comparison to SSDs. So SSDs give you better performance, but then they are a little expensive than using standard persistent disk. We can choose this and we can give a disk size, for example, 20 gigabyte, and I can click on select. Before clicking on select, I can click on custom images, and that shows me if you have any other images created in your project, you could use those. You could also learn about images by clicking on this link. So we'll click on public images. We have chosen this distribution. Let's do a select. And now here you have identity and API access management. So let this be default. You can say allow default access. And what you need is, depending on the services, we can choose it allows HTTP and HTTPS traffic. Now, we would also need some way to connect to these machines. So when you set up an instance, by default, you can do SSH into it using the Google Cloud Console or from Cloud Shell. You can also give a private and a public key. So here you have the option where you can give all these details. So when it comes to management, it tells you would you want to go for reservations, and you can say automatically use created reservation. You could also say no, you would not want to use a reservation. You can also set up or provide a startup script which you would want to give whenever your machines come up. And here you have the options of preemptibility. So compute offers preemptible virtual machines. So that is mainly when you would want to run batch jobs and fault tolerant workloads on these machines, and you can benefit with a reduced cost for your virtual CPU and memory by 80%. So these are virtual machines which would be lasting less than 24 hours. Now by default this is off, and it purely depends on your workload, what you would want to run on these instances. I could just go ahead and select preemptible being on that and use this feature of compute. You also have on-host maintenance, which talks about what would be happening with this compute engine instance. So when compute engine performs periodic infrastructure maintenance, it can migrate your VM instances to other hardware. And this is one of the features which compute engine offers, which we call as live migration for VMs. Here, your compute engine can live migrate between host systems, that is the underlying systems on which these VM instances are based on, without rebooting, which will keep your application running even when host system require maintenance. And here it says migrate VM instance recommended, and let that be as it is. You can also say that if there is a maintenance happening, you can terminate the VM instance. Now, it also talks about automatic restart, which is on, which basically means compute engine can automatically restart VM instances if they are terminated from non-user initiated reasons. So these are all the settings which are available in management, and it also tells us the different features which we have. There is also a feature called sole tenancy, which basically means sole tenant nodes which can be chosen. So you can have physical compute engine servers dedicated exclusively for your use, and this is usually good when you're talking about bring your own license applications. So sole tenant nodes give you access to same machine types and VM configuration options as regular compute instances. However, these might be a little expensive. We can choose this one. We can also look into networking, which basically shows the default setup, which goes for auto subnet. You can also choose a particular IP if that is required, but that would cost more. You can click on disks, which talk about what do you want to do with the boot disk when the instance is deleted, what is the encryption mechanism you would want to use. And here, finally, you have security. So basically, as I said, you can SSH into instance using the Cloud Console option. and you can also provide a public SSH key. So one way of doing that, if you intend to use an external SSH client such as PuTTY to connect, you can create a key. So for example, I can go into PuTTY Gen, and here I can say generate, just move my cursor over here, and that will create a key. I can give a name to this one. So I'll say SDU will be username. I'll give a simple password which I will use to log in to this machine, and then I can save this private key which will get saved. So let's say SDU new key, and this gets saved in a .ppk file, which is usually used when you use an external SSH client to connect. So save this one, and that saves a ppk file on your desktop. What you can also do is you can copy this public key content from here, and this is what we would want to give in our instance here, so that the public key gets stored on the instance, and private key is what we will use to connect. So once I paste it here, it resolves the name to HDU, and we have given the public key. Now in certain cases, you may want to use a software which uses SSH to connect to the machine, and that software might not be such as your PuTTY. So in that case, you may want a PEM file or a private key which is saved as a .pem file. So you can also do that by going to conversions and do a export OpenSSH key and then save it. So I'll say HDU new key, but then this one will be saved as a PEM file on my machine. So you have ppk file, which allows you to use PuTTY to connect to the instance. You have a PEM in case a software needs directly SSH to these machines. You also have the public key, which we have already provided in the machine. Now, once this is done, I can close PuTTY Gen. I can go back to this page where I'm creating an instance template, and then I can just click on create. So this has created an instance template, which I can use to spin up my instances, any number of instances using the same template. Only thing which I would have to do is change the region where I would want the instance to run. So now that we have created instance, and that's this one, the third option, I can go back to VM instances. Now I can click on create, and here I can either create an instance from scratch by giving all the details again, or I can just use my template. So I can click on new VM instance from a template, choose my template, click on continue. And once this is done, I can give my instance name. So let's say C1. I can choose the region. So I will choose Frankfurt, and then rest everything is auto populated based on the template what you have given, and you click on create. Now this basically allows you to spin up an instance, and you can create any number of instances using your template. You could have already created a new instance right from scratch. Now once the instance is created, this has a public IP and a private IP. Private IP will not change unless you would want to set up a new machine, but public IP will change every time you stop and start the machine. Now this is what we need to connect to this machine. I can also do a SSH from here by doing this and open in a browser window. Let's click on this. So this is an internal way of connecting to your instance using SSH. Let's wait, because it would be transferring the SSH keys to the VM. It establishes a connection, and I'm connected to my machine. What we can easily do is to confirm if we are in the right machine. We can just do a ls to look at the file system. What we can also do is we can basically log in as root by doing a sudo su, and that allows you to get into the machine as root. And from here, I can switch to HDU user, which will have a .ssh directory in home, and that basically has authorized keys. And if we would want to see if this one contains my public key, I can just do a cat.ssh and then look into authorized keys, and this shows me the public key which we had initially added to our instance. So this confirms that we are logged into the machine which we created. Now I can close this, and what I can also do is I can copy this public IP. So let's do a copy to clipboard. Now go to PuTTY, and here I will say hostname, where I'll say HDU, give my public key. I'll click on SSH, and in SSH I'll go to authentication. Now here we need to give our ppk file. So the ppk file was HDU new key. Select this one, come back here, come to the session, give it a name, for example, C1, save it, and then you can just say open and say yes, and you are logged in to your machine. Now, once you're logged in, you can always do a -ssh, and that shows you the file. So this is how you have just used the compute engine to spin up an instance, but we used a template which basically allowed me to create this instance, and then I can connect to this instance, and then I can start working on this. So when we talk about features of compute engine, it has predefined machine types, as we saw. So compute engine offers different predefined virtual machines, and they have configurations for every need, from small general purpose instances to large memory optimized instances with up to 11.5 terabytes of RAM. You can have fast compute instances optimized up to 60 virtual CPU cores. You also have custom machine types, so you can create a VM that best fits your workload, and by tailoring a custom machine type to your specific need, you can realize significant savings. There are preemptible VMs, which we saw. There is also a facility which allows you to take the benefit of live migration. For VMs, you have durable high performance block storage for virtual machine instances in the form of persistent disks, where data is stored redundantly for integrity, flexibility, and to resize storage without interruption. And you could be choosing HDDs or SDDs for your instances. Now, you also have options such as GPU accelerators. So for example, if I just click on create instance, and I can look into that. So here, let the instance name be instance 1. And what I would be interested in looking at this one, which says CPU platform and GPU. So CPU platform configuration is permanent. You can also do add GPU. So GPUs can be added to accelerate computationally intensive workloads like machine learning, simulation, medical analysis, and virtual workstation applications. So you can add and remove GPUs to a VM when your workload changes, and pay for GPU only while using. So these are some of the features which basically compute engine offers, and we already know that Google bills in second level increments, so we only pay for the compute time. Now there are different savings which are possible. So you have commitment savings, which basically means you can save up to 57% with upfront cost per instance type lock-in. You have container support, so you can basically run, manage, and orchestrate Docker containers or compute engine instances. So here, when we are setting up our instances, there is an option which basically allows you to use or deploy Docker images. Now that can be done. You can also benefit from sustained use savings, that is sustained use discounts, which are automatic discounts for running compute engine resources for significant portion of the billing month. You can create a reservation for VM instance in a specific zone, which is basically seen under your management section here, and you can ensure your project has resources for future increases in demand, and if no longer needed, delete the reservation. So these are some of the features of compute engine. What we have done is we have created compute engine using the console. Now you can go back. You can also do that using Cloud Shell, and you can click on this one, which activates Cloud Shell. You could also have the Cloud SDK support set up on your machine, which can be used. Now I can just open this in a new window, and from here I can start giving commands if I would be interested in setting up an instance from my command line. So here you have different options. Now to begin with, you can just do a G Cloud and just hit enter, and that will show you different options which are available, which can be used. So you have G Cloud Compute here, which shows an option to create and manipulate compute engine resources. Now I can just do a Q to quit. I can do G Cloud Compute, and that basically will again show me different options which are available if you would be interested in setting up instances from the command line. So here I can say G Cloud Compute and then go for instances. And if you do not know the commands, you can just hit enter. That will show you all the different options which we have. So here we have different options such as list or create or start or update. For example, I can just do a list here to see what instances I have, and the instance which we just created shows up here. It says that status is running. I can just stop this instance. I can delete this instance. I can even create an instance by using a create command here, and you can just do a create help, which will show you what are the different options you can give. So it says instance name is what you need. You can choose an accelerator. You can choose the boot disk and various other options. So I can just say create, and then I can give a name, for example, C2. And once I click on this one, it says, did you mean Europe West 4 zone? So it is asking me for the region and the zone, and I can say yes. And these settings are coming from my default profile. I can always change those by changing the metadata. So now we have created an instance. It says running. If we do a list again to see, we see 2 instances created. One was in Europe West 3, one was in Europe West 4. Both of them have internal and external IPs. Now you can do a describe to look at the different options here. So gcloud basically allows you different commands which you can use to work with your instance, to create instances, to change the metadata. If you would want to change the region, if you would want to add a startup script, all those options are possible from the command line, which we can learn in detail in later sessions. So this is your compute engine as a service. Now that we have learned about the compute domain and compute services, which is offered by GCP, let's also learn about storage and databases. That's again within the storage domain and the services which are offered by Google Cloud Platform. Now you can go back to console, and here you can click on this one. And here you can just scroll down to see what are the different options in storage. So you have options such as Bigtable, you have data store, Firestore, file store, you have SQL based services, you have storage, which is object storage, and then you have other options which are available. So Google Cloud Platform offers different storage based services, out of which storage, which is your object storage, is quite popular one. Click on storage, and that basically shows you an option which talks about storage browser. So this is your Google Cloud's object storage. So when we talk about object storage, it is basically a storage where you could store any kind of data. And when we talk about object storage, it is a bunch of bytes which we address, wherein every object will have a unique key. These unique keys are in the form of URL, which allows you to access the object. So cloud storage is comprised of what we call as buckets, which are used to store and hold your storage objects. These storage objects are immutable, and every change creates a new version. Now you can also have control access via IAM, that is Identity Access Management, or via Access Control List. So there is also an option called object versioning, which basically says if it is on, every time you try to store the same object, a new version of the object would be created. Otherwise, newer option will override old one, as we cannot archive the old version. So let's see how we work with this object storage. So here you can click on create bucket. Now once you click on create bucket, it needs a name. So let's say test bucket. And here I can just give, say, number 1. So that says this is the name of my bucket. Now I can directly click on continue, or it would be good to look at different options which are available here. So when you click on choose where to store your data, so it already gives me an option. It says the bucket name is already taken. So let me give it a unique name. So let's say test buck, and let's call it AUA. So that should be unique. Now here it says choose where to store your data. So this one gives you location type. So you can have region specific buckets which give you lowest latency, that is fastest response time within a single region. However, it does not make your storage highly available. You can make it dual region, which is basically allowing your bucket or storage to be accessible across regions. You can also make it multi-region, which is highest availability offered. As of now, we can choose region specific. And now it asks you to choose a location. Now, as always, I will choose Frankfurt. Now I can click on continue and let all the storage options be default, or you can click on a default storage class. Now that tells you, based on your storage class, there are variant costs when it comes to storing, retrieving, or doing any kind of operations. So you have a standard option which says best for short-term storage and frequently accessed data. You can also go for cold storage such as nearline, which is best for backups and data access less than once a month. You can go for freezing storage such as cold line, best for disaster recovery and data accessed less than once a quarter. Or you can go for archiving, where the data is accessed less than once a year. Let's go for standard as of now. And now you can choose how to control access to objects. So you have fine-grained or uniform. Let it be fine-grained, wherein you can give additional permissions at bucket level using IAM, or object level permissions using access control list. In advanced settings, you can choose the encryption, and you can also choose a retention policy. So a retention policy to specify the minimum duration that this bucket's objects must be protected from deletion or modification after they are uploaded. You can always learn about this more by clicking here. Now, once I've chosen all the relevant options, I can click on create, and that basically will create a bucket by the name I have given. I can click on overview to basically see brief details about my bucket, such as region, what is the default storage class, and it also shows you the link URL, which can be used to access your bucket. It also gives you the link for gsutil. Now, gsutil is a command which can be used in your Cloud Shell to basically work with your buckets. You can click on permissions to basically see what kind of permissions are already in place, and you can then make changes. You can basically add members. You can view by different roles. So for example, here by default it shows other services such as Dataproc or your bucket owner or bucket reader related permissions which have been already granted. Now, once I've looked at my bucket, I can start using it. I can drag and drop and push in files here. So as of now, there are no live objects in my object storage that is in my bucket. What I can do is I can click on upload files, and then I can choose a location from my machine. For example, I'll go into data sets, and what I can do is I can choose some of the files here in any format. Let's choose CSV or text and just to open. So this one will basically upload my data sets here. Now, once I've uploaded the files, I can basically close this one. I can look into options here which says edit permissions, edit metadata, if you would want to download it, if you would want to copy, move, or rename it, if you would want to export to a different service called Cloud Pub Sub, which is Publish Subscribing Messaging System. You can scan the data. Now you can click on a particular file, and that basically shows you the URL, which basically allows you to access this file. You can try copying this. You can click on download and download this file. You can even try accessing this from public, and that basically shows you the content of this file based on the permissions. So this is basically your object storage, which is one of the service which is offered. What you can also do is you can create folders, and within folders, you can then upload your data. So this is your Google Cloud storage option, which is for your object storage. That is, you can add different items, you can give different permissions, and you can use this Google Cloud Platform's storage service offering. Now you also have other options such as Bigtable, and we can go into that by clicking here and click on Bigtable. So Bigtable is one of the service which kickstarted NoSQL databases. Today in market, we see different NoSQL databases such as Cassandra, HBase, MongoDB, CouchDB, Neo4j, and many others. So you can basically use Bigtable, which was the pioneer when it comes to your NoSQL databases, or not only SQL databases. So the problem initially faced by Google was that the web indexes behind search engine were taking too long to build. So company wanted to build database that would provide real-time access to petabytes of data. And that's where Bigtable began. So Bigtable powers different other Google services such as Gmail, Google Maps, and other services. And in 2015, it was launched as a service for customers. So when it comes to scalability, with use of Bigtable, you can increase your machine count without any downtime, and you can handle admin tasks like upgrades, restarts, and so on, which are basically taken care by the cloud provider. Data present in Cloud Bigtable is encrypted, and you can use IAM roles to specify access. So data written to or from Bigtable is through data service layers such as managed virtual machines, HBase REST servers, Java services, HBase client, and so on. Here, if I would want to use Bigtable, I can click on Create Instance, and that basically tells me Cloud Bigtable Instance is a container for your clusters. Now here you can give an instance name. So for example, I will say AUA and then say, for example, test, and let's say Bigtable. So that will be the name of instance. This will be permanent. You can choose the storage type. Again, you can go for lower latency, more rows read per second, typically used for real-time serving use cases, or you can go for SDDs, which have higher latency for random reads, good performance on scans, and typically used for batch analytics. So let's go for SSDs as of now. Here you have cluster ID, which is auto-populated. You can choose a region. So let's go for our favorite one here, where I can say Europe West 3. I can choose a zone here, and I can then choose how many nodes would I want to use for my Bigtable. So when you talk about Bigtable service, it will have a cluster underlying, which will have various nodes, which will control your data throughput, storage, and rows read per second. So as of now, let it be just one node, and that's enough for our demo. When we talk about performance, it basically tells you based on the current node and storage type, it tells you how many reads can happen at milliseconds. So it says 10,000 rows per second at 6 milliseconds. You have writes, which are 10,000 rows per second, or you have scans, which are 220 megabytes per second. Storage, which is taken care here, would be 2.5 terabytes, and I can then basically click on create. Now there is also some option called replication guidance, which basically says replication for cloud table Bigtable copies your data across multiple regions, enabling you to isolate workload and increase the availability and durability of your data. Depending on your use case, you can have Bigtable, which can be used to have your data across regions. Now you can click on create with all your specifications chosen, and that's going to set up a cluster, or you can say a fully managed NoSQL database, which will give you low latency and replication for high availability. Now, once we have a new instance, you can connect to it with the CBT command line tool. And for instructions, you can click on learn more here. You can just click on this instance ID to see the details again if you would want to look into your Bigtable setup. So it tells me here that we have one instance, what is the CPU utilization time, how many rows were read or written, what is the throughput, and this is auto-populated based on your usage. You can click on monitoring, and that basically will give you different widgets which will display information for your CPU utilization, what is your hottest node, depending on how many nodes you have, system errors, automatic failovers, storage utilization, and so on. You can click on Key Visualizer, which will allow you to look into your table if you have already created some data here, and you can click on Tables to see how many tables you have added here. So that's in brief about your Bigtables, which is one thing which we need to remember is it's not good for all use cases. So should be used for low latency access, that is fast access, and good if at least data is greater than 1 terabyte. For smaller amount of data, the overhead is too high. So Bigtable's performance will suffer if you store individual elements larger than 10 megabytes. If you want to store bigger objects such as images, video files, then go for object storage, and that would be a better option. So Always remember, Bigtable is not a relational database. It's a NoSQL database. And when you talk about multi-row transactions or online transaction processing, Bigtable is not the right choice. So it can be used for wide range of applications, especially when you talk about your OLAP, that is online analytical processing. So it is designed to store key value pairs, and there can be different use cases. So for example, if you're using something like Cloud Data Flow or Cloud Dataproc, where you would want MapReduce kind of operations, Bigtable can act as a good storage because it has very high throughput and scalability. And the best thing is that it supports HBase API, thus allowing easy integration with Apache, Hadoop, and Spark clusters, which you can bring up using one more service which Google Cloud Platform offers, which is called Cloud Dataproc. So Bigtable is good for real-time analytics. It's commonly seen in financial services, IoT, and others. And if you are thinking of running interactive SQL, then Bigtable would not be the right choice, but the other choice would be BigQuery. You should also remember that this has a cluster running, and you would be charged if this cluster kept on running. So you have to be very careful in your free account when you're using such services. Now we have clicked on this one, so I can select this one, and basically I can look at the permissions, I can look at the labels, I can look at inherited permissions here. I can also click on my instance which we created, and either you can edit or you can just do a delete. So as of now, we will just delete this, which needs you to give in the name. So we'll say AUA test BT and then click on delete. So whenever you're trying out different services, the first approach should be setting up these different services, seeing how they work, basically trying connecting to them. And once you are satisfied with the initial test, then you can plan your actions and come back and use the service for a longer duration. Now that's your Bigtable, which is one of the offerings. We can go back into storage, and here you have other options which are available. So for example, we were in Bigtable. You also have an option such as Cloud Data Store. Now that's one more service which is offered by Google Cloud Platform when it comes to storage domain. So Google added software on top of Bigtable which supports more than simple key value pairs. When you talk about secondary indexes, instead of just having one primary index, when you talk about asset properties for reliable transactions such as SQL query like language, so these features or these services were added to or on top of your Bigtable, which gave birth to a new service which was released as Cloud Data Store. So this is where you have Cloud Data Store, and you can select a Cloud Firestore mode. So you can go for a native mode, enable all Cloud Firestore's features with offline support, or you can go for Cloud's data store system on top of Cloud's Firestore. So these are different options here. And here we look at the API or scalability, engine support, how many writes it supports, and so on. You can choose one of these, and then you can choose where to store your data. So for example, if I click on this one, then it asks me to choose a location. So it says the location of your database affect its cost, availability, and durability. Choose a regional location, lower write latency, lower cost, or multi-region location. Here I can basically choose, for example, Europe, and then I can go ahead and create a database. So it says initializing Cloud Firestore in data store mode services in EU3. This usually takes a few minutes. You'll be redirected to your database once it is ready. So if we compare the pricing structure between Cloud Data Store and Cloud Bigtable, always remember Cloud Data Store, you pay for monthly storage, which is also in the case of Bigtable. However, here you are paying for monthly storage for reads and writes. But in case of Bigtable, you are paying for cluster when it is running. So Cloud Data Store is a good option for small data, infrequent access, and it acts cheaper. When you talk about large amount of data or big data and frequent access, then you're talking about Cloud Bigtable. So Bigtable is cheaper when you talk about larger amount of data. So here It says, since your database is empty, you can still switch to Cloud Firestore in native mode to get more features. You could do that. You could learn. You could say query by GQL. As of now, we don't have any data here. Let's look at the dashboard, which says, since your database is empty, you can still switch to Cloud Firestore in native mode to get more features. So this is your cloud data store, and it has many features which help you to work with your data. However, some features or important features of RDBMSs were still missing, and that's where Google created yet another big table based service called Cloud Spanner. Now we can continue working on Cloud Data Store, which basically gives you one option to work with your data. You can create an entity here by clicking on create entity, and that basically gives you options such as default namespace. You can give a kind, you can give numeric ID, and you can start adding properties. But to learn more about data store, we will learn about this in further sessions. So as of now, I'm going to click on cancel. I'm going to go back to my data store, and this basically, let's go to data store option, or I can go into admin here, which basically says if you have entities, you can import or export them. So let's go back and let's again look into storage options. So as of now, we were in data store. Let's click on this one. So as I mentioned, your cloud data store, which basically gives you some additional features on top of your big table. But what Google also did was it realized that there was a need for RDBMS feature support. That is, there were a lot of features. Now here we have created a data store, and it says your database is ready to go. Just add data. You can create entities, start putting in data, and then you can go ahead and query this. So if you would want to learn more about your data store, you can just click on this one, and that takes you to the complete documentation of native mode and data store mode. What is Firestore in native mode? What is in data store mode? What are pricing and locations? How you choose a database mode? What are the feature comparisons? What you can do? What you are allowed to do here? What programming languages can be used? Different regions, pricing, and so on. As of now, we'll click on this one, and let's look at one advanced service which Google Cloud came up with when it comes to your additional features of RDBMS. So Google created yet another big table based service called Cloud Spanner. Now that you might not see here, but if you scroll down, you should be able to see your Cloud Spanner in the options here. Or did we miss it on the top? So let's again look here. Yeah, so it is here, and you can click on Spanner. So Cloud Spanner was released in 2017. It basically supports relational schema. So it offers strong consistency for all queries, which can be SQL based. You can have multi-region deployment. Now, when it comes to massive scalability requirement and strong consistency, Cloud Spanner is a good option. So it says Cloud Spanner is a managed, mission critical, globally consistent and scalable relational database. So if you would want to use this, then you will have to enable this API, which shows you an option here. It says try this API. So it's a managed service. So it is one of the Google's most expensive database services. There is also one more database service, which is Cloud SQL, which can be used. So when we talk about your Cloud Spanner, it is fully managed relational database service. It is massively distributed. You can have millions of machines across hundreds of data centers with support automatic sharding and synchronous replication. It gives you low latency and schema updates without downtime, making data high availability and reliability. So we'll learn about Cloud Spanner with more details later in other sessions. Now, we can also go back to storage, and we can look at the different options which we have here. So you have object storage, you have Spanner, you also have your SQL based service, which is yet another managed service offered by Cloud or Google Cloud, I would say. So that's called Cloud SQL. So this is basically a service which allows you to have fully managed relational MySQL, Postgres, and SQL Server databases. Google handles replication, patch management, database management, and other things which are related to this managed or fully managed database service. It can allow you to handle terabytes of storage capacity with 40,000 IOPS with huge amount of RAM per instance. So you can click on create instance here, and then you can choose one of the database which you would want to use. So Cloud SQL is a managed service. You can choose one of your MySQL or Postgres and SQL Server. Say for example, I choose MySQL. Now that basically tells me what is the instance ID. It sets up a password. You can always change the password. You can change the region. You can choose your database version. And then you can also look at other configuration options which talk about machine type, which will be used, what is about your backup and recovery, maintenance, and all that. And if you click on create, this will basically create a fully managed SQL service which can allow you to straight away start using MySQL on cloud, thus allowing you to store your relational data. When we talk about storage options, how can we not talk about a data warehouse solution, or basically an option which allows you to run your queries by directly updating data? So you can use a data warehouse service which Google Cloud Platform offers, and that's called BigQuery. So basically you can be looking into the big data section here, and here you have an option called BigQuery. So this basically brings ease of implementation and speed. So building your own data warehouse can be expensive, time consuming, and difficult to scale. So with BigQuery, you just load data and pay only for what you use. So when it comes to features, you have features such as capability to process billions of rows in seconds. And if you would want to do real-time analysis of streaming data, that is also possible here. So here we have clicked on BigQuery, which basically shows you the option where you can start typing your query and test your data access. For example, if I have uploaded some data, so it shows me there are some queries which are saved here. Now I can schedule a query. I can basically choose the format of a particular query by clicking on this more. Here I have an option which says add data. So I can pin it to a particular project. I can explore public data sets. I can create a connection. So if I click on explore public data sets, then it takes me to a page from where you can get different kind of data sets which are already available, which you can put into your BigQuery and start querying your data. By default, it shows that it is aligned to my project and I don't need to worry about it. I can look at saved queries if I have already saved a particular query. I can look at job history. I can look at transfers, scheduled queries, and reservations. So BigQuery basically initially had its own version of SQL, which was slightly different from standard SQL. But in 2016, BigQuery 2 was released that supports SQL 2011 standard. You can always select standard SQL. Now BigQuery, when it comes to pricing, we need to remember that the storage cost is very less here, approximately 0.02 cents per GB per month. It is almost similar to Nearline, where you can also have low cost, that is 0.01 cents per gigabyte per month. There is no charge for reading data from storage. When it comes to querying, and that's where the cost is incurred. So 1 terabyte per month is free, and after that it costs few cents per gigabyte. So this is mainly for high volume customers. There is a flat rate pricing which can be used. So when you talk about querying, you can save your query results. You can create data set to store the results. Now results are put in a temp table in cache. And after you're done with that, you can delete data set and delete all the data. So when you talk about loading data into BigQuery, you can get the data from cloud storage, Google Drive, Cloud Data Store, Stack Driver, Stack Driver, other options. You have Cloud Bigtable or other web interfaces. So you can download from URL such as CSV, JSON, Avro. You can create dataset, create table, and create from source by doing a file upload. So 10 megabyte or less files can be uploaded using web interface. As an option, you can also use command line, and then you can start working with your BigQuery. So here you can also work with streaming data by basically pushing in streaming data into your BigQuery, which allows you to add one record at a time. Now you could use something like Cloud Data Flow, which allows you to use a particular pipeline. About Cloud Data Flow, we will learn later. So you can benefit from different features of BigQuery and thus use Google's offering to work on your structured data, or I would say data which suits well in data warehouses. Now, these are some of the storage related services which Google Cloud offers. Although we will learn about using BigQuery and running or uploading some data by creating add data set here, by say creating connection or using a public data set. So as of now, I have this. You can also access the command line to work with this, but we will learn in detail about BigQuery in later sessions. Now here, you can scroll down and you also have an option within big data space, and that is your Dataproc. So when you talk about Dataproc, this is again a managed service which allows you to run Spark or Hadoop jobs. So especially if you are interested in big data workload. So for big data processing, for machine learning, you can always use Cloud Dataproc. This uses compute engine instances under the hood, but takes care of management of these instances. So it's a layer on top to spin up clusters. It's a managed service. It's cheaper, pay when the jobs are running only. It's fast because it is integrated with other Google Cloud services. You have open source components pre-installed, and Dataproc is integrated with Yarn to make cluster management easier. When you talk about Dataproc, you can click on create cluster, and that basically allows you to set up your cluster by choosing a particular region which you would want to use. For example, I'll choose Europe West 4. Here it tells what kind of machines you would want to use, and by default it has populated as the machine here, which is 4 CPU and 15 gigabyte. Now since you might be using a free account, let's not go for the high-end machine, let's go for N1 standard 2, and then you can scroll down. It says what is the primary disk, what is the disk type, and this one was for your master machine, that is machine which will have the master processes running. Then you have your worker node configuration, which tells this will be, let's choose a lower end machine, and we can choose how many worker nodes you would have. So it says minimum 2. You can choose the SSDs and their capacity. It talks about Yarn cores and Yarn memory which will be allocated. And here we have then option of clicking on create. So once you click on create, this will basically spin up a cluster wherein you can straight away start submitting jobs to this. You can basically go ahead, once your cluster is ready, you can go into the cluster, you can submit a job, you can choose a type which is Spark or any other application which you would want to run, and then basically you can use this fully managed service which allows you to run your big data clusters. You can obviously control access via roles or access control list, and you can have access as it is at project level or based on your Dataproc cluster or even at your worker nodes. So we'll learn about Dataproc in later sessions. So as of now, you see here, the cluster is getting created. It says the cloud storage bucket, which it is using, is this one. Now I can click on this and open link in a new tab. It still takes me into console, but now it is showing me the bucket which is being used by your Dataproc cluster. This is the bucket which is being used, and it is being used for underlying metadata which gets stored here. So you look at the cluster related folders, you can click in these folders and then it can see what is the script output, what it is doing, and so on. Now I can come back here to my bucket, which will basically show me what kind of buckets have been created. So you see Dataproc service automatically created some buckets which will be holding some data. You also have some other buckets which were created based on other services which we used. The access control is fine-grained in all cases, plus it also shows our bucket. So underlying, it is using compute instances. It is basically using, let's go here and let's go to compute engine and let's look into VM instances. So Dataproc, which has spun up a cluster, is also using the VM instances, which we see here are running. It is using the buckets and it has made a cluster ready to use. So you can click on this cluster and that shows me my cluster related details, if there are any jobs running, what are VM instances, what kind of configurations it has used, and you can look at different details here. You can look at the logs, you can click on jobs, and that will show you if you have basically run a job on this ready to use cluster. So it says there is this particular job which was run, which was a Spark job. You can click on submit, and this one tells you what is the job ID, what is the region you would choose. For example, we will again choose, for example, Europe West 4. It tells what is the job type. So you can run all these type of jobs in this cluster, such as Hadoop, Spark, PySpark, Hive, Pig, Presto. You can give your jar file. So if you have packaged your application as a jar, you can mention that here. You can pass in some arguments. You can also say some other jar files, add some properties, and then click on submit, which will run your job on this ready to use cluster. Now, since we have tested it, I can basically go ahead and do a delete. I don't want to incur any cost on these managed services which are running. So there are a lot more information about using these services which Google Cloud Platform offers, and we can continue learning about these services as we explore your Google Cloud Console or even your command line option. Now we can come out of this one by clicking on this menu, and then we have other options such as Kubernetes, you have cloud functions, you have your networking related services, monitoring related services, different kind of tools what you have other big data specific services which you can learn about, and for each of these services Google has a very good documentation available. For example, when you talk about publish subscribe messaging system, it is a real-time managed service which basically is a pioneer which was used, and now you have a famous service such as Kafka which is being used for your publish subscribing or messaging system kind of requirements. So to conclude about Google Cloud Platform services, you can always go to cloud.google.com and look into the document section. Now here you have list of different featured products. You also have list of your different domains and services which Google Cloud offers, and you can learn about all the different services which are offered by Google Cloud. Here you can click on featured products, and that basically shows you compute engine, cloud run, cloud storage. You have cloud SQL, BigQuery, Vision AI. You can scroll down and look at your artificial intelligence and machine learning related services, platform and accelerators, API management. So Google Cloud Platform offers different services mainly in your compute, storage and databases. You have networking related services, big data specifics, developer tools, cloud AI, identity and security, IoT management tools, API platform, and so on. So basically learn about the GCP services which Google Cloud Platform offers, and in detail you can play around with different services which are offered by creating a free account, and as I demonstrated, you can use any one of these services, quick start them, basically connect to them, put in your data, or use a managed service to manage your data and benefit from Google Cloud Platform, thus having modernized infrastructure for your different use cases.
Azure. First, let's understand what is Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure is a growing set of cloud-based computing services offered to corporations. developers, government, and anybody else who wants to build an app or run a business on the internet without having to install and manage hardware or server software. In recent years, it has eclipsed both Windows and Office in terms of sales, making it Microsoft's fastest growing business sector. The Azure platform is designed to assist organizations in overcoming obstacles and achieving their objectives. It supports a wide range of industries, including e-commerce, finance, and a number of organizations. And it is open source compatible. This gives consumers the freedom to use whatever tools and technologies they want. Now, coming to how Azure works, customers who subscribe to Azure get access to all of the services available through the Azure interface. These services allow subscribers to create cloud-based resources such as virtual machines and databases. Azure comes with 5 different customer support solutions from Microsoft: Basic, Developer, Standard, Professional Direct, and Premier. The scope and cost of these customer assistance programs vary. All Azure accounts get basic assistance for free. However, Microsoft charges a premium for the other support options. Developer support is $29 per month, $100 per month for standard assistance, and $1,000 per month for professional direct support. Microsoft does not provide pricing information for Premier support. Now that we have covered the basics of Microsoft Azure, let's dive down and explore the services offered by Azure. Well, there are multiple services offered by Azure, like machine learning, analytics, containers, compute, databases, developer tools, DevOps, hybrid, and multi-cloud, identity, integration, Internet of Things, management, media, migration, mobile, networking, security, storage, web, and virtual desktop. But among these, we will be discussing only a few which are widely used by organizations and individuals around the world, and we will be vividly discussing these features in depth. And these services are compute, containers, databases, identity, security, networking, and storage. Now let's start with the first one, that is compute. Azure Compute is a service that allows you to run cloud-based applications on demand. Disk, CPUs, memory, networking, and operating systems are among the computing resources it supplies, and the resources are on demand and can be accessed in minutes or even seconds. You only pay for what you use and for how long you use it. Azure offers a variety of computing solutions for development and testing, application deployment, and data center expansion. Linux, Windows Server, SQL Server, Oracle, IBM, and SAP are all supported by the service. The following are some of the most well-known services: Azure Virtual Machines, Virtual Machine Scale Sets, Azure Container Instances, Azure App Service, and Azure Functions are also serverless computing. Now let's discuss each of this one by one. First is Azure Virtual Machines. Virtual machines are software-based computer simulations. A virtual processor, memory, storage, and networking resources are among the resources available. Virtual machines, or VMs, run on operating system and allow you to install and run software much like a regular computer. You can use and operate the virtual machine as if you were sitting in front of it by utilizing a remote desktop client. Azure Virtual Machines allow you to construct and operate virtual machines in the cloud. Infrastructure as a service is provided through virtual machines, and they can be used in a variety of ways. Virtual machines are an excellent solution when you need complete control over an operating system and its surroundings. All of the software running on the VM can be customized just as on a real machine. Also, when you're running custom software or hosting arrangements, this capability comes in handy. Now coming on to the next one, that is virtual machine scale sets. Scale sets are an Azure compute resource that may be used to deploy and manage a group of identical virtual machines. Virtual machine scale sets are meant to provide real autoscale when all VMs are set up the same. Virtual machines do not need to be pre-provisioned. As a result, developing large-scale services for big computing, big data, and containerized workloads is easy. More VM instances can be added as demand grows. VM instances can be withdrawn when demand decreases. The procedure might be human, automated, or a hybrid of the two. Now moving on to the next one, that is Azure Container Instances. Container instances are Azure compute resources for managing and deploying containers. Containers are virtualized application environments that are lightweight. They're built to be dynamically formed, scaled, and stopped. On a single host machine, you can run many instances of a containerized application. Then comes Azure App Services. You can create, deploy, and scale enterprise-grade web, mobile, and API apps on any platform with Azure App Services, while employing a fully managed platform to handle infrastructure maintenance. You can meet stringent performance, scalability, security, and compliance requirements. A platform as a service solution is App Service. And following that, we have Azure Functions. When you simply care about the code that runs your service and not the underlying platform or infrastructure, functions are great. They are frequently used when you need to respond to an event, typically via REST request, a timer, or a message from another Azure service, and the job can be accomplished rapidly in seconds or less. Now that we have completed all the services offered by compute, let's proceed to the next one, that is containers. Containers are a type of virtualization system. You can run several containers on a single physical or virtual host, in the same way that you can run numerous virtual machines on a single physical host. Unlike virtual machines, you don't have control over a container's operating system. Containers are lightweight and designed to be built, scaled out, and stopped dynamically, whereas virtual machines appear to be instances of an operating system that you can connect to and administer. Containers are built to help you to react to changes on the go. Containers allow you to swiftly resume in the event of a crash of hardware failure. Docker is one of the most popular container engines, and Azure supports it. Containers offer these particular services: container instances, Azure Container Services, and Container Registry. Container instances are the quickest and easiest method to operate a container in the Azure without needing to manage virtual machines or use any extra services. It's a PaaS service that lets you upload your containers and have them run for you. Moving on to the next one are Azure Container Services. Azure Container Services or Azure Kubernetes Services allows users to manage, deploy, and control operations of a Kubernetes container. Orchestration is a term used to describe the process of automating, managing, and interacting with a large number of containers. Azure Kubernetes Service is a comprehensive container orchestration service for distributed architectures and high volumes of containers. And then comes Container Registry. A container registry is used to ease container development by easing storage and management of container images. Now that we have covered containers and the services offered, let's move on to the next Azure service, that is databases. Azure Database is a fully managed platform as a service. database engine that automates the majority of database management tasks, such as updating, patching, backups, and monitoring. Microsoft has released a managed instance aimed at on-premises clients. So if we have any SQL databases on-premises that we want to migrate to Azure without any complex configuration or ambiguity, we can use managed instances. The most prominent services under database service are Azure Cosmos DB, Azure SQL Database, and Azure PostgreSQL. Now coming to the Azure Cosmos DB. Azure Cosmos DB is a multi-model globally distributed database service. You may increase throughput and storage across any number of Azure locations around the world in an elastic and independent manner. You can use any way of several common APIs to get single-digit millisecond data access. Throughput, latency, availability, and consistency assurances are all covered by Azure Cosmos DB's service level agreements. Now, Azure Cosmos DB enables schema-less data, allowing you to create extremely responsive and always-on apps that can handle constantly changing data. This functionality can be used to store data that has been updated and maintained by users all around the world. So next comes Azure SQL Database. Azure SQL Database is a relational database based on the Microsoft SQL Server database engine's most recent stable version. SQL Database is a fast, dependable, well-managed, and secure database. You may use it to create data-driven applications and websites in your preferred programming language without having to worry about infrastructure. So SQL Database's past capabilities allows you to concentrate on the domain-specific database administration and optimization tasks that are vital to your business. SQL Database is a fully managed service with high availability backups and other typical maintenance features built in. Microsoft is in charge of SQL and operating system code changes. You don't have to worry about the infrastructure. Coming to the next one, the Azure PostgreSQL. Now, Azure Database PostgreSQL is a cloud-based relational database solution. The server software is based on the open source PostgreSQL database engines community. When you use Azure Database for a PostgreSQL, your experience with tools and knowledge comes in handy. Moreover, it has various benefits like in comparison to on-premises resources, there is built-in high availability to ensure that your apps are always online. No additional configuration, replication, or cost is necessary. Pricing is straightforward and adaptable. You can expect consistent performance thanks to a pricing tier that includes software patching, automatic backups, monitoring, and security. Within seconds, scale up or down as needed to ensure that your service adapts to usage. You can grow computation and storage independently as needed. Automatic backups can be customized and restored to a specific point in time for up to 35 days. And enterprise-level security to safeguard sensitive data in transit and at rest. This protection includes data encryption on disk as well as SSL encryption for client-server communication. Now we have covered one more crucial service offered by Azure. Now let's move ahead and explore another service, that is security and identity. These two services are integrated, so we will be discussing them together. Identity management in specific is a process of authenticating first and then authorizing using security principles. And it involves controlling information about those principal identities. It provides these important services: Azure Security Center, Key Vault, and very important aspect of Azure service, that is Azure Active Directory. Azure Security Center. First, Azure Security Center is a collection of tools for monitoring and managing the security of virtual machines and other cloud computing resources in Microsoft's public cloud. The Azure Security Center is accessed through the Azure Management Interface by administrators. They may find a number of security tools in the Security Center to help them prevent, identify, and respond to possible security risks to their Azure deployment. To use the Security Center, organizations must have an Azure subscription. Next is Azure Key Vault. Azure Key Vault is a cloud service for storing and accessing secrets in a secure manner. Anything you want to restrict access to, such as API keys, passwords, certificates, or cryptographic keys, is a secret. Vaults are managed and hardware security module pools are two types of containers supported by the Key Vault service. Software as well as HSM-backed keys, secrets, and certificates can be stored in vaults. Only HSM-backed keys are supported by managed HSM pools. Coming to the next one is Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory or Azure AD is a cloud-based identity and access management service from Microsoft that allows your employees to sign in and access resources such as Microsoft 365, the Azure portal, and thousands of other SaaS apps. Internal resources such as apps on your company's intranet and network, as well as any cloud apps built by your company. Azure AD is required for sign-in and identity protection in Microsoft Online Business, such as Microsoft 365 and Azure. If you sign up for any Microsoft Online businesses, you will be given access to Azure AD, which includes all of the free services. Now we covered one more Azure service. Let's move on to the next service, which is networking. Now, Azure provides the scalability, performance, high availability, and enterprise-grade security. You need to satisfy your most extreme workloads requirements with more than 165,000 miles of private fibers across 60 plus regions and 170 plus network POPs around the world. Customers will have a consistent low latency experience thanks to service and integrate smoothly across on-premises, multi-cloud, and edge locations. So when you use Azure Networking's Network as a Service, you can concentrate on delivering your application logic. Network Watcher, Express Route Monitor, Azure Monitor, or VNet, Terminal Access Point are all Azure networking services that can be used to monitor your network resources. So the first one we will talk about are virtual network. Azure Virtual Networks allow Azure services such as virtual machines, web apps, and databases to connect with one another, with internet users, and with on-premises client computers. An Azure network is a collection of resources that connects other Azure resources, isolation and segmentation. Internet communications communicate among Azure resources, communicating with on-premises resources. Route network traffic, filter network traffic, and connect virtual networks are some of the core networking features provided by Azure Virtual Networks. Next, we will talk about VPN Gateway. A Virtual Network Gateway, or VPN Gateway, is a form of the Virtual Network Gateway. Azure instances are installed in Azure Virtual Network instances and provide connectivity for services such as a site-to-site connection connects on-premises data centers to virtual networks. A point-to-site link connects individual devices to virtual networks, and a network-to-network connection connects virtual networks to other virtual networks. So now moving on in ExpressRoute. With the support of a connectivity provider, ExpressRoute allows you to expand your on-premises networks into the Microsoft Cloud over a private connection. You can connect to Microsoft Cloud services such as Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365 using ExpressRoute. An any-to-any IPVPN network, a point-to-point Ethernet network, or a virtual cross-connection through a connectivity provider at a co-location facility can all be used for connectivity. So ExpressRoute connections are not made through a public network. As a result, ExpressRoute connections provide more reliability, quicker speeds, constant latencies, and higher security than traditional internet connections. Now we have reached the last service offered by Azure that we will discuss: storage. Microsoft Azure Storage Platform is a cloud storage technology designed for current data storage scenarios. A massive scalable object stored for data object, disk storage for Azure virtual machines, a file system service for the cloud, a messaging store for reliable communications, and a NoSQL store are all available through core storage services. The services offered by are Azure Blob Storage, Azure Table Storage, Azure Queue Storage, and Azure File Storage. So the first one is Azure Blob Storage. Blob Storage is a Microsoft Azure service for storing binary big objects made up of unstructured material like text, photos, and videos, as well as associated metadata. Blob storage objects can be accessed through HTTP or HTTPs from anywhere in the globe by users or clients' applications. Blob storage objects can be accessed using the Azure Storage REST API, Azure PowerShell, and Azure CLI, or a client library for Azure Storage. Coming to the next one is Azure Table Storage. Large volumes of structured data are stored in Azure Table Storage. The service is a NoSQL data store that takes requests from both inside and outside the Azure cloud. Now, Azure tables are great for storing non-relational structured data. Table storage can be used to store and query large amount of structured, non-relational data, and it will scale as demand grows. Moving on to the next one, that is Azure Queue Storage. Azure Queue Storage is a service that allows you to store massive amounts of data. Authenticated HTTP or HTTPs call allow you access the messages from anywhere in the world. A queue message can have a maximum size of 64 KB. A queue can hold millions of messages, up to the storage of account's overall capacity limit. Queues are widely used to build a backlog of work for asynchronous processing. Now coming to the last one is Azure File Storage. Azure Files provides fully managed cloud files that can be accessed via the industry standard server, message block, or network file system protocols. Cloud and on-premises deployments can both mount Azure Files file shares at the same time. Windows, Linux, and Mac OS clients can access SMB Azure file shares. Clients running Linux or Mac OS can access NFS Azure file shares, additionally using Azure file synchronization. SMB Azure file shares can be cached on Windows servers for rapid access near where the data is used. So now that we have covered all of the important services offered by Azure and their functionality, let's dive deeper into the concept and look into how Azure is better than other cloud platforms. So first is Microsoft Azure PaaS gives developers the environment, tools, and building blocks they need to create and deploy new cloud services quickly. It also provides the critical DevOps linkages required for monitoring, maintaining, and fine-tuning such apps. Microsoft handles much of the infrastructure management behind the scenes with Azure PaaS. As a result, Azure deployment allows for a singular emphasis on innovations. Second is the compatibility of Azure with one of the most beneficial feature of Azure, and that is the .NET programming language, which gives Microsoft a significant advantage over AWS and the rest of the competition. Azure was designed and tuned to work seamlessly with both old and new apps built on the platform framework for .NET programming. Now, Azure was built using the security development cycle, which is a leading assurance process in the industry. It has security at its core, ensuring that private data and services are kept secure and protected while on Azure cloud. Fourth is, on Azure, hybrid apps can be created that take advantage of resources in data centers at the service provider's end or within Azure itself. To increase usability and speed, Azure now offers a greater selection of hybrid connections, such as virtual private networks, caches, content delivery networks, and express route connections. Fifth is, if a company already utilizes Microsoft software, it is likely to be covered by Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. It is eligible to discounts on Microsoft software because Microsoft frequently modifies these agreements to reduce Azure pricing. As a result of the Enterprise Agreement, businesses can often get large discounts for adopting Azure. Let's have a quick demo for Azure services for their better understanding. So in this demo, we will first create our resource group and an SQL database for it, and a server also. So first you need to log in your Microsoft Azure account and then click here and go to resource groups. Click on create button. So for subscription, we will have a free trial option and give it a name according to our requirement. Like for now, I'm giving it Azure Demo Simply, and the region according to your area, like where you want to deploy your apps, that you will be publishing here, and click on review plus create. Here you will get all the information that you need to review, that all the information here are correct or not, and then click on create button. It will take a few seconds. Now you can see this notification that your resource group is created, and here you can see that the name of your resource group, the subscription, and the location. So now what we need to do is we will create a SQL database for it. Here you can see all the details. So to create our SQL database, we will first need to create a web app. So where we need to go is, we will go to app services, and here we will click on create button. And again, we need to give it first we need to select our resource group. So we will click on the resource group we just created, and we will give it a name. So here I'm giving it Azure Demo Simply Web App, and click on code, so that while publishing we can upload our code. And runtime stack, we can select the language we have created our application in, again the region, and click on review plus create. So here you can just review all the details you just mentioned. It's taking a while. Yeah, so here you can see subscription, resource group, which you just created, name you gave, and the publishing runtime stack. Now all you need to do is click on create. You can see it's initializing deployment. You need to be very careful with the region because sometimes it may create problem while deploying. You can see deployment is in progress. Now you can see your deployment is completed. So you just need to go to resources. Coming back to the page, you can see the name of your application you just created. Now as we are done with our web app, now we need to create our SQL database. So coming to the SQL database page, we will click on create button. Again, the subscription we have to give free trial, and the resource group we just created because that's where we are publishing our web application, and that's where we need to attach our database with. So now we need to give a name to our database. So here I'm giving it Azure Demo SQL DB. And here you can see that we don't have any items to select as a server. So we will click on create new. Here we will create a server for our SQL database and give it a name. So I'm giving it a name. I'm giving it a name Azure Simply Server. As you can see, it's already taken, so I need to change it. So let's take Azure Demo Server. Yeah. So now we are done with the name. Again, for location, we need to mention the region. So here you can see I've selected. Now coming, here we have to enter our admin login. So here I'm giving my organization's name. I need to give it a password. Then confirm password. And click on OK. So here you can see that database name has already been attached to it, the database we just created. For Elastic Pool, we will go for no option only, and then again we will click on review plus create. So here you can see all of the information that you just mentioned, whatever privileges you will have with your SQL database, and click on create. You can see deployment has been initialized. It's gonna take a while. You can see the status constantly and track them. Here you can see deployment is in progress, and in a while you will see the name being flashed over here. Now you can see your deployment is completed, and in deployment details you can see your database being created and the demo server you just created. Now going back to your resource group, the one we created at first, clicking on the name, we can see all the tasks we just did, like creating a web app, creating a database for it, and also a server for your database. Now all you need to do is publish your application that you created for yourself and deploy it over here.
Let's look into what is AWS. AWS is a broadly adapted cloud platform which offers several on-demand operations like compute power, database storage, content delivery, etc. And that helps corporate scale and grow. AWS services can be used to create and deploy any application in the cloud. For example, it provides services over the internet just like World Wide Web, and AWS is the largest cloud platform available that you can use for either creating the application, creating the databases, likewise the other features also you can use simultaneously. Now what are the benefits of AWS? The first is it is easy to use. For using the AWS, you require the good internet connectivity, and then you can actually browse it using the web console, and also you can use the command line interfaces as well. Second, flexibility. AWS offers you a flexibility so that you can actually change or tweak your solutions whenever you require. Reliability. So with the help of the redundant infrastructure across the globe, the AWS gives you the reliability that any application or any databases, if you are running on the AWS, that would be basically up all the time, and there will be no or very less downtime. Then comes the scalability. So scalability is one of the important features of AWS, and in that case you can actually scale up your resources at any time you require. So for example, if any of your application is overutilized and you require more resources to run your application, you can do that on the fly. Then comes cost effectiveness. So AWS is a very cost effective platform because here whatever the service that you use, that is charged on a per hour usage only. So you don't have to pay the complete cost like you do when you procure the infrastructure in the data centers. You don't have to basically pay for the complete package or usage of the service. You just have to pay for whatever time duration that you have actually used that service and the associated charges with it. And that makes the AWS a very cost-effective solution. Then comes the security. So AWS is a secure platform, and a lot of measures have been taken so that the security can be enhanced and upgraded in the AWS. So from the infrastructure level, the AWS have a very high level of security that is implemented, and from the application and the solution perspective, it gives you a lot of features where you can actually apply the security as per your requirement onto your applications. Coming to the AWS services, so essentially AWS services are compute, storage, database, migration, networking and content delivery, developer tools, management tools, media services, machine learning, analytics, security, identity and compliance, mobile services, application integration, AR and VR, which is augmented reality and virtual reality, customer engagement, business productivity, desktop and app streaming, Internet of Things, which is IoT. Now let's look into the compute service, which is one of the widely used service on the AWS. And what does the compute service do? These services help developers build, deploy, and scale an application in the cloud platform, that is EC2, Lambda, Elastic Container Service, Elastic Load Balancer, Lightsail, and Elastic Beanstalk. These are the services which lie in the compute service section only. One of the most widely used service within the compute section is EC2, which stands for Elastic Cloud Compute. It is a web service that allows developer to rent virtual machines and help to resize the compute capacity. So here what you can do is you can run the virtual machines and you have the privileges to select the type of operating system that you want should be running on your instances or on your virtual machines. And likewise, later you can customize as per your requirement. Lambda is a serverless compute service. It is also responsible to execute code for a specific application. So those who are from the development background, they can focus more on creation of a code. They don't have to create a server, manage it. Instead, they can use a Lambda where they can deploy their code directly onto the Lambda server. Then comes the storage service. Now, couple of storage services are S3 Glacier, EBS, which is Elastic Block Storage, Storage Gateway. Now, AWS provides web data storage service for archiving data. Also, its main advantage is disaster data recovery with high durability. Let's look into some of the essential storage services, and one of the most widely used storage services is S3, which stands for Simple Storage Service. In the Simple Storage Service, what you need to do is you have to create a bucket, and in that bucket you have to put the files in it. So S3 gives open cloud-based storage service which is utilized for online data backup. Then comes the EBS, which is an Elastic Block Storage. Now you can understand EBS as a virtual hard drive also, which attaches with the EC2, and it provides high availability storage volume for persistent data. It is mainly used by Amazon EC2 instances. Then you have the database services. AWS Database Domain Service offers cost-efficient, highly secure and scalable database instances in the cloud. And some of the database services are RDS, which is a relational database service, DynamoDB, the non-relational or NoSQL or NoSQL database service, Elasticache, and Amazon Redshift. Now, one of the essential database service is the DynamoDB. It is a flexible NoSQL database service which offers fast and reliable performance with no scalability issues. It is fast, reliable, highly scalable, and suitable for small scale applications like mobile applications, gaming applications, or anything with respect to the Internet of Things devices. There, the DynamoDB is most widely used or suitable. Then comes the relational database service, that is the RDS, which is a structured database service. It is a managed distributed relational database cloud service that helps developers to operate and scale database in a simple manner. So RDS has different vendors platform with respect to the database usage, and that includes the PostgreSQL, MySQL, then you have Oracle, Microsoft or MS SQL, and they have their own customized database as well, that is called as the Amazon Aurora. Along with that, they have a Maria database or MariaDB as well. So these are a couple of vendors that give their database engines that you can use on the RDS. Now coming to the networking services, it offers a highly secure cloud platform and helps in connecting your physical network to your private virtual network with high transfer speed. Now, some of the services in the networking and content delivery are VPC, which is a virtual private cloud, a very important service in order to make your applications or services more secure. Route 53, which is a DNS mapping service. Direct Connect, which directly connects with the AWS services and with your data centers. And the CloudFront, that is basically a content delivery service. Now coming to the VPC or a virtual private cloud, it helps a developer to deploy AWS resources such as Amazon EC2 instances in a private virtual cloud, so that you can actually make your EC2 isolated or make it more secure, and even you can make it for a public access also. Depends on the administrator that how they want to customize it. So the complete control of a VPC and its networking is with the admins. Then comes the Route 53 service. It is a web service with highly available domain name system, or the DNS, that helps user to route software by translating text into IP address, and that is why it is called as a DNS mapping service. And that helps you to use your domains or the external domains pointed to the AWS services in case if you use AWS for hosting your websites or the applications. Note, DNS translates text into the IP address. Now coming to the developer tool services, it helps a user build, deploy and run an application source code automatically. It also updates the server and instance on the workload. So first is the CodeStar, Code Build, Code Deploy, Code Pipeline. So CodeStar, it is a service designed to manage application development at a single place. Here developers can quickly develop, build and deploy applications on AWS. So all the managed app development can be done with the CodeStar. Code Build removes the hassle of managing physical servers and helps developer build and test code with continuous scaling. So security, identity and compliance services helps in monitoring a safe environment for your AWS resources by providing limited access to specific users. So in case, let's assume that you have to give an access to someone but with limited privileges, you can primarily use IAM in that case. And if you want to make your applications or deployments more secure, then you can use these services like KMS, IAM, Cognito, WAF, which acts as a firewall. Now, the IAM service, which is the Identity Access Management, is a framework that helps in maintaining access to AWS services in a secure way. So what happens is that the admin who has the complete access of the AWS console provide access to users, and there can be different users, and they would have the privilege accesses defined by the admin. So what type of permissions the admin gives them, they would have those limited access on the AWS console. KMS enables users to create and manage the encryption keys that are used for encrypting data. Coming to management tool services, with the help of management tools using this service, an individual can optimize costs, minimize risk, and automate all the resources running on the AWS infrastructure efficiently. So with the management tools, you can monitor the resources application, its tools and the utilizations, and along with that you can scale up, scale down the resources likewise. With the help of the management tools, you can also do the auditing task. So one of the essential service in the management tool service is the CloudWatch. It is a monitoring tool for AWS resources and customer applications running on AWS platform. So let's assume that you have used EC2, DynamoDB, S3, RDS, and you want to monitor those resources. You can use the CloudWatch that can give you the results. Coming to the CloudFormation, this service helps you in monitoring all your AWS resources at one place so that you can spend minimum time in managing those resources and maximum time on developing the application. So with the help of the CloudFormation, you can deploy the entire solution with the help of creation of a template. You just need to create one template and you have to deploy it. The rest of the things will be done by the AWS, and hence it is a kind of an automation task only. Now let's look into the demo of some of the essential services. So we'll start with the EC2, and I have already logged in into my AWS account. So where exactly you can find the EC2? Just click on the services. Under the compute section, you can find the EC2. EC2 stands for Elastic Cloud Compute Service, primarily used for creating the virtual machines. So I'll click on this service and quickly I'll show you how the virtual machine is created and how we can basically access it. So I would be creating one virtual machine or an instance with the Windows operating system. So here you can see there are 3 instances which are already running. Let me create another one. So you have to click on Launch Instances. and here you have to select some configuration details. So most of the configuration details I'll be taking as default, and wherever it is necessary I'll be making the changes. So first of all, you have to select the operating system in the form of AMI, and I would be looking for Windows 2016, and then you have to select the type of instance with respect to the CPUs, number of CPUs, and the memory capacity. So I'll go with T2.micro, which is a free tier eligible instance. In the configure instance details, the rest of the things we'll keep it as default as of now. Click on add storage. This is basically the virtual hard drive, or the EBS, the elastic block storage, that is attached with the EC2 instance. So primarily it is giving us 30 GB of space without any additional cost. We can leave the tags as blank. Click on configure security groups, and here you can see that the RDP port is by default open, which will actually allow us to RDP, or to have a remote connectivity of our instance. Click on review and launch. Now to give an authentication, or to provide an authentication, we should have a key pair with us so that the AWS can understand or can tally the key pair and give us the access. So I already have a key pair created. What I'll do is I'll create a new key pair for this instance and put a random name. Let's say I put it something like demo. Download the key pair and make sure that you keep your key pair in a safe and secure place. Click on launch instances. Now you will see that there is an instance ID that has been created, which is a number, alphanumeric number, that is randomly given by the AWS. You can name your instances. So let's say we name our instance as Windows 2016. Click on save, and the AWS deploys our instance on a respective infrastructure. It gives us the IP addresses, the public IP and the private IP, which is an internal IP, and we have to access the instance from the public IP only. So now to access that instance, we have to open up the RDP, put the public IP, click on connect, and when it asks you for the authentication, you put a username as administrator, and the password you have to generate by providing the key. So click on connect, and then you have to click on RDP client. Here you have to get a password. So click on get password, browse, and when you click on browse, you have to provide demo.pem file. So it should be in the download section here itself. Just provide that key pair and it is going to give you the password in the encrypted format. Decrypt your password, copy that, and then provide those details to the RDP client. Click on OK, and now it should allow you to log into the instance. Let's wait for the windows to appear. So here you can see that we have logged in into the Windows instance. The Windows 2016 screen is available in front of us.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit Scale Up by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
In this particular demonstration, I would be explaining you about how to use a storage service, specifically the S3 service, which is most widely used service under the storage section. Now the S3 stands for Simple Storage Service, primarily used for storing the objects and the files. And what we need to do is we just have to click on the S3 service under the storage section. So when you click on S3 service, you have to create the buckets inside the S3. And the buckets are the places where you keep your folders or you upload the files that are available on your systems. So here if you'll notice that the S3 service is a global service. That means it is irrespective of the region. And the buckets when you create, they are created in a specific region. Now what is the benefit? The benefit is that if you create a bucket in different regions, all those buckets in different regions can be viewed from a single dashboard. And you don't have to change the region again and again to view the S3 buckets. So what you need to do is you have to click on create bucket, and here you have to specify the name of the bucket. So let's say I put something like demo AWS, and that's the bucket name I am going to select. Now make sure that the bucket name starts with a lowercase and it should be always unique. Now why it should be unique? Because since S3 is a global service, so it may be that somebody else could be using the name that you have provided. So it should be always unique, otherwise it will not be allocated. Now you have to select a region, and that would be, let's say I go with the Ohio region. And in the bucket settings, you can basically change and configure these settings according to your requirement. By default, when you create a bucket, it blocks all the public access from the bucket. So when you have all public access blocked, no object can be viewed from the S3 bucket from a public network or by anyone else. And hence, in order to view the objects or the files in the bucket, you have to unblock or uncheck this option, so that first of all you make the bucket accessible from the public network. Likewise, you can customize as per the requirement, and then click on acknowledgement. The rest of the things we'll keep it as default, and click on create bucket. Now it says that the bucket with the same name already exists, so that means it is not a unique name. Somebody else might have been using this name. So I'll try to keep it more unique, and I'll try to assign some number. So let's say I put something like 987, and it says it is already existed. Let's say 9876, and then click on create bucket. Now if it creates a bucket, that means we have been allocated with that bucket name. So let's wait for a minute to get that bucket created. So that happens quickly, and you can see there are a couple of buckets already created here, and these buckets can be viewed in a single dashboard. So some of the buckets are in Mumbai region, some of the buckets are in Ohio region, but they are available in the same or a single dashboard. So I'll open up the bucket that I have recently created, and I'll try to upload some documents. Now what you can do is you can create a folder also inside the S3, and when you create a folder, you can upload the objects accordingly. Otherwise, you can directly also upload the objects. So click on upload, and we will upload any random file from my system onto the S bucket. So I'll basically file, and then click on upload. Now it is uploading my object from my system onto the S3 bucket, and now it has successfully done. So it says the message is successful. Now in order to validate, I will click on the bucket from the S3 service and view this object. Now you can see here is my bucket. So I'll just open up this bucket, and these DNS records.csv file is available with us. Now the S3 is not only limited till storing the objects or the files. It has many other functionalities and the features also. Like you can enable versioning, you can host a static website on the S3. Along with that, you can have a cross-region replication enabled, so that you can have high availability of your objects, or you can have a redundancy of your critical objects in different regions. So likewise, there are more features that would be covered up in the detail section of an S3 service. Now coming to another section of the essential services, that is the database. Now here you can see I have a database section in the AWS, and it has multiple services within it. The RDS is there, DynamoDB is there, Elasticache, and the other database services are there. So I would be showing a demo on the DynamoDB, which is a NoSQL database. Now, when we say it is a NoSQL database, that means it is a non-relational database service where we can create a database table directly from the web console. We don't require a separate database engine like in the case of RDS. And in the tables, you can insert the values and view those values directly from the AWS dashboard itself. So it says Amazon DynamoDB is a fast and flexible NoSQL database service primarily suitable for IoT and web gaming and other mobile applications. So what you need to do is, it is a straightforward database service which can be accessed while creating a table itself, and it's a compute based database service. That is the reason that it is more fast. So click on create table. And what you need to do is you just have to put a table name. So I'll just put something like test. And in the partition key, so these partition keys are unique entities. So what you need to do is you have to specify a partition key. So I'll put something like ID. And the string, instead of string, I'll use a number. Likewise, I can add sort keys also. Let's say I put a name, and the name should be in the string format. Now these are the unique entries. These are the fixed entries in the table. And after that, we are going to put the attributes, and in the attributes, the data will be inserted. So what you need to do is, rest of the things we'll keep it as default as of now. Click on create. And here you can see the table has been created. The test table has been created. Now if I click on the items, so you would see that it has the sort keys available, the ID and the sort key associated with that. That is the name. But it does not have any entry because we have not added any value or the attributes. So how we can add or insert the values in this table? That can be done many ways. You can enter manually. You can use the help of CLI to enter the large chunk of data directly, upload it onto the DynamoDB table, and also you can use the APIs also in order to insert the data inside the table. So what you will do is, we will click on create item, and in the ID we will put some value. Let's say number 1 string. Let's say we put something like we will go with a random name. So instead of putting any name, we'll put a value like ABCD. That should be fine. And then we will insert some attributes. So let's say I put string as rank, and I'll put something like rank 2, and then click on save. So here you will see, just refresh the database table, close it and open it up again. Click on the items. Now here you can see the ID 1, name is ABCD, got the rank 2. Likewise, you can click on create items. Let's say the serial number or the ID 2. Name, let's say we put something like, we can go with XYZ, any random thing. Put it up as number rank. And let's say this particular value got a rank 3. Likewise, you can add some more items. String, let's say you put something like HJK, and you put a rank, let's say it's a rank number 1 holder, rank 1 holder, right? So likewise, this is just an example. Likewise, you can add the attributes as per your need, and the table can be filtered out based on the attributes also. So if you have to search some values in the DynamoDB table, so you can always use filters to basically search the values inside the table. Apart from that, the DynamoDB table has a lot of other functionalities. It can be basically, you can have a backup of a table created in the DynamoDB table, in the Dynamo database, and then you can retrieve or recover the data by restoring the backups from the DynamoDB. This database can be created in the cluster format also. So these are a couple of features that you can use with the DynamoDB. Now let's move into the next section. Now coming to the networking services, so there are some of the networking services which are very useful, and that includes the VPC, which is a virtual private cloud, CloudFront, Route 53, API gateway, etc. Now I will basically demonstrate about the Route 53 service in this demo. So in the Route 53 is basically a DNS mapping service. So what you can do is, let's assume that you are hosting any web application on the server and you want to route the domain traffic onto those servers. You need to have the help of Route 53 to do that. So what you need to do is you just have to click on Route 53 service, and from this service you can register your domains also. Otherwise, if you have domains purchased from any external site, you can point them to the Route 53 name servers also. So first of all, in the Route 53 you have to create a hosted zone. So there is already one hosted zone all created. Now when you create a hosted zone, you have to specify the domain name. So let me show you. I have one dummy domain. This is the domain that has been defined. So what you have to do is when you click on create hosted zone, you have to put a domain. Here you can see example.com. Likewise, you have to put your own domain and click on the public hosted zone, click on create hosted zone, and it is going to give you 4 name servers. Now those 4 name servers have to be updated on the platform from where you have purchased the domain. So that is mandatory in order to route the traffic to the Route 53 service, right? So here you can see I already have a hosted zone created for a domain, and it has given me 4 name servers. These are the name servers, and these name servers have been updated in a record set from where the domain has been purchased, right? Once it is done, then you have to route the domain traffic to a server. So what you have to do is you have to click on create record, and in the create record you have to specify the IP address, or you can use the alias also, where the traffic should be routed to, where your application is hosted at. So ideally it is the server details, and it exists with certain policies also. So you can see some view existing records. So here you can see this particular domain is routed to a DNS value which is hosted in the Elastic Beanstalk. Instead of that, you can put an IP address of the EC2 instance also. You can use the S3 URL also. You can use the CloudFront URL also. So likewise, what would happen is that the domain traffic will be routed to the server where actually the application or a web application is hosted at. Now I'm using a routing policy as simple routing policy. That means all the traffic should be routed to that particular domain. Whereas there are other routing policies also in the Route 53 that includes the weighted routing policy, which acts as a kind of a load balancing, geolocation routing policy, multi-value answer routing policy, and then you have a redundancy based routing policy, which is a failover one. So likewise, you can select as per your requirement. So what you need to do is you just have to click on create records. You have to specify, you have the domain, so you have to specify any particular info you want to put before the domain. Otherwise you can leave it as blank. And in the record type, let's assume that you are using an IP address of a server where your web application is hosted at. So you can basically use A routes traffic to an IPv4 address and put an IP address. Make sure that you put a public IP address or the elastic IP address attached to your instance. In case if you are not using any particular IP address or the URL, you can use the alias also. So likewise, the records can be created. Along with that, the Route 53 service is used for domain verifications also. Like if you want the email services onto your web application, then you can basically verify your domain directly from the Route 53 service. You can get the verification done for the SSL certificate creation. For that also the records will be directly created from the Route 53 service because it is actually managing or hosting your domain. Now with respect to the security services, the most widely used service is the IAM, which is Identity Access Management, that lies under security, identity, and compliance. So from the IAM, you can create the users whom you want to give an access to your AWS console. You can create groups and you can add multiple users in that group, give them the permissions. You can create the roles also so that multiple services can interact or integrate it together. So how the IAM is used, click on the IAM service and I'll show you how a particular user can be created and how the user is basically uses the credentials to access the AWS console. Now the IAM dashboard is open, and when you open up the IAM dashboard, it gives you the URL. So this is the URL through which the user has to actually access the AWS console by providing the user credentials. Now how the users are created, just click on the users, and here you just have to click on add user. So I'll create one sample user. Let's say I put something like sample user. And what type of an access you want to give that particular user? Do you want to give a programmatic access, which is primarily the CLI access, or you want to give the AWS Management Console? So right now we'll go with the AWS Management Console access. Now, do you want an auto generation of the password or do you want to customize the password? So let's assume that we customize the password. So put any value. Make sure the password meets all the criterias, and then click on next permissions. Now, what kind of permissions you want to give to that user? Let's assume that you want to give an access of a particular service only to that user. So you have to actually search a policy for that particular service that can be given an access to a user. Otherwise, if you want to give an admin policy or the admin access to that user, you can search an admin policy there. So the permissions are important, otherwise the user would not have privileges to access the AWS console. So we'll attach the existing policies directly. So click on it. And here, let's assume that I want to give an admin access to that user. So I'll just click on the admin access. Now, to a particular user, you can give multiple policies also. It is not necessary that you have to give only a single policy. So you can provide a multiple policies to the users also. Now click on next tags. Let's make the tags blank. Click on review and create a user. Now you'll see that our sample user would be created, and to access the console, we'll just copy this URL which has the account information as well, that is the account number. So copy the link, or you can copy the complete URL. Log out from the root account. And then paste the URL that was copied from the console. And then we have to give the user credentials. So we'll put sample user as the username and the password that we provided while creating the user. Click on sign in, and if it is correct, then it should allow us to log in into the AWS console while asking the password change. So we'll change the password. Confirm password change. And now it should allow us to log in into the root accounts AWS console with the admin privileges. Now the next service is the monitoring services, and under the monitoring services, primarily the CloudWatch, the CloudTrail, the CloudFormation, these are some of the services that are most widely used. Now the CloudWatch is a service which is primarily used for monitoring the metrics, primarily of the servers. Like for example, if you create an EC2 instance and you want to basically watch out for the metrics associated with the CPU utilization or the storage utilization, the network in, network out, all those information you can get it from the CloudWatch. Now CloudWatch is not only related to monitoring the metrics, it can generate the alarms also, and here you can get the events also generated, which or the events that can be created which can trigger the Lambda function as well. So what you have to do is you just have to click on a dashboard. So monitoring metrics are viewed. with the help of the CloudWatch. So first of all, you have to create a dashboard. Now you have to put a dashboard name. Let's say I put something like monitoring EC2. Click on create dashboard. Now how do you want the reports to be published? You have to actually select a widget. I want that, okay, the report should be visible in the numeric form. So I'll select a number. Now click on the dashboard that was created, and let's again add the widget. And here we'll select the metrics primarily for the EC2 per instance metric. So we have one single instance running. Now there are 14 metrics available for that particular instance. Now I would be looking for the CPU utilization for this particular instance. So I'll just select for the CPU utilization, and it is going to give me some information about what is the current CPU utilization of that particular instance. So that is somewhere around 29.3%. The CPU utilization has been done for the single instance that is running in my EC2 dashboard. So likewise, you can add some more metrics and view them in this particular dashboard, and the CloudWatch will keep on publishing the data at a refresh interval of 5 minutes. That is the default value.
In this video, we'll go through Azure Machine Learning in detail, including its capabilities, the Azure ecosystem that supports machine learning, and the various ways we train and build models, starting with what is Azure Machine Learning, followed by who is machine learning for. Then we will look into its infrastructure, readiness, and security. Then we will dive into machine learning project workflow. Following that, we will understand MLOps, DevOps for machine learning. And at last, we will explore the Azure Machine Learning Studio. After that, we will have a demo too. So without doing any further delay, let's start with the video. So what is Azure Machine Learning? Azure Machine Learning is a cloud solution that helps you speed up and manage your machine learning projects. It can be used by machine learning specialists, data scientists, and engineers in their daily workflows. Models are trained and deployed, and MLOps are managed. You can use an open source platform like PyTorch, TensorFlow, or scikit-learn to build a model, or use one created in Azure Machine Learning. Model monitoring, retraining, and redeployment are all made easier using these tools. But this brings us to a question that who exactly machine learning is for? So individuals and teams deploying MLOps inside their company can use Azure Machine Learning to move machine learning models into production in a safe and auditable environment. Data scientists and machine learning experts will find tools to help them speed up and automate their daily tasks. Tools for embedding models into applications or services will be available to application developers. Platform developers will find a strong set of tools for constructing advanced ML technology underpinned by resilient Azure Resource Manager APIs. Now that we know the basics of Azure ML, let's have a look at its infrastructure readiness and security. So Azure Machine Learning is an Azure cloud platform that adds security to machine learning projects. So integrations for security include the following: network security groups in Azure Virtual Networks. Azure Key Vault is a vault where you may store security secrets like storage, account, access details, and set up an Azure Container Registry behind a VNet. So now let's dive down deep and explore its project workflow. Models are usually created as a part of a project with a specific goal and objective. Multiple people are usually involved in these projects. Iterative development is used while experimenting with data, algorithms, and models. Now coming to the project life cycle, while the project lifespan will differ depending on the project, it will typically look like this. A workspace organizes a project and facilitates collaboration among multiple users who are all working toward the same goal. Users in a workspace may easily share the result of the experiments through the Studio user interface, or they can use versioned assets for jobs like environments and storage references. So users' work can be automated in a machine learning pipeline and activated on a timetable or HTTPs request when a project is ready for operation. Therefore, models can be deployed to the manage inferencing solution in real time or batch, abstracting away the infrastructure management that is traditionally necessary for model deployment. Now let's proceed further and understand the concept of MLOPs, that is DevOps for machine learning. MLOPs or DevOps for machine learning is a process for generating models for production use. If not reproducible, the lifetime of a model from training to deployment must be auditable. MLOPs or machine learning operations is based on DevOps principles and methods to improve workflow efficiency. Continuous integration, delivery, and deployment, for example. These ideas are applied to the machine learning process by MLOPs with the purpose of experimentation and model deployment can be done more quickly, and quality assurance and end-to-end lineage tracking are more efficient ways to put models into production. Now, let's explore what is Azure ML Studio. So, Azure Machine Learning Studio is an online service that includes low-code and no-code alternatives for project development and asset management in Azure Machine Learning. Basically, it is a workspace where you can create, build, train the machine learning models. For an inclusive data science platform, the studio integrates no-code and code-first experience. So now that we have covered all the important concepts of Azure Machine Learning, let's have a demo for a better understanding of how machine learning is used in Azure. So let's start with a demo. First, you need to browse the link studio.azureml.net, and here you need to log in with your Azure account. So once you have logged in, you will be led to a new window. This is the new window. Here you can see a few options. So let's start and see one by one what these options are. So the first one is projects. Basically, this gives you a list of all the experiments that you have already worked on. So here you can see we haven't worked on any experiment yet. Then comes experiment. Experiments are all the programs and codes that you have worked on to create it or deploy a model that you have just created for an experiment. So as I said, we haven't created any experiment yet, so the list is null over here. When you click on samples, you can see a few sample experiments provided to you by Azure portal by default. And following that, we have web services. So we all know, since Azure is a cloud computing platform, so all the data gathered from our experiments needs to be uploaded to the cloud. So web services gives you a list of all the experiments that you have in the cloud, so you can access them from anywhere. So when you create an experiment and work on it, when you add it to the cloud, that data is stored here. So then comes datasets. It gives you all the datasets you have in your Azure portal. When you click on the samples option, again you can see all the datasets provided to you by default in your Azure portal. Then comes train models. So while working on an experiment, you will come across a point where you need to train your model. So basically, this gives you a list of all the models that you have trained in your experiments or Azure programs. And in the last comes settings. Any changes that you want to make to your workspace is done under settings. Here you can see this is your workspace name, workspace description, which is by default, and all the details is provided here only. So whatever changes you want to make to your workspace, you will be doing this over here. So now let's start with a demo. So down below you can see the add or new option here. So click on it, and then you can see there are a few templates provided to you by Azure itself. So we'll click on blank experiment. Once you click on the blank experiments, you'll be guided to a new experiment window. So this is the new window, and this window is divided into 3 parts. These are the components where you will plan your model. This is the canvas to design your model, and then the properties of the model. In the components section, you can see samples already present there. So you can select any one of them according to your requirement. So here, when I'm typing samples, I'll work on airport codes datasets. So I just need to drag this option over here. But before starting with our experiment, let's change the name. So here I'm changing it to airport codes demo model. So now you can see the name of the experiment is changed. Now when you click on it and select visualize, just a second, you can see the number of rows and columns provided to it, the data which is required for its dataset to be created and for its model to be created. So the 4 columns are airport ID, city, state and name. Now we will move towards the part where we define the field we need to make our predictions for. So type columns in the search bar. Under manipulation section, you can see there are multiple options provided to you. So here we will select columns and data sets, as we are working on data sets. Now connect your data set with this option. So you can see a red alert over here. So when you click on it, you can see it is asking for values in your dataset. So to add values, click on the launch column selector under properties section. So once you click on it, here you need to select all the options needed for your required values. So for my experiment model, I need all these datasets. So I'll add all of these and then click on the save option. So let me just add these. So now I have saved all the values I need in my dataset. So now you can see the alert is gone. So now we have the datasets that we want to work on. So let's look for an appropriate algorithm for it. So while looking into the classification algorithm, we know that so here you can see it under classification model, we have these options. So we know that our target value is divided into 2 classifications. So the algorithm we will be using is a 2 class. So we will be using 2 class booster decision tree because it calculates the accuracy for every node, and once the calculated accuracy is more than our required accuracy, then only it moves to the next node. So basically this gives you a prediction value close to the accurate value of the model. So we will just drag this option over here. So now the next step we have is to train our model. So we just need to type train over here and select train model option. Yeah. So just drag it to the canvas. Now connect the two booster decision tree to the train model. Now you can again see the red alert for required data, as it doesn't have any data to work on. So our next step is to split the data. So we'll type split and drag the split data option on our canvas. As you can see, this is also saying it needs an input port data set. So we'll connect our data set with it so that it is provided with the data. So when you click on it, you can see it is asking for a split percentage. So you split the data into training and testing, where 80% goes to training and 20% to testing. So we will mention 0.08 over here, and so now we will just connect the 80% data to the train model. As we said, the 80% goes for training. But you can still see the alert in the train model because it is not aware of the column it needs to train on. So we will click on launch column selector. Now you just need to select all the columns you need to work on. So I'm selecting the airport ID number. Now you can see once I save it that the alert is gone. Now our next step is to find the score of our model. So let's type score in our search bar and drag the score model over here. Let me just reduce the size of the canvas. Yeah. So we will just connect our train model to the score model. So again you will see the red alert as it doesn't know the data it needs to test on. So for that we will connect the remaining testing data in the split data option to the score model. Now you can see the alert option is gone. Now coming to the final step, that is evaluation of the model. So let's type evaluation. And here you can see the evaluate model option. We just need to drag it to the canvas. Yeah. So let's connect it with our score model. Now your model for the airport code dataset is complete. So this is the whole model. Now you need to save the model and then click on run option. So here I have saved it and you can see it's running. You can see the model running and going through every node. As you can see the green mark as it's verifying through every node. So once it's done, click on evaluate model and then click on visualize. Now you can see the accuracy is 98. Here you can see the accuracy is 98, which is almost the prediction value. Now you can see the positive and negative labels as well. So this whole data is known as confusion matrix. Now for the values close to the positive label, it gives me the number of true predictions. That the number of data I'll provide, it shows that 72 predictions will be right and 1 will be wrong. Now let's go back and run this model over the web. So by clicking on Setup Web Service, we will click on Predictive Web Service. Now we will just connect web service input to the score model. So that once the program is uploaded to the cloud, it is directly connected to the score model and gives us the output. So now you need to save this and run. This will execute the entire model. Now all we are left with is deploying the model. Now we just need to click on deploy web service. So then you will see you will be taken to a new window. Here you can see the response page where it's showing the test option. You need to click on it. So here you can see a new window has popped up. So you just need to mention the details. Like for city I am mentioning Bangalore. For state I am mentioning Karnataka. And name of the airport is Kempagoda. International Airport. And I just need to save this data. So now down below you can see it gives me predictive values, and this is the airport ID for my mentioned details. So the accuracy of this ID will be 0.98, which is 98%, which is almost accurate to the 100%. So this was our experiment, and this is how we can use ML in Azure.
What is Azure Active Directory? Now, here we are in a situation where we have two colleagues having a conversation with each other. So one of them complains that he is finding a hard time managing multiple user logins at the same time. His friend suggests that he has a solution, that the company start using Azure Active Directory. He says that with Azure AD, they'll be able to handle multiple user logins without any issue. So just like the question in all our minds, the friend asks, how is Azure Active Directory going to help us? So to help you understand, let's think about a scenario. Now you're an employee working for an organization and you want to use a particular service, in this case SQL database. So you're assigned a set of username and password. Then you want to use another service, a machine learning service. Again, you're assigned a different username and password. And likewise for any number of services that you want to use. So for every service that you're going to choose, you need to be assigned a new username and password. But this becomes a huge issue for the administrator as they have to handle a large number of username and passwords. Now, if you think about a large organization where there's more than 1,000 people working, you can understand how much of a hassle it's going to be for the administrator. At the same time, it's also a really difficult thing for you to remember that many numbers of username and passwords. It's difficult on the user as well. And that's where Azure Active Directory helps. Now, here's a scenario where we're applying Azure Active Directory. Now you're an employee, you want to use a particular service, and you're assigned a single username and password. And with this username and password, you can access all the services that you want. So there's only one set of username and passwords that you need to remember. You can use any of the services that you want as long as the administrator has given you access to it. So what is Azure Active Directory? Now, Azure Active Directory is a service that falls under the identity domain. It allows multiple users and is a cloud-based directory and identity management service. Now, here's an ideal scenario. You're joining an office newly. The admin helps you sign up to whatever services you want, and you can access these services anywhere over the cloud. So now let's talk about something different, Windows AD and Azure AD. Now, Windows AD was the previous version of Azure AD. So now we'll talk about why we needed to change from Windows Active Directory to Azure Active Directory. So what is Windows Active Directory? Now, it's an OS directory service which allows you to work with multiple systems, multiple network resources in a unified manner. Now, the biggest draw when it came to Windows AD was that it had many layers. Now, different layers that did different bits of work. So now let's talk about each of these layers. The first layer is ADDS, or the Windows Active Directory Domain Services. Now, each layer, as I said before, has a different role to perform. ADDS allows admin to manage information relating to user logins and other details like when they signed up, how much they're using, and things like that. The next layer is ADLS, or the Azure Data Lake Storage Services. This layer is for allowing you to store any amounts of data of any type or size. Then you have the ADFS, or the Active Directory Federation Services, where you're given a single option for sign up with which you get access to all systems and applications. Then we have the fourth layer, the ADCS, or the Active Directory and Certification Services. This enables administrators to customize services and then be able to manage and issue public certificates. And the final layer is ADRMS, or the Active Directory Rights Management Service. And this is used for data protection. Now, here's where Azure Active Directory changed the whole game. This means that there's a large number of layers that administrators need to take care of. Now, how about there was a solution for this? And Azure AD is that solution. Azure Active Directory integrates all these 5 layers into 2. And these are the Windows Azure Active Directory, or the WAAD, where it combines all the problems when it comes to identification management, which is almost all 5 layers taken into one. And the Windows Azure Access Control Service enables the federation or the division of all these services of an organization. And by division, I mean assigning each of these services to these users. So that is taken care of by the Windows Azure Access Control Service. Hence, Azure Active Directory is able to simplify a lot of the problems that Windows Azure Active Directory had. For example, the application Office 365 uses Azure Active Directory to manage user identities. Here's how. Now, you're an employee who wants to access one of the Office 365 services, which could be Excel, PowerPoint, Microsoft Word, or something like that. So you go talk to the administrator and he gives you access to these services with the help of a single username and password. Now, as long as you have this username and password and the administrator has given you access to it, you can use any of these services. So who's the service audience? Who is using the Active Directory service? Now, there are 3 types of audience when it comes to Azure Active Directory. The first one is IT administrator, the second one application developers, and online customers. So the IT administrators, their main emphasis is to ensure that the sign-in takes place. They take care of all the sign-in procedures. They also solve issues when it comes to authentication. For example, to authenticate a particular user, the problem is solved by the IT administrators. Then you have application developers who use these services to develop applications. And with this, they have an easier time developing applications as all these resources are easily available. You have online customers who make use of services like Office 365 and other CRM services and have all their demands catered immediately. So now let's have a look at how we can use Azure Active Directory to provide access to a particular individual. So if you log into the Azure account, this is what you see, or you go into Active Directory, a list of all the people who are using or have been given permission to use resources from Azure. Okay, now we're going to create a profile. We need to set up his name, which is John, and second name, Jacob. Now for properties, we need to determine the source of authority, which is already the Active Directory, so that's fine. We can select a group or add them to a particular group if we feel like it. Now, if we add them to a particular group, it means that they have access to all the resources that everyone in the group has access to earlier. So we'll do that later. We'll select their directory role, or we can select it here if we need to. It could be user, administrator, or a limited administrator. And now we'll set up a password. So we already got one, and we'll create. And that's it. We have created a user. Now we'll go to their profile. So what we can see here is that you have access to every bit of detail related to this account. So you have the name, your first name, the username, the object ID, job info, everything. You can even have other details like how often they've signed in, when did they sign up. You can check their password, you can reset the password, delete their account, and so much more. Now we can even add a directory role, which we saw earlier. And now let's add this person to the admin group. So, he gets access to all the services that those people have access to. And select. That's it. We've added them. Now the other things that you can see here, there are applications, licenses, devices. These are all restrictions you can add or remove, like which device you can use the system through or with and stuff like that. So that's it. And with that, we've created a user and given him access to certain services. Why should you be interested in Data Factory? Now let's consider a scenario. So here we have two colleagues having a conversation with each other, and they say that the data that they're generating from their applications or products is increasing exponentially. Now, considering that this data is coming from a number of different products, it'll be a bit of a task to analyze and store all of this data. So he wonders how they're going to manage that. His friend suggests that they use Azure's Data Factory. Now, what does Azure's Data Factory actually do? First, it stores data with the help of the data lake storage. Now, any kind of data can be stored in the data lake storage. Then you can analyze the data, you can transform the data with the help of pipelines, and you can publish the organized data. You can visualize the data with third-party applications like Apache Spark or Hadoop as well. Now, what exactly is Data Factory? So now let's have a look at what exactly is Data Factory. Now, Data Factory falls under the identity domain of services in the Azure catalog and is a cloud-based integration service. Basically, what it does is it works on your data, it stores your data, it orchestrates and automates the movement or transformation of data. It works heavily on the data that you store. Now, let's see how it actually works or how the flow of its processes are. Firstly, we have the input data set, which is nothing but the data that you have within your data store, the one that you need processed. Then you pass this data through a pipeline. Now, what does a pipeline do? A pipeline basically performs an operation on the data that transforms it, which could be anything from just data movement or some data transformation. Now, data transformation is possible with the help of USQL, some stored procedures, or Hive. Now, after this is done, you get an output dataset. Now, this output dataset will contain data that is in a structured form because it's already been transformed and made structured in the pipeline stage. Then it is given into linked services like Azure Data Lake, block storage, or SQL. Now, what it does is these store information that is very important when it comes to connecting to an external source. Now, this is, if you wanted an example, how in an SQL server you need to mention the source and destination of your data. Now, for example, consider an SQL server. So you need a connection string so that you can connect to an external device. You need to mention the source and the destination of your data. This is how the link services work. And finally, you need a gateway. Now, a gateway basically connects your on-premises data to the cloud. So you do need a client installed on your on-premises system so that you can connect to the Azure cloud. And finally, you have the cloud. Here what happens is your data can be analyzed or visualized with a number of different analytical softwares like Apache Spark, R, Hadoop, and so on. So all this time I've been mentioning that data lake is a very important part when it comes to Azure Data Factory's proper functioning. So now let's talk about what exactly is data lake. Now, data lake is a data storage or a file system which is highly scalable and distributed. It is located in the cloud and works with multiple analytics frameworks, which is external frameworks like Hadoop, Apache, and so on. So now let's have a look at it. So first you have your output data set, which is data from the mobile, video, web, social media, so much more. It is sent into the Azure Data Lake store. And then it is provided two external frameworks like R, Apache, and Spark so that they can be worked on. Now, there are two main concepts when it comes to data lake storage. So one of them is storage and the other one is analytics. Now, storage is of unlimited size. It can be petabytes, terabytes, gigabytes, and so much more. It stores a wide variety of data. It could be unstructured or structured data, and it can store really large files. And another concept when it comes to data lake is analytics. Now, how it works. Now, here are two examples of how analytics works when it comes to data lake. Now, when it comes to analytics, you can monitor and diagnose real-time data. For example, data that you're getting from vehicles or buildings. These can be used to optimize how they work, respond to certain events, or generate alerts in case something goes wrong. Then you can also identify fraudulent transactions on your credit card, or you can identify the geographical position of your card. Perhaps monitor how many transactions have been taking place on that card, and so on. So now we're going to have a look at how we can use the Azure Data Factory to move data from an SQL database to a blob storage on the cloud. So here's what we're going to do. So first off, to make a database, what you're going to need is software known as SSMS. So you can find it on Google. You just need to Google it, SSMS. The first link you can take here, and there you have it. So you just need to click here and download the file. So I've already downloaded the file. So basically this is used to create a database which we'll be transferring to the blob storage. So this will take about, depending on your computer speed, pretty long or little to no time. I've already downloaded it. The process is very simple. Just directly go on saying yes, yes. And finally, once the installation is done, here's what we're going to do. We should go into the dashboard of Microsoft Azure. We need to create a data warehouse. So we'll go into all resources, create resource, go to database, and select SQL data warehouse. There we have it. Now it's very important that you remember the names of the service of everything that you're going to write here, because each of these become very important later on. So I've already set up a possible set of names. YouTube, it's free trial. The resource is already created. A blank database. The server, we need to create a new one. So we'll name it as YouTube server. YouTube admin as the server admin login. The password as alright, the location does not matter. Okay, that's done. Now here the server is done, and here we need to change how much you want the lowest, how much computation you want, how much the workload, how important your workload is. So we'll put it at the lowest since we don't require much. We'll apply. The rest is normal and create. So now we're creating an SQL data warehouse. So we'll wait. So now the deployment is done. So we'll go to the notification and go to the resource. Here, now this is done. So we'll go to the SSMS, which I've already opened here, and then go here and copy this. Paste it here. SQL authentication, login, which details we have already stored here, which is admin, YouTube admin, and the password, which is also given there. Right. Go to options. We go to the database name, which is YouTube. Everything else is there. You need to change it to TCP/IP and connect. We sign in. We'll add the password. Again, we're going to sign in now. Right. So now that that's completed, you can see that this is what will pop up. So this is the name of the server we've given, as you saw earlier. You go to databases, and here you have the YouTube database that we just created. Right click this and add a new query. I already have a code for this program. It's a very simple program, so copying and pasting this. Now, if you need the code for this program, let us know in the comments below. It's very simple. What we're doing is creating a table called demo tab with first name Clark Kent and last name is Bruce Wayne, and the table that's created will have these two rows. So now we're going to execute this. There you have it. Two rows have been affected. So now let's have a look at our table. Execute this line, and there you go. The table's here. So now that this is done, we're going back into Azure. And we need to create a storage account. So that's where the blob storage is going to happen. So we're going to storage accounts and click on add. So here it's a free trial. Resource group is YouTube. Storage account name is Simply Store. That's all. Okay. US performance is standard. general purpose. You can do locally since we don't need it to be very reliable, at least for this one. Advanced is fine. View and create. That's done, and we create. Now we'll wait for the deployment to finish. And that's it. The deployment is done. So we'll go to the resource and go to blobs. So this is where the storage is happening. We need to create a blob. Simply blob, which does not exist. And okay, it has been created. Now for the next bit, we need to create the data factory now. So we go to all services, search for data factory. We press add. So here we'll free trial, use existing, which we have YouTube, EastUS, and create. So now we've created a new data factory. Now we'll wait while it's being deployed. So now it's created. So we'll go here, and here we click on copy data, and this opens up. We'll name it. Now description, run once now. Once now, okay. Right, so we press next. So we need to connect to a data source. So what you need to do is select Azure SQL data warehouse. So one second, go to previous. Here we select Azure SQL data warehouse. Go here, search for source, Azure subscription, free trial, here YouTube server, and the database is YouTube. You also need to provide your username and password. I've saved it here. YouTube admin. Right. Okay, now we can select the table, which is demo tab. Next. Next. And now for our destination. So where are we going to connect this to? We're going to Azure Blob Storage. Next. Destination. Azure subscription free trial. And Simply Store. Now we need to name our storage path. Next. All of this can be passed on. So here's what we're doing. We're copying whatever is inside this to the Azure Blob Storage. That's what's happening right now. All of that is set, and next. It's validating, and we'll wait now. It's registering connections, creating database, and in the end it's creating a pipeline. So you can monitor the pipeline from here if you feel like it. Now, here's what we're going to find. So here's a visual representation of what's happening. It's being copied into the blob storage. Now let's have a look if it's actually worked out. We go to our database. We'll go into storage accounts, simply store, go to blobs. We've created a new one, and there you have it. So based on the container that you've named there, it's created a new one here. So actually I earlier created the name called simply blob, but as you can see here, as long as you name a container, it'll create a folder inside which you will find your particular thing that you copied. And that's it. You've copied data. Similarly, you can do a number of multiple operations on this container, on the pipeline you just created with the data factory. And that's that.
Now we know what Azure is and its key benefits. Let's now move on to Azure Virtual Machine. Before that, let's consider a scenario. Rachel had to host 10 virtual machines at once for a project. There was an issue when her computer RAM was not compatible with the instances. The computer RAM was only 8 GB and the instances that required were 10 GB. Then she says, I wish there is a service that's cost effective and also provides extra RAM memory. One of her colleagues heard this and he comes up with an idea. He says, can we use Azure Virtual Machine? It has a pay-as-you-go pricing and has disks for storage. You can pay for what you use and create any number of instances with high storage capacity. Also, if any technical difficulty arises, you can easily retrieve the files through the backup server. So now she's happy and she wants to know more about Azure Virtual Machine. Azure Virtual Machine is one of the wide range of services that Azure offers to create your instance. A virtual machine is a computer file, typically called an image, which behaves like an actual computer. It runs in a window, giving the user the same experience on a virtual machine as they have on the host operating system itself. Multiple virtual machines can run simultaneously on the same physical computer. Each virtual machine provides its own hardware, like CPUs, memories, and other devices. Azure Virtual Machine offers a high range of flexibility and it maintains the physical hardware that runs on it. Let me explain some of the benefits of Azure Virtual Machine. First, we have easy development and test. Azure Virtual Machine has a quick and easy way to configure the computer that is required to code and test an application. Next, agility and scale. Azure Virtual Machine is agile, and the ability to clone and spin up multiple instances of the same virtual machine allows us to scale services and applications rapidly, efficiently, and very cost effectively. Azure Virtual Machine provides enhanced performance. Demands for applications can fluctuate, so you pay for the virtual machines you need and shut down the unnecessary ones to save the cost. Azure Virtual Machines provide extended data center and can be easily connected to an organization's network. It is easy to set up your redundant infrastructure on Azure, and Azure provides a full disaster recovery site at a fraction of the cost. Furthermore, let me explain Azure Virtual Machine components in details. Virtual Machine comes under the compute domain of Azure. It also offers various services like availability sets, snapshots, disks, images, and many other services like hosts. Virtual Machine can be clubbed with other services like disks, images, availability sets, hosts, and many more. So, the first component and the most important component is the operating system. The operating system creates connections to the remote desktop session host. There are many operating systems available like Ubuntu, Red Hat, Linux, Windows Server, CentOS. You can also set the operating disk size so that the memory is not wasted. The next component is disks. Azure Virtual Machines use attached virtual hard disks for storage. There are two types of virtual hard disks. First is an image. It is a template for creation of new Azure Virtual Machine. Then we have disks. It is a bootable virtual hard disk. All durable disks are backed up by page blobs in Azure Storage. Therefore, the disks inherit the benefits of blob storage, high availability, durability, and many more. The disks are mounted as drives on the VM. The next component is virtual network. Many components operate the virtual machines in a scalable and secure manner. Virtual networks could include equipment such as separate network spaces for internet-facing and backend servers, load balancers, firewalls, and more. Many of these components are deployed into an Azure Virtual Network. Azure Virtual Network provides many features such as subnet, IP address, load balancer, and network security group. Another important component of Azure Virtual Machine is availability sets. If in case there's a slight chance there could be a failure in physical servers, then these come into picture. So in case of such failure, the Azure platform will migrate the failed virtual machine to a healthy host to reconstitute the VM. It is highly recommended to deploy at least 2 instances of the virtual machine, and virtual machines placed on an availability set perform identical set of functionalities. Now that we know what Azure Virtual Machine is, let's look into the demo. In this demo, first we are going to create a virtual machine, connect it, and then create a web server and modify the web server, and finally launch the web application. So let's go ahead into the demo now. So the first step is to log into Microsoft Azure with your credentials. Now let's click on virtual machines and create a new one. So I can put add, and you can use the subscription you want, either pay-as-you-go pricing or free tier. Resource group will create a new one, that is payroll 1. Okay. Virtual machine we can create. I'm going to use VM web 001, and then region I'll be using East US. Then image I'll be using Windows Server R2 data center. Size I'll be using B1MS. Select username root admin, and then password of your choice. and then I'm going to allow selected ports and choose RDP 3389 and next. So OS step, I'll be using standard HDD, and then next. So I can see a default virtual network and a default submit and public IP as well as default. Then next. You can allow for auto shutdown, but again, it's entirely your choice. I'm going to select an extension to install, and I'm going to install Microsoft Anti-Malware. Create, okay. I'm going to create a few tags now. Let's go ahead with it. So I've created 5 tags. Now review plus create. Okay, so everything seems good. Let's create now. So the deployment is going to take a few minutes. Let's wait for it. Okay, so that's done. Now let's go to virtual machine and see our virtual machine. Okay, so it's been deployed. Now let's get into the virtual machine and copy the IP address. Then hit Windows plus R and open MSTSE and paste the IP address and connect. Let's use a different account. You have to use the administrator account that we created before with the same password. Click OK. Now the remote desktop session host opens. The next step is to click on Server Manager and add rules and features. Click on Next. Select role-based or feature-based installation and click on Next. Then select the virtual machine you've created and Next. And then we are going to select Web Server IIS. Next. Next. Okay, so it's already installed on my computer, but you have to install this. Then let's close this and open Internet Explorer. Let's type in HTTP localhost. Yeah, so now we can see the default browser opening. Let's minimize this and let's try it here. Here you have to just put the IP address. I think there's an issue. Okay, so let's add an inbound port. Networking, select networking and add inbound port. Let's name port 80 and add. Okay, so it's added. Now let's go and refresh it. Now we can see the default web browser opening. So the next step is to modify the web browser. Let's go ahead with that. Go back to your remote session host. Let's go to File Explorer. So certain folders are created in the C drive. Let's open that. It would be under inetpub. So this is where the default browser is coming from. Now let's make a new text document. and put hello, welcome to this demo by Simplilearn. Save it, close it. Let's rename this as index.html. So this is a text document, so we need to change that. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, that's done. Now let's go back to our Internet Explorer and hit F5. Let's refresh this. Let's try now. Okay, so let's so it's done. Now let's go back to the previous browser and try. Let's refresh. Yeah, that's done.
If you're craving a more hands-on and detailed approach to Azure, Simplilearn's Caltech postgraduate program in cloud computing is the perfect fit for you. Click the link in the description to explore more about this course.
First of all, let's look into why is Azure Virtual Network important. So why Azure Virtual Network is required? So somewhere far away at an office, a company was struggling with few challenges. The company got a bigger projects which lead to the following challenges. That includes poor network connectivity, time-consuming process in building network topologies, could not divert network traffic to its destination on time. So these were a couple of challenges the company was facing. So the employees thought that what could be the possible solution to these challenges? And then we require the Azure Virtual Network in that case. So first of all, let's understand what is Azure Virtual Network is. An Azure VNet or a virtual network represents your network or environment to run VMS and applications in the cloud. When it is created, the services and virtual machines within the network interact securely with each over the internet. So virtual network, you can consider it as a virtual cloud, which is basically kind of a cloud space virtually assigned to the users or to the organization, which they can dedicatedly use for their purpose. So for example, if you have to create some instances or virtual machines onto the Azure cloud and you want to connect it with the on-prem servers, for example, then you might require the virtual network in that case. Let's assume that those instances that are created in the virtual network require the range of IP addresses that you want to allocate to them, and that is something you can customize using the Azure Virtual Network. How do you want that the traffic should be routed to your instances in the virtual network, how the firewall securities should be applied? Everything the end user can control in the virtual network. So it seems like that you are working in your own data center. Ideally, you would be working onto the Azure cloud using the virtual network. Now, what are the advantages of using the Azure Virtual Network? So a couple of them are, it provides an isolated environment for your application. So as I said that it seems like that you are working in your on-prem environment. That means within your data center. But ideally it is a virtual space that is allocated to you, which is a kind of an isolated environment that is specifically designed for your task and the activities. Generally a subnet in a VNet can access the public internet by default. So we create a subnet inside the virtual network which can access the public internet. So there is a public network connectivity that is enabled in the virtual net so that a subnet which will be created in the VNet can be accessed. Traffic can be easily filtered from different resources. So you can have some control lists defined, you can have some security groups created, and how do you want to allow the traffic onto the servers or the application, that is something which you can control. It is a highly secure network and the security groups and the policies are basically implemented by the end user. So you can design how the security should be implemented. High network connectivity, so you have a higher bandwidth as compared to the normal internet connection you might be having in the data center. Compared to that, you use the Azure network only, which gives you the higher network connectivity. It builds sophisticated network topologies in a simple manner and which is easily manageable, as well as there are less troubleshooting issues that we would encounter. Now, what are the components of Azure Virtual Network? One of them is the subnets. Then you have routing. Then you have network security groups. Now, what do we mean by subnets? The subnet is one of the major or a prime important component in the virtual network. So what you have to do is, first obviously you would be creating a virtual network. Inside that you can create the subnets. Subnets, you can consider it a logical partitioning or virtual partitioning inside the virtual network. Subnet lets user segment the virtual network into one or more subnetworks. For example, let's assume that you're working in an organization, and in the organization there are different departments. For every department there should be some set of IP addresses that you want to allocate to the machines that the employees are using. Or all the departments should be isolated. That means that they should have their own network IDs and the network addresses allocated to their machines. And in that case, what you would do is you would create the subnets and the subnet IDs that would be allocated to those departments. These subnetworks can be separated logically, and each subnet consists of a server. So what you do is, when you create a subnet, you can create a server or an instance inside that subnet. And how do you want to give an access to that instance depends on criteria or the requirement. Hence, a subnet can further be divided into two parts, one as the public subnet and the other one as the private subnet. These are the naming conventions of the subnet. Then how do you want to give the internet connectivity depends on how the public subnet should be interacting with the internet. And for the private subnet, as the name suggests, that the internet is blocked. So that means it is completely isolated in the virtual network. The private instances, though, if you want that any instance created in the private subnet should have the internet connectivity or an access, you can primarily go with the NAT gateways in that case, which is a network address translation or kind of a translator which converts the private to public and vice versa. And that would actually enable the internet connectivity to your subnets. Then in the public instances, they can directly access the instance. As the name suggests, public instances, that public subnets, that means they have the direct internet connectivity. Next component is routing, and the routing is primarily a routing rules, you can say, that are applied, and those are actually applied to the routers only. So since on the cloud we cannot have a direct router access, and hence using the routing as a component, we can define some routing rules which are directly applied to the router in the infrastructure. It delivers the data by choosing a suitable path from source to destination. For each subnet, Azure Virtual Network automatically routes traffic and creates a route table. When you create a virtual network, automatically a route table is created, and that basically is required to route the traffic, and that can be used by every subnet. That doesn't mean that you only have to create a single route table in the virtual network. You can have multiple route tables also created, which can be associated with different subnets as well. Then you have the network security groups. It is kind of a firewall that protects the virtual machine by limiting the network traffic. It restricts inbound and outbound network traffic depending upon the destination IP address port and the protocol. So it is basically the network security group sits on the instances and or virtual machines, and they basically define that how the traffic should be reaching to the ports onto the virtual machine. So how do you want to open up the ports, and for which IP addresses you want to open up the ports? That is something the end user or the administrator has to specify or design. So they act as a kind of a firewall rules only that protects the virtual machines. So how to launch an instance using Azure VNet? So first of all, you have to create a virtual network. So virtual network act as a container for subnets. So first thing is that you would be creating a virtual network. Then you would be creating subnets which are considered as a subset within the virtual network. So cloud instances included in the subnet. So first VNets are created, then the subnets are created, and then you configure the properties in the security group. Have a look at this in detail. Now, with respect to the virtual network, what you need to do is you have to create a virtual network in the Azure cloud. Then you have to create subnets into each virtual network, which is kind of a subset of a virtual network. So you can create one as a public subnet, the other one as a private subnet, for example. Now you have to assign instances. So when you create an instance, you have to specify that what is the virtual network, for which virtual network you're creating an instance. Within that virtual network, you have to select that on which particular subnet the instance should be created. And then connect instance to a relevant network security group. So attach your network security group to the instances, and based on the properties or the rules that are defined in the network security group, that will be applied to the instances within the subnets. Finally, configure the properties in the network security and set the policies. As a result, you will be able to launch your instance on Azure within the virtual network. Now we will be seeing one demo that how we can create Azure Virtual Network subnets and the network security group. So just be there to watch our demo on the Azure Virtual Network. In today's session, I would be showing how you can create the virtual networks onto the Azure. And for that, you require the credentials on Microsoft Azure, and here you can see on my screen that I have already logged into the Azure console. Now what you need to do is, in order to search virtual network, you can type and search in the dashboard, in the search bar, with respect to the virtual networks. And here you can find the virtual network and the gateways. So what you need to do is you just have to click on the virtual networks, and then it will give you the options to add the components inside the virtual networks. So let me first open up the virtual network. Right. Now, in theory, we discussed that the virtual network comprises of multiple components and subcomponents. So primarily is that first you have to create a virtual network. Then you have to assign the IPv4 CIDR block to the virtual network. And then you create the subnets inside the network, which is a subset of the virtual network. Along with that, you define the routing rules. And likewise, you create the instances inside the subnets that will be part of the virtual networks. So that's what we are going to do in this demo. So I would be adding up a new virtual network. So you can see here there are already two virtual networks that have been added. One is the demo VNet, which is by default. So when you created the Azure credentials, the demo virtual network was already created by the Azure, so that it can provide you the default settings. And then the test one has been created by me, and that's the customized one, or you can say a non-default virtual network. So I'm going to add another VNet and would define the name to it. So let's wait for the details to appear. So here you have to define the virtual network to create. Obviously we will be going with the free trial only. And then you have to create a resource group. So what is a resource group? It is primarily a collection of resources that share the same lifecycle, permissions, and the policies. So if you have a resource group created, you can use it. Otherwise, you can create a new resource group. So I already have one, that is the demo one. I would be using that. In the instance details, you have to specify the name of the virtual network. So these are certain parameters that you have to go with while defining the name. So let's say I put something like test VNet as the virtual network that I want to create, and that is, you have to select a region where you want to get that created. So these are the available regions that you can select. I would go with US East US only, and then we have to define the IP addresses also. So in the IP addresses, the CIDR blocks are allocated to the virtual networks, and that becomes a fixed IP address for that VNet. So what you can do is you can specify a range of IP addresses. Now, whenever we talk about a virtual network and the IP addresses, we primarily focus on the private IPs only. So this is the private IP that we are actually talking about. So I can reserve some IP address CIDR for our VNet, and that is the range of 40.0.0.0/16 I'm going to reserve. So now we'll create one subnet and we'll name that subnet. So as we discussed, that subnets are the subcomponents of the VNet. So here you can see we have already created one subnet with the name public subnet. So likewise, we can add another subnet also, and let's name it to something like demo subnet, right? And the subnet should have the IP address range, and that IP address range should be part of the VNet only. In V18, so same subnet address range you would be defining in the subnet as well. So that will be 40.0.1. or we can select 2.0/24. The rest of the things would be default. We are not attaching any route table as of now. So just click on OK. And here you can see that the subnet is created. Now, once the subnet is created, now we are going to create a virtual machine inside that subnet. And for that, we'll go to the search bar, and here we'll type virtual machines. Now we'll create a virtual machine in the same VNet, that is the test VNet, and inside the demo subnet, so that our virtual machine gets the private IP address from the subnet that has been created in the VNet itself. So what you need to do is you have to open up the virtual machines, click on add, and here you should add a new virtual machine. So you should select the name of the virtual machine and the network details, where we would be defining the VNet as well as the subnet where the virtual machine should be created. So in the subscription, we'll go with the free tier, and in the resource group, we'll go with the demo that has already been created. We'll put a virtual machine name, something like test VM, and the rest of the things will be default. So we'll quickly skip the disk check also. Now in the networking, we would be selecting the test VNet as our virtual network, and in the subnet we would be selecting the demo subnet. So that is the recently one added in the test VNet, and we want that our virtual machine should be part of that subnet only. Now obviously, since we are creating a virtual machine, so it should be part of, it should have the public IP also assigned, since from the public network we need to access those virtual machines. So we'll keep it enabled, right? And the next would be the default settings that we are going to proceed with. So let's review all the configurations and then create your virtual machine. So here you can see that our virtual machine has been created, validation has been passed, and it takes a couple of minutes to get that updated. So let's wait for a few more minutes so that our virtual machine is ready. And primarily what we want to look into is that our virtual machine is created in a correct VNet, and it gets the private IP address from the subnet that has been part of the VNet which has been defined in the creation of a virtual machine. So let's wait for a couple of more minutes and we'll look into the status of the VNet. Now you can see here our test virtual machine has been created. Now what we wanted to look into is that our virtual machine is created in a correct subnet or not, and that is something which we can validate by checking the private IP address. So it got the private IP from the range of the IP address that we have specified in the subnet. Now in order to access this particular virtual machine, you have to use the public IP, since we have to access it from the internet. So from the private IP, this virtual machine will not be accessible. So that's the reason that when we created a virtual machine, we allocated the public IP address also for this instance. So that is with respect to the virtual network and the demonstration on it, and how we can create a VNet and the subcomponents of the VNet, how they are associated or interlinked with each other, and that actually creates a kind of an isolated environment on the public cloud, which gives you the understanding that you can work into just like an on-prem environment.
So what is Azure DevOps? Azure DevOps enables teams to organize work, collaborate on code development, and build and deploy applications using developer services. Azure DevOps is a culture and set of protocols that brings together developers, project managers, and contributors to collaborate on software development. It enables businesses to create and enhance products more quickly than they could with traditional software development methods. You can use Azure DevOps services in the cloud or Azure DevOps server on premises. Azure DevOps has built-in functionality that you may access via a web browser or an IDE client. Depending on your business needs, you can use one or more of the following standalone services. Azure Repos. Azure DevOps are built-in functionality. So for source management of your code, Azure Repos offer Git repositories or Team Foundation version control. Azure Pipelines. Build and release services provided by Azure Pipelines to assess continuous integration and delivery of your applications. Azure Boards. Using Kanban and Scrum methodologies, Azure Boards provides a set of agile tools for planning and tracking work, code bugs, and issues. Azure Test Plans. Manual and exploratory testing and continuous testing are among the options available in Azure Test Plans for testing your applications. And at last, Azure Artifacts. This allows teams to share packages from public and private sources, including Maven, NPM, NuGet, and more, and incorporate package sharing into their pipelines. So this brings us to the features of DevOps. First we have is dashboard control. You can rapidly navigate to different regions of the project, build and manage dashboards, and set dashboard widgets using the DevOps dashboard functionality. Then we have improved source control. Git and Team Foundation version control, a centralized client-server system, which are two prominent methods of source control supported by Azure DevOps solution. To observe change history, you can add and manage Azure Git tags, reviews, downloads, and modify files. Following that, we have plan and track your work. You can utilize Azure DevOps systems to track features, requirements, user stories, tasks, issues, and more using a variety of work items. Then we have integrated collaboration servers, a tool that allows teams to collaborate throughout the whole Azure DevOps feature set, including team dashboards, project wiki, discussion within work item forms, and many others. Then we have support for exploratory testing. Manual exploratory and continuous testing are made easier with Azure DevOps, which include workflow customization, end-to-end traceability, criteria-based selection, and real-time visualization that show the test activities. And at last comes continuous integration and deployment. Many developers use CI/CD, and Azure DevOps makes it so easy to do so. Developers may automate various design activities with Azure pipelines, including defining and building association steps, writing test instructions, and managing simultaneous releases. Well, this brings us to Azure DevOps services. You get an integrated set of services and tools with Azure DevOps to manage your software project, from planning to development to testing and deployment. A client or server model is used to deliver these services. Many of them are offered via a user-friendly web interface that works with all major browsers. So source control, build pipelines, and work tracking are just a few of the services that may be managed through a client. You can see the left pane is where you access Azure DevOps services as demonstrated in the figure below. So now that we have covered Azure DevOps services, let's move on to Azure DevOps Server. Version control, reporting, requirements, management, project management, automated builds, testing, and release management are all capabilities of Azure DevOps Server, a Microsoft product. It provides DevOps features and spans the complete application cycle. So now that we know what Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server are, so let's have a crisp comparison between them to know how exactly they differ from each other. Despite the fact that Azure DevOps Service is a hosted version of Azure DevOps Server, there are several features that differ. Some functions of Azure DevOps Server aren't available in Azure DevOps Services. So when deciding which platform to use or considering a transition from on-premises to the cloud, keep the following points in mind: scope and scale data, authentication, users and groups, and manage user access. So first is scope and scale data. Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server are slightly different. Organizations and projects are currently the only alternatives for scoping and scaling data. Azure DevOps Services organization get their own URLs and always have exactly one project collection, whereas deployment, project collection, and projects are the three methods for scoping and scaling data in Azure DevOps Server. Then we have authentication. To connect to Azure DevOps Services using the public internet, depending on your organization's arrangement, you can use Microsoft account credentials or Azure AD credentials to log in. You can also configure Azure AD to require multi-factor authentication, IP address restrictions, and other security features. But you connect to an intranet serving using Azure DevOps Server. Windows authentication and your Active Directory domain credentials are used to log in. So this method is completely open and you will never be asked to sign in. Next we have users and groups. You may use a similar technique to grant access to groups of users in Azure DevOps Services. Azure AD groups can be added to Azure DevOps Services group. So you must add users one at a time if you utilize Microsoft account instead of Azure AD. On the other hand, by adding Active Directory groups to multiple Azure DevOps groups, you may grant user access to deployments in Azure DevOps Server. The membership of AD groups are kept in sync, so users gain and lose access to Azure DevOps Server as they are added and withdrawn in AD. And at last, there is Manage User Access. You manage access to features in Azure DevOps and Azure DevOps Server by assigning users to an access level. Each user in your Azure DevOps Services organization must be assigned an access level. As usual, as Visual Studio subscriber sign in, Azure DevOps Services verifies them. So without a Visual Studio subscription, you can give basic access to 5 users for free. Whereas all use of Azure DevOps Server is on the honor system. Specify the access levels on the administration page to set access levels for users based on their license and assign unlicensed user stakeholder access only. So now that we have covered all the important features and concepts of Azure DevOps, now let's move on to the next very important aspect of Azure DevOps, which is Azure DevOps Lab. The Azure DevOps Lab is a place where you can learn about software development and operations with Azure DevOps services. You can simplify and speed up the DevOps process. It explains how to use Azure DevOps services to automate software delivery and satisfy business requirements. So to understand it in a better way, let's have a demo of Azure DevOps Lab. So let's start with our Azure DevOps demo. So first, what we need to do is navigate to this website, azure.microsoft.in, or we can directly log in through dev.azure.com also. So first, what we need to do is sign into a Microsoft Azure account. So after signing in, you'll be led to this page that you just need to click on continue. And here what you need to do is create an organization under which you're gonna create your projects, multiple projects, and you're gonna attach your team members to it or group members to it whom you want to give the access to your projects. So what is the difference between organization and project is, if you have given anybody access to your organization or somebody is a part of your organization, then that particular individual will have access to all of your projects. But if you have given somebody only access to your project, then he'll be only restricted to that particular project. He won't be able to access any other project that is present under that particular organization that you both are part of. So basically, organization is something that is used to connect to groups of a related project or somebody who is already a part of a particular organization. So here we will give it a name. So I am giving simply demo as an organization name. And here you can see that the projects under this organization will be hosted under the South India region. And We need to enter the captcha. And click on continue. Just a second. So now you can see it is saying that it is taking you to an organization. Okay, so we already have an organization of the same name, so let's just change it to something else. Let's give it simply demo org. So here you can see this saying that it's taking to your Azure DevOps organization where you'll be creating your projects. So now you can see your organization name here, and here you just need to create a project name. So I'm giving it simply demo project. Now below you can see visibility. We can opt either public or private. So what is public or private? So basically, if you keep the visibility of the project public, then once you copy this URL, so as I was saying, once you copy this URL into some other browser or incognito mode, you will be able to have the access to the project. But if you keep its visibility private, then only the people who have real access to your organization or to your project will be able to access that project or will be able to see that project or work on it. As you can see, public projects are disabled for our organization, so we can't select public. So we'll go for private and click on create project. Now here you can see the home page of your organization where you have this project, and here you can access the statistics of project, how it is performing, how much time you have contributed to it, or what all services you have added to your project. And down below you will be able to see that there is just one member, which is the root user of this project, and once you start adding more members to your project, their details will be added to this particular block. So now here you can see these are the services, boards, repos, pipelines, test plans, and artifacts services that is provided to you to add to your project. So now let's have a look at them one by one. So first one is boards. As we click on boards, you can see multiple options, your work items, boards, backlogs, sprints, queries, delivery plans. Here you can see it is all empty as we haven't added any service or we haven't worked on a project yet. So let's just click on new work item. So here you can see one is epic, issue, and task. So epic is an option that is you can see a pro option for work items. So basically epic represents business initiative to be accomplished, and it is basically available for basic, agile, scrum, and CMMI process templates. So what it exactly does is increases customer engagement, that whatever your project is, if it's the engagement of your project, that how it's performing and how it is performing towards the people whom you have given access to the project. Also helps to create new architecture to improve the performance of your project, and it also supports mobile applications. So basically when you're deploying any mobile application in your project or creating a mobile application as a project, so it will be able to support that as well. Let's click on Epic. So here you can see you need to enter a title for your Epic option. So here you need to add the title of your Epic, like for say we are creating a healthcare or an e-commerce application. So obviously it will be segmented into different parts. Like you'll be having search options or support options or home page. So we just need to give it a name. And here you can see its state is to do. For now we just have to do because we haven't actually created anything in our project and we haven't given any input. So it's in to-do list, and once we start working on it, we can change the state. It can be in progress or completing. So there are multiple states for your Epic. And here you can see the area is simply demo project. That means that we want to assign this search new Epic into this project. And we can also click description over here, that what exactly our new Epic is about. Like for search options, we need to specify or give a description that this is for searching options related to our application. Like for healthcare, one can type medicines or doctors or slots. So that is thing that we can add in our description, that it will help the user to understand what this feature is about. So this was Epic, and once done we can click on save. So here you can see other stuffs also, like priority. So we can select priority according to our will. So here by default it is priority 2. So priority basically is which function will come first. And here you can mention start date, target date. So once it's done, you can click on save. Now let's move to the next one. Second, what we have is issue. So basically issues are for you to track your work, and epics are used to track the group work and the large scenarios. But this is track like we saw the project statistics, so it will help you to understand the individual progress. So basically issues are raised when you find any obstacle in your progress or in your work. So it can be compared to impediments also. So when you're working with Agile, you need to deal with issues. So by default we have Agile to our project assigned. So like for example, we can see that we have a meeting. So during the meeting, members report if they have encountered any bug or any impediments. So what next we have to do is we have to track them and resolve it. So these are the issues that can one can find, like possibilities. So you can assign here and give it a description again and just save it. So once a user faces these issues, we can keep a track of it, and once it is raised, we can resolve it. Coming to the next one. Next we have is task. So by the name only we can well understand what task is. So a task is a smaller item or smaller segment to track activity that contains all the information needed to accomplish a part of an issue, or you can say user story requirements. So this option is available for basic, agile, scrum and CMMI process templates. So again, we can give it a name, what task we want to assign, and give it a description, and according to that we can select the priority and save it. So the task will be added to your project. We are not assigning any task right now because, as I said, we haven't added any particular project or particular details or application, or we haven't deployed any application yet in our project. So that is why we are not adding anything over here again, because first we need to understand what these services are and what these services are used for. Next we have backlogs. So backlogs helps you to understand the flow of your project. Like today you have contributed 10% of your time, and you have completed the 10% of the work, or you have worked on certain segments of the project, like for say you have worked on the support area. So it helps you to understand and keep a track of the flow of your project, how it is performing and how it is developing and how it is built every day. Next we have is sprints. So sprints are basically a time-boxed intervals that supports your team's ability to work using the agile processes and tools. So what you can do is, whether you're having, let's say you're having a healthcare application, so you just need to have a segment of it and drop it over here. So what it will do is it will get the attention of all the team members. So basically what it does, it makes your project more manageable. It increases the quality of your project and also makes it work even more faster and more frequently once you add the segment to the sprint. So you can say it in one way, it gets the priority and people need to work on it, and it gives your project more flexibility to adapt to change. Now sometimes what happens is many associates scrum sprints with agile software development. So sometimes agile are often thought to be the same thing. Coming to the next one, we have queries. So the query page basically remembers the view you have last navigated, and when you log in again or when you come back again to the same portal, it returns you to that very particular view only. So you can say that it runs with Azure DevOps command line interface, and all the open like all the pages like you have gone through, you can keep a track of it over here. You just need to click over here all, and you can just see all the queries you have defined in all this while, and also you can share the queries with the team members, so they can also know that where you have been working lately, or which segment you have been working on, or what was the last navigation which you have been going through in this whole project. So it can help you manage your project in a more efficient way and keep a track of how and what all segments you have been working on and what all segments you need to work on in your project. Coming to the next one, we have delivery plans. So here you can see we haven't created any plan yet. So basically delivery plans are a calendar view of multiple teams or team backlogs or individual backlogs from different projects. So basically it replaces the delivery plans marketplace extension, and it is only available for Azure DevOps services. So here you can say it's a summary or time summary of all the projects you have been working on in a particular organization. So now that we have covered both, let's move to the next one, which is repos. So with the name itself, we can well understand that repo stands for repositories. So basically it is a set of repositories that allows you to control and manage your project code. Like for say you're deploying a healthcare application, so these repos options help you create repositories and manage your code of that particular application in a more efficient way. So what you can do is you can connect project solutions by using the repos link. As you can see here, it is shown. So let's look into its option one by one. First we have files. So in files, your project solution will be available in this section. So repositories can create, manage and import those solutions. Okay, so you just need to upload your solutions of your code or your project here, and it will just create repositories for it, and it will help you manage those solutions in a better way. And you can see these clone to your computer, push an existing repository from command line, and import a repositories if you want to import any solution. Like here you can just click on import and add the solution to a repository. So this is what files do. Basically you can see it as, it's like a physical folder itself where you have all your many files or repositories or solutions, you can say, of data. So basically it functions like a physical folder itself. So it helps you keep a track of your codes and everything. Next comes is commits. So in commit section, we can manage commit history for your repositories that you have created in files. So it just commits those repositories with author details from branches. Like for say we have a team, one from support branch and one from management branch. So whoever creates that repositories and adds the solution, it commits that repositories under that particular member of the team with the branch name. Then comes pushes. So push histories are available in this section from each pull request done by the developers. Developers, for say, the team members who have been working on this particular project and creating repositories and solutions. So what is pull request? So pull request or PRs are a way to change or review or merge code in our repositories. So basically team uses these PRs to review code and give feedbacks or changes, whether like for say you are deploying a code or a solution. So one can review them, what all changes needs to be made or what all upgradation needs to be made, or whether the code is already fine or not. So basically teams use these PRs to review the solutions and codes stored in these repositories, or you can merge multiple solutions or multiple codes into the main branch. So basically reviewers can step through the proposed changes and leave those comments and vote to approve or reject that particular code, or you can say to upgrade or what all changes you want to make it. They vote for it, that whether that needs to be made to that particular solution or not. So these are the PRs. Next, we have branches. So we can manage multiple branching information in this particular section. You can create or release branches from master to dev. Okay, so all users can actually create or release branches from branching information available in this particular section. Next come tags. So tags are used to point out specific commits, like giving message tags and data information to branches. You can create your naming conventions to branches by using commit tags. And the next one is pull request, which we have already discussed. The PRs that are basically used in pushes. So now we have completed repos also. So let's move on to the next one, which is pipelines. So here you can see that we don't have any pipeline created for us yet. So let's have a look at the provided options one by one. So the first one is environments. So basically it is a collection of resources where you actually deploy your application that you're working on. So you can say it contains one or more virtual machines, containers, web apps, etc. Whatever resources you have actually used for deploying your application, or what are services you have used for creating the environment for the deployment of your application. For say we need to deploy our application and it needs an Windows Java environment. So whatever resources you need to create that environment, that will be added to this environment list. It will be listed over this section. Next we have releases option. So basically this pipeline stores the data of your pipelines or stages or tasks and deployments in Azure pipelines, that deployments you have done so far in your applications, for your applications actually. So you can say that it helps your team continuously deliver software to your customers at a faster pace with a very minimum, you can say, lower risk. So you can fully automate the testing and the delivery of your software or applications on multiple stages. Or you can also set up an automated process with approvals and on-demand deployments. Then comes library. So again you can see the page is blank. From the name itself we can scrutinize that it will be a collection of assets from Azure DevOps projects. So basically it is a collection of build and release assets of a particular project. So assets defined in a library can be used in multiple builds and multiple releases pipelines of the project. Okay, so all assets that are defined in a library share a common security model. So you can control who can define new items in a library and who can use an existing item that you have already added in this library. So roles are defined for library items. Per se, you have added a particular asset or particular item to this library segment, and you can assign a particular member who will be working on this item. Okay, so roles are defined here for these, and these governs the operation you can perform on those items. That person will be keeping track of whatever changes have been made or whatever upgradation has been made to the particular item that has been added to this segment, library segment. So then comes task groups. So task groups are a way to standardize and centrally manage deployment steps for all applications in your projects. So when you include a task group in your definition and then make a change centrally to the task group, the change is automatically reflected in all the definitions. So we can conclude with this that a task group allows you to encapsulate a sequence of tasks already defined in, you can say, build or a release pipelines or into a single task group. So it just encapsulates all those sequences of tasks. So you can choose to extract the parameters from those encapsulated tasks as configured variables and abstract the rest of the task information. So what happens is the new task group is automatically added to the task catalog, and it is ready to be added to other release and build pipelines. So task groups are stored at the project level and are not accessible outside the project group. So the task groups will be only limited to the members who you have assigned in this project, and it won't be accessible to the other people or other team members from different projects, even though they are the member of the same organization. So you can say it's more of a private segment. Now that we have covered task groups, next we have deployment groups. So deployment groups are only available with classic release pipelines, and it is totally different from the deployment jobs. It is basically a collection of deployment related steps defined in a YAML file to accomplish a specific task. So in nutshell, it is a logical set of deployment target machines that have agents installed on each one. The deployment groups represent the physical environment, for example, testing or development or production environment. So a development group is just another grouping of agents, much like an agent pool, you can say. So what you can do with this is you can specify the security context and runtime targets for the agents, or you can let yourself view live logs for each server as a deployment take place. Or you can also enable you to use machine tags to limit deployment to a specific set of servers. So this was about deployment groups. Now that we have covered one more service, let's move on to the next one, that is test plans. So test plans, the first one we have is progress report. So you can analyze with this only. The progress report will be the progress of the project you have been working on, or the deployments you have been doing, or the tasks you have been performing. So basically it lets you analyze and view data for more than one or an individual test plans in a particular project. So data for test plans can be migrated from an on-premises Azure DevOps server that won't show up in this report. Okay. So basically this section lets you drill down by each test plans and give you summary of each test plan in it. So this section also lets you to navigate to a test plan or suite of choice by double clicking on it. Okay. So this was the progress report. Next we have runs. So basically it represents the execution of pipelines. So during a run, the pipeline is processed and agents process one or more jobs. So when you run a pipeline, many things happen under the cover. While you often won't need to know about them, occasionally it's useful to have the bigger picture, right? So Azure pipelines will get processed under this test runs segment. So you'll be able to see what all performance is happening over here. Like while you're running a pipeline, you can see the running state, the date you have started that, or what all that running pipeline includes, like jobs, steps, and tasks. So runs power both continuous integration and continuous delivery pipelines. Next we have load test. So basically Azure load testing is a fully managed Azure service that enables developers and testers to generate high-scale load with custom Apache JMeter scripts and gain actionable insights to catch and fix performance bottlenecks at scale. So basically, application performance and resiliency are more important than ever before. So how you can run an Azure DevOps test? So first you need to click on it and select a test suite that contains all the automated tests, and you can just choose the run test option. And it will start processing it. So this service basically simulates traffic for your application, you can say, regardless of on which platform or where it is actually hosted. So now that we have covered test plans as well, let's move on to the next one, that is artifacts. So this is the last service that is provided to your project by Azure DevOps. So artifacts is a byproduct produced during the software development process. So it mainly consists of the project source code, dependency, or binaries or resources that could be represented in different layout depending on the particular technology. So it's like an extension that makes it easier to discover, install, or publish and Maven packages in Azure DevOps. It's basically deeply integrated with other hubs like Build, so that package management can become a seamless part for your existing workflows. So what is exactly it is used for? So it can be used for both public and private organization with teams of any size. It basically manages your NPM or NuGet packages via feeds, and it allows you to create and share your Maven. So it's a package management solution integrated with your Azure DevOps. So this was all about the services that is provided to your projects. So now that you know what all services do for your project and what are their benefits and how they function, now you can actually plan your project and start creating and working on it and start deploying with the users and what all services you want for your particular project. So what you can do is click here on project setting. Just a second. Yeah, you can just click on project setting. So now what you can do is you can add in description that what your actual project is about. So for say, like I said, if you're creating in a healthcare application, so you can just give it a description that it is for healthcare related, the issues, queries, and helps needed, and like you're tying that particular application with different hospitals or healthcare organizations. So you can actually add those information in this description. And the process, which basically it is basic or private one, but you do get a range of process for your project when it depending on the visibility of it, like for Agile or Scrum, you can say. So now here you can see that only my ID is attached to it, as I'm the only member here and I'm the administrator. So you can add members here, and scrolling down, you can, now that you know what all services provide you or what they provide to your project, so depending on the need of your project, you can just select the services you want to assign to your particular project. Like, for say, if I don't want boards assigned to it, or you can say if I don't want the services provided by the boards, you can just click on it and select remove boards, and I just need to refresh it. So, yeah, Here you can see I have overview, repos, pipelines, artifacts, but I don't have test plans and boards. As you can see, test plan is basically all the collection of whatever you're managing, which is indirectly assigned to boards. So as you remove the boards, the test plans also get removed. Okay, and once like this, you can just select what all services you want specifically, and if you want to delete your project, you can just go ahead and delete it. So this was all about the Azure DevOps services and the Azure DevOps Virtual Studio, we can say, and how the demonstration of how a project actually functions in this Virtual Studio.
If you're craving a more hands-on and detailed approach to Azure, Simplilearn's Caltech postgraduate program in cloud computing is the perfect fit for you. Click the link in the description to explore more about this course.
Azure Certification Path. We'll go over the Microsoft Azure Certification test in this video and present useful information to assist you to decide on a career path. Microsoft offers 3 certification paths for a variety of technical jobs. To gain certification, you must complete a series of exams. And the first one is Fundamentals Certification. These certifications are suitable for those who are just getting started in technology or considering a career shift. Second is Role-Based Certification. To begin acquiring valuable job role abilities, choose a role-based certification. Third is Additional Certification. Examine Microsoft Office technical qualifications as well as Specialist and Microsoft Certified Educator certifications. Now in each category, we have sorted the certifications for your better understanding. In the first category, Fundamental Certification, are Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals, Microsoft 365 Certified Fundamentals, and Microsoft Certified Power Platform Fundamentals. In the second category, role-based certifications are Microsoft 365 Certified Security Administrator Associate, Microsoft Certified Azure Developer Associate, and Microsoft Certified Dynamics 365 Sales Functional Consultant Associate. And in the third category, additional certifications are Microsoft Certified Azure for SAP Workload Specialty, Microsoft Certified Educator, and Microsoft Office Specialist, Microsoft Word Expert. So let's start with the first one, Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals. The Azure Fundamentals certification allows you to demonstrate that you understand cloud concepts, Azure services, Azure workloads, Azure security and privacy, and Azure pricing and support. Candidates should have basic understanding of technical fundamentals such as networking, storage, computation, application support, and application development. Candidates for the Azure Fundamentals certification should have a solid understanding of cloud services and how Microsoft Azure deliver them. This certification is for applicants who are new to Azure or who are just starting to work with cloud-based solutions and services. Moving ahead, let's look into its skills requirement. Describe cloud concepts, describe core Azure services, describe core solutions and management tools on Azure, describe general security and network security features, describe identity governance, privacy and compliance features, and describe Azure cost management and service level agreements. This certification is suitable for job roles like administrator, business user, developer, student, technology manager, and its exam code is AZ-900. Price of this examination is $99 USD and the renewal time is 2 years. Coming to the next one is the Microsoft 365 Certified Fundamentals Certification. It verifies that you are familiar with Microsoft 365 feature and benefits, as well as the advantages of using cloud services, the software as a service, cloud model, and the Microsoft 365 cloud service. These are the skills required to earn this certification. Describe cloud concepts, describe core Microsoft 365 services and concepts, explain security, compliance, privacy, and trust in Microsoft 365, and describe Microsoft 365 pricing and support. This certification is apt for job roles like business user and administrator. and the exam code for this examination is MS900. The examination fee is 99 USD and the renewable time is 2 years. Next is Microsoft Certified Power Platform Fundamentals. If you're a student, a business user, or a new technical professional using your Microsoft Power Platform skills to better your team's efficiency, this certification can help you advance your career. To prepare for it, you only need a basic understanding of computer technology, data analytics, cloud computing, and the internet. Consider a fundamental certification the initial step towards expanding your skill set and moving on to more advanced certifications like Microsoft Power Platform Functional Consultant. And the skill set required for this certification are: describe the business value of Power Platform, identify the core components of Power Platform, demonstrate the capabilities of Power Platform, describe the capabilities of Power Apps, demonstrate the capabilities of Power Automate, demonstrate the business value of Power Virtual Agents. This certification is perfect for job roles like business user, functional consultant, student, and its exam code is PL900. The examination fee for this exam is 99 USD and its renewable time is 2 years. Now let's dive into the second category, which was role-based certification. The first certification exam in this category is Microsoft 365 Certified Security Administrator Associate. Microsoft 365 Security Administrators protect Microsoft 365 enterprise and hybrid environments by proactively securing them and implementing and managing security and compliance solutions, responding to threats, and enforcing data governance policy. This exam assesses your ability to use Microsoft 365 to implement and manage identity and access, threat protection, information security, and governance and compliance features. The skills required for this certification are: implement and manage identity and access, implement and manage threat protection, implement and manage information protection, manage governance and compliance features in Microsoft 365. Now, this certification is perfect for the administrator role, and its exam code is MS500. Its examination fee is 165 USD and its renewal time is again 2 years. Then comes Microsoft Certified Azure Developer Associate. Candidates for the Azure Developer Associate certification should have experience designing, developing, testing, and supporting Microsoft Azure cloud applications and services, participating in all aspects of cloud development from requirements definition and design to development, deployment, and maintenance, as well as performance tuning and monitoring is part of its role responsibilities. Now, the skill set essential for this certification are: develop Azure Compute Solutions, develop for Azure Storage, implement Azure Security, monitor, troubleshoot, and optimize Azure solutions, connect to and consume Azure services and third-party services. Now, this certification is for a job role like developer, and its exam code is AZ-305. Its examination fee is 165 USD with the renewal time of 2 years. Moving on, next is Microsoft Certified Dynamics 365 Sales Functional Consultant Associate. This certification could help you advance in your career. If you're a functional consultant, a Microsoft Dynamics 365 sales professional, or a developer wishing to improve your consulting skills, it enables you to better pitch yourself for projects and demonstrates to your company how Dynamics 365 sales can be used to empower salespeople. You have expertise with Microsoft Power Platform and are familiar with Dynamics 365 model-driven apps and data modeling techniques as a candidate for this certification. For this certification, skills required are: perform configuration, manage core sales tables, configure additional tools and services, configure Microsoft Dataverse, create apps by using Microsoft Power Apps, create and manage Microsoft Power Automate, implement Microsoft Power Virtual Agents chatbots, integrate Microsoft Power Apps with other apps and services, and manage solutions. Now, this certification is suitable for the functional consultant profile, and the exam code for this exam are PL200 and MB210. The examination fee for this exam is 165 USD and the renewal time is 2 years. Now comes the third category, additional certification. And the first certification exam in this category is Microsoft Certified Azure for SAP Workloads Specialty. Architects or engineers with substantial experience and knowledge of the SAP system landscape and industry standards that are particular to the initial migration or integration as well as the long-term operation of an SAP solution on Microsoft Azure should apply for this certification, making recommendations on services and modifying resources as needed for optimal resiliency, performance, scale, provision, size, and monitoring are among the responsibilities of an architect or engineer for Azure for SAP workloads. Skills required for this certification are migrate SAP workloads to Azure, design and implement an infrastructure to support SAP workloads, design and implement high availability and disaster recovery, maintain SAP workloads on Azure. Now, this certification is perfect for job roles like administrator, solution architect, and its exam code is AZ-305. Its exam fee is $165 USD with the renewal time of 2 years. Then comes Microsoft Certified Educator. The Microsoft Certified Educator (MCE) credential verifies that teachers possesses the global educator technology literacy competencies required to provide students with a rich, personalized learning experience. Educators in training, instructors at teachers' education colleges, and in-service educators all benefit from MCE certification. So these are the skills required. Facilitate student collaboration, skilled communication, self-regulation, real-world problem-solving and innovation, facilitate student use of information and communication tools, and use ICT to be an effective educator. Now, this certification is suitable for developer and educator profiles, and its exam code is 62193. Its examination fee is $127 USD, and its renewal time is 2 years. Now comes the last but not the least one in this category, and it is Microsoft Office Specialist Microsoft Word Expert. Earn the Microsoft Office Specialist Word Expert certification to show that you have the skills needed to get the most out of Word. This credential demonstrates proficiency in the creation and management of professional papers for a variety of purposes and scenarios. The skills essential to gain this certification are manage document options and settings, use of advanced editing and formatting features, creating a custom document elements, and use advanced Word features. Now, this certification is suitable for job profiles like business users, and its exam code is MO101. The exam fee for this certification is $100 USD, and its renewal time is 2 years. So this was all about Azure certification part. Apart from this, not only will you need to learn how to design, manage, and protect Azure cloud systems in order to become certified and land a job, but you'll also need real hands-on experience.
I will take you through its various important factors that you need to know before proceeding with this certification. So without further ado, let's get started. But before moving any further, please do subscribe to our YouTube channel and do hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let us first see what all topics that we are going to cover in this video. First, we will explore the basics and understand what Azure certifications are. Then we will explore what Azure Administrator Certificate is about. After which, we will look into who can take this certification. Then, we will see what all syllabus we need to cover on to appear for this examination. After that, we will explore how to apply for this certification. Later on, we will discuss some tips and tricks required for this examination preparation. And then we will look into some of the practice questions for your better understanding. And in the end, we will see what will companies hire Azure administrators. So let's first understand what Azure certification is. Aspirants who wants to manage, upgrade, and establish applications and networking routes over the global channel can get a specialization in cloud computing with the Microsoft Azure certification. Microsoft Azure is well known and respected around the world as the most trustworthy cloud provider. As a result, folks who have earned a Microsoft certification
have a plethora of options to choose from. Now that we know what Azure certification is, let's move on to the explanation of what Azure Administrator Associate certification is about. Azure administrators are in charge of cloud storage, security, networking, and compute services. The Microsoft Azure Administrator Associate certification is a role-based certification that verifies a professional's competence to implement, manage, and maintain Microsoft Azure systems, including major compute services, storage, network, and security services. Now let's have a look at who all can apply for this examination. Candidate must have at least 6 months of hands-on experience administering Azure and a solid understanding of key Azure services in order to take this certification. Along with that, one should also have experience in PowerShell, Azure CLI, Azure Portal, and Azure Resource Management templates. Now let's dive deeper into this and explore what syllabus are required to appear for this examination. First is Manage Azure Identities and Governance. Now this topic covers 15 to 20% of the examination. Then comes Implement and Manage Storage. This topic also covers 15 to 20% of the examination. After that, we have Deploy and Manage Azure Company Resources. This covers 20 to 25% of the examination. Then we have Configure and Manage Virtual Networking. This covers 25 to 30% of the examination. And then we have Monitor and Backup Azure Resources, which covers 10 to 15% of the examination. Now, let's have a look at how to apply for this examination. Now, the details you need to focus on are the cost of the examination is $165 USD and its annual salary is $107,683. The duration of this examination is 120 minutes and the number of questions varies between 40 to 60. The types of question can be either multiple choice or multiple response. And the passing score to ace this examination is 70% with the renewal time of 2 years. Now that we have covered all the technical details needed to appear for this examination, let's have a look at some of the important tips for the preparation of this examination. First is, check Microsoft official AZ-104 exam page. You should review the official AZ-104 exam detail page on the Microsoft website before beginning your preparation. This is Microsoft's most reliable page for sharing the most up-to-date and accurate exam information. Second is, understand the exam topics. Each exam has its own set of modules and weights. As a result, it's critical to thoroughly comprehend the revised AZ-104 exam objectives. If you have a good understanding of each domain and module, you can prepare successfully for the exam. This act will assist you in maintaining a higher level of concentration on the modules that have a high weightage in the exam. Third is online training, resources, and reference books. Online training is one of the simple and convenient training techniques that can help you prepare for the exam. You will study the topics of the exam modules from industry experts through online training classes. You can also pay for customized instructor-led instruction from any other training provider to prepare for exam goals. But this can be costly. Also, you can seek help from books like Microsoft Azure Administrator Exam Reference AZ-103 book that is a part of exam reference series. Fourth, we have study groups and online discussion forums. Joining study groups and discussion forums for exam preparation should be the first step in your preparation. Joining study groups and discussion forums gives you the opportunity to network with other Azure administrators and exam candidates. On forums, you may get answers to your concerns and have your issues fixed. As a result, it's critical to participate in some Azure discussion groups. And at last, but not the least, The fifth one is practice with simulators and mock exams. You can improve your confidence and have everything set for your AZ-104 exam in this final phase when you feel you have covered all of your bases in terms of resources and preparation steps. You should focus on getting some good simulators. These AZ-104 test simulators are meant to simulate a real exam setting. You can use the simulator to identify your skills and weaknesses so that you can work on them. Now, let's have a look at some of the practice questions for your better understanding of this examination. So the first question is, you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1 that contains an Azure Log Analytics workspace named Workspace 1. You need to view the error events from a table named Event. Which query should you run in the Workspace 1? And the options are get event where event type equal error. Option B, search in event error. Option C, select from event where event type equal error. And D, search in event where event type is equal error. And the correct answer is option B. Now moving on to the next question, you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. Subscription 1 contains the resource groups in the following table. RG1 has a web app named Web App 1. Web App 1 is located in West Europe. You move Web App to RG2. What is the effect of the move? And the options are the app service plan for Web App 1 remains in the West Europe. Policy 2 applies to Web App 1. Option B, the app service plan for Web App 1 moves to North Europe. Policy 2 applies to Web App 1. Option C, the app service plan for Web App 1 remains in the West Europe and Policy 1 applies to Web App 1. And option D, the web app service plan for Web App 1 moves to North Europe. Policy 1 applies to Web App 1. And the correct answer is option A. If the source and target plans are in the same resource group and geographical region, you can migrate an app to another app service plan. Now, the app service plan in which your app runs determines the region in which it runs. You cannot, however, change the location of an app service plan. So now coming on to the next question. You have an Azure subscription linked to an Azure Active Directory tenant. The tenant includes a user account named User1. You need to ensure that User1 can assign a policy to the tenant root management group. What should you do? And the options are assign the owner role for the Azure subscription to User1 and then modify the default conditional access policies. Option B, assign the owner role for the Azure subscription to User1 and then instruct User1 to configure access management for Azure resources. Option C, assign the global administrator role to User1 and then instruct User1 to configure access management for Azure resources. And option D, create a new management group and delegate User1 as the owner of the new management. And the correct answer is B. Now let's move on to the next question. You need to ensure that an Azure Active Directory user named admin1 is assigned the required role to enable traffic analytics for an Azure subscription. Now the solution is you assign the owner role at the subscription level to admin1. Does this meet the goal? And the option is either yes or no. And the correct answer is yes. Your account must meet one of the following to enable traffic analytics. So your account must have any one of the following Azure roles at the subscription scope: owner, contributor, reader, or network contributor. Now the next question is, you have an Azure subscription. Users access the resources in the subscription from either home or from customer sites. From home, users must establish a point-to-site VPN to access the Azure resources. The users on the customer sites access the Azure resources by using site-to-site VPNs. So you have a line of business app named App1 that runs on several Azure virtual machines. The virtual machines run Windows Server 2016. So you need to ensure that the connections to App1 are spread across all the virtual machines. So what are the two possible Azure services that you can use? And the options are A, an internal load balancer, B, a public load balancer, C, an Azure Content Delivery Network or CDN, option D, Traffic Manager, and option E, an Azure Application Gateway. And the correct answer is A and E. Network traffic from the VPN gateway is routed to the cloud application through an internal load balancer. The load balancer is located in the front-end subnet of the application. Now let's have a look at the companies that hire Azure Administrator Associate. Excellion, NCR Corporation, Cognizant, Bosch, Microsoft, and Yahoo are some of the great companies that hire Azure Administrator with great amount of packages and good amount of salary.
Imagine you're the owner of a small software development firm and you want to scale your business up. However, a small team size, the unpredictability of demand, and limited resources are roadblocks for this expansion. That's when you hear about cloud computing. But before investing money into it, you decide to draw up the differences between on-premise and cloud-based computing to make a better decision. When it comes to scalability, you pay more for an on-premise setup and get lesser options too. Once you've scaled up, it is difficult to scale down and often leads to heavy losses in terms of infrastructure and maintenance costs. Cloud computing, on the other hand, allows you to pay only for how much you use, with much easier and faster provisions for scaling up or down. Next, let's talk about server storage. On-premise systems need a lot of space for their servers, notwithstanding the power and maintenance hassles that come with them. On the other hand, cloud computing solutions are offered by cloud service providers who manage and maintain the servers, saving you both money and space. Then we have data security. On-premise systems offer less data security, thanks to a complicated combination of physical and traditional IT security measures, whereas cloud computing systems offer much better security and lets you avoid having to constantly monitor and manage security protocols. In the event that a data loss does occur, the chance for data recovery with on-premise setups are very small. In contrast, cloud computing systems have robust disaster recovery measures in place to ensure faster and easier data recovery. Finally, we have maintenance. On-premises systems also require additional teams for hardware and software maintenance, loading up the costs by a considerable degree. Cloud computing systems, on the other hand, are maintained by the cloud service providers, reducing your costs and resource allocation substantially. So now, thinking that cloud computing is a better option, you decide to take a closer look at what exactly cloud computing is. Cloud computing refers to the delivery of on-demand computing services over the internet on a pay-as-you-go basis. In simpler words, rather than managing files and services on a local storage device, you'll be doing the same over the internet in a cost-efficient manner. Cloud computing has two types of models: deployment model and service model. There are three types of deployment models: public, private, and hybrid cloud. Imagine you're traveling to work. You've got three options to choose from. 1. You have buses, which represent public clouds. In this case, the cloud infrastructure is available to the public over the internet. These are owned by cloud service providers. 2. Then you have the option of using your own car. This represents the private cloud. With the private cloud, the cloud infrastructure is exclusively operated by a single organization. This can be managed by the organization or a third party. And finally, you have the option to hail a cab. This represents the hybrid cloud. A hybrid cloud is a combination of the functionalities of both public and private clouds. Next, let's have a look at the service models. There are three major service models available: IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Compared to on-premise models, where you'll need to manage and maintain every component, including applications, data, virtualization, and middleware, cloud computing service models are hassle-free. IaaS refers to infrastructure as a service. It is a cloud service model where users get access to basic computing infrastructure. They are commonly used by IT administrators. If your organization requires resources like storage or virtual machines, IaaS is the model for you. You only have to manage the data, runtime, middleware, applications, and the OS, while the rest is handled by the cloud providers. Next, we have PaaS. PaaS, or Platform as a Service, provides cloud platforms and runtime environments for developing, testing, and managing applications. This service model enables users to deploy applications without the need to acquire, manage, and maintain the related architecture. If your organization is in need of a platform for creating software applications, PaaS is the model for you. PaaS only requires you to handle the applications and the data. The rest of the components like runtime, middleware, operating systems, servers, storage, and others are handled by the cloud service providers. And finally, we have SaaS. SaaS, or Software as a Service, involves cloud services for hosting and managing your software applications. Software and hardware requirements are satisfied by the vendors, so you don't have to manage any of those aspects of the solution. If you'd rather not worry about the hassles of owning any IT equipment, the SaaS model would be the one to go with. With SaaS, the cloud service provider handles all components of the solution required by the organization. Time for a quiz now. In which of the following deployment models are you, as the business, responsible for the application, data, and operating system? 1. IaaS. 2. PaaS. 3. SaaS. 4. IaaS and PaaS. Let us know your answer in the comment section below.
Everybody likes stories, so let's get started with a story. In a city not so far away, a CEO had plans to expand his company globally and called one of his IT personnel for an IT opinion. And this guy has been in the company for a long time and is very seasoned with the company's infra, and he nicely answered the questions with what he foresaw. And he said, I have a good news and a bad news for us to go global. And he starts with the good news. He said, Sir, we're well on our way to become one of the world's largest shipping company. And the bad news is, however, our data centers have almost run out of space, and setting up new ones around the world would be too expensive and very time consuming. Now the IT personnel, let's call him Mike, now he explains the situation from how he saw it. But the CEO had done some homework about how he was going to do it, and he answered Mike saying, don't worry about that, Mike. I've come up with a solution for a problem, and it's called Microsoft Azure. Well, Mike is an hard-working and honest IT professional working for that company, but he did not spend time on learning the latest technologies. And he asked this question very honestly, oh, how does it solve a problem? And the CEO begins to explain Azure to Mike, and he starts with what is cloud computing, and then he goes on and talks about Azure and the services offered by Azure and why Azure is better than the other cloud providers, and what are the great companies that uses Azure and how they got benefited out of it. And then he winds it all up with the use cases of Azure. So he begins his explanation saying Microsoft Azure is known as the cloud service provider, and it works on the basis of cloud computing. Now Microsoft Azure is formerly known as Windows Azure, and it's Microsoft's public cloud computing platform. It also provides a range of cloud services, including some of them are compute, analytics, storage, and networking. We can always pick and choose from these services to develop and scale our applications, or even plan on running existing applications in the public cloud. Microsoft Azure is both a platform as a service and infrastructure as a service. Let's now fade their conversation out and let's talk about what is cloud computing, Azure, services offered by Azure, how is Azure leading when compared to other cloud service providers, and what are the companies that are using Azure? Let's talk about that. In simple terms, cloud computing is being able to access compute services like servers, storage, database, networking, software analytics, intelligence, and a lot more over the internet, which is the cloud, with the flexibility of the resources that we use. Like anytime I want a resource, I can use one and it becomes available immediately. And anytime if I want to retire an resource, I can simply retire a resource and not pay for it. And we also typically pay only for the services that we use, and this helps greatly with our operating cost to run our infrastructure more efficiently and scale our environment up or down depending on the business needs and changes. And all the servers and storages and databases and networking, all that are accessed through the network of remote systems or remote computers hosted in the internet, typically in the provider's data center, which is Azure in this case. Now, we don't use any physical server or an on-premises server here. Well, we still use physical servers and VMs, hosted on a hardware or a physical server, but they're all in the provider's environment and none of them sit on premises or in our data center. We only access them remotely. It looks and feels the same, except for the fact that they are in a remote location. We access them remotely, do all the work remotely, and when we're done, we can shut it down and not pay for them. So some of the use cases of cloud computing are creating applications and services. The other use cases are storing or using cloud for storage alone. If there is one thing that ever grows in our organization, is the storage. Every new day there is a new storage requirement, and it's very dynamic. It's very hard to predict, and if we go out and buy a big storage capacity upfront, until we use the storage capacity fully, the empty storages, we're wasting money on them. So instead, I can go for a storage which scales dynamically, that's in the cloud. Put storage or put data in the cloud and pay only for what you're storing. And for the next month, if you have deleted or flushed out some files or data, pay less for it. So it's a very dynamic storage in the cloud, and a lot of companies are getting benefited from storing data in the cloud because of its dynamic in nature and the cost that comes along with it, the cheap cost that comes along with it. And also they give a lot of the providers like Azure, they give data replication for free. They promise an SLA along with the data we store in the cloud. So there's an SLA attached to it. And they also provide data recoveries as well. If in case something goes wrong with the physical disk where our data is stored, Azure automatically makes our data available from the redundant or other places where it had stored our data because of the SLA they wanted to keep. The other use case for Azure is hosting websites and running blogs using the compute service. Be it storing music and letting your users stream the music, Azure is a good place to store music and stream the music with the benefit of CDN, Content Delivery Network, which allows us to stream video or audio files with great speed. With Azure, our audio or video application works seamlessly because they are provided to the client with very low latency, and that improves the customer experience for our application. Azure Compute Service is a good place for delivering software on demand. There are a lot of embedded softwares that we can buy using Azure, and everything on a pay-as-you-go service model. So anytime we need a software, we can go out and immediately buy the software for the next 1 hour or 2 hours, let's say, and use them and then return it back. We're not bound to any yearly licensing cost by that. Azure Computing Services has analytics available for us with which we can analyze, get a good visualization of what's going on in a network, be it logs, be it the performance, be it the metrics. Instead of looking at logs and searching logs and trying to do manual things over the heaps and heaps of logs that we have saved, Azure Analytics Services helps us to get a good visual of what's going on in the network. Where have we dropped? Where have we increased? Or what's causing? What's the major driver? What is the top 10 errors that we get in the server, in the application? Stuff like that. Those can be easily gathered from the Azure Analytic Services. Now, cloud is really a very cool term for the internet. A good analogy would be looking back anytime we look at a diagram. When we do not know how things are transferred, we simply draw a cloud, right? For example, a mail gets sent from a person in one country to a person in the other country. There are a lot of things happening in between from the time you hit the send button and the time the other person hits the read button, right? And the simple and the easiest way of putting it in a picture is simply draw a cloud, and on the one end, one person will be sending the email, and on the other end, the other person will be reading the email. So a cloud is a really cool term for the internet. Now that's some basics about cloud computing. Now that we've understood about cloud computing in general, let's talk about Microsoft Azure as a cloud service. Now, Microsoft Azure is a set of cloud services to build, manage, and deploy applications on a network with the help of Microsoft Azure's frameworks. Now, Microsoft Azure is a computing service created by Microsoft basically for building, testing, deploying, and managing applications and services through a global network of Microsoft managed data centers. Now, Microsoft Azure provides SaaS, which is software as a service, and PaaS, which is platform as a service, and IaaS, infrastructure as a service, and they support many different programming languages, tools, and framework. And those tools and framework include both Microsoft specific and third-party software. Now let me pick and talk about a specific service. For example, management. Azure Automation provides a way for us to automate the manual, long running and frequently repeated tasks that are commonly performed tasks both in cloud and enterprise environment. It saves us a lot of time and increases the reliability, and it kind of gives a good administrative control and even schedules the task automatically to be performed on a regular basis. To give you a quick history of Microsoft Azure, it was launched on 1st February 2010, and it was awarded, or it was called an industry leader for infrastructure and platform as a service by Gartner. Now, Gartner is the world's leading research and advisory company. This Microsoft Azure supports a number of programming languages like C#, Java, and Python. All these cool services we get to use and pay only for how much we use. For example, if we use for an hour, we only get to pay for an hour, even the costliest system available. And if we use them for an hour, we only pay for that particular hour, and then we're done. No more billing on the resource that we have used. Microsoft Azure has spread itself more than 50 regions around the world. So it's quite easy for us to pick a region and start provisioning and running our applications probably from day one, because the infrastructure and the tools and technologies needed to run our application are already available. All that we have to do is commit the code in that particular region or build an application and launch it in that particular region, and they become live starting day one. Now, because we have 50 regions around the world, we can very carefully design our environment to provide low latency services to our customers. All right. Instead of in traditional data center, let's say, customers will have to, or their request will have to travel all the way around the globe to reach a data center which lives in the other side of the planet. And this adds more latency to it, and it is really not feasible to build a data center near each customer location because of the cost involved. But with Azure, it's possible. Azure already has data centers around the world, And all that we have to do is just pick a data center, build an environment there. They're available starting day one, number one. And also the cost is considerably saved because we are using a public cloud instead of an physical infrastructure to serve those customers from a very local location. And the services that Azure is offering is ever increasing. As of now, as we speak, we have like 200 plus services offered, and they span through different domain or different platform or different technologies available within the Azure console portal. Now we're going to talk about that later in this section, so hold your breath till we talk about it. But for now, just know that we have like 200 plus services offered by Azure. Let's now talk about different services in Azure, starting with artificial intelligence plus machine learning, where we have a lot of tools and technologies. So the wide variety of services available in Azure includes artificial intelligence plus machine learning plus analytic services to get or to give us a good visual of how the data or how the application is performing or the type of the category of data stored, and to read from the logs. And variety of compute services, different VMs with different size and different operating systems, different containers available, different type of databases available, a lot of developer tools that are available for us, and identity service to manage our users in the Azure cloud. And those users can be integrated or federated with, let's say, Google, Facebook, LinkedIn. So there are some external federation services. They can be used to integrate with our identity system. IoT services, IoT tools and technologies available, and management tools to manage the users. Creating identity is one, and then managing them on top of it is a totally different thing. And we have tools, technologies to manage the users. Cool services for data migration. Data migration is now made simple. Tools and technologies available for mobile application development. And I can plan my own network in the cloud with the networking services. I can implement my own security, both Azure provided and third-party security services on Azure cloud. That's now possible. And a lot of storage options available in the cloud. So these are just a glimpse of the big list of services available in Azure cloud. So that was a glimpse of what's available in the cloud. Let's talk about the services in specific. Let's take compute for example. Whenever we're building a new application or deploying existing ones, the Azure Compute Service provides the infrastructure we need to run and maintain our application. We can easily tap in the capacity that Azure Cloud Service has, and we can scale our compute requirement on demand. We can also containerize our application. We have the option of choosing Windows or Linux VM machine and take the advantage of the flexible options Azure provides for us to migrate our VMs to Azure and a lot more. And these compute services also include a full-fledged identity solution, meaning integration with Active Directory in the cloud or on-premises, and a lot more. Let's look at some of the services that this compute domain provides. Some of the services the compute domain provides are virtual machines. And this Azure Virtual Machines gives us the ability to develop and manage a virtual computer environment or a virtualized environment inside Azure's cloud environment, that too in a virtual private network. Now we will talk about virtual private network at a later point, but as of now just know that there are a lot of services available in Azure Compute Service that we can get benefited from. We can always choose from a very wide range of compute options. For example, we have an option to choose the operating system. We have the option to choose whether the system should be in on-premises or in the cloud, or do we want to maintain the environment both in on-premises and in the cloud. We have the option of choosing the operating system, whether we want to use our own operating system with some software attached to it, or do we want to go and buy the operating system from the cloud, from Azure Marketplace? And these are just a few of the options available for us when we want to buy the compute environment. And these compute environments are easily scalable, meaning we can easily scale our VM instances from one instance to thousands of virtual machines in a matter of minutes, or simply put, in a couple of button clicks. And all these services are available on a pay for what we use model, meaning there is no upfront cost. We use the service and then pay for the services that we have used. There is no literal long-term commitment when it comes to using virtual machines in the cloud. And most of the services are built on a pay per minute billing basis. All right. And at no point, because of the pay per minute billing model, at no point we will be overpaying for any of the services. That's attractive, isn't it? Now let's talk about batch service. Now, batch service is always independent, regardless of whether you choose Windows or Linux. It's going to run fairly well. And with batch service, we can take advantage of the environment's unique features. And not only that, in short, the batch service helps us to manage the whole batch environment, and also it helps to schedule the jobs. Now, this Azure batch service actually runs on a large scale parallel and high performance computing. Because of that, batch jobs are highly efficient in Azure. And when we run batch services, this Azure batch creates a pool of computer nodes and installs the needed applications that we want to run, and then it schedules jobs to those individual nodes in those pools. As a customer, there is no need for us to install a cluster, or there is no need for us to install a software that actually schedules the jobs, or even to manage or even to scale those infrastructure or the software, because everything is managed by Azure. And this batch service is a platform as a service. There is no additional charge for using this batch service, except for, the only charges that we'll be paying is for the virtual machines that the service uses, and the storage that we will be using, of course, and the networking services that we will be using for this batch service. Let's summarize. This batch service, we have a choice of operating system that we can pick and use, and it scales by itself. Now, the alternative for the batch would be queues, but in queues, we'll have to pre-provision and pay for the infrastructure even if we're not using it. But with a batch, we only pay for what we use. And this batch service helps us to manage the application, manage the scheduling as a whole, as if they are just one thing. As next thing in the compute domain, let's talk about this Fabric service. Now, this Fabric service is actually a distributed system platform that helps us to package, deploy, and manage a scalable and a very reliable microservice and containers. And what does it help? This Azure Fabric service helps us, or it helps the developers and administrators so they can avoid the complex infrastructure problems, and they can focus only on implementing workloads or taking care of their development, taking care of their application instead of spending time on infrastructure. So what's Service Fabric? Service Fabric, it provides runtime capabilities and life cycle management to applications that are composed of microservices, no infrastructure management at all. And with Service Fabric, we can easily scale the application to tens or hundreds or even to thousands of machines. Here, machines represent containers. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about virtual machine scale set. Now, this virtual machine scale set, it lets us to create a group of identical load balanced VMs. I just want to mention it again. It helps us to manage a group identical and load balanced VMs. The number of instances or the number of VM instances in a scale set can increase or decrease in response to the demand or in response to a schedule that we define. The resources needed on a Monday morning is not the same as that would be required on a Saturday or a Sunday morning. All right. And even within the day, the resources that would be needed in the beginning of the business hour is not the resources that would be needed at noon or, after 8 or 9 in the evening. So the demands could actually vary in the environment, and this skill set helps us to take care of the varying demand or take care of the different infrastructure requirement at a different schedule throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the month, or could be throughout the year as well. The skill set also allows us to provide high availability to our applications, and it helps us to centrally manage, configure, and update a large number of VMs as if they are just one thing. Now you might ask, well, virtual machines are enough. Why would we need a virtual machine skill set? Just like I said, this virtual machine skill set helps us with a greater redundancy and improved performance for our applications. And those applications can be accessed through a load balancer that actually distributes the requests to the application instances. So in a nutshell, this virtual machine scale set, it helps us to create a large number of identical virtual machines, number one. And with scale set, we can increase or decrease the virtual machines. With virtual machine scale set, we can centrally manage and configure and update a big group of VMs. And it's a great use case when it comes to big data or container workloads. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about cloud services. Now this Azure Cloud Service is actually a platform as a service, and it's very friendly. In fact, it is designed for applications that support scalability, or an application that requires scalability or reliability, and on top of it, you want them to be very inexpensive to operate. So Azure Cloud Service provides all these. So where would this cloud service run? Well, it runs on a VM, but it's a platform as a service. VMs are infrastructure as a service, and when we run applications on VM through cloud service, it becomes platform as a service. So here is how you got to be thinking. With infrastructure as a service like VMs, we first create and configure the environment, and then we run applications on top of it. Let's look at the responsibility. The responsibility for us in VM is that we manage everything end to end, like deploying new patches, picking the versions of the operating system, and making sure they are intact and all that stuff. It's all managed by us. But on the contrary, with platform as a service, it's as if the environment is already ready. All that you have to do is deploy your application in it and manage the platform. Manage the platform not as an administrator, because all the administration is taken care by Azure, like deploying new versions of the operating system. It's all handled by the Azure. So we deploy the application and we manage the application. That's it. Infrastructure management is handled by Azure. So what does cloud service provide? This cloud service provides a platform where we can write the application code, and we don't have to worry about hardware. Simply hand over the code and cloud service takes care of it. So no worry on the hardware at all. So responsibilities like patching, what do we do if something crashes? How do I update the infrastructure? How do I manage the maintenance or the downtime in the underlying infrastructure? All that is handled by Azure. It also provides a good testing environment for us. We can simply run the code, test it before it's actually released to the production. I want to expand a bit on these testing applications. So this Azure Cloud Service, it actually gives us a staging environment for testing a new release without it affecting the existing release, which actually reduces the customer downtime. So we can run the application, test it, and anytime that's ready for production, all that's needed for us to do to move it to production is simply to swap the staging environment into the production environment, and the old production environment will now become the new staging environment, where we can add more to it and then swap it back at a later point. So it kind of gives us a swappable environment for testing our applications. And not only that, it gives us health monitoring alerts. It helps us to monitor the health and availability of our application. And there is a dashboard we can benefit from when we use Azure Cloud Services, and that shows the key statistics all in one place. And we can also set up real-time alerts to warn when a service availability or a certain metrics that we are concerned about degrades. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about functions. Now functions are serverless computing. Many times if you've heard about Azure being serverless, a lot of time they are referencing, or the person who's talking to you is referencing to serverless computing or Azure Functions, which is a serverless computing service hosted on Microsoft Azure. The main motive of a function is to accelerate and simplify application development. Functions helps us to run code on demand without we need to pre-provision or manage any Azure infrastructure. So Azure Functions are script or a piece of code that gets run in response to an event that you want to handle. So in short, we can just write a code that you need for a problem at hand without actually worrying about the whole application or the infrastructure that will be running that code. And the best of all the best is when we use functions, we only pay for the time that our code runs. So what does functions provide, or what does Azure Functions provide? Azure Functions allow users to build applications using serverless simple functions with a programming language of our choice. So the current programming languages that are supported is C#, F#, Node.js, Java, and PHP. So here we really don't have to worry about provisioning or maintaining servers. If a code requires more resource, yes, Azure Functions handles or it provides the additional resources needed by the code. And the best part is we only pay for the amount of time the functions are running, not the resources, but the amount of time the function is running. As next thing, and moving to the new domain, let's talk about the container domain in Azure. Now the container domain or the container service, it allows us to quickly deploy a production ready Kubernetes or a Docker Swarm cluster. Now what's a container? A container is a standard unit of software that packages up code and all its dependencies so the applications run quickly and reliably from one computing environment to another. It could be testing to staging to development environment to staging to production, or from one production to another production, or on-premises to cloud, or one cloud to another cloud, vice versa. Now imagine we had an option not to worry about the VM and just focus on the application. Well, that's exactly what containers helps us achieve. So these container instances enable us to focus on applications and not worrying about managing VMs or not worrying about learning the new tools required to manage the VMs or even the deployment. And our applications that we create, they run in a container. And running in a container is what helps us to achieve all these, not being able to manage or not needing to manage the virtual machines. So these containers, they can be deployed into the cloud using a single command if you're using a command line interface, and a couple of button clicks if we are using the Azure portal. And these containers are kept lightweight, but they are equally secure as virtual machines. Let's talk about container service as next thing. The container service, or sometimes called as Azure Kubernetes service, it helps us to manage the containers. Container is one thing, and a service that's used to manage the container is another thing. Now this Kubernetes service, or ACS, it helps us to manage the containers. So let's expand on this a bit. So this Azure Container Service, or ACS, it actually provides a way to simplify the creation, configuration, and management of a cluster of virtual machines that are pre-configured to run containerized applications on top of them. Deploying these containers might take like 15 to 20 minutes, or deploying the virtual machines that run containers in it might take 15 to 20 minutes. And once they are provisioned, we can actually manage them by using simple SSH tunnel into them. And this ACS, when it runs applications from Docker images. What does that mean? Docker images makes sure that the applications the container runs are fully portable. Images are portable. And ACS also helps us to orchestrate the container environment. Not only that, it also helps us to ensure that these applications that we run in containers can be scaled to thousands or even tens of thousands of containers. So in a nutshell, managing an existing application into a container and running it using AKS or ACS is really easy, or that's what it is all about, to make the application management or migration easy. Now, managing the container-based architecture, and we discussed that containers could be tens or even tens of thousands of containers. So managing them is made simple using this container services. and even training of model using a large data set in a complex and resource intensive environment. This AKS helps us to simplify that environment. Alright, as next thing in container domain, let's talk about container registry. We spoke about registry a little bit when we spoke about Docker images. So container registry is a single place where we can store our images, which are Docker images. When we use containers, it's Docker images that we use for our image purposes. So these container images are a central registry that can be used to ease container development by easing the storage and management of container images. So there we can store all kind of images like Docker Swarm, or the images used in Docker Swarm are in Kubernetes. Everything can be stored in container registry in Azure. Now, anytime we store a container image, it provides us an option for geo replication. What that means is that we can efficiently manage a single registry replicated across multiple regions. Now, these geo-replication, it actually enables us to manage global deployments, assuming we are having an environment that requires a global deployment. So it helps us to manage global deployments as one entity because we are geo-replicating. We would be updating, we would be editing one image, and that image gets replicated throughout the global replication centers we would have set up. And so just one editing would have actually edited the global images, and those global images would have provisioned the global application. So one edit, replication, and then provisioning of the applications global wide. And this replication also helps us network latency, because anytime an application needs to deploy, it does not have to rely on a single source which can be reached only through high latency network. Because we have global replications around the world, anytime the application wants to check back, it would check back the application which is in a very nearby location for the application itself. Global replication means that we are managing it as a single entity that's being replicated across the multiple regions in the globe. As next thing in our learning, let's talk about Azure databases. Now, these Azure databases are relational. In fact, they have many flavors in them. We're going to look at different flavors, SQL, NoSQL, cache type of database that Azure offers. So we're going to learn one at a time, or we're going to learn one by one. So this Azure SQL database is a relational database. In fact, it's a relational database as a service. It's managed by Azure. We don't get to do a lot of management in it. So it's a relational database as a service based on Microsoft SQL Server database engine. And this database is a high performance database. It is very reliable, and it's very secure as well. And this high reliability, high performance, and for this high security, we really don't have to do anything. It comes along with it, and it's managed by Azure. And there are two things that I definitely need to mention about Azure SQL database. That is, it's an intelligent service. Number one, it's fully managed by Azure, and it also has this one good thing, which is it has built-in intelligence that learns app patterns and adapts to maximize performance and reliability and data protection of the application. That's something that's not found in many of the other cloud providers that I'm aware of. So I thought I'll mention it. So it uses built-in intelligence to learn about the user's database patterns and helps improve performance and protection. And migration or importing data is very easy when it comes to Azure SQL database. So it can be readily or immediately used for analytic reporting and intelligent applications in Azure. As next thing, let's talk about Azure Cosmos DB. Now, Azure Cosmos DB is a database service that is for NoSQL type, and it's created to provide low latency and an application that scales dynamically or that scales rapidly. Now, this Azure Cosmos DB is a globally distributed service, and it's a multi-model database. This can be provisioned in a click of a button. That's all we got to do if we need to provision an Azure Cosmos DB in the Azure. It helps with scaling the database. We can elastically and independently scale throughput and storage across this database and in any of the Azure geographic regions. It provides a good throughput, it provides good latency, it provides good availability, and it provides Azure promises a comprehensive SLA that no other database can offer. That's the best part about Cosmo DB. So this Cosmo DB was built with global distribution in mind, and it's built with the horizontal scale in mind. And all this we can use by only paying for what we have used. And remember, the difference between Azure Cosmo DB and the SQL database is that Azure Cosmo DB supports NoSQL, whereas SQL doesn't. Alright, few other things about Azure Cosmo DB is it allows users to use key value graph, a column, family, and document data. It also gives users a number of API options like SQL, JavaScript, MongoDB, and few others that you might want to check in the document at the time of reading. And the best part here is that all that we mentioned, we get to use only by paying for the amount of storage and throughput that are required. And the storage and the throughput can be elastically scaled based on the requirement of that R. Alright, let's talk about Redis Cache. Discussion about Azure Database won't be complete without we talking about Redis Cache. Now, Redis Cache is a secure data cache. It's also sometimes called as messaging broker that provides high throughput and low latency access to data for the applications. Now, Redis Cache is based on a popular open source caching product, which is Redis, sometimes called as Redis Cache. Now, what's the use case? It's typically used to cache to improve the performance and scalability of a system that rely heavily on backend data stores. Now, performance when we use Redis Cache is improved by temporarily copying the frequently accessed data to a fast storage located very close to the application. Now, with Redis Cache, this fast storage is located in memory with Redis Cache instead of being loaded from the actual disk in the database itself. Now, this Redis Cache can also be used as an in-memory data structure store. Not only that, it can be used as a distributed non-relational database and a message broker. So there are a variety of use cases for this Redis Cache. And by using Redis Cache, the application performance is improved by taking advantage of the low latency and the high throughput performance that this Redis Cache engine provides. So to summarize, this Redis Cache, when we use Redis Cache, data is stored in the memory instead of the disk to ensure that there is high throughput and low latency when the application needs to read the data. It provides various levels of scaling without any downtime or interference. Now, this Redis Cache is actually backed by Redis server, and it supports string, hashes, linked list, and various other data structures. Now let's talk about security and identity services. Now, identity management in specific is a process of authenticating first and then authorizing using security principles. And not only that, identity management involves controlling information about those principal identities. You might ask, now what's a principal identity? Now, identity or principal identity are services, applications, users, groups, and a lot more. The speciality about this identity management is that it not only helps authenticate and authorize principals in cloud, it also helps authenticate and authorize principals or resources on premises, especially when you run an hybrid cloud environment. So all these services and features that this identity management helps us to get additional level of validation, like identity management can provide multi-factor authentication. It can provide access policies based on condition, permit or deny based on condition. It can also monitor suspicious activity, and not only that, it can also report it. It can also help generate alerts for potential security issues, and in a way to mitigate it, can send us an alert so we can get involved and prevent a security accident from happening. So let's talk more about identity management. So some of the services under security and identity management are Azure Security Center. Now, this Azure Security Center provides security management and threat protection across the workloads in both cloud and in the hybrid environment. It helps control user access and application control to stop any malicious activity if present. It helps us to find and fix vulnerabilities before they can be even exploited. It integrates very well with analytic methods that helps us to identify, or it gives us the intelligence to identify or detect attacks and prevent them before it can actually happen. And it also works seamlessly with hybrid environments. So you don't have to have one policy for on-premises and one policy for the cloud. It's now a unified service, both for on-premises and the cloud. The next service in security and identity would be Key Vault. Now, a Key Vault is a service or a feature that helps safeguard the cryptographic keys and any other secrets used by the cloud applications and the services. In other words, this Azure Key Vault is a tool for securely storing and accessing the secrets of the environment, the secret keys. Now, a secret is anything that you really want to have a very tight control access, like the certificates, like the passwords, stuff like that. Now, if I tell you what Key Vault actually solves, that would actually explain what Key Vault is. Now, Key Vault is used in secrets management. It's helped in securely storing the tokens, the passwords, the certificates. It helps in key management. It really helps in creating and controlling the encryption keys that we would use to encrypt data. It helps in certificate management. Talking about certification management, it helps us to easily provision, manage, and deploy public and private SSL, TLS certificates in Azure, and a lot more. So in a nutshell, this Key Vault, it provides users the ability to provision new vaults and keys in just a matter of minutes. All that in a single command, or all that in a couple of button clicks. It also helps users to centrally manage their keys, secrets, and policies. Next in the list, let's talk about Azure Active Directory. Now, Azure Active Directory, it helps us to create intelligent-driven access policies to limit resource usage and manage user identities. What does that mean? Now, this Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based Active Directory and identity management service. Now, Azure Active Directory combines, it's actually a combination of the core directory services plus application access management plus identity protection. And one good thing about this Azure, in fact, there are a lot of good things, but especially when you're running hybrid environments, you might wonder, well, how this Azure Active Directory is going to behave. Now, this Azure Active Directory is built to work on on-premises and cloud environment as well. Not only that, it also works seamlessly with mobile applications as well. So in a nutshell, this Azure Active Directory, it acts as an central point of identity and access management for our cloud environment. It also provides good security solutions that protect against unauthorized access of our app and the data. Now that we've discussed about security and identity, let's talk about the management tools that Azure has to offer. Azure provides built-in management and account governance tools that helps administrators and developers, that helps them to keep their resources secure and very compliant. And again, it helps both in on-premises and in the cloud environment. And these management tools help us to monitor the infrastructure, monitor the applications. It also helps in provisioning and configuring resources. It also helps in updating apps. It helps in analyzing threats, taking backup of the resources, build disaster recoveries. It also helps in applying policies and conditions to automate our environment. We use Azure management tools, and it's also used in cost control methods. So this Azure management plays a wide role across the Azure services. And in the management tools, first comes the Azure Advisor. Now this Azure Advisor, it acts as a guide to educate us about Azure best practices. It throws recommendations that we can select on the basis of the category of service, and it also provides the impact it can have, or the impact that would happen in our environment if we follow the recommendations given. And recommendations are, first one is the recommendations are kind of templatized, and it throws the templatized recommendations. Not only that, it also provides customized recommendations on the basis of the configuration, on the basis of our usage patterns. And these recommendations are not hard. It's not like something that it recommends and then just leaves us hanging there. These recommendations provided are very easy to follow, very easy to implement and see results. You can think of Azure Advisor as a very personalized cloud consultant that helps you to follow best practices to optimize our deployments. It kind of analyzes our resources, our configurations, our usage, and then it recommends a solution for us that really helps in improving the cost effectiveness, improving the performance, improving high availability, and improving security in our Azure environment. So with this Azure Advisor, we can get a proactive, actionable, and personalized best practice recommendations. Now, you don't have to be an expert. Just follow the Azure Advisor and your environment is going to be good. It also helps in improve the performance, security, high availability of our environment. And also it helps in bringing down the overall Azure spend. And the best part is it's a free service that analyzes our Azure usage and provides recommendations, how we can optimize our Azure resource to reduce cost. And reduce cost at the same time boost the performance, helps in strengthening the security and improve the overall reliability of our environment. Next in the list would be Network Watcher. Now, this Network Watcher helps users identify and gain insights in the overall network performance and the health of the overall environment. Now, these Azure Watchers provides enough tools to monitor, to diagnose, to view the metrics, and to enable or disable logs, which means generate and collect the logs for resources in the Azure Virtual Network. So with Network Watcher, you can monitor and diagnose issues in networking without even logging into the virtual machines. With just the logs, which are real time, we can actually come to a conclusion what could be wrong in a certain resource, in a VM or in a database, by just looking at the logs. And not only that, it's used for analytic or to gain some intelligence of what's happening in our network. We can gain a lot of insight to the current network traffic pattern using the security group flow logs that this Network Watcher offers. It also helps in investigating VPN connectivity issues using detailed logs. Now, you might or might not know that VPN troubleshooting requires both parties, or it involves two parties. The person, the network administrator on this side and the network administrator on the other side. And they will have to check logs in their end, and we'll have to check logs in our end, stuff like that. But with the Network Watcher, it kind of takes it to the next level. The logs itself, we could easily identify which side is having the issue and suggest an appropriate fix. And the next in the list would be Microsoft Azure Portal. Now, this Microsoft Azure Portal, it provides a single unified console to perform various number of activities like building, not only building, managing and monitoring the web applications that we build. Now, this portal can be used to organize our environment or the appearance of the environment or the visual of the environment based on our work style. And using Azure Portal, users can control who gets to manage or access the resources, all from the Azure Portal. And this Azure Portal gives a very good visibility on the spends that happen on each resource, right? And if we can customize it, we can also identify spends based on team, spends based on days, spends based on department, stuff like that. So it kind of gives us a good visual of where the money is spending or where is the bill consumed within the Azure environment. Next in the list would be Azure Resource Manager. Now, Azure Resource Manager enables us to manage the usage of the application resources. Now, we use Resource Manager to deploy, monitor, and manage solution resources as a group, as if it's one single entity. Now, the infrastructure of our application is typically made of various components, which includes virtual machine, storage, virtual network, web app, database servers, some other third-party services that we might use in our environment. And they are by nature separate services. But with Azure Resource Manager, we don't see them as different components or different entities. Instead, we see them as related services in a group that supports an application. Now we kind of get the relation between them instead of letting them spread. Azure Resource Manager identifies the relation between them and helps us to visually see them all as one or single entity. Not only that, Azure Resource Manager helps, or it ensures that the resources that we provision are deployed at a constant rate along with the other application. It also helps users to visually see their resources and how they are connected, and that helps in managing the resources a lot better. Resource group also is used to control who can access the resources within the user's organization. Kind of gives you the fine-grained control over who gets to access and who does not get access. And the last one in the management tools would be automation. And this automation gives us the ability to automate, configure, and install upgrades across hybrid environments. It provides a cloud-based automation and configuration service. Not only that, this can be applied for non-Azure environments as well, which is on-premises. So some of the automation we could do is process automation, update management automation, configuration features automation, stuff like that. And this Azure automation provides complete control during the deployment, operation, and also during the decommissioning of the workloads and resources. With automation, we can actually automate time-consuming or mundane or any task that's error-prone because of human errors. Those things can be automated. So irrespective of how many times you run it, it's going to run the same way. And that really helps in reducing the overall time and also the overhead cost, because a lot of the things are automated, which means it's human error-free, which means the application is not going to break and keep running for a longer time. With automation, we can actually build a good inventory of operating system resources and configuration items all in one place with ease. And this really helps in tracking the changes and investigating the issue. Let's say something happened. Because we have automation, because it's logging the configuration changes, it's easy to track, easy to identify what has changed lately that has broken the environment, go back and fix it or kind of roll it back. That solves the problem. And that actually summarizes the Azure management tools or management services. Now let's talk about the networking tools or the networking services available in Azure. There are a variety of services, especially networking services, that Azure offers, and I'm sure it's going to be an interesting one. Let's begin our discussion with Content Delivery Network. Now, the Content Delivery Network, in short CDN, it allows us to perform secure and a very reliable content delivery. Not only that, it also helps in accelerating the delivery time, or in other words, reducing the delivery time, also called as load times. It also helps in saving bandwidth and increases in responsiveness to the application. Let's expand on this. The Content Delivery Network is actually a distributed network of servers that can efficiently deliver web content to users. Now, CDNs, we're going to use the word CDN here. CDNs store cached content on global edge servers, also called as POPs, point of presence locations, that are very close to the end users, so the latency is minimized. It's like taking a copy of the data or taking a multiple copy of the data and storing it in different parts of the world, and whoever is requesting it, the data gets delivered to them from a server which is very locally to them. So this CDN offers developers a global solution for rapidly delivering high bandwidth content to users by caching the content in a strategically placed location which is very near to them. So these content delivery networks, it really helps in handling. That's one advantage you get for content delivery network, that's we can handle spikes and heavy loads very efficiently. And we can also run analytic against the logs that gets generated in content delivery network, which helps in gaining good insight on the workflow and what would be the future business need for that application. And this, just like a lot of other services, this is on a pay as you go type. So you use the resource first and then you only pay for what you have used. The next one in networking would be ExpressRoute. Now, ExpressRoute is actually a circuit or a link that provides a direct private connection to Azure. And because it's direct, it gives low latency link to Azure. It gives good speed and reliability for the Azure data transfer. It could be on-premises to Azure. So it gives very good speed. It gives increased reliability and low latency for that connection. Let's expand on this a bit. Now, this ExpressRoute is a service that actually provides a private connection between Microsoft data center and infrastructure in our premises or in a different co-location facility that we might have. Now, these ExpressRoutes do not go over the public internet. And because they don't go over the public internet, they offer a high security, reliability, and speed and low latency compared to the connections which are in the internet. Because it's fast, because it's reliable, because it has low latency, it can be used as an extension of our existing data center. Users are not going to feel the difference whether they are accessing services from an on-premises or in the cloud environment, because latency is minimized as much as possible. Users are really not going to see the difference. And because it's a private line and not a public internet line, it can be used to build hybrid applications without compromising privacy or the performance. Now, these virtual private cloud, these ExpressRoutes can be used for taking backups. If assume a backup going through the internet, that would be a nightmare. If you use ExpressRoute for backups, that's going to be fast. And imagine recovering a data through the internet, from the cloud, through the internet, to the on-premises in a time of disaster. That would be the worst nightmare. So these ExpressRoutes can be used not only to backup, but also to recover the data. Because it provides good speed, low latency, recovering the data is going to be a lot sooner. The next product or service we're going to discuss in networking is Azure DNS. Now, Azure DNS allows us to host domain name in Azure, and these domain names come with an exceptional performance and availability. Now, Azure DNS is used to set up and manage DNS zones and records for our domain name in the cloud. Now, this Azure DNS is a service for DNS, just like the name says, and it provides name resolution by using Azure's infrastructure. And by using this domain, we can actually manage the DNS ourselves through the Azure portal with the same credential. Imagine having a DNS provider which does not even belong in our IT. Imagine that environment. We would have a separate portal to manage the DNS environment. Now, those are gone. And now we can actually manage the DNS in the very same Azure portal where we use the rest of the other services. And this Azure DNS very much integrates with other DNS service providers. It uses a global network of name servers to provide fast response to DNS queries. And these domains are having additional availability compared to the other domain service providers' availability promises. These are going to have more availability than the rest because most of the servers are maintained by Microsoft, and it helps resolve sooner. It helps resyncing. Let's say a server fails, it kind of helps resyncing with the rest of the servers. So all the Microsoft's environment, all the Microsoft's global network of name servers kind of ensures that our domain names are resolved properly, not only properly, but also are available most of the time. Right, next in the list in networking services is virtual network. I'm sure this is going to be very interesting and I'm sure you're going to like it. So this networking or virtual networking in Azure, it actually allows us to set up our own private cloud in the public cloud. It gives us an isolated and highly secure environment for our application. Let's expand on this. So this Azure Virtual Network helps us to provision Azure virtual machines, and it helps us to securely communicate with other on-premises and internet networks. It also helps in controlling the traffic that flows through or flows in and out of this virtual network to other virtual networks and to the internet. Now this Azure virtual network, sometimes called as VNet, is actually a representation of our own network in the cloud. It's actually a logical isolation of the Azure cloud dedicated to our subscription. All our environments are provisioned in a VNet that is separate from another customer's VNets. That way we have that logical separation there. So this virtual network can also be used to provision VPNs in the cloud, so we can connect the cloud and the on-premises infrastructure, and a lot more, especially in an environment where we have hybrid environment. Surely we will be using virtual network because that's going to require a VPN for secure data transfer in and out of the cloud and in and out of the on-premises environment. Alright, so it kind of gives us a boundary for all the resources. So all the traffic between the Azure resources, they kind of logically stay in between or logically stay within the Azure virtual network. And here we can design the network. It's given over to us. You can pick the IP, you can pick the routing, you can pick the subnet. A lot of freedom is given, or I would say a lot of control on how the network is designed. It's not like something that's already cooked and we only get to use it. No, we can actually build the network from the scratch. We can pick the IP address that we like. We can pick which subnet needs to communicate with the other subnet, stuff like that. And like I said, if you are using hybrid environment, you definitely would be requiring a virtual network because it helps connect the on-premises and the cloud in a secure fashion using VPN. The last product we're going to discuss in networking is a load balancer. This load balancer actually provides application a good availability and a good network performance. So how does it work? It actually works by load balancing the traffic to and from the virtual machine and the cloud resources. Not only that, it also load balances between cloud and cross-premises virtual networks. With Azure Load Balancer, we can actually scale our application and create high availability for our services, which means our application will be available most of the time. If any of the server goes dead, the server does not get traffic. What happens if the server gets traffic? User is going to experience downtime. What happens if the server does not get traffic? User won't experience any downtime. The connection is shifted to an healthy service, so the user experiences uptime all the time. So this load balancer supports inbound and outbound scenarios, and it provides low latency. It gives high throughput of the data transfer, and we can actually scale up the flow of the TCP and UDP connections from hundreds to thousands to even millions because we have a load balancer now in between the user and the application. So how does it operate? This load balancer actually receives the traffic and it load balances the traffic to the backend pool of instances connected to it according to the rule and the health probe that we set. That's how it maintains high availability. So what does load balancer help? It helps in creation of high available scalable application in the cloud in minutes. It can be used to automatically scale the environment with the increasing application traffic. And one feature of load balancer is to check the health of the user's application instance, and it removes or it stops sending the request to the unhealthy instance and kind of shifts that connection to the healthy instance. That way a user or a connection does not get stuck with an instance that's not healthy. That's all that you need to know about the networking services. Now let's talk about the storage services or the storage domain in Azure. Now Azure Storage in general is a Microsoft managed service providing cloud storage, which basically is highly available, secure, durable, scalable, and redundant because it's all managed by Azure. We don't don't get to manage a lot of it. And these Azure storages are a group of storage services. They cater different needs. And the storage products include Azure Blobs, which is actually an object storage. It includes Azure Data Lake. It includes Azure Files. As you see, it includes Azure Queues. It includes Azure Tables and a lot more. But let's start our discussion with Azure Store Simple. Azure Store Simple is an hybrid cloud storage solution that actually lowers the cost of storage to nearly 60% of how much you would be actually spending without using it. So Azure Simple Storage or Store Simple is an integrated storage solution that manages the storage task between on-premises and the cloud storage. What I really like about Azure is that it's built around a hybrid environment in mind. There are a lot of other cloud providers that are there where running an hybrid environment is a big challenge. It has some compatibility. You won't be able to find an hybrid or a on-premises and cloud solution for your need, stuff like that. But with Azure, especially when it comes to storage, a lot of the things that we're going to see, it clearly is designed with hybrid environment in mind. All right, so let's come back and talk about Store Simple. So Store Simple is an very efficient, cost-effective, and a very easily manageable SAN, storage area networking solution in the cloud. I thought I'll throw in this information. The reason why it got Store Simple is really because it uses Store Simple 8000 series devices which are used in Azure Data Center. And this Store Simple or Simple Storage, it comes along with storage tiering to manage the stored data across the various storage media. So the very current data is actually stored in on-premises on solid state drives, and data that is used less frequently is stored in HDDs or hard disk drives. And the data that requires archived or that needs to be archived, very old data, let's say less frequently used data, candidate for archive, they are actually pushed to the cloud. So you see how this storage tiering automatically happens in Store Simple. And another cool feature of Store Simple is that it enables us to create an on-demand and scheduled backups of data and then store the data locally or in the cloud. And these backups are actually taken in the form of incremental snapshot, which means that they can be created and restored quickly. It's not a complete backup, it's an incremental backup. And these cloud snapshots, they can be critically important when there is a disaster and when there is a disaster recovery scenario, because these snapshots can be called in and they can be put on storage systems and then they become the actual data. So recovering is faster if you have proper scheduled backups or if you have frequent backups. And this Storage Simple, it really helps in easing our backup mechanism, which means it kind of eases our disaster recovery steps or procedures as well. So this Store Simple, it can be used to automate data management, data migration, data movement, data tiering across the enterprise, both in cloud and on premises. It actually improves the compliance and accelerates the disaster recovery for our environment. And if there is one thing that's increasing every new day in our environment, that would be storage. And this Store Simple addresses that need, and we really don't have to pre-plan or think in deep for having a proper storage, because now we have a simple storage available in the cloud, and moreover it's on a pay-as-you-go type. So not much pre-planning on storage is needed. Yes, there will be a need, but not as much as I would without the cloud or without the simple storage. And the next service under storage that we would like to discuss is the Data Lake Store. This Data Lake Store or storage, it's a cost-effective solution for big data analytics in specific. So let's expand this. So this Data Lake Storage is an enterprise-wide repository for big data analytic workload. Now that's the major service that's dependent on this Data Lake Store. And this Data Lake enables us to capture data of any size, of any type, and of any ingestion speed, and it kind of collects them in one single space or in one single place for operational efficiency. Operational efficiency and for analytic purpose. Hadoop in Azure is very dependent on this Data Lake Storage. And this Data Lake Store is designed with performance for analytics in mind. So anytime you think of, or anytime you're using analytic in the cloud, or anytime you're using Hadoop in the cloud in Azure, we are definitely using, or we will be to the most part, or the normal procedure, or the right storage to pick would be data lake store in Azure. It's designed with security in mind. So anytime we use Azure storage, we can be rest assured that we are using storage from within a data center which has, or which was built with security in mind. So this data store also uses Azure Blob storage behind the scenes for global scale, durability, and for performance. Let's talk about blob storage. Now, blob storage provides large amount of storage and scalability. Now, this blob storage is the object storage solution for Azure Cloud. Let's expand a bit on blob storage. Azure Blob Storage is Microsoft offering for object storage. Now, this blob storage is optimized for storing massive amount of unstructured data, which could be text or binary data. It's designed and it's optimized for rapid reads. If I explain to you on what scenarios we would be using blob storage, that might help you get a good understanding of what blob storage is. So it's designed, as of now it's being used in many IT environments to serve images or documents directly to the browser. It helps in storing files for distributed access. A lot of fetchers can fetch data from Azure Blob Storage. And it's currently helping users stream video and audio. It's currently being used for writing log files. It's currently being used to store data as backup and restore at a later point in times of disaster recovery. It also is used as an archiving storage in a lot of cloud IT environments. It's widely used in storing analytic data, not only storing but also running analytic query against the data stored in it. So that's a wide use case for blob storage. Not only that, in addition to all that we mentioned, it also supports versioning. So anytime somebody updates an data, a new version gets created, which means at any point I can roll back as and when needed. And it provides a lot of flexibility on optimizing the user's storage need. It also supports tiering of the data. So based on need, when I actually explore, I would find a lot of options I can pick from that suits to my unique storage environment or unique storage need. And like I said, it stores unstructured data, and this unstructured data is available for customers through REST-based object storage environment. The next product and storage service would be queue storage. Now, queue storage provides durable queues for large volume cloud services. It's a very simple and a cost-effective, durable messaging queue for large workloads. Let's expand this queue storage for a moment. Now, this queue storage is a service for storing large amount of messages that can be accessed from anywhere in the world through HTTP and HTTPS calls. A single queue or a single queue message can be up to like 24 KB in size, and a single queue can contain millions of such 24 KB in size messages. And how much can it hold? It can hold up to the total capacity of the storage account itself. So that's kind of easy to translate. How much would it hold? And this Azure Queue Storage, it provides an messaging solution between applications and components in the cloud. What does it help? It helps in designing an application for scale. It helps in decoupling the application. So, it's not very dependent, or sometimes it's not at all dependent on the other application, because now we have a queue in between which kind of translates, or which kind of connects, or which kind of decouples both the environment. Now we have a queue in between. Both the environment can scale up or scale down independently. The next in the storage service would be file storage. Let's talk about file storage. Now, these Azure files provide secure, simple, and managed cloud file shares. Now, with file share in the cloud, it actually extends the user server's on-premises performance and capacity. And a lot of familiar tools for the cloud file share management can be used along with the file storage that we're talking about. So let's expand a bit on file storage. Now, this Azure Files or Azure File Storage offers a fully managed file shares in the cloud that can be accessed via the SMB protocol. So server message block protocol. Now this Azure file shares can be mounted concurrently by cloud or in on-premises deployments. A lot of operating systems are compatible with it. Windows are compatible, Linux is compatible, Mac OS is compatible. In addition to all these being able to run on-premises and on the cloud, or being able to access from on-premises and on the cloud, it can also offer cache for caching the data and keeping it locally so it's immediately available when needed. So that's some additional feature, I would say that's some advanced feature that it offers compared to the other file shares available in the market. Let's talk about table storage. Now, table storage is a NoSQL key value pair storage for quick deployments with large semi-structured data sets. The difference between one important thing to note with table storage is that it has a flexible data schema and also it's highly available. Let's expand a bit on table storage. So anytime you want to pick a schema-less a NoSQL type table storage is the one we'll end up picking. It provides an key pair attribute storage with a schema-less design. This table storage is very fast and very cost effective for many of the applications, and for the same amount of data it's a lot cheaper when you compare it with the traditional SQL data or data storage. So some of the things that we can store in the table storage are, of course, they're going to be flexible data sheets such as user data for web application, address books, device information, and other types of metadata for our service requirements. And it can have any number of tables up to the capacity limit of the storage account. Now this is not possible with SQL. This is only possible with NoSQL, especially with table storage in Azure. Explanation of storage really concluded the length and breadth of the explanation this CEO was giving his IT personnel. But this IT personnel is not done with it yet. He still has a question even after this lengthy discussion, and his question was, well, there are a lot of other cloud providers available. What made you specifically choose Azure? I mean, from the kind of question that he asked, we can say that he is very curious, and he definitely had asked a very thoughtful question. So his CEO went on and started to explain about the other capabilities of Azure, or how it kind of outruns the rest of the cloud providers. So he started, or he again started his discussion, but from a different angle now. So he started to explain what are the capabilities or how Azure is better than the competitors. So he started with explaining the platform as a service capabilities. And I'm going to tell you what the CEO told his IT person. So this platform as a service, or in platform as a service, the infrastructure management is completely taken care by Microsoft, allowing users to focus completely on the innovation. No more infrastructure management responsibilities. Go and focus on innovation. That's a fancy way of saying it. When we buy platform as a service, that's what we get. We can contribute our time on innovation and not just maintaining the infrastructure. And Azure especially is .NET friendly. Azure supports the .NET programming language, and it has, or it is built or designed, or it is optimized to work with old and new applications deployed using .NET programming framework. So if your application is .NET, most of the time you would end up picking Azure. I mean, if you try to compare, most of the time you would end up picking Azure as your cloud service provider. And the security offerings that Azure offers is it's designed based on the security development lifecycle, which is an industry-leading assurance process. When we buy services from Azure, it assures that the environment is designed based on security development lifecycle. And like I mentioned many times in the past, and I would like to mention it again, Azure has well thought about the hybrid environments, which a lot of other cloud providers have failed. So it's very easy to set up an hybrid environment, to migrate the data or not to migrate the data and still run a hybrid environment. They work seamlessly with Azure, because Azure provides seamless connection across on-premises data centers and the public cloud. It also has a very gentle learning curve. If you look at the documentation, it's picture rich, and the documentations are neat and clear. It would encourage you to learn more. It would encourage you to think and imagine and try easily get a grasp of how services work. So it has a very gentle learning curve. Azure allows the utilization of technologies that several businesses have used for years. So there is a big history behind it. It has a very gentle learning curve, the certifications, the documentations, the stage-by-stage certification levels. It's all very gentle learning curve, which is generally missing in other cloud service providers. Now, this would really impress the CTOs or people working in finance and budgeting. If an organization is already using Microsoft software, they can definitely go and avail or be bold and ask for a discount that can reduce the overall Azure spending. In other words, overall pricing of the Azure. So that's what helped, or they are the information that helped the CEO pick Azure as his cloud service provider. And then the CEO goes on and talks about the different companies that are currently using Azure, and they are definitely using Azure for a reason, like Pixar, Boeing, Samsung, EasyJet, Xerox, BMW, 3M. They are major multinational, multi-billion companies. They rely, run, operate their IT in Azure. And this CEO has a thought that his IT person is still not very convinced unless and until he shows him a visual of how easy things are in Azure. So he goes on and explains about a practical application of Azure, which is what exactly I'm going to show you as well. All right, a quick project on building an Azure app using, or building a .NET application in Azure Web App and making it connect to an SQL database will solidify all the knowledge that we have gained so far. So this is what we're going to do. I have an Azure account open, as you see, logged in, and everything is fresh here. Let me go to resource group. There's nothing in there. It's kind of fresh. All right, I'm logged in, and this is what we're going to do. So we're going to create an application like this, which is nothing but an to-do application, a to-do list application, which is going to run from the web app, get information from us, and save it in the database that's connected to it. So you can already see it's a two-tier application, web and DB. All right. So let me go back to my Azure account. The first thing is to create an resource group. Let's give it a meaningful name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn. All right. And it's going to be a free trial. And the location, pick one that's nearest to you, or wherever you want to launch your application. Now for this use case, I'm going to pick Central US and create. It's going to take a while to get created. There you go. It's created. It's called Azure Simplilearn. Now what do we need? We need an web app and a separate SQL database. Let's first get our web app running. So go to App Services and then click on Add. It's not the web app plus SQL that we want. We want web app alone for this example. So let's create an web app. Give it a quick name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn. The subscription is free trial. And I'm going to use my existing resource group, a resource group that we created some time back. It's going to run out of Windows, and we're going to publish the code. All set, we can create it. All right, while this is running, let me create my database. All right, SQL database, create a database. Give it a name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn DB. Put it in our existing resource group that we created. It's going to be a blank database, all right? And it's going to require some settings like the name of the server and the admin login, the password that goes along, and in which location this is going to be created. The server name is going to be Azure Simplilearn DB. That's the server name. And the admin login can be, what can be the admin login name? Let's see. So let's call it Simplilearn. That's my admin login name. And let me pick a password. Click on create. So what have we done so far? We have created an web app and we have created a database in the resource group that we have created. So if I go to resource group, it's going to take some time before things show up. So if I go to my resource group, I only have one resource group as of now, Azure Simplilearn, and there I have a bunch of resources being created. It's still being created. Right. In the meantime, I have my application right here that's running out of or that's in Visual Studio as of now. Right. So once the infrastructure is set and ready in the Azure console, we're going to go back to Visual Studio, feed these inputs in the Visual Studio so the code knows what the database is, the credentials to log into the database, stuff like that. So we're going to feed those information in Visual Studio. By that, we're actually feeding it into the application, and then we're going to run it from there. Deploying this application takes quite a while. We really got to be patient. Right, now we have all the resources that we need for the application to run. Here's my database, and here's my app service. There's one more thing we need to do, that is create an firewall exception rule. So one more thing needed is to create an firewall exception rule, right? So the application is going to run from my local desktop, and it's going to connect to the database, right? So let's add an exception rule by simply adding the client IP. It's going to pick my IP, the IP of the laptop I'm using as of now, and it's going to create an exception to access the database. So that's done. Now we can go back to our Visual Studio. I already have a couple of apps running, or a couple of configurations pushed from Visual Studio. I'm going to clean that up. If you're doing it for the first time, you may not need to do this. Alright, so let's start from the scratch. This is very similar to how you would be doing in your environment. Alright, so we're going to select an existing Azure app service. Now before that, I have logged in. As you can see, I have logged in with my credentials. So it's going to pull few things automatically from my Azure account. So in this case, I'm going to use an existing Azure app. So select existing and then click on publish. Alright, if you recall, these are the very same resources that we created a while back. Right, we have clicked on save, and it's running, kind of validating the code, and it's going to come up with an URL. Now initially the URL is not going to work because we haven't mapped the application to the database. So that would be the next thing. Alright, so the app has been published and it's running from my web app as of now. It's going to throw an error. Like you see, it's throwing an error. That's because we haven't mapped the app and the DB together. So let's do that. Alright, let's do that. So let's go to Server Explorer. This is where we're going to see our databases that we have created. Now let's quickly verify that. Go back to the resource group, right? Appropriate resource group, which is right here. And here I have my database, Azure Simplilearn database. Right, it has some issues connecting to my database. Give me a quick moment. Let's fix it. All right, so we'll have to map the database into this application. All right, so let's go to the Solution Explorer, click on Publish, and a page like this gets shown. And from here, we can go to Configure. Here is our web app, all right, with all its credentials. Let's validate the connection, number 1. All right, and then click on Next. This is my DB connection string, right, which the app is going to use to connect to my DB. Now, if you recall, our DB was Azure Simplilearn DB, and that's not being shown here. So let's fix that. Right, so let's fix that. Click on Configure, and here let's put our DB servers URL. Now before that, let's change this to SQL Server. All right, and then in here put the DB's URL. So go back to Azure. Here is my DB or server's name. Put that here. Right, the username to connect to the server, that's right here. Put that in, and the password to connect to the server, let's put that in. All right, it's trying to connect to our Azure portal or the Azure infrastructure, and here is my database. If you recall, it's Azure SLDB. That's the name of the database. Let's test the connection. Connection is good. Click on OK. So now it's showing up correctly. Azure Simplilearn DB, that's the name of the database that we created. Now it's configured. All right, let's modify the data connections. Right, let's map it to the appropriate database again. All right, so our name of the database is Azure Simplilearn DB, and then it's going to be SQL Server. That's the data source. The username is Simplilearn, and the password is what we have given in the beginning. All right, let's validate the connection. It's good. Click OK. Now we're all set and ready to publish our application again. Now the application knows how to connect to the database. We have educated it with the correct connection strings, the DNS name, the username, and the password for the application to connect to the database. So Visual Studio is building this project, and once it is up and running, we'll be prompted with an URL to connect, and anytime we put or we give inputs to the URL, that's going to receive the input and save it in the database. Alright, so here is my to-do list app, and I can start creating to-do list for myself. All right, so I have the items already listed. I can create an entry, and these entries get stored in the database. I can create another entry. Take the dog for a walk. That's gonna get stored. I can create another entry. Book tickets for a scientific exhibition, and that's going to receive and put that in the database. And that concludes our session. So through this session we saw how I can use Azure services to create a web app and connect that to the DB instance, and how those two services which are decoupled by default, which are separate by default, how I can use the connection strings to make connection between the app server and the database and be able to create an working app. I strongly believe you enjoyed me walking you through this session.
Right from the start, software development comprised two different departments. The development team that develops the plan, designs, and builds the system from scratch, and the operation team for testing and implementation of whatever is developed. The operations team gave the development team feedback on any bugs that needed fixing and any rework required. Invariably, the development team would be idle awaiting feedback from the operations team. This undoubtedly extended timelines and delayed the entire software development cycle. There would be instances where the development team moves on to the next project, while the operations team continues to provide feedback for the previous code. This meant weeks or even months for the project to be closed and final code to be developed. Now, what if the two departments came together and worked in collaboration with each other? What if the wall of confusion was broken? And this is called the DevOps approach. The DevOps symbol resembles an infinity sign, suggesting that it is a continuous process of improving efficiency and constant activity. The DevOps approach makes companies adapt faster to updates and development changes. The teams can now deliver quickly, and the deployments are more consistent and smooth. Though there may be communication challenges, DevOps manages a streamlined flow between the teams and makes the software development process successful. The DevOps culture is implemented in several phases with the help of several tools. Let's have a look at these phases. The first phase is the planning phase, where the development team puts down a plan, keeping in mind the application objectives that are to be delivered to the customer. Once the plan is made, the coding begins. The development team works on the same code, and different versions of the code are stored into a repository with the help of tools like Git and merged when required. This process is called version control. The code is then made executable with tools like Maven and Gradle in the build stage. After the code is successfully built, it is then tested for any bugs or errors. The most popular tool for automation testing is Selenium. Once the code has passed several manual and automated tests, we can say that it is ready for deployment and is sent to the operations team. The operations team now deploys the code to the working environment. The most prominent tools used to automate these phases are Ansible, Docker, and Kubernetes. After the deployment, the product is continuously monitored, and Nagios is one of the top tools used to automate this phase. The feedback received after this phase is sent back to the planning phase. And this is what forms the core of the DevOps lifecycle, that is, the integration phase. Jenkins is the tool that sends the code for building and testing. If the code passes the test, it is sent for deployment, and this is referred to as continuous integration. There are many tech giants and organizations that have opted for the DevOps approach. For example, Amazon, Netflix, Walmart, Facebook, and Adobe. Netflix introduced its online streaming service in 2007. In 2014, it was estimated that a downtime for about an hour would cost Netflix $200,000. However, now Netflix can cope with such issues. They opted for DevOps in the most fantastic way. Netflix developed a tool called the Simian Army that continuously created bugs in the environment without affecting the users. This chaos motivated the developers to build a system that does not fall apart when any such thing happens. So, on this note, here is a quiz for you. Match the DevOps tool with the phase it is used in. A. B. C. D. None of the above. Today, more and more companies lean towards automation, with the aim of reducing its delivery time and the gap between its development and operations teams. To attain all of these, there's just one gateway: DevOps. And if you're also looking forward to doing the same and excel in DevOps, check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in DevOps, designed in collaboration with Caltech CTME. The program can help you master several in-demand DevOps skills and tools, like continuous integration and delivery, DevOps on cloud, Kubernetes, Docker, and much more.
Today, we're going to go through a complete end-to-end journey on what it takes to set up a DevOps team. We're going to go through what we need to be able to do to go to DevOps, what the arguments are and why you need to do DevOps. And then we'll actually go through all the individual tools you need to be able to successfully implement DevOps within your organization. In addition to that, we're also going to take time and go through each of those tools so you get a good understanding of a step-by-step instructions on how to do basic setup of each of those tools. So let's get started. So what was DevOps before? So what was the process that we took for doing delivery before DevOps? Well, it was a model called waterfall, and waterfall was a very traditional approach to actually building out solutions. And the reason why it's called waterfall is that you break out all the individual requirements and individual sections of a project, and they cascade off each other. So if we look at the breakdown, we have requirements design, we have implementation, we have verification, we have maintenance, you'll have user acceptance testing. This is all based on the software development lifecycle model, or SDLC, and it's been around for quite some time and is still used by a lot of companies today. The challenge you had with the waterfall model is that it really is a very long, drawn out model for actually building and delivering solutions. So it took a very long time to actually write code and then deploy the code. It was very difficult to actually identify problems within the code and provide feedback to the development team on what to fix. And this really was a very time consuming. We're talking about months, sometimes years, for projects to be actually go through a waterfall model process. So along came a new method of being able to do delivery, and it's called Agile. And the Agile approach is a way of being able to take the actual work that's done in a waterfall model and compress it down into small iterations. And what we would do is a fundamental change is that you would actually take teams that were disparate and as part of the individual cascades within a waterfall project, and you actually bring them together. So you have your requirements team person, design, developer, and release management team all together in one group working on an iteration. The great thing about Agile is that you took a process that was weeks or months or even years in length, as it was with waterfall, and you reduce it down to 2 or 4 week sprints, depending on the cadence for your team. Typically, you have a 2-week sprint, and then the goal is that at the end of each sprint, or sometimes every other sprint, you would do a software release, and so that customers were getting the software much faster. The problem that we still ran into, though, with Agile is fundamentally similar to what we were having with waterfall. You have your DevOps person working on code on their system, and it'd be working great on their computer, and then you have the operations person who's migrating the code from the developer's environment, the test environment, to the production environment, and you would run into issues where the code simply wasn't working. And there's a lot of reasons why that would happen. The actual developer environment would often be very different or would have different dependencies in it. So the hardware, the software, there may be additional applications that were installed on the operating system that simply hadn't been transferred over to the operations environment. And so what you would have is a disconnect between the developer environment and the operations environment, making it difficult to actually roll out code. So you'd run into a program where when you rolled out code, you'd have to have a rollback plan in case the code wouldn't work in production. And so each release became an event where everybody got very stressed about the actual event of releasing code,
because you didn't know whether it was going to work. So DevOps really looks to address and solve a lot of these problems. So the key word that you'll often hear with DevOps is continuous integration. And what that means is essentially that as a developer is working on their code is constantly being tested against not just the actual code itself with unit testing, but the environment with which it's going to be released in. And the goal from a DevOps model is that the breakdown of communication that happens with waterfall and agile, where developers and operations teams aren't working in the same environment, is being removed, and you're able to provide a continuous and contiguous environment between the developer and the actual operating model. So the reality is, when the developer is working on their code, they're actually working in an environment that is identical to the production environment. And so when the actual operations person comes to actually do releases for the code, and you can see some teams are doing as many as 20 to even up to 50 releases to production environments every single day, you're able to guarantee that the actual code itself will work, and releases go from being a stressful event to a byproduct of good testing and good setup and structure for how you actually build out your solutions. So what we're seeing here, so the goal is that as a developer and as an operations person, that the code is working continuously in both environments. You have continuous integration and continuous delivery. So simply put, what we're able to do is we're able to eliminate the problem of the operation environment not being in sync with the development environment. And this is an improvement on Agile. And this is not to say that Waterfall or Agile are wrong as delivery models. What it is just a maturity of the ability to deliver solutions, and DevOps is just another rung in that maturity curve, using tools that are available to us now that 5-10 years ago simply weren't available. So the goal is for you as a team to move to a DevOps model where you can implement continuous releases on your software as long as you're using the tools that are available. And the good news is those tools are open source tools. So let's go through some of the benefits of why you'd want to go and use DevOps. So, essentially, what's in it for you? So over the next few slides, we're going to go through what is DevOps. We're going to go through the benefits of DevOps. So in the last few slides, you've actually seen, what is DevOps and the benefits of DevOps along with the life cycle. But we're also going to start digging into the tools that you have that are useful for DevOps. And we're going to focus in on 7 tools that can provide an end-to-end infrastructure for delivering DevOps solutions. There are significantly more tools available on the market, but these are 7 of the most popular for each of their categories. So DevOps really is an essential collaboration between the development team and the operations team. These are teams that have in past been somewhat at conflict with each other, and what you have now is an opportunity where those teams can now work continuously with each other. The expectation with DevOps is that it will continue to mature. Indeed, you're actually even seeing some groups which are now called DevSecOps, where they're integrating security as part of the delivery between the development team and the operations team. The bottom line is a DevOps engineer is highly in demand. The demand for a DevOps engineer is literally going through the roof, with salaries going up exponentially around that. So let's dig into some of the benefits of DevOps. It's not just a new catchphrase, it's actually got significant value and how you can speed up delivery of your software. So the benefits of DevOps can really be broken up into a number of key areas. First of all, we have continuous delivery of software, which allows you to continuously release new features with the security and understanding that the software going out is of high quality. It allows the teams that are working on the software delivery within your organization to more effectively collaborate with each other so that you're all talking from the same page and understanding of what needs to be delivered. The deployment process itself moves from being an event where there's a lot of stress and there's a lot of contingency plans to being a much easier deployment. The efficiency within the actual code that you're writing and the ability to scale up using the different tools that are available allows you to be able to bring in and scale scale up and reduce the teams you have running the software as needed. Errors can be fixed much earlier and more quickly, and can be caught before anything gets pushed out to the production environment. And fundamentally, what we're looking for is improving the security of the actual releases. So the actual concept of security is center to all the work you're doing. And then finally, what really allows you to reduce the number of errors is that there is much less manual intervention. There is a greater reliance on scripted environments that you can actually test and validate for their security, reliability, and uptime efficiency. So let's talk a little bit about the life cycle of a DevOps. So the very first step that you'll take is to actually build out a build and test environment. And this is a continuous build and test environment. And this is managed with the first step of your source code. Once you move through that, then you're looking at continuous integration, which means that every time somebody checks in their code, they're validating that the code actually can run in the production environment. Once you've actually then passed the continuous integration and the testing that you have with your code, you're looking at continuous deployment. If the code works and is available to be released into the production environment, let's go ahead and release it. And once you actually have release code, then you want to be able to validate that your environment is working efficiently. You may release code that is a new feature within your application, and customers may then gravitate immediately to that new feature. If they do, you want to be able to ensure that the code is working, and more importantly, that the infrastructure is there to support. And then finally, you're looking at software released as a continuous event. And then you go back to the beginning. You start working on more code. You run it through your build environment and continuous integration, deployment, continuous monitoring, and keep that cycle moving. So let's dig into the tools that you as a DevOps engineer would need to learn. If we break down the environment that we have, all the way from source code management to software release, there are a number of key tools that you want to be able to use. So for instance, source code management, Git is an open source tool that you would want to use for managing your code. The continuous build and test environment will be managed with Maven and Selenium. Integration with the environments that you're working on is managed through Jenkins. The actual deployment to your production environments would be managed with products such as Ansible and Docker. And then the monitoring of your network would be used with tools like Nagios. The thing that you have to remember with all these tools is that they're open source tools. There is no licensing that you have to purchase. Some of the tools will have pro level licensing that you can choose to select. But to get started, all of these are open source tools you can actually start using for free right now. So let's dig into Git. So let's look at the challenge that Git is able to address. So before Git, and if you had a team of developers that were working on different pieces of code, one of the key problems you have is that there was no collaboration between the team. And the challenge you have is that with version control, it was difficult and often required having to check in to large environments, or you had very quasi version control environments. It was time consuming. Often there were problems that what would happen if the version control server would crash and there wasn't a backup, then you'd have to kind of essentially go back to square zero to see whether or not you actually had to do the work again. So let's look at what Git does to actually solve this. So first of all, one of the things that Git does is it makes team collaboration much easier. The software itself is more effectively documented and more effectively maintained. The actual code that actually gets worked on by each developer in a Git environment is the complete code. So it makes it much easier for backups and for sharing content amongst each developer. So the way in which Git is able to accomplish this is that it is essentially a distributed version control solution. And what that means is that when you have multiple developers, yes, you do have a Git remote hub that you connect and are able to upload and download different branches of the code that you're working on. But essentially, as a developer, when you actually have the code, you actually have all of the code, and you're able to manage it directly from your local PC or your local development machine without having to worry too much about the network or the server actually going down. So some of the key things in which Git is really good at, it is, you know, a software management tool. It's designed from the ground up to manage code development. It does track the changes on that code easily and effectively. It makes it easy for you as a developer to track your code. The ability for multiple developers to work together is much easier in comparison to other solutions. And this is really the key success point with Git, is that it allows for non-linear code development. So you can actually have people working on different areas of the code that may be released at different times because of what they're working on. So if we actually break down the architecture of Git, it really falls into 4 key areas of a working directory, a local staging area, a local repository, and a remote repository. So the process you would go through is you would add files to the staging area from your working directory, and this would be usually the git add command. And then from your staging area, when you're ready to actually then commit those files to a local repository, you would use the git commit command. And then from there, you would actually then push your local repository out to the remote repository for a final commit to the remote repository. And this allows then the rest of the team to pull down your latest final changes. So you can be working on your code locally, and you can be using your local staging area, local repository, and when you're ready to commit your work, you can commit it. And then as soon as it's committed, the rest of the team can then pull down the latest changes that you have worked on. And this allows for a complete and holistic checkout and check-in process. And then sometimes you want to be able to go through and then take the checked out code that you're pulling out and merge it with your local code. And the merge process always ensures that you are working on the latest and best version of the code, and everybody on the team is being consistent with the communication of the actual code that's being delivered. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to validate that we have Git running on our computer. We're going to then create a directory, add a file to that directory, make some changes to that file, and then use the commit commands to be able to check in the files and validate changes that have been made. So first thing we do is we're going to see if we have Git installed, and to do that you just use the command git version and git -- version, and they'll actually then give you the version number. And now we're going to create a new folder, so mkdir green, and that'll create a new folder, and we'll move our cursor into the green folder by changing the directory. And we can go back into Windows and we can validate that that directory is actually there. So here we go. Let's have a look. We should see it. There's the green folder. If I double click into that, you'll see there's nothing in the folder right now. So what we have to do is we actually have to add the folder as part of a Git project. And so we're going to use our git init, and they'll actually initialize the folder and make it a Git repository. And so let's go ahead and create a file that'll actually go inside of that new initialized folder. And you'll see that there's a .git folder that's been added. So the new text file we're going to create is going to be called class, and it'll actually be class.txt. The extension is hidden by default. In the text file, we're just going to type in the text, welcome to Simplilearn, and save that. Now let's go ahead and check the status of that file in Git. So let's do git status, and you'll see that it says yes, there's a file there, but it hasn't been committed to the repository. That's why it's in red. So what we have to do now is commit the file to the repository, and it won't be able to track any changes that we do to that file. So let's go ahead and commit the file. So we do commit add class.txt, and they'll add that to the repository, and there we are, it's added. And the final step is we want to do is commit it, and let's do git. So let's do git commit -m, but in this will be our first commit, and this is the description, and so it actually shows us committing the file. It's the only item in the folder. So now we can go over to the file that we just created, and we can make some changes to it. So let's open up the file. So it says welcome to Simplilearn. Let's put in some text afterwards that says this is my demo, and we'll save that, close that. And now if we go back to Git, we can do a compare and contrast between the original file that we committed and the new updates that we've just done. And we can check the difference by using git diff, and what you'll see is the red text was the original text, and the green text is now the new text that's been added. And so that shows you how you can actually go and create a new Git repository, go through adding files, committing the files into the repository, and being able to see the different version controls. Let's move on to Maven. So why use Maven? So why use Maven? Well, let's look at some of the things that you would have done in the past if you're actually building out the tasks. So let's break down what you would have done before using Maven if you were to create a game of football using Java. You would actually have to go out, and for your actual game, you'd have to collect all of the different components needed within the Java environment to make sure that everything would work correctly. And if you made the slightest mistake, you wouldn't get the right output that you needed. The actual process of building and deploying a project really would take quite a lot of time. After Maven allows you to be able to take templates that are stored locally and be able to use those to be able to improve the efficiency of being able to build out your environment by removing dependencies within the application. It makes it a lot easier for you to be able to focus on just writing the code for your game or your solution rather than having to manage the environment within which that solution would be deployed. Now, the focus within Maven is that it is an automation tool and it's used for projects that have a short period of time. So as you're starting on your environment for building out solutions, Maven is great to get started with. And then if you need to have longer term projects, then you can look at other alternative tools on the market. So 4 key areas that you want to focus on and why Maven can help you is that it does allow for efficient parallel builds to be run concurrently. It's really easy to use. You can get up and started with Maven very quickly. You do have fast access to new features and new configurations quickly within your environment, and the build process that will allow you to be able to visualize your code happens very quickly. The actual architecture of Maven is that the execution and commands are managed through what's known as a POM file. The POM file itself is a project object model, and it's an XML file that actually has the details for the project and the configuration for the build environment. POM file itself will then fetch dependencies from the local repository and will apply any plugins that you may have also included within your Maven environment. The goal is that your software is built in a much more controlled manner. So what we're going to do now is we're going to show you how to go through and run your very first project using Maven. The first steps you're going to have to do is make sure that you have the latest JDK installed on your computer. So we're going to go ahead and open up our web browser and get this installed on your computer. So we're going to type in JDK download into our Chrome web browser and go to the Oracle website, which allows us to download the JDK. And because we're running this on Windows, we're going to download the Windows version of the JDK. And once you have that installed, so the next step is to actually then go ahead and download the Maven files. So it's going to take us to the mavenapache.org website, where you can actually go ahead and download the version of Maven that you need for your operating system. We're going to go ahead and download the zip file instead of just an executable file. Now this will give you more control over how you install it onto your Windows PC. After the file has been downloaded, we want to go ahead and extract the entire file so you have the unzipped folder running on your computer. So one of the things that we're going to have to do is go through and set a number of system variables for the JDK and for the path to your Maven files. And to do that, you want to go into your control panel and select the system security and then system settings, and then go into advanced system settings. This will give you access to the edit system variables setting that you're looking for. So we're going to go down to the path variable, and you'll see already that we have pasted in the link to the JDK right there underneath the variable value. If you've installed the JDK, it's likely that it's already installed this path for you correctly. The good news is it's actually fairly easy to install the path to Maven and to the JDK, because all you have to do is copy the path for where the folder is located on your system and just paste it into a variable value under the edit systems variable file system. And that should now get us all of the files. And you can see that we have our extracted folder already on our desktop there. And the system path is now set to where the Maven folder is located. So we also have to go into system protection and set the system path to your Maven folder. Now we have to go ahead and do a user variable that also links to the path of the Maven files. So what we're doing right now is we're just validating that all the files have been extracted correctly. They have, which is good. We can now go ahead and link to this Maven folder. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to move over to command prompt. And this is where we're going to do most of our work from here on out. First command we're going to do is mv. So we're going to go ahead and create a new user variable, and we're going to type in, we're going to call this one m2 dash, and then we'll put in the path to the Apache Maven folder. You should be able to use m2 dash home for your project, but if it's not, you can always use the variable name Maven dash home, and that will do exactly the same as m2. We're going to do both here just so we have a backup. So we're going to open up command prompt and we're going to see if Maven is installed. We do that by writing mvn -- version. And here we are, yes. So now we're going to go ahead and create our first Maven project. And the first part of creating the Maven project is actually the directory in which we will store the files that will be used to create for our project. So we're just going to go ahead into the folder and we're going to create a new directory, and we're going to call this one, and we're going to call it Simplilearn. And we can just copy the path for that. So I'm going to write the correct path for us. So we're going to change directory, cd, and copy the file location over. All right, we are now moved ourselves over to the Simplilearn folder, and we'll be able to install the POM file, which is what all the instructions from Maven are stored in, into this area. So to do that, we're actually going to use a template that's already been created by Maven, and this is going to be the mvn archetype template. And so you just do mvn archetype :generate, and this will go ahead and create all the files for us. So there can be quite a few files, and they're all being downloaded from the Maven website. So it can take some time, but as you see, we've gone ahead and all the files have downloaded, and we have everything up and running correctly inside of our environment on command line and command prompt. So we'll have some values that we do have to set. The first one is group ID, and we're going to call this one com.mav. And then the next one is going to be artifact ID, and this is going to be mav -project, hit return, and then version is going to be 1.0 snapshot. We'll just put in the same value for this version, which will be 1.0 snapshot. And the package, we're going to call this one com.mav.demo, and then we'll select yes or Y to create the environment, and it will build the environment for us. And what we have now is we have this screen which shows everything is up and running for us. And we have a successful build. So let's go into the Maven folder and just see that we have our Simplilearn folder. Let's open it up and see what's in there. So we double click into that directory. Yep, and there we are, starting to see some of our files. So it's the same project names there as mav-project. And then we have our POM file that's in there, which is fantastic. Under the source folder, we'll actually see the demo, and we have our app under the demo app. We have our test file as well. So in the main folder, we have a file that's called the POM file, and that really is the most important file that you need for your project. You'll now go in, you'll be able to set all your settings inside of that POM file. But that's it. That's what we have done here. Is we've gone through all the setup that allows you to make sure you have the right files running on your computer, the right files to download from the Maven website, how to install all of the files, the settings you need to make on your Windows computer, and then all the settings that need to be done in the command line to be able to run the application. And then from here, you can actually start running Maven. Now let's look at Selenium as we get started looking at testing. So before Selenium, if you wanted to run testing, and particularly if you wanted to do sequential testing, it would take up a lot of time. You'd have to run one test, then the second test, and then all of the other tests, and the actual time elapsed would be quite significant. With Selenium, you're actually able to do parallel testing. So instead of looking at the amount of time it would take to actually run a test and run the test sequentially, the length of time to actually run your test is based on the length of the longest running test, of which in this example, the longest running test is 2 minutes. Now, one of the things that you'll notice with Selenium is that its focus is on web applications, and it is an open source tool, and it's really good at regression and functional testing of web applications. If you're doing a mobile application or if you're doing an IoT application, there are other tools you can use on the market as well. But if you are new to DevOps and you're setting up your first DevOps environment, Selenium is a great place to start, and web applications are mature and allow you to be able to test out and validate the concept of continuous testing in your environment. So 4 key takeaways for Selenium. It really is fast. I mean, for fast execution, it's highly accurate, so you can always validate that what you're doing will work correctly, and feedback can be sent straight back to the developer if their code doesn't pass the test. It allows you to script in multiple languages. Again, this is a great way for you to test. The focus is on web applications, but you can test in multiple languages used for web applications, and most importantly, it allows for parallel test execution, which speeds up the whole test process significantly. If we're actually to break down the architecture of Selenium, what you'll find is the actual libraries that you can use for Selenium run in C#, Java, Python, JavaScript, PHP. These are the common languages used to build out web applications. The actual web driver itself is an API driver, which is fantastic because it makes it easier for you to integrate Selenium with applications through API. And you can run the solution through different web browsers, the most popular being Firefox, Chrome, and Edge. So to focus, the Selenium WebDriver codes are being used to build out the client libraries that make it to allow you to be able to build solutions across multiple web application environments. The WebDriver application interface is used to integrate with the application to make it easy for testing. The WebDriver service provides an immutable stateless environment that makes it very easy for you to be able to use protocols such as JSON to wire up your test environment. The driver manages the communication between the browsers and the wire protocol that's used for JSON within the web browser itself, and then the actual commands are then run through the web browser for you to be able to get your results. Okay, so before we actually get into the setup of Selenium, the first things we want to do is we want to make sure that we have the right version of Java installed. And so I'm just using the command window here, and I'm going to type in Java, and actually what I can see now is I do have Java installed, which is fantastic. Otherwise, you'd have to go and download Java from Oracle's website. The next step is to validate that I have Eclipse installed, and I'm just typing Eclipse, and there we are. I have the Eclipse app installed. You can actually download Eclipse from the Eclipse website. The third step I want to check is to validate that I have a browser driver installed. So I'm using Google's Chrome for my main browser, but you can actually go out and download the Chromium driver, and that's the actual core engine that powers Chrome. Interesting enough, being used in the new Microsoft Edge web browser. So you can actually go and download the latest Chromium driver and install that. And then the final stage is to go to the Selenium website and download the jar files themselves. So just do a Google search on Selenium download, and here we have the seleniumhq.org website, and it takes us straight to the download page. And we want to download the latest version, and we've gone ahead and done that already, so we have everything running. And now the next step is for us to install all of this great content. Okay, so before we actually get into the setup of Selenium, the first things we want to do is we want to make sure that we have the right version of Java installed. And so I'm just using the command window here, and I'm going to type in Java, and actually what I can see now is I do have Java installed, which is fantastic. Otherwise, you'd have to go and download Java from Oracle's website. The next step is to validate that I have Eclipse installed, and I'm just typing Eclipse, and there we are. I have the Eclipse app installed. You can actually download Eclipse from the Eclipse website. The third step I want to check is to validate that I have a browser driver installed. So I'm using Google's Chrome for my main browser, but you can actually go out and download the Chromium driver, and that's the actual core engine that powers Chrome. Interesting enough, being used in the new Microsoft Edge web browser. So you can actually go and download the latest Chromium driver and install that. And then the final stage is to go to the Selenium website and download the jar files themselves. So just do a Google search on Selenium download. And here we have the seleniumhq.org website, and it takes us straight to the download page. And we want to download the latest version. And we've gone ahead and done that already, so we have everything running, and now the next step is for us to install all of this great content. So we're just going to go ahead and open up the Eclipse environment, and it always takes a moment to launch Eclipse. And we're going to go ahead and create a new project, and we're going to call our project XYZ. I think that should be fine, and this is just a test after all. And we're going to go ahead and create a new class file by right-clicking and select New Class. And we're going to go in here and we're going to give the class file a name of Simplilearn. And I don't see the Finish button being selected, so maybe we need to select some other options here. Oh, you know, I think it could be the package name. Yeah, let me go ahead and change the package name, and I'm going to change that to QWE. Yep, and the Finish button has now been highlighted. I can select that. I can go select that and select Finish. And we now have a test page that's up and running, but what we have to do is to validate that Selenium is actually part of the project. So to do that, we're going to go to the source, to the actual source XYZ file, and right-click on it. And we want to validate that all the files are there correctly. And so we're going to see that we have the libraries are there. Yep, there's Selenium. If it's not there, you can select Add External Files and find the Selenium jar file, select Open, and that would load that in there. And then you hit Apply and Close, and that would apply it to your project. And now we can actually start writing the code part. So we're going to put this code in the public static void section. And the first command is going to be a system.setProperty, and we want to make sure that we're configuring the WebDriver for Chromium correctly. So we're going to do WebDriver .Chrome driver, and then the argument is actually going to be the full network path to the Chromium driver that you have on your PC. So let's see, we have Chromium here. We want to copy that path. And so paste that in. And then after we've pasted in the path, we have to make sure that we also put a link to the actual file that we want to execute, which in this case is chromedriver.exe. And then we want to make sure that the WebDriver is pointing to the new Chrome driver. And you'll notice that there's a couple of red colors on here, which means that we don't have all of the public classes imported correctly. So you can right-click on that and select Import the WebDriver and just select that real quick, and that adds the import correctly at the top of the page. And same for Chrome driver. And that's just a very quick way when you're working in Eclipse to import additional files. So before we actually start our test, we want to make sure that we've actually cleared out any potential browser cookies that would be within the Chromium driver. So for that, we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to write a script that allows us to remove the cookies. So we want to do driver.manage and then delete all cookies. And the next line we're going to do is to actually have the web page that we're going to connect to open up in full screen mode. And for that to happen, we're going to go and actually use the window property, which is what I was writing before by mistake. And so this will allow us to go full screen. And now we need to pull in a web page. So we're going to get the get command. And what we're going to do is we're actually just going to pull in a web page from Amazon, which I just happen to have here. So I'm just going to go to the Amazon web page. And so I'm just going to copy the URL. Just need to copy HTTPS www.amazon.in or .com, wherever you're located. And so you can see that I've pulled in the Amazon web page, and then line 18 actually allows me to go and connect. So here we are, we have the Amazon web page that I'm pulling in. And then what I also want to do is I want to look for a specific ID in one of the elements. And so I have the driver, which is called find an element. And that allows me to look for any element that would be on the actual page. So here we have the HTML in the console screen, and I can actually then paste out an ID from the element that I want to use. So the find element is just the ID for each element, and most of them have them because they need it for JavaScript and CSS. So let's see, there's quite a few IDs, and we can select any of those. So what we have here is we have 2-tab search text box, and then what that actually does is that finds the ID for the text box used for searching, and then we're going to use the send key command, which allows us to actually pre-fill in the search box, and we're going to use the test of Puma shoes. This is a fixed string, but you could actually put a variable in here if you wanted to pull strings from a database or an XML file. And then the next line on line 19 shows how long we're actually going to run the actual script for the search, which is only 10 seconds. And then once the 10 seconds has elapsed, we'll actually quit the script, which actually closes the web browser and takes us back into our screen here. And let's test that, make sure it's working. And everything's looking good. The web browser opens, which is what we expect. It goes to Amazon, fantastic. It now actually goes to the search screen and should fill in the Puma shoes. There we go, Puma shoes. And waits 10 seconds and it closes. And that's exactly what we were expecting. Now you can actually change the unit of time that you would have for the actual test. So if you wanted to see what was happening, so longer than 10 seconds, you can actually change the actual time or the actual metric. So in this instance, we got it as seconds and it's a unit of time, but you could do minutes or hours or microseconds. And you can change the keyword as well, so it could be jigsaws or anything that you wanted to check. But if you're actually building your own application, you want to be able to test your own data against your own application, that's where you put in that specific data. So let's look at the center, the heart of your DevOps environment, and that center is with Jenkins. So before Jenkins, developers would work on their code, and the code would then be checked into a source repository. You would then check for any issues, and then you would then send that code over to the operations team, and there would be a delay for actually delivering software. So the actual challenges developers had is that if they wanted to run any tests, they had to wait until their software was built, and there was a lot of problems in providing feedback, particularly if you had large teams working on software who actually had the error. The actual delivery of software was often delayed because of these key problems. So after Jenkins, what we actually have is the ability to be able to streamline this whole process. The build, test, and deploy happens continuously and are able to then notify developers and the actual specific developer of any errors that are detected, being able to speed up the delivery process much more efficiently. The focus of Jenkins is that it automates a continuous development, testing, and deployment environment. And it's open source. Jenkins is easy to install and configure. It's been around for many years now, and it is very mature. There are many plugins that you can use within Jenkins to be able to have the Jenkins product work with your environment. If there isn't a plugin, you can actually extend via You can actually write your own plugins if a plugin doesn't exist. So you can actually continue and extend and invest in the Jenkins ecosystem. And it can be easily distributed across multiple machines. So let's break out the architecture of Jenkins. So Jenkins starts as a remote source code repository, and it then pulls out the code every time there is a commit from into the server master. The server master will then have a slave that will run on either Windows, Linux, or Mac OS to be able to distribute its load across those environments. And after it's actually gone through and run its test, it'll then send out a report. The goal of the report is to communicate back to the team what has passed and what has failed the actual check-in process. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and show you how to install Jenkins on your local PC. So the first thing you want to do is check that you have Java installed. So we're just going to go into our system and see whether or not we have the Java JDK installed. You can do that by going into System Properties, Selecting Advanced, and then Environment Settings. And there we are. We have Java JDK installed. And you want to just double check on the system variables to make sure that you have the Java_home installed correctly as well. And we have that installed. And under path, also make sure you have a link to the Java JDK as well. So we have everything installed. And what we're going to do is we're going to open up a command window and just do a double check right there. So open up command window and we're just going to check that we have Java installed. So we do Java-version and we have a version number that comes back. If we didn't have Java installed, we wouldn't get a Java version number come back. We'd actually have an error. So everything looks good. So the next thing we want to do is to go to the Jenkins website and download the files. So we're going to go to jenkins.io and that's the official Jenkins website. And if you want to download, you just go to jenkins.io/download, or you can just type into your search bar download Jenkins and that will give you a link straight to the download page. And one of the things that you'll see is that there's lots of different versions for Jenkins, because Jenkins runs on pretty much most operating systems, including Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. But we want to select the Windows version. So we've already gone ahead and downloaded a zip file which contains all of the files that we need for Jenkins. And so that's the zip file and we've expanded it. And what we want to do now is double click the installer file and we'll go ahead and install that. So we've already installed this. So one of the things that we'll get is a message asking if you want to repair. You would actually get a install message because it'd be a fresh install for you. But once you've done that, it has all the files and all the settings correctly installed onto your Windows computer. And we do all of our commands for Jenkins through a web page that's run locally on your PC. And so you're going to type in localhost:8080. And when you do that, they'll actually take you to Jenkins running locally on your PC. And here we have our Jenkins dashboard. And we've already gone in and created some sample jobs, and you can see those listed on the on the right-hand side of the screen. So let's go through some of the things you would want to set up here. So first of all, let's go into the Manage Jenkins screen, and that will actually, so we'll go to the Manage Jenkins tab on the left-hand side to do some standard configuration settings. So we'll go into the configuration systems, and if you want to, if you're like remotely connecting to a remote Jenkins environment, you can actually install a JDK remotely on that machine if you want to. We already have the JDK environment already set up, so yeah, that's good here. So we don't need to do that. But you'll also see as you go through the list of applications that you have: Gradle, Ant, Maven, Docker, Git, and other tools that you would use in a DevOps environment. There are many other tools you can install through plugins as well. Let's have a look at one more setting here with the security. The default security is Jenkins' own user database. That probably is not allowed within your company due to security restrictions. So you can choose LDAP, which allows you to connect with your Active Directory configuration. Again, because there are so many plugins for Jenkins, there are plugins for SAML authentication as well as OAuth. So let's go ahead and start a new build job. And so we'll select a new item, and we're going to select demo 1 from that to create a new item. And we're going to use just a freestyle project because I just want to demo how you can actually create a build. Select OK. Description, gosh, what could we write here? We can put in Snippy demo. And we're not going to use source code for this one. We're going to do that in the next demo. But what we want to go down to is the job type. And we're going to build. We can just do add for execute Windows batch command. And so let's just put in a very simple command. And so we're going to type in echo, open quotes, hello world. And then we'll put in the timestamp. So we'll put in date first and then time as part of our output. Close quotes, and we're gonna save that. Also save, and that's our simple project. So what we want to do now is we want to actually go and select the build now command to actually run this project. Hit build now, and it'll take a couple of minutes for it to run. And here we are. This is our project, and we can actually now see the different builds that have happened. And if you look on the build history, you'll see the latest history shows when the build was executed. And if you click on that, you can actually start getting information such as the console output will actually provide information that we were asking for. So for instance, we have, first of all, we can see that the build was successful, and we see the output includes the hello all and date and time. So we're going to go ahead and create one more project where we can actually connect to a GitHub and use the git command tool to be able to build a real project. So we're going to go ahead and create a new item, and we're going to call this one Jenkins. It's a freestyle project, and our description is demo using Git. So we're actually going to connect to GitHub. So to do that, we're going to go into source code management tab, and we're going to select Git. And so we select that. We can actually now connect to GitHub. So to do that, you go to your GitHub account, and you want to go in and select the clone or download, and you get the URL link from there. So copy that, go back to Jenkins and add that in the repository URL. So you paste that in. And then for credentials, we want to add in our Jenkins credentials. And so just make sure you have those selected correctly. And we've select add, and then we just pull those from the drop down. And let's not change any of the other settings. And then for the build, we're actually going to be building a Java application. So it's a slightly different set of build commands. So we want to type in javac for compile, and then space, and the file name is simply.java. And then you want to put Java and space simply on a new line. Save that. This is a really simple application, but it gives you the understanding of what you need to do here. And so we saved it, and let's now go ahead and see if everything's working. We'll do the build now and see what happens. And here is our first build. We select that. We can go to the console output for details, and what we can actually see if we scroll down is that the finished output at the very end says success, which means everything was built correctly. And so that's how you're able to connect Jenkins with a Git repository. And the thing that's great with working with Jenkins is that it connects to so many different systems and really does become the central point of your DevOps toolset. So let's start looking at the operations side of the DevOps environment, and let's focus in on Docker. So before Docker, the problem you had as a developer, if you're working on a virtual machine, the actual virtual machine was your VM, was a very complex piece of software. So first of all, VMs have not been around for very long. We're talking about less than 10 years. And the typical way of having a VM is that it's very heavy on usage on your computer. You essentially are running everything of the VM plus the tools to run the VM on your computer. With Docker, what you're able to control is the actual development environment you're working in. You don't have to be encumbered by all of the additional extraneous processing that a VM environment has. You're really stripped down to just the bare minimum that you need to have to run the environment using a containerized solution known as Docker. So Docker is essentially an OS level virtualization software. It is a maturity of the solutions that were started with virtual environments, and there are other solutions out there. Docker has become the de facto container solution that you can use for building out and guaranteeing that what the developer is building is going to be the same as what the operations team will use. So Docker itself is highly scalable and efficient. You can have many Docker environments running on a single piece of hardware. The boot up time is incredibly short. You can reuse the data volumes very, very easily. It's not complicated. And the actual applications are completely isolated. This is like a perfect sandbox environment. So let's dig through the architecture of Docker. So there are really two parts to Docker. There's the Docker engine and there's the Docker client. The Docker engine is comprised of the Docker CLI, which connects with the server daemon. The Docker client will then issue the commands to the Docker daemon. And then the Docker daemon will then interact with your system to be able to provide the tasks and tools needed for you to be able to build out your solution. The actual images that Docker uses are instructions for creating Docker containers. And the actual Docker container itself is a lightweight package that contains all the dependencies needed to run an application. Now, once you have created a container that is of value to your team, you want to be able to store that container so that other team members can use it. And this is where you would use a Docker registry to be able to host and distribute multiple Docker images. So in this video, we're going to go ahead and see how we can get Docker installed and running. So we're going to go ahead and open up our terminal window, and we want to validate whether or not Docker is installed. If you haven't installed Docker, you can actually go ahead and use the following command, and that is to enter in sudo apt install Docker, and that will go ahead and run the command to install Docker. I already have Docker installed on my system, so I'm not going to do that right now, so I'm just going to delete that out. But what I am going to do is check to see what Docker images I have installed on my system. And to do that, I'm going to type in sudo docker images. And when I run this will actually show how many images I have. And right now I don't have any images at all. So why don't we go ahead and install an image. There are two ways you can create an image for your Docker environment. One is to get one from Docker Hub, and the other is to create your own image. Let's go ahead and get one from Docker Hub. And so the command line that we'd want to write is sudo docker pull redis : and after the colon, we're going to actually write the name of the actual file that we're going to be connecting to from Docker. So I'm going to go ahead and go to Docker Hub, and I've already logged in with my user ID and account. So I'm going to go to Docker Hub, and it's hub.docker.com is the website address, and I'm already logged in with my Simplilearn account. And what you can actually see is different repositories that I have already created below. I'm going to click the Explore button, and I can see the Redis image, and these are all the different commands that I can actually use, all the different variations that I can create. So I can do 5.0, I can do a 32-bit version, I can do a 4.0 version or a 3.8 version, or if I select latest, that will allow me to just pull the latest version even if it's updated. So I'm going to go back to my command line and do latest, and what's going to happen now is that we're actually going to pull the files live over the internet and create the Docker image. So this is going to take just a few minutes. Of course, if your internet speed is faster, then this will happen a lot faster. And here we are. We have everything downloaded, which is great. And so let's just go and check and see if the image has been added to Docker. So we do sudo docker images, and now you can actually see that we have the latest Redis image, and it's given the default image ID, and there's the size of the Docker image. And the tag is latest, so it's the latest version of Redis. And I'm just checking to see if there's any other images running, and no, there isn't. So let's go ahead and now create a container. And so the command for that is sudo docker run -d -p 0.0.0, I think it's .80:80 space redis :latest, and let's run that. Got an error message. Okay, now you know that it's a real demo. This is really live. So I'm just going to clear the screen, and let's write that in again. So sudo docker run -d -p, and it's 0.0.0.0:8080 redis.latest, and there we are. Everything's up and running. Awesome. So let's just go ahead and check that we actually have the image running in Docker. So sudo docker ps, and there you can see that we actually have the latest Redis version, and it was created 16 seconds ago. We have a new container ID for it, and there's our port that we've created. And let's see if we can view all the running containers. And sudo docker ps-a, and there we are. And we created that container 42 seconds ago. But one of the things you'll notice is the name for the Docker is created automatically by Docker. And here we have Stupefied Engelbards is the name. Let's change that name to something that's more meaningful for the work that we're doing. So that's actually fairly easy to do, and it's going to be our final task here. So we're going to type sudo docker, and the command is rename. And we want to copy over the old name, and then we put in the old name, and then you do a space, and then you put in what you want the new name to be, in which case we're going to make it Simplilearn. We run that command. That's good. Now let's validate that everything has been changed. So we're going to do sudo docker ps-a, just ps. And there we are. Everything has been renamed. And that gets you started working with Docker. Now let's move on to Ansible. So before Ansible, the ability to be able to deploy software across a network was pretty hard. You couldn't guarantee that your web servers were all consistent and that the database environments were consistent. This was okay if you had a small environment, but once you actually start getting into more complex environments, it became very difficult to manage. Ansible is code that allows you to be able to consistently and reliably create and stand up the environments that you need to be able to store your code for production. So whether or not you require one server environment or you need 1,000 server environments, using tools like Ansible will allow you to be able to consistently deploy out environments that all look the same. So essentially, Ansible is a configuration management tool, and it allows you to be able to deploy automatically to a large variety of environments. The actual tool itself is a push-based configuration tool. It is an agentless tool, so there is no communication coming back about the health of the environment. We actually have tools that we'll cover later on in the video that cover that. Ansible does have a consistency of its product performance, so you know that if you're using Ansible that it's going to work. It's just a very consistent product, and it uses SSH for very secure connections. So it doesn't matter whether or not you have 1 or 1,000 pieces of hardware you're looking to configure. You can actually be rest assured that there will be no security infringement because of the use of SSH. And we look into the architecture of Ansible. It's a very simple architecture. There is the Ansible management node that has playbooks which contain the instructions that you would have for your environment, and that playbook is then pushed out to all the different nodes that contain the hardware that you wish to configure. The actual module collection is the configuration code itself. The playbooks are the instructions of that configuration, and then the inventory is the document of the different groups and the hardware within those groups that you would be pushing out to. So we're going to go ahead and install Ansible onto the system here, and we're actually running our environment in a Linux environment right now. So we have a master environment and a standard node, but we're actually going to go into our terminal window and we're going to do everything on the master node. So the first steps we want to do is actually go ahead and install Ansible, and we're going to do that by installing sudo yum install ansible-y. And this goes ahead and downloads all the files that we need and starts to run the installation. And let's go ahead and see if it's installed correctly. So we're going to type in vi-etc/ansible/hosts, and there we see we actually have a default Ansible hosts already up and running, which is fantastic. And we want to grab this IP address, which is Ansible servers, and then the IP address with the password and root access. And the IP will be specific to your local client. So this is my client system, so if I type in my config, I'll actually see that the IP address matches up, and then you want to make sure that the IP address is correct for your environment. And so this is essentially a node in the Ansible environment, and this is the IP address and the password for that node so we can access correctly. So we're going to hit colon at the bottom of the screen and take ourselves actually into Ansible. And what we're going to do now is create a playbook to be able to run a sample script. So we're going to call it vi sample.yml. And here we have a sample playbook. We have the name, we have the host, we have the root user, and we have the task. And in the task, you actually see that we're looking to create a virtual web page with the content of welcome, so that we can actually see that the web page is loading. And all of this is written with a very basic XML format called YML, which stands for yet another markup language. But it's very flexible and it's very easy to learn. So let's see if we can go ahead and actually run this playbook so you can actually see it in action. And so we're going to type in Ansible-playbook sample.yml, and this will run the sample YML script -- syntax -check. Then we type in Ansible-playbook sample.yml. So I had some issues there, so I'm going to try that again. And let's go in and write the command again. So Ansible-playbook sample.yml syntax -check, and then run the actual playbook itself. And let's see if it works. Yes, everything's working. And it'll take a moment for everything to initialize. And now what we want to be able to do is go back to our web browser and see whether or not we were able to create that default web page with the word welcome in it. Because that was the command that we created in our playbook. And there we are. There's the word welcome, exactly as we planned. And we can go back and we can review the playbook that we created just to validate that. So let's go back into screen here, and let's go in and look at the YAML page. And there we are. We see that the word welcome is there, exactly as we expected. Now let's step into our final area, which is network monitoring using a tool called Nagios. So before you had Nagios, sometimes you didn't know whether or not your network was working. In fact, the worst case scenario was when your customers called up and said, hey, your website's not working. The challenges you had is that you didn't know how the usage of the server was being managed. You didn't know whether you were up to 80% usage, utilization on that server, or if you were at 50%. It was difficult to get that information easily. With Nagios, you're able to set up email notifications and other notifications that allow you to stay ahead of issues that you would have within your environment. So with this example, if you're looking for memory utilization, you can receive a notification telling you that your memory is almost full on a particular server and that you should be setting up a new server. In this instance, use Ansible to set up another server. So again, as with the other tools that we've been covering, Nagios is an open source tool, and it's specifically for monitoring systems, servers, and networks within your infrastructure. Very easy to use. It has comprehensive monitoring tools that you can set and control. It is highly available, and it is designed specifically at problem remediation. You want to set it up so that it is the eyes and ears of your network without you having to constantly monitor your network. So the way that Nagios works is that it's just constantly checking out your environment. So the Nagios server is constantly checking the status of your systems. It then is able to create visualization tools of that data, so you can actually then make quick responses. Or you can even send out alerts, such as an email alert or a push notification alert. In this video, we're going to take you through the steps that you need to follow if you want to set up Nagios and the dashboard Nagios provides to help monitor your network. So the first thing you want to do is go to nagios.com, and you can either download the application, or you can actually do what we're going to do here is actually just log into the actual application running on the Nagios website. So for that, you want to go to nagios.na.demos.nagios.com, and you can use the administration or normal user access IDs that Nagios provides. And we've gone ahead and we've actually pre-filled in our ID with Nagios admin and Nagios admin for the user ID and password. Of course, you wouldn't do that in normal real life. So that brings us into the Nagios dashboard. And what you're going to notice is that there are three distinct areas that you should want to focus on. You have the fixed sources, which is all your actual physical hardware that you're monitoring. You have alert summary and abnormal behavior. So let's go and check out the fixed sources. And so we have two default fixed sources here, and one in Chicago, one in Tulsa. And you can go ahead and set up additional sources, but what you'll see is that this provides a quick dashboard of the activity in the last 30 minutes, the amount of usage on the disk. You can go ahead and under the behavior tab, and you can modify how you're monitoring and updating the actual source itself. And then the data from these reports will be from these sources will actually be then used in reports, queries, and alerts that you'll use. So we're going to go back to the board, and here you are. Here's our two fixed sources. So let's look at alert summary. We're going to expand that out. And the alert summary provides just an overview of the alerts that are being managed. The alerts that you see here are the default alerts that have been created as part of the test environment. It's very easy to create alerts. And in this instance, you can see that the Chicago source is being used to manage the alert. What you can do is when you're actually setting up your own sources, you'll see that the alert will then point specifically to the source that it's pulling the data from. So in the PowerPoint, in the presentation that we just went through, you actually see how Nagios actually is the center of collecting all the information, but it's actually pulling the information from the different networks and environments that you have, and then it stores that data locally to be able to create the visualizations and the alerts. And we have here just a quick overview of an alert here inside of the summary, which actually shows green, which shows that the alert is actually good. Now, there are three different types of colors. There's green, yellow, and red, but as you can see, we have no critical alerts right now. And you'll see the same thing happening at abnormal behavior as well, where it actually goes ahead and shows you the different colors that are available. The thing that's great is that as soon as a warning status is created, then it allows you to trigger an email notification that gets sent out to you and has information in the email which you can then action. So the alerts are very important, and the alerts again are pulling the information from the fixed sources. So the abnormal behavior is just going to zero in and show any specific abnormal behavior that would be happening with your fixed sources. And so in this instance, it's around bandwidth, and everything is green, so everything's looking good. So we're going to the source tab, and we're going to look at the bandwidth graph, and this is a more detailed visualization of the bandwidth that's happening through the Chicago fixed source. Again, you can create your own fixed sources, and you'll be able to see the actual usage, such as the bandwidth graph for that fixed source on this screen. And at the bottom of the screen, we have just kind of the most popular information that most network engineers are looking to assess on how a network is being used. So we can go ahead and we can select reports, and we can actually come in and we can either create our own custom report, or you can use one of the many saved reports that are already there. If you're new to Nagios, use the saved reports, because you'll be able to get in and get the great visualization tools that Nagios provides very quickly, and be able to then action the information visually from what you're looking at. These reports are absolutely fantastic, and they're also really good to send to other team members that would have an interest in understanding the network usage and the different areas that you're managing. Now, if you want to get really specific on the type of data that you want in the report, you can actually go in and create a query, and the query can be customized to really however you want it to work. The points of view are very specific insights into different data points that interact, and they're very easy to create. A lot of them have been created, as you can see on the screen already, and as you can see on the left hand side, there's an edit button that allows you to edit and modify those points of view very quickly. Now we're going to go ahead and create one right now, and we're just going to put one in. We're going to put the limiter for an IP address. We're going to change the data lifetime. We can either do hours, days, or weeks. We do 24 hours, that's fine. So we'll just go ahead and we'll see what we have on the screen, and as you can see, there are just a lot already created. Select one, we'll edit the FTP, and we'll see what the data lifetime for that is, and it all looks good. So a query will show all of the saved queries you've created, but you can actually go in and modify a query very easy. You can go in and create a query and really essentially ask it to pull any kind of information that you would be looking at analyzing that has been captured by Nagios. And there's a dictionary you can use that Nagios has on their website that allows you to get better access and understanding the querying constructs you can put together. The alerts, in my opinion, are the most important part, because these are the actual actions that interact with the data sources and will trigger alerts that that gets sent to you. So if we go back to the presentation again, you can see that we're analyzing a lot of data, but it's the data that gets sent to you as an alert that allows you to immediately understand why you need to be able to go in and check out your network. And this is why you're really using Nagios, because you need to have those alerts. And so what we're going to do here is we're going through the steps you use to create an alert, and we're just going to do an alert here that is going to be on analyzing bytes of traffic. And the final step is to actually go ahead and save the alert and really put in what the alert notification model method is going to be. The default is to use an email, which is great, but you can use a Nagios alert or SMP, a simple network protocol alert, or just use a command. Email is definitely the easiest one to use, and so getting started, I would recommend you use email. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to create one. We're going to do one on workflow, and we're going to set up the way in which we're going to manage this. So the threshold is going to be 34 bytes with a critical threshold of 50 bytes, which is very small. I expect an alert to be triggered because of this, and we're just going to use the default emails to send out. And you'll see by default that the new alert is now impending, and the reason why we have it impending is that it's just there to be reviewed by the system to make sure it meets all the standards. I don't think that'd be a problem, and I'm just looking at some of the other different commands we have here. So if we go back, and we can get alerts from other Nagios networks. We connect to different networks right from this configuration screen. Same thing with the SMP receiver. We can use simple network management protocol to connect to other receivers. And the command tab allows us to create scripts that can be triggered from alerts that get created. So you may want to have something that triggers a rebuild of a network environment, which would allow you to authenticate through other systems. Now, of course, there are other things that you can set up in the Nagios dashboard. So, things like information on your profile, defaults here, such as language and your username. You have the same thing for a system administrator, where you can actually go in and set defaults for the sysadmin. There's LDAP AD integration for simple for SAML authentication. Go back to the main dashboard. If we scroll down, you'll actually see that we have an alert has been approved. That's the alert that we created before, and it's now saying critical because more than 50 bytes of information have been sent over our test network in the fixed source of Chicago. Surprise, surprise, 50 bytes is very easy to do. So it's good to see that the system is working correctly. And this is how our Nagios environment works. And from here, the next step is for you to be able to set up and configure Nagios to run with your infrastructure.
Machine learning's major purpose is to train models and anticipate outcomes that may be used by applications. Scripts are used in Azure Machine Learning to train models using machine learning frameworks that enable us to quickly operationalize diverse machine learning jobs and iterative processes while leveraging Microsoft Azure's massive computational power. But knowing this much is not enough, and therefore here we are. So hello everyone, welcome to this new video of Simplilearn on Azure Machine Learning. In this video, we'll go through Azure Machine Learning in detail, including its capabilities, the Azure ecosystem that supports machine learning, and the various ways we train and build models, starting with what is Azure Machine Learning, followed by who is machine learning for. Then we will look into its infrastructure, readiness, and security. Then we will dive into machine learning project workflow. Following that, we will understand MLOps, DevOps for machine learning. And at last, we will explore the Azure Machine Learning Studio. After that, we will have a demo too. So without doing any further delay, let's start with the video. So what is Azure Machine Learning? Azure Machine Learning is a cloud solution that helps you speed up and manage your machine learning projects. It can be used by machine learning specialists, data scientists, and engineers in their daily workflows. Models are trained and deployed, and MLOps are managed. You can use an open source platform like PyTorch, TensorFlow, or scikit-learn to build a model, or use one created in Azure Machine Learning. Model monitoring, retraining, and redeployment are all made easier using these tools. But this brings us to a question that who exactly machine learning is for? So individuals and teams deploying MLOps inside their company can use Azure Machine Learning to move machine learning models into production in a safe and auditable environment. Data scientists and machine learning experts will find tools to help them speed up and automate their daily tasks. Tools for embedding models into applications or services will be available to application developers. Platform developers will find a strong set of tools for constructing advanced ML technology underpinned by resilient Azure Resource Manager APIs. Now that we know the basics of Azure ML, let's have a look at its infrastructure readiness and security. So Azure Machine Learning is an Azure cloud platform that adds security to machine learning projects. So integrations for security include the following: network security groups in Azure Virtual Networks. Azure Key Vault is a vault where you may store security secrets like storage account access details, and set up an Azure Container Registry behind a VNet. So now let's dive down deep and explore its project workflow. Models are usually created as a part of project with a specific goal and objective. Multiple people are usually involved in these projects. Iterative development is used while experimenting with data, algorithms, and models. Now coming to the project life cycle, while the project lifespan will differ depending on the project, it will typically look like this. A workspace organizes a project and facilitates collaboration among multiple users who are all working toward the same goal. Users in a workspace may easily share the result of their experiments through the Studio user interface, or they can use versioned assets for jobs like environments and storage references. So users' work can be automated in a machine learning pipeline and activated on a timetable or HTTPs request when a project is ready for operation. Therefore, models can be deployed to the managed inferencing solution in real time or batch, abstracting away the infrastructure management that is traditionally necessary for model deployment. Now let's proceed further and understand the concept of MLOps, that is DevOps for machine learning. MLOps or DevOps for machine learning is a process for generating models for production use. If not reproducible, the lifetime of a model from training to deployment must be auditable. MLOps or machine learning operations is based on DevOps principles and methods to improve workflow efficiency. Continuous integration, delivery, and deployment, for example. These ideas are applied to the machine learning process by MLOps with the purpose of experimentation and model deployment can be done more quickly, and quality assurance and end-to-end lineage tracking are more efficient ways to put models into production. Now, let's explore what is Azure ML Studio. So Azure Machine Learning Studio is an online service that includes low-code and no-code alternatives for project development and asset management in Azure Machine Learning. Basically, it is a workspace where you can create, build, train the machine learning models. For an inclusive data science platform, the studio integrates no-code and code-first experience. So now that we have covered all the important concepts of Azure Machine Learning, let's have a demo for a better understanding of how machine learning is used in Azure. So let's start with a demo. First, you need to browse the link studio.azureml.net, and here you need to log in with your Azure account. So once you have logged in, you will be led to a new window. This is the new window. Here you can see a few options. So let's start and see one by one what these options are. So the first one is projects. Basically, this gives you a list of all the experiments that you have already worked on. So here you can see we haven't worked on any experiment yet. Then comes experiment. Experiments are all the programs and codes that you have worked on to create it or deploy a model that you have just created for an experiment. So as I said, we haven't created any experiment yet, so the list is null over here. When you click on samples, you can see a few sample experiments provided to you by Azure portal by default. And following that, we have web services. So we all know, since Azure is a cloud computing platform, so all the data gathered from our experiments needs to be uploaded to the cloud. So web services gives you a list of all the experiments that you have in the cloud, so you can access them from anywhere. So when you create an experiment and work on it, when you add it to the cloud, that data is stored here. So then comes datasets. It gives you all the datasets you have in your Azure portal. When you click on the samples option, again you can see all the datasets provided to you by default in your Azure portal. Then comes trained models. So while working on an experiment, you will come across a point where you need to train your model. So basically, this gives you a list of all the models that you have trained in your experiments or Azure programs. And in the last comes settings. Any changes that you want to make to your workspace is done under settings. Here you can see this is your workspace name, workspace description, which is by default, and all the details is provided here only. So whatever changes you want to make to your workspace, you will be doing this over here. So now let's start with a demo. So down below you can see the add or new option here. So click on it, and then you can see there are a few templates provided to you by Azure itself. So we'll click on blank experiment. Once you click on the blank experiments, you'll be guided to a new experiment window. So this is the new window, and this window is divided into three parts. These are the components where you will plan your model. This is the canvas to design your model, and then the properties of the model. In the components section, you can see samples already present there. So you can select any one of them according to your requirement. So here, when I'm typing samples, I'll work on airport codes datasets. So I just need to drag this option over here. But before starting with our experiment, let's change the name. So here I'm changing it to airport codes demo model. So now you can see the name of the experiment is changed. Now when you click on it and select visualize, just a second, you can see the number of rows and columns provided to it, the data which is required for its dataset to be created and for its model to be created. So the 4 columns are airport ID, city, state and name. Now we will move towards the part where we define the field we need to make our predictions for. So type columns in the search bar. Under manipulation section, you can see there are multiple options provided to you. So here we will select columns and data sets, as we are working on data sets. Now connect your data set with this option. So you can see a red alert over here. So when you click on it, you can see it is asking for values in your dataset. So to add values, click on the Launch Column Selector under Properties section. So once you click on it, here you need to select all the options needed for your required values. So for my experiment model, I need all these datasets. So I'll add all of these and then click on the Save option. So let me just add these. So now I have saved all the values I need in my dataset. So now you can see the alert is gone. So now we have the datasets that we want to work on. So let's look for an appropriate algorithm for it. So while looking into the classification algorithm, we know that our so here you can see it under classification model, we have these options. So we know that our target value is divided into two classifications. So the algorithm we will be using is a 2-class. So we will be using 2-class booster decision tree because it calculates the accuracy for every node, and once the calculated accuracy is more than our required accuracy, then only it moves to the next node. So basically this gives you a prediction value close to the accurate value of the model. So we will just drag this option over here. So now the next step we have is to train our model. So we just need to type train over here and select train model option. Yeah. So just drag it to the canvas. Now connect the two booster decision tree to the train model. Now you can again see the red alert for required data, as it doesn't have any data to work on. So our next step is to split the data. So we'll type split and drag the split data option on our canvas. As you can see, this is also saying it needs an input port data set. So we'll connect our data set with it so that it is provided with the data. So when you click on it, you can see it is asking for a split percentage. So you split the data into training and testing, where 80% goes to training and 20% to testing. So we will mention 0.08 over here, and so now we will just connect the 80% data to the train model. As we said, the 80% goes for training. But you can still see the alert in the train model because it is not aware of the column it needs to train on. So we will click on Launch Column Selector. Now you just need to select all the columns you need to work on. So I'm selecting the airport ID number. Now you can see once I save it that the alert is gone. Now our next step is to find the score of our model. So let's type score in our search bar and drag the score model over here. Let me just reduce the size of the canvas. Yeah. So we will just connect our train model to the score model. So again, you will see the red alert as it doesn't know the data it needs to test on. So for that, we will connect the remaining testing data in the split data option to the score model. Now you can see the alert option is gone. Now coming to the final step, that is evaluation of the model. So let's type evaluation. And here you can see the evaluate model option. We just need to drag it to the canvas. Yeah. So let's connect it with our score model. Now your model for the airport code dataset is complete. So this is the whole model. Now you need to save the model and then click on run option. So here I have saved it and you can see it's running. You can see the model running and going through every node. As you can see the green mark as it's verifying through every node. So once it's done, click on evaluate model and then click on visualize. Now you can see the accuracy is 98. Here you can see the accuracy is 98, which is almost the prediction value. Now you can see the positive and negative labels as well. So this whole data is known as confusion matrix. Now for the values close to the positive label, it gives me the number of true predictions. That the number of data I'll provide, it shows that 72 predictions will be right and 1 will be wrong. Now let's go back and run this model over the web. So by clicking on setup web service, we will click on predictive web service. Now we will just connect web service input to the score model. So that once the program is uploaded to the cloud, it is directly connected to the score model and gives us the output. So now you need to save this and run. This will execute the entire model. Now all we are left with is deploying the model. Now we just need to click on deploy web service. So then you will see you will be taken to a new window. Here you can see the response page where it's showing the test option. You need to click on it. So here you can see a new window has popped up. So you just need to mention the details. Like for city I am mentioning Bangalore. For state I am mentioning Karnataka. And name of the airport is Kempagoda International Airport. And I just need to save this data. So now down below you can see it gives me predictive values, and this is the airport ID for my mentioned details. So the accuracy of this ID will be 0.98, which is 98%, which is almost accurate to the 100%. So this was our experiment, and this is how we can use ML in Azure. Thank you.
Moving ahead, so I told you that we can deploy Linux workload or Windows workload depending on what kind of VMs we are targeting, and what are infrastructure as a service V2 virtual machines. I told you that the machines that we create from manage.windowsazure.com, these are what are machines that you create from this classic portal. This is all V1 virtual machine, and you can check from here also. So in this virtual machine classic, you will see all the old VMs that are coming from classic portal. You have created it previously, and this is the new VM. So what I mean to say over here is that this particular icon is giving you V1, and this is actually showing you V2. So this is your V1, that is your classic machines that are created, and these are like your new ARM based VMs that have been created. Okay, so now here in this case, coming back to the slide, there was this question yesterday that like, what is the difference between V1 and V2? That means your classic VM and this one. Now I'm going to refer it as V1 and V2. You should not get confused. The first and foremost restriction with the classic VM, the VM which I created previously, the V1 VM, was that it could have only resided inside a cloud service. So what I mean to say is that the previous VMs, the V1 VMs need to be included inside a cloud service. There was no way that V1 classic VM could have existed without a cloud service. It was not possible. So we could have created VMs under this, but yes, this V1 VMs need to be under the cloud service. Now in this case, right now when we are doing it through the this new portal, there's no dependency on cloud service. Actually, there's no cloud service itself in new portal. There's no cloud service. So now cloud service was something which used to control the traffic to your VM. If at all there was any load balancing which we would actually require to do with our virtual machines, it was always through the cloud service. If you need to create any like endpoints so that like other services can connect to the VM, in that case everything used to happen at cloud service level. It was not at the virtual machine level. So now when we are creating V2, that is the new VMs, when we are creating, we have much more flexibility. When I say much more flexibility, it means that there's no clear dependency on cloud service. We can define the endpoints, connection endpoints directly on the virtual machine. So a virtual machine becomes entirely independent. So here, if I have, so this is something which I'm like creating in the new portal. Okay, good. Here the V2, the new virtual machine, can have different other like services of infrastructure can directly be associated with this V2. That means this virtual machine can directly attach, we can attach storage, we can have network resource, we can even like other things like if there's any VM extensions that we are planning to deploy, these all things can directly be done. Even like the role based access control, that RBAC, we can directly define at virtual machine level. This was not possible in your old virtual machines. Okay. So in this slide, it is mentioned that the virtual machine can be directly associated with network interface. You can have an IC network interface card associated with a VM. You can directly attach it to the VM, and we can define endpoints. That means we can have public IP and private IPs defined directly for the machine. There's no need for us to go via cloud services. Okay. Thereafter, we have several other differences. The list is long, but just to like give you few of the main points as compared to your virtual machine IaaS V1 with V2, the management model is different. I told you that the version 1 VMs were created with the help of Azure Service Management. So here, this is entirely dependent on Azure Service Management. Wherein here it's all about ARM, that is your Azure Resource Manager. Here in case of V1, cloud services was a mandatory container for the virtual machines, but that is not the case with the new generation VMs, the V2 VMs. We, for like availability set, we'll discuss about it. Availability set from high availability point of view. Again, the fault domains, the number of fault domains which we could have associated here was only 2, which has increased to 3 over here. And also the update domain has also changed. And again, I told you that the static mode public IP address can be assigned to the VMs directly, which was not possible in the V1 VMs. And again, the endpoints previously we used to define at cloud service level, but now this inbound NAT rules we can directly define at on machine level when we are doing it through the ARM. Okay. Now, what are the suitable workloads for Azure virtual machines? Here you can see that there are some recommendations. Highly available service workload, you can plan to put it inside Azure virtual machine. Now, what is highly available? Let's say commercial online store. We are using so many e-commerce portals. Those can be put on the Azure virtual machine. We can again thereafter configure availability set over there, and scalability algorithm we can put over there. just based on like the spike that we get on our application that is running on a standalone virtual machines. We can actually control the scaling up and scaling down of the number of instances which we are going to actually use. Okay. Regulated environment, if there's not huge workload that you're expecting, then you can even plan to use platform as a service options which are available. I gave you one example that if there's any machine level configuration that you want to change for, let's say, SQL Server on the database front, we have some machine level changes that we want to make. Then in that case, I would like to purchase a new virtual machine and thereafter install SQL Server on that machine so that I have end-to-end control of the overall customizations and configuration. But yes, if we are fine with managed services, if you are happy with the database level controlling, then in that case we can go and use Azure SQL. Okay. Virtual machine sizing, I already showed you that we have overall chart available. You can go into MSDN, go to MSDN and see what are the various series which are available. And Microsoft gives a cost estimated tool. You can Google it. You'll get the link. There's this Microsoft Azure cost estimated tool. What it does is that it will scan your hardware and resources, and thereafter it will provide you with the overall costing and the server profiles. With Azure IaaS instance, it will do a calculation and it will provide you with a 30-day cost for whatever workload that you are planning to actually migrate to infrastructure as a service. Now there's one question here asking that Azure SQL will be part of platform as a services or infrastructure as a services. Now I would like to ask this question from all of you. What do you think? Azure SQL is a PaaS offering or it's the IaaS offering? Azure SQL. Yes, it's a platform as a service offering. Okay. So because the managed environment, yesterday I discussed about this, that if you come to your portal, you can see that these are the SQL databases. You can come here and create your database directly from here, but you do not have access to the machine, right? There's no physical server that you'll be getting over here. It's just a logical server, a kind of like multi-tenant instance that Microsoft is providing on top of your physical instance of the machine, and you will never have access to the VM wherein like your SQL workload is running. So it is obviously platform as a service. Now the next question is that how to access the Azure SQL logical server. I'll discuss about this. Okay. I mean it's very straightforward. It's just that you create a new database, and while creating a new database, the logical server name that you'll be giving. Just a moment. Yeah, so here for accessing your database, I give this name 200532 DB, or yes, I need to give DB transition. Okay, and I'll just put this information over here in the notepad. Okay, let it be. I'll give it Azure SQL 20532 blank database. This is the server. Yesterday itself I told you that you can create a logical server here, so I can give the same name. In place of this, I would just like to give server, okay, DB server. Okay. And this is my admin login. I give same name, instructor. I give a password over here. This is your password. Fine. Let it be. Select this one. So now this is my logical server. You want an elastic pool? No. Again, pricing tier. I'll just like from demo point of view, I'm going to leave it as is. Let it provisioned. Meanwhile, I can use my SQL Management Studio, or I can even connect via. I mean, I can do it from here also. Okay. You can see that this is. I mean, previously I was just like trying to connect. This is the logical server name, right? The way I gave right now, I'll be using this 20532 DB server rungeon, and after .database.windows.net. This will be your logical server. There's no Windows authentication supported at this point in time for Azure SQL. We need to do SQL Server authentication. This is just because there's no identity federation option available as of now. Like we do not have Windows authentication, so you'll have to rely on SQL Server authentication. Okay, so just a moment. If it got provisioned, and I can, yeah. So here we go. This is my server. I'll use this just a moment. So I'll use this. This is my server name, right? You can see over here. This is your logical server name. This is your logical server. And this is your connection string. The connection string for connecting to your database. So I'll take this. I'll copy my server and I'll put it over here. And I gave a different account. So I gave instructor, right? And I gave password. Yeah, now see, what is the message it is giving? It is giving message that you cannot connect to this particular SQL server. The reason being that it is not included in your like exception or this list. This IP address is not included to access the service from here. So what you need to do is that you need to come over here and in this your Azure SQL, this is your firewall. In firewall, add client IP. Now either you define a range of your IP address. Obviously, we will not be having any static IP, if at all. Like we are doing from development point of view. In production environment, obviously we'll be having a static IP. So you just include the current IP. So what it will do is that this has taken read the IP of my machine, and I'll save this. So it is updating the firewall rule for my SQL this thing, and now I should give it another try. Fine. So does it answer your question that how we are going to connect to the logical server? Okay, so for others also, you can just like follow the steps to connect to your server. Now you're free to go and create. Now this is the DB that I actually created, right? I told you that for creating a V2 virtual machine, we can actually use either Azure portal, or we can use PowerShell, or we also have Azure your command line interface which we can use. Okay, this is all like we have already seen. Now this is a sample your PowerShell code which is actually talking about how exactly you can create a new virtual machine. For the people who are pretty new to PowerShell, it may not be very clear to you. So the only thing which you should understand at this point of time is that I'll just like show you how to connect to the VM environment with the help of PowerShell. So the people who are like completely new to PowerShell, you need to install PowerShell on your machine, and for that you need .NET Framework 4.5. Though right now we are going to do an exercise today in which you'll be provisioning a machine from scratch, and all of the configurations you'll be doing on that machine for like that would be the development machine which we are going to use across in this entire course. Okay, so this is your PowerShell. Now PowerShell does not give you the option to do scripting, like we cannot do the coding over here. So for doing the coding, we need to rely on integrated scripting environment. If you have PowerShell installed, then in that case you will also get Windows PowerShell ISE. The way you have Visual Studio is called as IDE, Integrated Developer Environment, very much similar to that here. This is called as ISC, Integrated Scripting Environment. So whenever you want to create a script, you will have to code over here. Okay. Now to show you a very basic operation at like how exactly we can connect to the environment. Okay, so I'll increase the font. I'm not sure it's visible to you clearly. Okay, so this is Windows PowerShell. You will have to install Azure this package. Okay, if you Google it, how to install Azure this package for Windows PowerShell, you will get the setup file. Just need to run through it, and you also need to have Framework 4.5. Now here in this case, I'm interested in connecting to my Azure account. Okay, so I'll do login and Azure RM. Yesterday I told you that most of the command has been modified depending on whether you are working with the resource manager, that is new portal, or you are working with the old portal. In classic portal we used to use login Azure account. RM you will see everywhere. In all of the commands that you want to use with the new portal, you will have to use the RM, this thing. Okay. So I give my account details over here. Okay. So it tries to connect and load the context. Now here it is saying that okay, we have got connected. So if we have got connected, then in that case I would like to see a few things like what are the subscriptions that are actually available over here, right? So what I can do is that I can do get Azure RM. Okay, there are several things. So whichever subscription that I'll be having, I'm having under this particular Azure account, it is being displayed over here. And after this, we can go further. It's like out of these various subscription that I'm having, I would actually like to choose a specific subscription. Okay, or anything which you want to run. Okay, you can go and check for all the documentation. Most of us are like developer with good experience, so you can search for this Azure Resource Manager PowerShell. And so here you can see that how can we get the Azure RM subscription. If you want to use a specific subscription, in my case I have various subscription. I have multiple subscription associated with my Azure account. So this is the URL. You can look at the commands. The people who are new to PowerShell, PowerShell is the future and it is going to stay. If you are staying in the Microsoft technologies ecosystem, I'm telling you that you need to improve your skill on PowerShell, because PowerShell is something which is being used very extensively with cloud. Whether you are working on Office 365 for carrying out admin operations, or you are working on Microsoft Azure. Not only that, even like the on-premises workloads, whether you are working on Exchange, Skype for Business, you're using with SharePoint, or any other technology that Microsoft is offering, there's a lot of PowerShell scripting which is happening from automation point of view. So you will have to at least be at level 200. At an intermediate level, you need to stand in PowerShell, so that you can look at the script, copy it from somewhere, modify it as per your need, and make it run. So that whatever provisioning that you need to do, you can do it from there. Okay. So here obviously we are doing line by line. The same thing can be written over here. That is what I'm saying, that you can code this thing over here, and thereafter you have you want to create filters again. We'll discuss again about like pipes and all those things, how exactly you can choose a specific property. But the only thing which I want you to get acquainted with is that this is the extension file which you're seeing over here. This is the PS1 file which will get created. You can do a whole set of programming over here. We can create functions, we can call functions and everything the way we do in C#, and we can store this PS1 file, and we just need to call it from the PowerShell. This PS1 file can also be used for automation requirement in Microsoft Azure. In the coming modules, we are actually going to again unearth more about PowerShell. Most of the things parallelly you can try to do it through PowerShell. So this is basically taking all this whatever we are giving through the portal. It is taking everything in like from the script. It is creating a new VM configuration. It is passing on the VM size. What would be the VM size? Standard A1, standard A2, every single template that we have in the portal. There's a corresponding VM name, virtual machine, this name, which is available. You need to pass on that string as is over here. Thereafter, you can see that which is the operating system that you are planning to use. The software keeping unit SKUs you can define, and the virtual hard disk, everything. Whatever like virtual network that you want to create, and with whichever subnet you would like to associate your virtual machine, all of these can be actually defined here in the PowerShell. Okay. If you have a template, if you have created a JSON template for deployment, or the deployment template, then again we have command available through which you can actually call that deployment template, and the provisioning of all the resources that are defined under the template will be done. I see it's like maybe a few of the people are hungry and they want to break out for dinner, but like I'm so sorry. We cannot break out at this point in time. I'll need another like 20-25 minutes before I can give you a break of 10 minutes. Okay, so please bear with me. Okay, so as I already mentioned that we can have like workloads, various workloads which we can put on the virtual machine. Here you can see that whatever custom application workloads that are available. I hope just it's like if you want to deploy your IaaS, right, like you want to put your web applications over here, then in that case, you can create an array of VMs in web application tier, and similarly, you can have your services tier and database tier. Okay. Azure is giving equal priority to Linux workloads also, and the organizations or the business applications which are necessarily need to be run on Linux workload can be provisioned on Azure, and whatever like standard this Linux OSs are available, and whatever workload that has been that is available as a standard workload in the market, we can actually create it in Azure. There's no restriction that no, we can only create Windows workload over here. Okay.
I would like to welcome you to this Azure interview preparation session. Knowing Azure is one thing, having worked on Azure is another thing, and being able to answer interview questions in Azure is a totally different thing. Although one helps the other, it's still different skills. And our aim through this video is to prepare you with common product and scenario based interview questions. So why wait? Let's get started. A common cloud interview question is, what's the difference between SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS? We all know that a software as a service is thin client model of software provisioning, where client in this case usually is simply a web browser providing the point of access to softwares running on the servers. Now, SaaS is the most familiar form of cloud service for customers. SaaS moves the task of managing software and its deployment to third-party services, meaning the vendor actually gets to manage all that. So SaaS is software as a service involving applications being consumed and used by organizations. So it's generally using an application, and usually organizations pay for their use of this particular application. Now, some examples of SaaS would include Office 365. Salesforce is another very good example of SaaS, and a lot of Google apps and storage solutions like Box and Dropbox are a very good example of software as a service. Talking about platform as a service, or PaaS, it actually functions at the lower level than SaaS. Now, typically it provides a platform on which software can be developed and deployed. Now, here we develop the software, we deploy the software. Now, PaaS actually provides an abstract of much of the work dealing with servers and giving client an environment in which the operating system and the server software and the hardwares and the network are managed and taken care. In other words, with a platform as a service, all the things that I've mentioned, like the servers, the server software, the hardware, everything is managed by the provider, and we can focus on business side of the scalability, and we can focus on application development of our product or the service. So in short, platform as a service is a service that enables developers to build and work with applications without even having to worry about the infrastructure or management of the underlying hosting environments. And some examples of PaaS in Azure is SQL and Azure Storage. Talking about infrastructure as a service, IaaS, now this is moving down the stack even further. Now we get to the fundamental building block of the cloud service, which is infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Now IaaS is fully of highly automated, scalable computer resources. IaaS is full of storage. IaaS is full of the network capability. That's what IaaS is. Now, IaaS clients have direct access to the servers and storage, just as they would to do traditional servers. But in this case, it's going to be in the cloud. In this case, it's going to be more scalable. So IaaS is very similar to what you would do in your on-premises physical data center. But when we talk about IaaS, we get to do everything, but it's stored in the cloud. So if we need to build a definition around IaaS or infrastructure as a service provides users with components It provides components. It does not give us a built environment. It simply provides a component such as operating system, networking capabilities, and a lot more. Now this is a paid for based on the usage and can be used to host applications. In other words, this is pay as you go type. The more you use, the more you pay. The less you use, the less you pay. And some of the examples of IaaS in Azure is virtual machine. That's a great example for IaaS, and VNets for networking. That's another good example for IaaS in Azure. Another common question in Azure interview is, what are the instance types offered by Azure? The main intention of this question is, how well have you understood the different offerings in Azure, and how well are you trained to pick the right offering for the right service? Now, one size does not fit all, and there are a lot of services in Azure that under the carpet it does the same thing, but depending on how different your requirement is, we'll have to pick the appropriate service. So this question, what are the different instance types offered by Azure, it's to test how well have you used the product and services available in Azure, and how well have you applied them for the given requirement. You shouldn't be provisioning more, you shouldn't be provisioning less at the same time. So it's kind of matching the right service to the right requirement. So what are the instance types offered by Azure? As you see in the list, we have general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, GPU virtual machines, and high performance compute virtual machines. Now, answering just the names won't be enough in an interview. You'll have to go further and explain why and in what scenario you would use general purpose, and what are the use cases, what type of servers is a good fit for general purpose, and what type is a good fit for compute optimized, so on and so forth. And that's exactly what we're going to do now. So the general purpose VMs, they provide a balanced CPU to memory ratio, and it's very good for testing, very good for a development environment, very good for small and medium databases, and also for low to medium traffic web servers. And some of the use cases are, like we said, test servers, low traffic web servers, small to medium databases, some enterprise grade applications. It's also good for relational database. It's also good for servers used for in-memory caching. It's also good for some small analytic database, very good for microservices. And if you're trying to build a proof of concept for an idea that you just have or just parked, this is another good server for doing proof of concepts, because you're not going to send actual traffic to it. I just want to show that your idea works. So general purpose server is a very good use case for those scenarios. And the largest instance size we can get in general purpose is standard D64 V3. Which comes with 256 gigabit of memory and 1600 gigabit of SSD temporary storage. On the other hand, compute optimized VMs have a high CPU to memory ratio and are very good for medium traffic web servers, very good for batch processing servers, very good for application servers. Now, because it's compute optimized and compute means a CPU, it's an excellent choice for workloads that demand faster CPU, but does not need as much memory or temporary storage virtual CPU. Some of the workloads that run very well on compute optimized are analytic workloads, gaming servers require more CPU, they run really well. Batch processing are some of the applications that can be placed in compute optimized, and by doing that we get the actual benefit of the compute optimized instance. And the largest instance size, or the largest instance size type, is standard F72's V2, and here we get 144 gigabit of memory and 576 gigabit of SSD temporary storage in compute optimized VMs. In the same lines, memory optimized VM, they offer high memory to CPU ratio, and that are great for databases. Databases require more memory, so it's a great fit for a database, and it's a great fit for medium to large scale caches, applications that require in-memory analytics. So this memory optimized, memory is more, so it's very good for in-memory analytics applications. And the largest instance size we get here is standard M128M, and look at the gigabit of memory. It's 3892 gigabit of memory, and look at the temporary storage. It's 1400 336 gigabit of temporary storage. On the same lines, storage optimized. Now I guess I don't have to explain to you what storage optimized is used for. You might have easily guessed looking at the flow. Yes, storage optimized VM offer high disk throughput and I/O and are very ideal for big data, SQL, NoSQL databases, data warehousing servers, large transactional databases, and a lot more. And some of the examples of the applications that can be launched on storage optimized are Cassandra, MongoDB, Cloudera, Redis. These are some familiar applications that can get benefited when we run them on storage optimized. And one difference between storage optimized and the other servers are they are generally optimized to use the local disk on the node attached directly to the VM rather than using an durable disk, which is actually a remote disk space. Now what does this allow? This allows for greater input outputs per second or throughput for the workload. So that's what we get. A greater throughput, a greater input outputs per second is what we get when we use storage optimized. And the largest instance size available in storage optimized is standard L32S, and the memory is 256 gigabit. And look at the temporary storage, it's 5630 gigabit of temporary storage. GPU type VMs, easy to guess. GPU optimized VMs are specialized virtual machines available with multiple GPUs attached to them. Now these sizes are designed for, or these VMs are designed for compute intensive, graphic intensive visualization workloads that require a lot of graphical processing unit attached to it. So in short, these are virtual machines that specialize in heavy graphic rendering and video editing. It also helps with model training and interferencing with the standard ND24RS, which has 448 gigabit of memory and 2948 gigabit of temporary storage. And the last but not the least, but the best, is high performance compute or Azure H series virtual machines. Now they are the latest in high performance computing VMs and are aimed to handle workloads like batch processing, analytic, molecular modeling, and fluid dynamics. A lot of complicated applications in this VM, and this is the fastest and powerful CPU virtual machine with optional high throughput interfaces. And the largest instance size that's available is the standard L32S, which comes with 224 gigabit of memory and 2000 gigabit of SSD temporary storage. And a third common question is, what are the deployment environments offered by Azure? There are two main deployment environments. One is the staging environment and the other one is the production environment. Now in staging environment, let's talk about staging first. So when you're deploying your web app or web app on Linux, you can deploy them to a separate slot instead of the default production slot when running them in standard premium or isolated app service plan tiers. Now the deployment slots are actually live app with their own host name. And at a later point, the staging environment can be swapped with the production environment. So why do we need a staging environment? What are the benefits of it? So the benefit of deploying our application to a non-production or staging environment, it provides a platform to validate changes to our application before it can be made live in the production environment. And in the staging environment, the app can be identified using the Azure's global unique identifier, also called as the GUID URL. And it's very similar to the production URL, except that it has a custom name in front of it that identifies it as the staging environment. And for production environment, this is the live production environment that's serving customers' requests, that's serving the customer content. Now it can be slightly different from the staging environment in a way that the URL that's used to identify the production environment, that's more often DNS friendly name, like the name of the actual service.cloudapp.net. That way it differs. In case of staging environment, you have a custom name right before it, so the custom name and then the cloudapp.net, but in this case you get the direct service name as the name of the URL. So this is live production environment which receives and handles and serves customer traffic. Another commonly asked question in Azure is what are the advantages of scaling in Azure? The actual thought behind the question is to see how much have you understood scaling, how much have you seen, and how much have you applied the scaling effect in the production environment and have received benefits in return. So let's talk about it. Advantages of scaling in Azure. Some of the advantages are we get the maximum application performance. Now, auto scaling is a built-in feature for the cloud services, be it AWS, Azure, Google, and a couple of other cloud service providers. It's a built-in feature for a cloud service. A cloud service should be auto scalable. And that includes mobile services, virtual machines, and when we run our applications on mobile services or virtual machines, the website actually gets the best performance during the change in the demand. Again, different applications might require different performance needs. For example, for some apps, the performance is measured based on memory. And another good example is the fluctuating demand. For example, you could have a web app that handles millions of requests during the day and literally nothing at the night. And auto-scaling this environment, any of these environment will automatically scale or fatten your environment so to receive all the incoming traffic, and during lean period it actually gets slimmer and slimmer so to help you with the cost. So it actually maximizes the performance. That's what auto scaling does. And like we said, auto scaling scales up and scales down based on demand. It not only scales up but also scales down so to help you with the cost. And if you know the particular pattern in which the application is going to receive traffic, then we can very well go ahead and schedule scaling to our application or schedule scaling that infrastructure based on time. If we already know that Monday to Friday, that's the traffic that I would get, and it's a constant one. It's not a public facing, but it's an internal application. So I know all the 500 users or the 1,000 or the 5,000 users who will be using it. So at any given point, it's just 5,000 users. It's not going to go beyond that. And during Saturday and Sunday, literally nobody's going to be in office. So no load at all. So in that case, I pretty much know how the pattern is going to be. I can go for scheduled scaling if I know the pattern. And auto scaling, like I said, not only helps with keeping the application highly available, it also helps with the cost effectiveness of our infrastructure. So anytime there's a VM or a group of VMs running on less CPU, auto scaling is going to actually get the environment slimmer and slimmer, so we're not unnecessarily running any resources and paying for it. If you're being interviewed for the infra side in Azure, this is another common question that gets asked. How are Windows Active Directory and Azure Active Directory different? Let's talk about the Windows Active Directory first. The non-cloud Windows Active Directory the service was released along with Windows 2000 Server Edition, and this Active Directory is essentially a database that helps organizations to organize the users, organize the computers, and a lot more. It provides authentication and authorization to the applications. Not only to the applications but also to file servers, to printers, and a lot of other on-premises resources. That's what the basic non-cloud Active Directory does. On the other hand, the Azure Active Directory is not designed to manage web-based services. The Azure Active Directory, on the other hand, was designed to support web-based services that use REST API interfaces for Office 365, Salesforce.com, etc. Unlike the plain Active Directory, this uses a completely different protocol. So protocol-wise, it's different, and the services that it supports is quite different. Now, besides that, it also has a couple of other differences as well. And let's look at them. So the actual Active Directory or the Windows Actual Directory is a directory service that facilitates working with interconnected, complex, and different network resources in a very unified manner. On the other hand, Azure Active Directory is Microsoft's multi-tenant, cloud-based directory and identity management service. And the Windows Active Directory has 5 layers to store data, to store user details, and to issue the management certifications. On the other hand, Azure Active Directory integrates or compresses the 5 layers into just 2 layers. Here, Windows Active Directory works with on-premises servers like applications, file servers, and printers, etc. On the other hand, Azure Active Directory, it works on web-based services that use RESTful interfaces. If you're being hired for the development environment or for the cloud DevOps support environment, or even for the production support environment, you might find yourself being asked this question: what are the types of queues offered by Azure? Now, Azure supports 2 types of queue mechanisms, the storage queue and the service bus queue. Let's talk about storage queue first. Now, the storage queue, which are part of Azure storage infrastructure, it provides a simple REST-based interface, simple REST-based get, put, and peek interface. It provides reliable, persistent messaging within and between the services. It follows the pub-sub model, or a pub-sub messaging infrastructure, and it's best suited for users that need to store more than 80 gigabyte of messages in the queue. It can provide logs for all the transactions executed against the user's queue. So that's what we get with storage queue. And on the other hand, service bus queue, the service bus queues are built on top of broader messaging infrastructure, and they are designed to integrate applications and applications component that can span multiple communication protocols. So that way it differs. So this is good for applications and components that may span multiple communication protocols and even totally different network environments. So in short, these service buses or the service bus queues in Azure are part of Azure's messaging infrastructure, and they integrate applications or application components that can actually span multiple different protocols and multiple different network environments. It also provides an first in, first out style for delivery, and the user's queue size has to remain under 80 gigabit. Another familiar question is, what are the advantages of Azure Resource Manager? Now, the Resource Manager helps us to manage the usage of the application resources. This question is actually to test how well have you tested, how well have you used Resource Manager and have gotten the benefit of it. This question actually tests how easy it has become after the introduction of Resource Manager compared to when doing deployments or when provisioning resources without the Resource Manager. So let's get into the answers for the question. What are the advantages of Azure Resource Manager? In short, Resource Manager is called ARM. So the ARM helps deploy, manage, and monitor all the resources for an application, a solution, or a group. So all the interconnected application, all the interconnected services can be monitored as group using Resource Manager. And users can be granted to access to resources that they require within a Resource Manager. So in an account, I can have like 10 different resources created by a Resource Manager, or a resource group created by Resource Managers, and I can allow, deny connection to those services or only to those services based on whether the user should be accessing one and not accessing the other. So that way it becomes easy to give access to a group of application. It helps in getting billing details for the group of resources. Now, which group is using more, which group is using less, and which group has contributed more to this month's bill, stuff like that. So those details can be obtained using Azure Resource Manager. And provisioning resources is made much easier with the help of this Resource Manager. Another question is, how has integrating hybrid cloud been useful for Azure? Well, with the use of hybrid cloud, we get the best of both the worlds. So what's hybrid cloud? It's nothing but combining the public cloud and the private cloud and allowing data and applications to be shared between them. So whenever the compute or the processing demand fluctuates, hybrid cloud computing gives businesses the ability to seamlessly scale their on-premises infrastructure in the public cloud and handle any kind of overflow in the requirement or overflow in handling the application. So it really helps. It boosts the productivity of our on-premises application. So with the hybrid cloud, we get a greater efficiency with combination of Azure services, DevOps processes and tools for the application running in on-premises. And by having a hybrid cloud environment, users can take advantage of a constantly updated Azure service and other AWS marketplace applications for their on-premises environment. And the other benefit is with hybrid cloud environment, we can simply deploy applications regardless of its locations. In case of on-premises, we'll have to worry about the location, but when we expand our on-premises environment in the cloud, we can pick any of the locations and simply deploy it in them. And this enables the applications to be created at a greater speed. What's federating in Azure SQL? Now this question is very specific about SQL. How can we scale the SQL database? Now this is a very good question, or a valid question, or an important question in the interview, because many customers or companies have not been able to meet the user demand because they could not scale out the databases. The theory of scaling out or adding servers to accommodate the increased workloads and traffic is not hard to understand, but the implications can be very complicated. The implications can be very expensive. We're well aware of scaling the web servers, that's very common, but how do we scale the database? So Microsoft provides the tools and technologies so we can scale out the database in the cloud, and that's what is called SQL or federation in Azure SQL. So the way we scale out the SQL database is by sharding the database. So sharding actually enables users to take advantages of the resources in the cloud. Not only that, it allows users to have their own database or a shared database amongst each other. Because we're creating a highly available database, because we're having shards in a database, it actually reduces the possibility of a single point of failure for our database. And more importantly, because we're sharding, because we're using federation in Azure SQL, it provides an cost-effective scaling of our databases by using cloud resources, or by using billing only for the cloud resources that we have used. So no pre-provisioning, no over-provisioning. It provisions the right amount and we pay the right amount. Let's talk about this one. What are the different types of storage offered by Azure? Now the different types of storage offered by Azure are, as you already know, and as you can see, they are Azure blob storages, table storages, file storage, and queue storage. So let's expand one after the other. Now blob storage are nothing but a massive scalable object storage, and that's very good for storing text and binary data. And Azure Blob Storage is Microsoft's object storage solution for the cloud. Now, blob storage is optimized for storing massive amount of unstructured data that can be in form of text or in form of binary data. So in short, blob storage enables users to store unstructured data, and those data can be in the format of pictures, music, video files, and a lot more. And it stores them along with their metadata. And another advantage or another feature benefit that we get from blob storage is when an object is changed, it is verified to ensure it is of the latest version, number one. And number two, it provides maximum flexibility to optimize the user's storage needs. And this unstructured data is available to customers through an URL or an REST-based object storage. So they are the benefits that come along with the blob storage. Table storage, on the other hand, is a NoSQL store for schema-less storage of secured data. Now, this Azure Table Storage is a service that stores structured NoSQL data in the cloud. And because this table is schema-less, it's very easy to save your data. It's very easy to adapt your data as the need for your application grows. And this table storage is very fast and cost-effective for many type of applications. So some of the type of data that we can store is table storage is good for flexible databases like user data for web applications, address book storage, device information storage, and if you want to store metadata, this is a very good use case to store them in Azure Table Storage. Azure Files is another storage. Here it's a managed file share for cloud or on-premises deployment. So file storage provides file sharing capabilities accessible by the server messaging block protocol, and this can be accessed from the cloud and this can be accessed from on-premises as well. Here in file storage, the data is protected by SMB 3.0 and HTTPS protocols. And the more important thing is Azure takes care of managing hardware and the operating system deployments for Azure file storage. So this additional file storage can be used when we want to burst the storage capacity in on-premises. So on-premises, the primary, and cloud is the secondary or the extended on-premises storage. So it actually improves the on-premises performance and capabilities for our on-premises data center. And then we have queues, Azure Queues. It's a messaging store for reliable messaging between the application components. We spoke a little about this in the previous question. So the Azure Queue Storage is a service for storing a large amount of messages that can be accessed from anywhere in the world via HTTP or HTTPS protocol. In here, a single message can be up to 64 kilobits in size, and in a queue we can have millions of messages, and the limit can actually go up if we have not reached the limit of the storage account. So it's millions and millions of requests that can be stored in the storage queue or the queue storage. So the queue storage, in short, provides message queuing for large workloads, and it enables users to build flexible applications and separate the functions one from another, so one failing doesn't affect the other application which is running healthy. And this queue storage, it ensures the application is scalable and less prone to individual component failures because they are decoupled, separate now. It also helps in monitoring the queue, which ensures the customer's demands are met. So queue is a great place to monitor, or a great component to monitor, so we understand how much peak have we reached for a particular application, service, or a container. What is text analysis API in Azure Machine Learning? Now, text analysis is actually an cloud-based analytics API, and it provides an advanced natural language processing over the raw text. And it has got 4 main functions, like the sentiment analysis and the key phrase analysis, language deduction, and a few other things. Now, what do you mean by sentiment analysis? Now, sentiment analysis is from the logs, from the comments, from the text comments that we receive, do an analysis and find out whether that's a positive or a negative statement. Now, if it is the API returns an sentiment score between 0 and 1, and 1 is positive and 0 is negative. And then in text analysis, we have a key phrase extraction, which is it will automatically extract the key phrase to quickly identify the main points in that key phrase. For example, if you're analyzing a text which says the food was delicious and there were wonderful stuff, then the API returns the main talking points of that phrase, like food is the main talking point, and wonderful stuffs, that was a main talking point. So that's another feature that this text analysis has. And then we have language deduction in text analysis, right? Irrespective of what you paste, it can try to gauge and try to align it to the 120 or up to 120 languages that it supports. So I can simply take text from the internet and I can paste it, and text analysis software is going to identify the language and then can run phrase and sentiment analysis on those texts. Right. So in short, text analysis is an API, a set of web services that can be used for text analysis. It can be used to analyze unstructured statement, sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction, and a lot more. And the results are generally between 0 and 1, and 1 being positive and 0 being the negative sentiment. There is no much training, or in other words, this is not as complicated as a couple of other text analysis softwares are available in the market. We can simply paste, we can simply upload the text, and we can call the service and it runs a sentiment analysis on it all by itself. Let's look at this question. What are the advantages of Azure Queue Storage? If you're going to work in a development environment, if you're going to work in an environment that embraces DevOps, this could be a question. What are the advantages of Azure Queue Storage? Now, Azure Queue Storage is built to flexibly operate the applications and separate the functions between the applications that run large workloads. So when we design applications for scale, these applications can be decoupled. so that they can scale independently. A thing happening on an application is not dependent on another application, and anything happens to a section of the application will not affect the other application because they are now decoupled and connected through the queue storage. So the queue storage gives us asynchronous message queuing for communication between the applications, irrespective of whether they are running in the cloud or whether they are running in desktop or whether they are running on premises or on mobile devices. So in short, this queue storage enables message queuing for large workloads in a simple and cost-effective and a durable manner. Talking about the advantages is it provides rich client libraries for Java, Android, C++, PHP, Ruby, and a lot other services getting added during every new release from Azure. And the main advantage again is it enables users to build flexible apps and separate the functions for bigger or greater durability. Again, introduction of queues into our application, it ensures our users' applications are scalable and less prone to individual component failures, meaning one component failing is not going to take the whole application down. Right? If one component fails, it's just that component that fails. The rest are healthy and the rest are going to function. It also helps us to monitor the queues and ensure the servers aren't overwhelmed by sudden traffic bursts. So how much do I have in the queue kind of determines the traffic for my application. And if the queue is more, I can always go and auto scale my environment, and the queue is less, I can always go and shrink or make my environment thinner so it can save cost. And anytime there is more data in the queue, I can auto scale, monitor the metric and do auto scaling based on that metric. So the environment knows that there are more data coming in. I need to expand myself to handle that much amount of data. This is a very common question. What are the two kinds of Azure Web Service roles? Now, a service role is a set of managed and load balanced virtual machines that work to perform some task. And based on what it's going to run on top of it, is it going to run a web service or is it going to run a worker service, defines what kind of roles that gets attached or that goes on this virtual machines. So we have two types, web role and worker roles. The web role is a cloud service role that's configured to run web applications developed on programming languages, technologies. And majorly they support IaaS, Internet Information Service, and they support ASP.NET, PHP, Windows Communication Foundation, and so on. So that's web roles. And these web roles, it automatically deploys and hosts application through the user's IIS, Internet Information Service. On the other hand, worker roles are roles that runs applications and service level tasks which generally do not require IaaS. So IaaS is actually the differentiating factor. So in worker roles, IaaS is not installed by default. The worker roles are mainly used to perform supporting background process along with web roles and do tasks automatically compressing or uploading the images, running scripts, and or doing some changes in the database, getting new messages from the queue and processing, and a lot more. The work, the applications, or the work that does not require IaaS. That's what this worker role does. Again, the main difference between the web role and the worker role is that the web role automatically deploys and hosts your application through IaaS, whereas the worker role does not use IaaS and runs our application as standalone. This is another classic question. What is Azure Service Fabric? So Azure Service Fabric is actually a distributed system platform that makes it easy to pack, deploy, and manage scalable and reliable microservices and containers. Now, Service Fabric also addresses some of the significant challenges in developing and managing cloud-native applications. And the problem that it addresses and fixes is, now developers and administrators can avoid complex infrastructure problems and focus on implementing mission-critical and demanding workloads that can be scaled and that can be managed through the console or from the single place. In short, Service Fabric provides a platform that makes the process of developing microservices and managing application lifecycle a lot easier. And the advantages of Service Fabric is that now we can produce application with faster time to market because all the worry about the infrastructure is taken away from us. We don't have to design an infrastructure. All that we need to worry about is simply the application and the application lifecycle. Again, the advantage is it supports Windows, it supports Linux. Not only that, it supports servers on premises and in the cloud. With Service Fabric, we can scale up our environment to even 1,000 machines in just a single command. Or if there is an immediate need for 1,000 machines, I can immediately scale them up to 1,000 machines. That's possible with Service Fabric. Now let's look at this question. You can expect this question if the customer is running a hybrid environment, meaning having some of the applications in on-premises and running some of the applications from the cloud. And for some reason, when classifying the application that goes to the cloud and that stays on-premises, they have decided to keep the database in-house. So in that environment, a lot of customers do that. So in that environment, this is a classic and a scenario-based question. A client wants the front end of their application to be hosted on Azure in the cloud and wants the database to be hosted in on-premises for security reasons or to have full control on their databases. How do we go about suggesting a solution for this customer? The ideal solution in this scenario is to use the VNet-based point-to-site VPN solution. So all the front-end applications will be in the cloud and they'll be hosted in a VNet, and from the VNet they'll be connecting to the database through an point-to-site VPN. So the traffic and the writings and the reads are not coming through the internet, but through a point-to-site VPN link that's connecting the Azure VNet and the on-premises environment. And this model or this approach or this solution is best suited for scenarios where there are only a limited number of resources that needs to be connected between on-premises and the cloud. This is a very common question. What's Azure Traffic Manager? Of course, we no more running applications on a single server. We no more running applications on or from a single environment. Right? The same application is being run from multiple environments within Azure, and it can be running from Azure and on-premise as well. So multiple environments between Azure and on-premises. And a lot of customers have such environment. And if you're facing an interview with such customer, this could be an ideal question. What is Azure Traffic Manager? Now, the Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS-based traffic load balancer that actually enables us to distribute traffic between services across Azure global regions. And by doing this, it provides a good availability and a good responsiveness to the application. And this traffic manager, it uses DNS to direct client requests to the most appropriate service endpoint based on the traffic routing logic and the health of the endpoints that it maintains. So in short, this traffic manager is a load balancer that enables users to provide high availability and responsiveness by distributing traffic in an optimal manner across the Azure when we run the same application in different regions. So some of the advantages or some of the use cases of using Azure Traffic Manager is it provides multiple automatic failover options. It also helps with reduced downtime. It also helps with the distribution of user traffic across multiple locations. So one location is not overloaded. And then it helps with users knowing from where our customers are getting connected from. That's another big use case with Azure Traffic Manager. Let's look at this question. Right, this is an ideal question. Now there are a group of servers connected together within an virtual network, and now we need to move them or create a separation between them. How do you go about achieving it? So the question goes like this. You need to isolate network traffic among VMs in a subnet, which is part of a virtual network with little downtime and impact on the users. So that's the given scenario. And the best way we can do it is create a new virtual network and move all the VMs in that subnet to the new virtual network. Now, this feature is not possible with a lot of other cloud service providers like AWS and a lot of other providers. Now, in those environments, we might need to shut down, we might need to stop the VM, create a new VM based on the image, and it's an hefty process. But here in Azure, I can simply move the VMs from one subnet to another virtual network without needing for any additional security like the network security group. I can simply isolate them if I need to by creating a simple new virtual network and moving the servers to the new virtual network. Look at this one. This is another common question. With respect to Azure, what is public, private, and hybrid cloud? So this is really to test how well have you understood the different cloud offerings in the market, public, private, and hybrid, or at least the three basic offerings in the market: public, private, and hybrid cloud. Now, the public cloud is the most common way of deploying cloud computing applications, and it has resources like servers, storage, and are owned and operated by third-party cloud service providers like Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure is a very good example of public cloud. So here, every component that the user is using is running only on Azure. That's public cloud. Right, let me talk to you about some of the advantages of public cloud. Some of the advantages is low cost, because there's no need to purchase hardware or software, and we pay only for the services that we use in public cloud. And there is literally no maintenance, because the service provider maintains the environment for us. And with public cloud, we have nearly unlimited scalability, meaning we can get resources on demand and can meet our business requirements on demand. And the public clouds are very highly reliable, because they have a vast network of servers, and they ensure that our application does not fail. So there are some advantages of public cloud. Let's talk about private cloud. Now, private cloud consists of compute resources used extensively by one business or one organization. Now, this private cloud can be physically located at our organization's on-site data center, or it can be hosted by a third-party service provider. Whichever the case, the private cloud services and infrastructure are always maintained on a private network, and they're maintained on hardware and software that are dedicated solely for one organization or solely for your organization. So in short, private cloud in Azure is Azure services being run within an on-premises data center, or on-premises data center used by the user to host systems or applications. And some of the advantages is it gives more security. Resources are not shared with others, so a higher level of control and security over our resource and application is possible. And then we have hybrid cloud. Now, hybrid cloud is the best of both worlds. So it combines the features of both public and private cloud. And some of the user components are being run on Azure and others within on-premises data center. So they kind of share the resources. In other words, they kind of share the application. Half of the application would be running in on-premises, and half of them would be in the cloud, and they would be working in harmony to support the application and the business need. So that's hybrid cloud. This is another good example question that wants to test how well you pick services, or how well have you understood Azure products and services and are picking the right service for the need. So the question would go like this: what kind of storage is best suited to handle unstructured data? There are a lot of storage options available, and the requirement here is what or which one would you choose for unstructured data? The answer for that question is blob storage, because blob storage is designed to support unstructured data. It works in this way: it places the data into different tiers based on how often they are accessed. Different tier means different performance. Different performance means different cost associated with it. So a lot of add-on advantages will we get when we use blob storage for unstructured data. In addition to it, any type of unstructured data can be stored in blob storage. This is not true with a couple of other storage options that we have in Azure. Only with blob storage we can store any type of unstructured data. And the data integrity is maintained every time an object is changed in the blob storage. And the best part is the blob storage helps increase applications performance and reduces the bandwidth consumption for that application. So they are the benefits that we get for blob storage, and blob storage are the ones that are well suited for unstructured data, and that's what your answer should be. It's really an 5-step process, and if you have worked and if we have done some basic labs with Azure, you can easily answer this question. So it's a 5-step process. First step is to log into the Azure. The second one is to create an resource or a resource manager. And within the resource manager, you would be selecting the resource. And then pick the operating system. Do you want Windows or Linux? And within Windows, what's the flavor you want? Or within Linux, what's the flavor you want? So decide on it. And then entering the relevant information like the name of the instance or the VM that we're going to launch, and the password, the URL that goes with it, and a couple of other relevant information that gets itself attached with the VM. And then select the size of the virtual machine, different size, different types available for the kind of application and for the intensity of the application that will be running on top of it. So select the size of the virtual machine, review everything, whether they're good or not. If there are any changes required, go back and edit them, and then come back and launch, and your VM is there for you to start working within like 3 or 4 minutes, not even 5 minutes. Within 3 or 4 minutes, it gets ready and you can start working on it. So it's a quick and it's a 5-step process, and you should be able to answer it easily if you have done a few labs in Azure. Let's now look at some scenario-based question. You've been posed with a scenario. So we thought through it and we picked some common scenario-based questions that are being asked in an interview, and I thought we'll present it for you with the answers, with explanation, so you can get benefited through it. So let's look at this question. You're asked to make sure your virtual machines are able to communicate securely with each other to ensure security or to have good amount of security. What would you do? And the correct and the best answer for this would be using virtual network in Azure, which enables us to communicate with the internet securely, which enables us to communicate with the on-premises data center in a secure fashion. So the advantage of using virtual network is users can create their own private network, users can pick their own private IP ranges, users can create their own subnet, users can create their own routing between those two subnets. A lot more goes into that virtual network, so it's very customizable, and the users are provided with an isolated and highly secure environment for applications. It's completely isolated from other customers, it's completely isolated from other applications that are running in other virtual network that we own. So within our account, we can have multiple virtual networks, and one application running on a virtual machine is completely isolated from other applications running on other virtual machines. And of course, all traffic stays within the Azure network, Azure virtual machine, or within the Azure network, depending on how you set up the routing. If you have set up a routing to go or reach the internet, it's going to go, otherwise it's going to stay within Azure. If you have set up routing to reach on premises, then it's going to go and reach on premises, otherwise it's not going to go and reach on premises, it's going to stay within the Azure. And it also allows users to design their own network, like we already discussed, picking up IPs, picking routing, picking subnets, how many servers should be present in that particular subnet, or how many servers should that subnet accommodate, the size of the subnet, the IP ranges, the NATing, the masking of IPs, creating of VPN, all that's possible with the virtual network. So it really allows users to design their own network, and using virtual machine is how we secure applications in the cloud. Let's look at this other scenario. How do you ensure that every time a user logs in, they are not asked to re-enter the password as part of authentication? So you really don't want your users to re-enter the password every time they log in to a different application. Well, all the applications have their authentication mechanism in place. All of them wants to authenticate the user before they log in. Ensuring the user does not log in every time does not mean that wiping away all the authentication and authorization that's present in that application. You still need that in place, but how do you make the user hassle-free so they're not asked to re-enter the password or the same password again and again? Let's look at the options available. The first one is to enable Microsoft account authentication. Well, it's not going to fix, because with that the user will still need to re-enter the username and password. Deploy Express Route. It's not going to fix either, because Express Route is a network level service that connects on-premises to the cloud. So that has got nothing to do with prompting or not prompting for password. And then we have set up VPN between on-premises data center and Azure, set up AD domain controller in VM, and implement integrated Windows authentication. Well, you can use the same username and password for on-premises and the cloud, but this setup, the VPN and the AD controller setup, it's not going to stop you asking for repeated passwords. So this is all about using the same password in on-premises and in the cloud, and this has got nothing to do with not prompting the user to re-enter the password. All right, so that's same password is different from not prompting the user to re-enter the password. They are two different scenarios, so that is also out of the equation. And the last one is configure AD sync to use single sign-on. That's the right one. So when we configure the AD to use single sign-on, then it's not going to ask for the username and password every time we access an application, because we have logged in, and that login is going to stay active for like 24 hours or so, depending on how you configure it. And within that time, you can access a lot of other applications, and it's not going to ask for the username and password because you already have a single signed on and you have signed in using the right credentials. Let's look at this one. You need to ensure that virtual machines remain available while migrating to Azure. What would be the appropriate service to use? Right, let's look at the options. Traffic Manager. Traffic Manager is literally a DNS service. And then let's look at the other one, Update Domains. It again has to do with Traffic Manager, updating the URL. So the Traffic Manager gets updated and then starts sending requests to that particular URL. It's going to take some downtime because when we update the URL, they will have to be populated to all different places, and it takes time. So within that time, any user trying to access, it's going to fail. And then we have Express Route and Cloud Services. Express Route could be in fact, it's the right answer because Express Route, it's an extension of our on-premises and cloud environment. And in this question, it really comes out from a customer who's having an hybrid environment. So they have applications running in on-premises, they have applications running in the cloud, and they want to have a way to migrate applications from on-premises to the cloud. In other words, kind of do a cutover between on-premises and the cloud. And this Express Route is a service that connects between on-premises and the cloud. So when you do the cutover, the traffic is now sent to the cloud instead of being handled in on-premises. In fact, the services and the application is getting shut down in on-premises. So the request will come in the same pattern. Instead of they being handled in on-premises, they are now routed to the cloud using Express Route, and the API calls get addressed or the queries gets answered in the cloud through the Express Route service. Look at this question. You are an administrator for a website called WebGame, and you are required to validate and deploy changes made to your website by your development team with minimum downtime. So the real question is, how do you validate the deployment changes that's made by the development team? Let's look at the options. Create a new linked resource, create a staging environment for the site, enable remote debugging on the website, and then create a new website. Well, why would you want to create a new website? Just to validate the changes. And doing a remote debugging is not going to help because debugging only captures logs of the changes happening. It does not do anything with validating the changes. Create a staging environment could be or is the right answer, because when we have staging environments, anything that we run on production can be run on staging environment, and any failures that would happen in production, if we simply run it in production, can be captured when we run the application in the staging environment. So that way, staging environment is a very helpful and useful service, and that way I can catch any errors. In other words, I can validate the changes that were done by my development team before I move it to production, and that reduces the downtime in the production environment. Look at this one last question that we have for you. It's a standard tier application is used across the world and uses Azure Website Standard Tier. It uses large amount of image files, so you can get it. This could be an e-commerce website which has a lot of pictures in it, and this is causing the application to load slow. How can we handle this situation? Let's look at the options given. Configure blob storage with custom domain. Well, this application has pictures, but only the pictures is not all that the application has. Right? So configuring blob storage might not help. This could be an very interactive website and that can't be run from blob storage. Let's look at the other options. Configure Azure Website Auto Scaling to increase instances at high loads. Now, it's the picture that's causing issues for the website. It's not the CPU or it's not the unavailable memory not enough that's causing the application to be slow. So we need to identify what's causing the application to be slow. So it's not the CPU, it's not the memory. So configure Azure for auto scaling is not going to help. And then what are the other options? Let's see. Configure Azure CDN to cache all responses from the application's web endpoint. A CDN could be the right answer, but look at that. It says a CDN to cache all responses from the application's web endpoint. CDN is not designed for that. Though it can do it, that's not the best way to use CDN to capture all responses from the application's web endpoint. The proper design for CDN would be to cache the frequently used ones. In other words, cache the static content, which are photos, videos, logos, and pictures, and a lot more. Static content that never changes. Let's look at the last option. Configure Azure CDN to cache site images and content stored in Azure Blob Storage. Absolutely correct. So here we will have to redesign the application to store the pictures, high quality, lazy loading or slow loading pictures, because of the high quality and the bigger size. So store them in CDN, and then the content, let it be stored in Azure Blob Storage. That's the right way of designing the application, and if we do it, this application is going to run faster, or the application is going to respond faster.
And with that, we have reached the end of this session on Azure Full Course for Beginners. If you have any doubts or queries, please let us know in the comment section below, and a team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you and keep learning. Stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.